He was less than 3 meters away from death. Chi Yuan stood there frozen, clutching the fresh sea shrimp he had just successfully bargained down to 50 cents. Before him stood a giant spider monster, 2 stories tall with 8 limbs that resembled human arms. Its silk had just melted a massive hole in the street, and now 6 scarlet eyes were locked firmly onto him. Run, he would definitely be swallowed whole. Fight, his only ability was telepathy, which could only listen to people's thoughts. He could not even conjure a fireball. Just as Chi Yuan thought his life was about to end prematurely, a strange thought suddenly flooded his mind. This human is not even running, and those golden eyes, hiss, could he be a legendary top-tier powerhouse? Chi Yuan was stunned. Golden eyes, that is just the damn reflection of the sunset on my light-colored irises. But seeing the spider monster's 8 legs start to back away uncontrollably, Chi Yuan had an epiphany. As long as I am not embarrassed, you are the one who will die. Facing the blinding sunset, he forced himself not to blink, letting the golden light shimmer in his eyes. Then, with a stoic expression, he recited his high school homeroom teacher's classic line, "Do not think I cannot see what you are doing down there." The moment he finished, the entire scene fell into a dead silence. The spider monster was so terrified that it dropped to its knees with a thud, trembling uncontrollably. He discovered it. He actually saw through my secret plan to spray toxic silk from underground. It is too terrifying. This human is absolutely horrifying. Chi Yuan looked as calm as a cucumber on the outside, but inside he was overjoyed. It actually worked. However, looking at the security team nearby who were on high alert but afraid to even breathe, and the streamer in the distance frantically filming with their phone, Chi Yuan knew he had completely gone viral this time. But the origin of this surreal situation goes back to 10 minutes ago. The blue and white patrol car roared past with its siren wailing, forcing all vehicles on the road to swerve and make way. Passers-by craned their necks to take photos or check the news, while in the vicinity of the patrol car's destination, people were still living their peaceful lives, blissfully unaware. "Ladies and gentlemen, there is a siren ahead, let us go check it out." Joe Hai was a burly man with a booming voice. He held his phone up and panned the camera across the street ahead to let his livestream viewers see the situation clearly. They were surrounded by crowded residential complexes. As Joe Hai interacted with his audience, his heart was pounding. He hoped he would not run into a monster too strong, otherwise, as a low-level ability user, even just standing by and observing could cost him his life. But the livestream viewers never thought things were chaotic enough. The chat was instantly flooded with wild speculation. Since the patrol cars are out, it must be at least a C rank, right? Low-level monsters would have been cleared by patrols long ago if they entered the city. It is gotta be C rank or higher. Did you guys forget the scandal in the neighboring city a while back about someone keeping monsters as pets? We will find out when the streamer gets there. Let us place our bets. I am going with C rank. Joe Hai squeezed through the crowd on the sidewalk and casually changed his livestream title to something more sensational. I am going to use my ability to get closer in a bit. You guys guess the rank. If enough people get it right, I will host a 188 yuan giveaway. Joe Hai's ability is speed. His attack power is pathetic, but it is a perfect skill for live streaming. He can move in to film the action or run away to save his neck. With the giveaway announced, the chat went even crazier. I bet it is an E rank. I will go out on a limb and bet S rank. If I win, I am off to meet the king of hell, haha. Seeing the comments, Joe Hai could not help but laugh. If an S-rank monster actually appeared in this city, it would take the entire livestream audience with it. Seeing the viewer count peaking, Joe Hai activated his ability and sprinted towards the patrol cars. Before long, he reached the entrance of the residential complex. It was just the time when commuters were getting home. Exhausted salarymen carrying groceries saw the patrol cars parked at the gate, and it took them a long while to realize something was wrong, prompting them to frantically pull out their phones to contact their families. Joe Hai filmed the scene, showed his ability user credentials to the officers at the perimeter, and successfully entered the cordoned-off area. The chat was scrolling wildly during this moment. A residential area? Could it be that someone in our city is actually raising monsters in the apartment buildings? Raising something like that in a residential area is not that basically using the complex as a pantry for the monster. Stepping into the complex, Joe Hai dropped his smile and became hypervigilant. Ability users and monsters are ranked S, A, B, C, D, and E, with every 2 ranks forming a tier. D and E are considered low tier. Although he was D rank, if it really was a C rank as everyone guessed, that would mean it reached mid tier, and those are 2 completely different things. An untrained non-combat E rank ability user is no different from a regular person. Even at the same E rank, a monster's physical body could easily dominate an ability user. Not to mention C rank was just a guess. What if it were even higher? Brothers, for the sake of your streamer risking his life, drop some free gifts. Whatever rank the monster is, Brother Lang will get to the bottom of it. His screen name was Zhu Hai Not Lang, but the netizens insisted on calling him Brother Lang. To make money, Joe Hai just went along with it. Joe Hai crept deeper into the complex. The narrow, dark residential building felt suffocating. His footsteps hit the concrete with a sharp clack, silencing the festive mood in the chat. Oh man, I'm getting nervous. You are nervous already? I do not get it. It is not like we have not seen A-rank monsters before. Are you talking about the A-rank monsters you have seen through a screen? Ahiha, do not say the quiet part out loud. Outside the frame, a group of people in uniform had gathered. It was the city's shield, the patrol squad. Joe Hai decisively quickened his pace to close in, still putting on a brave face. Hey, the patrol squad is right there, the monster must be nearby. I am moving closer so you guys can see clearly, definitely not for the sense of security those officers bring. Sure, we get it. You are chicken, just admit it. It is not being a chicken, it is just following your heart. Who cares about these guys? Show us the pretty lady. Joe Hai glanced at the chat and turned his camera toward a female squad member with a ponytail. She was commanding the situation via walkie-talkie, her gaze resolute, beautiful, but radiating a fierce, intimidating presence. Detecting someone approaching to film, she shot a sharp glare and only continued her commands once she confirmed there was no threat. Oh my, I'm in love. I am in love with her, but wait, the guy is pretty cool too. Man, I just joined the stream and I am already tripping over my own pants. Forget the beauty streamer, look up. Seeing this comment, Joe Hai jerked his head up and quickly tilted his camera upward. In the shadows, a giant spider was clinging to the wall. 6 simple eyes were quietly staring down at the crowd. Its 2 largest eyes were shut tight and their shape looked eerily like human eyes. Even more bizarre, its 8 legs looked exactly like human hands. The camera suddenly cut from a gorgeous beauty to a monster's face, and the chat exploded in an instant. I was just about to lick the screen, and then holy crap. Let me say thank you, you really. Talk about explosive livestream effects, literal viewer explosion. It is not quite human but has human features, that is at least a C-rank monster. Realizing it had been spotted, the monster scrambled with its 8 long legs, rapidly leaping and climbing up the exterior of a high-rise building. The commanding officer with the ponytail cursed under her breath and immediately signaled the team to follow. The containment team and the B-rank ability user were not even in position yet. She had planned to play dumb to lull the monster, but this streamer ruined everything. She bit her lower lip, suppressing the urge to curse out loud. Due to the official policy of wooing powerful wild ability users, she could not just lash out. Joe Hai was completely oblivious and bit the bullet to follow the duty team, his heart pounding in his chest. Are these duty officers actually reliable? If I film them messing up, am I going to get banned for slandering the authorities? The duty team deployed quickly. Members with flight and climbing abilities closed in first, setting up a perimeter to surround the spider monster. The spider did not give in, it turned and spat silk at the weakest part of the defense line. The blue-green toxic thread moved like lightning, heading straight for an officer who had barely kept up. To hold the line, he stood his ground, pale-faced and motionless. At the last critical second, a sudden gust of wind erupted, forcefully blowing the silk off course. The silk hit the adjacent wall with a sizzling sound, instantly melting a large crater into it. Joe Hai felt his scalp tingle. If that had splashed on a person, half their body would have been gone. Surrender now. If you have not killed anyone, you can still be released back into the wild. The ponytail officer lowered her hand, rose into the air using her wind power and stood her ground against the spider from above. She knew full well that the monster lurking in the city had only one goal: to eat people, and her speech was purely to buy time. Heh, humans are still so hypocritical. You want nothing more than to kill me, yet you talk so righteously. The spider actually spoke in a human voice, then launched itself with its 8 legs, pouncing at the pale-faced officer again. At the moment of impact, it opened its caesary-wide fangs poised to strike. The officer pushed her right hand out into the void. A fierce wind roared, blocking the monster's charge dead in its tracks. Yet a sinister smirk tugged at the monster's twisted face as it spat out a massive amount of white silk, using the force of the wind to fling it far away. Oh no! The officer immediately pulled back, but the silk had already stuck firmly to a building in the distance. The spider yanked the thread and its massive body swung forward using the momentum, clearing the perimeter instantly. Formation 2. The officers shifted their formation quickly, unleashing various abilities to desperately obstruct the spider's path. But since they were in a busy downtown area, the officers were cautious, and the power of their abilities was greatly compromised. The spider, however, had no such reservations. It rampaged through, constantly using silk to snatch passersby and toss them into the path to force the officers to divide their forces for rescue. The street descended into chaos, with screams and cries filling the air. Joe pushed his speed ability to keep up, broadcasting the chaos to the world. What are the officers doing? Just kill it already. Are you blind? Cannot you see they are saving people? If you are so good, you do it. I am done. Why are not the bystanders running? They are just making it harder for the officers. Guys, I am panicking. It is right below my building and I am shivering under my covers. Rest in peace, lighting a candle for you. Hey, I'm not dead yet. Joe finally dropped his playful demeanor. Asking for gifts in a life-or-death situation like this would definitely get him cursed onto the trending list and banned. He kept his eyes glued to the spider monster ahead. Once they passed the residential area, they entered the low-lying downtown alleys where the spider lost its high-rise leverage. It rampaged through the narrow lanes, spitting silk frantically. Intricate, silvery webs filled the narrow alleys, laying layer upon layer of traps. The officers were severely hindered as they had to cut through webs while rescuing civilians wrapped in cocoons, and they looked like they were about to be left in the dust. Damn it! The ponytail officer cursed, barely able to suppress her true nature. Leave a few people to handle the rescues, the rest of you follow me. The monster was too cunning, intentionally leaving survivors to hold them back. She could not let it escape before the B-rank ability users arrived. Captain Zoo, look over there. Following her teammate's anxious direction, Captain Zoo whipped her head around. The spider monster had broken into a bustling vegetable market, crashing through everything. Right in its path, a produce stall blocked the way with 2 people sitting and squatting directly in front of it. Joe High's chat room also erupted, losing all the casual atmosphere from the start of the stream. Help, I cannot look. This is driving me crazy. Why are not they running? They are up against a C-rank monster. How are ordinary people supposed to get away? The vendor sitting on the small stool was already twisted in terror, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. If you throw in a bit more scallions and cilantro, I will buy it. The youth squatting on the ground was picking out vegetables, and sensing the commotion around him, he looked up in confusion. Seeing the vendor trembling and pointing behind him, the youth turned around. His black, messy hair fluttered in the wind, and the sunset glow caught his eyes, reflecting a stunning, brilliant gold. Captain Zoo, who was running to the rescue using her wind ability, suddenly locked eyes with him, her mind going completely blank. Glistening like gold, they were like the eyes of a god. In Joe High's camera, the boy's golden eyes appeared even more mysterious, and the chat room went absolutely wild. Oh my god, so handsome. My goodness, he must be a big shot. No wonder he was not in a hurry, it turns out he is a master. Coach, I want to learn how to act cool like this. Joe High felt a pang of jealousy. Everyone knew that looks beyond the ordinary usually signified powerful abilities. Those gilded eyes were clearly extraordinary, and on top of that, the kid was ridiculously handsome, oozing charisma. And that spider monster, previously so ferocious, actually took 2 cautious steps back the moment the boy turned around, hesitating to move forward. Chi Yuan was completely unaware of the surrounding attention. He squinted against the glaring sunset. As his vision cleared and he saw the spider monster a few dozen meters away, his scalp instantly went numb and cold sweat broke out. What is going on? Chi Yuan turned his neck stiffly. The crowd had already run off, leaving only someone filming with a phone and a group of uniformed officers surrounding the spider monster, cutting off its escape route. Wait. If it breaks through the encirclement, will not it just charge straight at me? Chi Yuan felt like crying. He just came out to buy groceries, this is too much. A dozen minutes ago, Chi Yuan was at the market buying groceries for his mom. Ever since he awakened his telepathy, he had taken on this chore. He never told anyone because this ability was lackluster. Regular people were wary and he could not read the minds of other superpowered individuals or monsters. It was useless for anything other than haggling at the market or avoiding produce injected with water. Having just used his ability to get the lowest price on seafood and about to go buy vegetables, he turned around and ran into this scene. Just as he was at his wit's end, a thought suddenly squeezed into his mind. The golden-eyed human in front looks quite strong. Maybe I should just go for that wimp earlier instead. Chi Yuan froze. He had not just activated his ability unconsciously, he had actually for the first time ever heard the inner voice of a spider monster. As for the golden eyes, it was likely just an illusion caused by his light-colored irises reflecting the sunset. Why has not the big shot made a move yet? An anxious complaint from a young officer in the corner followed directly into his mind. Chi Yuan looked over, shocked. He could even hear the thoughts of people with abilities now. In an instant, the chaotic thoughts of the surrounding officers flooded in like a tide, making his head ache. Thanks to the focus he practiced while haggling at the market, he quickly blocked out the noise and locked onto the spider monster in front of him. Stared at by his golden eyes under the setting sun, the spider monster's 8 legs unconsciously began to back away. This aura, these golden eyes, this definitely is not just some ordinary expert. Chi Yuan was ecstatic. As long as it does not crash into him, everything is negotiable. Why is not he speaking? Is he planning to attack directly? Damn it, what kind of ability is those golden eyes? Listening to the monster's panic, Chi Yuan broke into a cold sweat. How would I know what to say? Usually his head was full of sassy remarks, but when something actually happened, his mind went blank. Think, recall any experts you have encountered in daily life and quickly imitate them. You are truly the worst batch of monsters I have ever taught. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chi Yuan felt a chill. He struggled to swallow the word student and forced it into monster, feeling like this act was a total disaster. However, the spider monster was even more panicked than him. Those human-like eyes, which had been tightly shut the whole time, slowly opened in terror at this outrageous line. While they looked like human eyes when closed, when they opened, each eye socket held multiple pupils, which was extremely eerie. The worst batch, he must have killed many monsters even stronger than himself. Wow, that actually worked. Chi Yuan's heart thundered, and he hurriedly racked his brain to scrape together the classic quotes of his homeroom teacher. He quietly adjusted his angle, facing the sun to make sure the golden eye effect did not wear off. Do not think that just because you are doing tricks down there, I cannot see you. The spider monster shivered all over and slammed those compound eyes shut. Warning, he is definitely warning me, this is too terrifying. To think I was actually considering pushing my limits to ambush him, how could I have had such a naive thought? Heh, you think you have victory in the bag? I am not a pushover you can just handle as you please. The spider monster bit the bullet and sneered, look around you, did you notice the traps I have set? You cannot escape. As soon as it finished speaking, Officer Zhu and the others immediately leveled their weapons to scan the surroundings. Spiders are adept at spinning webs to hunt. Even after turning into a monster, instincts do not change. But they scanned the whole area and found nothing. The officers became increasingly panicked. The spider monster, however, was even more panicked than they were. This golden-eyed youth is just too unfathomable. It had meant to say something intimidating to stall for time and find a chance to flee. It did not expect Chi Yuan to be unmoved, seeing right through its bluff. How terrifying. Reading the spider's thoughts, Chi Yuan resisted the urge to cover his face. Could you at least properly plan an escape route in your head? If you came up with one, do you really think I could stop you from running? He felt frustrated, fully adopting the mindset of a teacher lecturing a failing student. If you are going to run properly, stop thinking up these crooked ideas. Are you running for me? What does he mean? Does he approve of me running? No, he definitely has some deeper scheme. The spider monster forced itself to interpret his words, racked its brain, and finally had an epiphany. He thinks my way of escaping is too clumsy, and he wants me to work hard to please him before he will let me go. What a wicked human. Although it felt unreasonable, its brain was already spiraling out of control. What would count as a high-class way to escape? Hearing Qi Yuan's words, the officers immediately realized the truth. The spider monster was just bluffing. Immediately after, they arrived at the same conclusion as the monster. This big shot has a very dark sense of humor. Of course, they only dared to think it. None of them had any intention of helping the little spider out. Interfering with a big shot's fun, is that a death wish? The officers and Joe high on the scene were as silent as cicadas in winter, but the viewers in the livestream were feeling bold behind their screens. Spider, nobody told me I should not mess with him. So satisfying, first time I have seen a monster treated like a monkey. Am I the only student whose scalp is going numb? These lines are exactly like my teacher's. This is what real teaching without discrimination looks like. Lean back in tactical admiration. The spider monster, unaware that its reputation was about to be ruined, was too busy panicking and thinking of ways to escape. Qi Yuan was also watching the spider with bated breath, terrified that it might lose its mind and charge at him. Take a hostage as a threat? No way. If I completely annoy this golden-eyed human, I am going to have a miserable death. Die. I am going to die. Triggered by these keywords, the spider felt as skittish as a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring, filled with anxiety. What kind of ability does he have anyway? A dragon? Fire? Does not look like either. Damn it, if only I knew his ability, I would know how to run. The spider monster suddenly noticed its own shadow and directed its gaze toward the sky. The sky was dyed gold and red by the sunset, with large clouds covering half the sky, their edges outlined in gold thread, letting the sunlight pierce through the gaps. Gold. I see. His ability is related to the sun or light. Qi Yuan wanted to say something but hesitated. Stop overthinking it, brother, just go. Seeing the spider trapped in its own endless imagination, Qi Yuan had been worried for it for a few minutes, but eventually he could not keep his nerves up anymore and relaxed. He reached out to swat away the fly that had been buzzing around him in the marketplace, but this seemed to touch a raw nerve in the spider monster. He is making a move. No, I cannot just sit here and wait for death. Should I rely on my jumping ability to leap high and break through? The spider monster was looking for a solution, but its brain would not stop, instantly playing out the next part of the story. If it leaped into the air, the golden-eyed human would not need to worry about hurting other humans. He would fire countless rays like a hail of arrows, piercing its body through. Suppose it went on a rampage, could it cause enough chaos to break through? The moment the thought occurred, it imagined the golden-eyed human becoming completely enraged, burning it to ash instantly and killing it on the spot. Every time it thought of an escape plan, its brain instantly imagined a fatal ending. Qi Yuan's hand, still swatting at the fly, trembled slightly. He did not know whether to put his hand down or keep it raised. Neither the people on the scene nor the viewers in the livestream thought he was just swatting a fly. Seeing his posture, they assumed he was about to attack. Everyone held their breath, focusing intently on Qi Yuan's every movement. Why not pull off something big to liven things up for the brothers? Handsome guys of our city, sisters charge. Forget it, if you saw him in person you would not have the face to confess anyway. I respect your bravery. P.S. I am his classmate. I have been his classmate for nearly 3 years and never saw him use his ability. Wow, are all the big shots this low-key? Others are beating up monsters at a young age while I am still trembling, preparing for the combat college entrance exam. Every day I realize the disparity of this world. Watching the big shot. Qi Yuan maintained his pose. A vast surge of energy suddenly welled up within him, filling his body continuously. This power was like the blazing summer sun, scorching and burning the earth wherever its rays reached. Countless ways to use this power emerged in his mind. Light beams, light walls, light orbs. Qi Yuan felt this power, momentarily forgetting he was still in danger. After imagining hundreds of fatal endings, the spider monster's accumulated anxiety caused its sanity to collapse. If I do not fight, I die anyway. If I fight, there might be a glimmer of hope. Feeling utterly humiliated, it bared its fangs. Now is the time. This arrogant golden-eyed human does not take me seriously, and he has given me a golden opportunity. In less than half a second, the spider monster spat out threads to set up a crude web and scrambled across them. A pair of eerie human eyes opened, and it charged straight at Qi Yuan. It opened its chelicerae and shot out poisonous silk. Opening its human eyes was its strongest state, pushing its observational skills to the limit and allowing it to briefly match the physical strength of a B-rank monster. The price was a period of weakness once its energy was exhausted. In this life-or-death moment, the spider monster did not care what would happen next. Its speeding figure was too fast for the naked eye to track, leaving a blur in the wind. So fast. Zhou Hai could not help but clench his fist and shout, narrating the scene passionately for the live stream. Just relying on its body, this speed has reached B-rank monster levels. Oh my god, I hope the big shot does not fail now. That huge spider just disappeared all of a sudden. Heck, I was getting annoyed by him just now. He has been posturing for so long, could he be a total amateur? Before the comments could even scroll by, a dazzling wall of light rose, blocking the poison silk spat by the spider. The silk, capable of dissolving apartment buildings built specifically to withstand monsters, could not even scratch the light wall. The spider, rushing across its web, immediately turned around to flee. What kind of glimmer of hope is this? How is accelerating into him any different from looking for death? It remembered the human story of waiting for a rabbit by a tree. This human is too treacherous. The spider monster turned to flee, but the duty officers did not stop it. They only had one thought in their minds. Do not be a dead weight and hold the big shot back. As if responding to their efforts, the brilliant, sun-like wall of light transformed into individual light orbs. His slender, well-defined fingers flicked away a bit of dust. Countless light orbs shot out, creating streaks of light that pierced through the rapidly fleeing spider monster. Before the spider monster could even react or scream, it turned to ash and dissipated on the spot. Strong, too strong. The viewers in the livestream cheered in their hearts. It is not that they were ignorant. Due to monster influence, many wild areas had no signal, so the intensity of battles seen on live streams was limited. Besides, who at the strength of a B-rank ability user would bother live streaming for commoners instead of striving for higher ranks? I am so excited I cannot even speak. One word: satisfying. Look at the ability he awakened, and look at the trash ability I got. Oh my god, you are just here to brag about having an ability, are not you? Honestly, it is better not to awaken a trash ability at all. At least then you would still have hope. Heh, is the ability the main point? A powerful ability needs enough energy to be released. We both have water abilities, but I can make a water ball while an S-rank user can summon a vast ocean. We get it, you have a water ability. Someone get this guy out of here. Although the duty officers on the scene were more experienced than the viewers, it was the first time they had seen such a young powerhouse. This kid has the potential of a Grand Emperor. The potential of an S-rank ability user. Though I do not know if it is just our imagination, but his golden eyes do not seem as bright as before. Qi Yuan released his power and returned to his status as a weakling. He felt like a poor person who had inexplicably found millions, only to see the fortune inexplicably vanish. Besides feeling bewildered, he also felt a touch of melancholy. Especially when he remembered he was genuinely poor, his melancholy deepened. Until he looked down and saw the dead fly, confirming that everything just now had not been a dream. Wait a minute. If my stray shot had actually hit, this fly would not even have a body left. Tusk, so I did not hit it after all. If I had hit it, my ability would not have disappeared. Qi Yuan, who felt like he had inexplicably lost millions, unreasonably blamed the fly. The duty officers gradually recovered from the sudden and jarring shift in the situation. The scene was a mess, with trampled and mangled items tangled up in tough spider silk. Only the vegetable vendor, who had nearly been crushed to death by the spider, remained visibly shaken. He wiped the sweat from his face with a trembling hand, his legs too weak to stand. Where is he? The duty officers realized the young powerhouse had vanished and began looking around, trying to find Qi Yuan. Where did he go? Officer Zhu, who wore her hair in a single ponytail, scanned the area, Failing to spot Qi Yuan, she turned to ask the vegetable vendor. The vendor's dark, weathered face was filled with confusion. After Officer Zhu repeated the question, he finally set his fear aside and found his voice. I think he left the money there and took his vegetables with him. As soon as he said it, it dawned on him, and he hurriedly reached out to pick up the money. He rubbed the cash between his rough fingers, confirming it was genuine and that the amount was correct, only then feeling at ease. Hey, what are you thinking? A guy that powerful is not going to shortchange you on a few coins, is he? Johai, who was naturally sociable, squatted nearby and cracked a joke. Then he offered some unsolicited advice. Uncle, you should put up a sign about what happened today. You will definitely make a killing. Just say, even the strongest powerhouses love our veggies, or the best powerhouses shop here. That will guarantee top-tier quality in your business. The vendor's face darkened, and he prepared to lecture the young man about being sheltered, naive, and trusting people too easily. But after hearing the second half of Zhou Hai's suggestion, his expression did a complete turnaround, and he beamed with joy. Not bad, young man, you have got a sharp brain. The vendor patted him on the shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. If you keep giving me ideas, I will give you a 5% discount on your veggies from now on. That is it, he will not even give a 10% discount. What a stingy guy. But Zhou Hai wanted to dig up some gossip from the vendor, so he swallowed his real thoughts. No problem, uncle, let me tell you. As the two chatted away, the duty officers were also talking among themselves. He is truly worthy of being called a powerhouse. After killing a monster, he can just go back to shopping like it is nothing. When will I ever reach that level? The young officer still had dreams, imagining himself as Qi Yuan and picturing what his life would be like as a high-level awakened being. You keep dreaming. The older officer shook his head. He knew exactly what his apprentice was worth. Master, do you have to be so discouraging? It is not discouraging, it is being realistic. Besides, it is probably better this way. Honestly, I am terrified of saying the wrong thing when speaking to someone that powerful. Better, my foot, if we do not ask now, will not it be even more troublesome if we have to bother him later? A sharp, angry female voice cut in. Officer Zhu wore such a grim expression that she looked like she might hit them if they said another word. The master and apprentice looked at each other, nudging one another. Eventually, the older officer gave a dry laugh. Officer Zhu, well, we are out in public. Think about your image, or you will never find a handsome man to date. Officer Zhu slapped her forehead, wiped away her grim expression, and resumed her cool, collected, boss lady persona. No one noticed two pairs of eyes watching the whole thing from beneath a manhole cover. After a long while, even the duty officers finished cleaning up the scene and left. The two pairs of eyes finally met, realizing the other felt the same terror. It is too dangerous here, I am getting out of here. Let us go together, we should go find a new boss. Sounds good. Qi Yuan, now the subject of the duty team's conversation, was walking home with his groceries. His dramatic life had given him plenty of experience in facing reality. Realizing the millions were gone for good, he composed himself and carried on home. The neighborhood they lived in was average, but the surrounding facilities were excellent. His mother had raised them on her own, and she was very particular about having a security station nearby. He unlocked the door and was greeted by his little brother's wild hooting. Really, is Big Brother that powerful? That is right, every time your brother comes home late it is because he is out fighting monsters, but he told me not to tell you that secret. Time can destroy beauty, but it cannot destroy elegance. Qi Yunlin sat on the sofa in a long dress, watching with a smile as her younger son, Qi Ao, gestured excitedly. Qi Yuan walked in with a dark expression and set the groceries on the table. How come he, the person in question, did not know about this secret? His little brother was clearly hooked on his mother's tall tale. He grinned foolishly and lunged at Qi Yuan, using his head like a battering ram. Brother, Mom says you have been out fighting monsters, is that true? Blocking his little brother, who was at that annoying age, with one hand, Qi Yuan looked toward his mother, giving her a pointed look to try and get a hint. Should he debunk it or just keep playing along? His mother did not seem to notice his signals. She just walked over, smiled at her son's brotherly bonding, took the groceries into the kitchen and began preparing dinner. His little brother was still waiting for an answer, tilting his head up with bright, expectant eyes. Chi Yuan wanted to brush it off like he used to, but today he had actually killed a monster. Talking about it now felt a bit like bragging. The experience had been so real that it stripped away the joy of the usual tall tales he made up. He needed to find the fun in it again. With that in mind, he looked down at his brother's worshipful gaze and gave a mysterious smile. His brother got the hint, sporting an "I get it" look. He hopped around, clenching his fists, constantly peeking at Chi Yuan, waiting for confirmation of his theory. Then Chi Yuan's smile vanished. "It is fake, Mom's pulling your leg." His little brother's expression froze, then he broke down, running toward the kitchen, crying, "Mom, why are you lying?" Chi Yunlin was chopping vegetables in the kitchen and heard her youngest son scream. She stopped her knife, looked at her ego-driven son calmly and curiously and said, "I thought I said, let's tell a story about your brother. Stories are supposed to be made up, are not they?" The overly blunt response left Chi Ao speechless. He simply sat on the floor throwing a tantrum. However, his mother had already gone back to chopping vegetables and did not notice his outburst at all. Chi Yuan noticed, of course, but why would the instigator bother comforting him? After bullying his little brother for a bit, Chi Yuan headed into the kitchen in a good mood to help set the table. Seeing that no one was coming to soothe him, his little brother crawled up, tail between his legs, and hid in the bathroom. Chi Yuan watched his brother leave, his face flushed red. To be fooled so easily by our naturally devious mother. "Oh, my foolish little brother, you still have a lot of growing up to do." When his mother came out with dinner, she realized her younger son was hiding in the bathroom. She knocked, but there was no response. "Are you constipated?" That single, simple question was enough to break Chi Ao's defenses while he waited for his mother to coax him out. He had no choice but to emerge from the bathroom. The three of them spent a warm evening together. His mother turned on the TV to watch a soap opera, his little brother sat in the living room doing homework, and Chi Yuan sprawled on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. Even though he was a high school senior, the college entrance exams did not really apply to him. With monsters running rampant and the population drastically reduced, cities were focusing on stability. Aside from the combat track students and those aiming for research, universities had stopped enrolling many new students. Therefore, for those like him, not in the combat track and not planning to do research, life was just about enjoying these final carefree days. After all, with fewer people, there was less employment pressure. He opened a messaging app. Without the homeroom teacher around, the class group chat was as active as ever, with messages hitting 99+. "Yuan, you are not playing fair. We have been classmates for 3 years and I have never seen you use your power. Shi Jianwen, what is going on? Go watch live stream channel 666 *** 233, God Yuan is about to use his ultimate move. With that level of skill, why not apply to the combat track? I do not understand the logic of big shots. I am not exactly cultured, so all I can say is, oh my god." Link provided, https. Having been classmates for 3 years, Chi Yuan knew full well that the people in his class loved to let their imaginations run wild. Their theories about him living in a massive villa, being chauffeured in luxury cars, or coming from a powerful family were just the tip of the iceberg. He could not even begin to wrap his head around their Chunabiu-style delusions about him secretly saving the world in the dead of night. He usually lurked in silence, intervening just in time to shatter their fantasies before they could escalate further. With a bad premonition, Chi Yuan clicked the link, which directed him to a live streaming room that showed the broadcast had already ended. He clicked on the replay and skipped the video to the timestamp where his classmate had sent the message. On the screen, a pair of gilded eyes shimmered in a close-up shot. A face that looked both familiar and yet like a stranger's appeared on the giant display. Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan's toes, tucked inside his slippers, curled involuntarily as he tried to mentally scrape together enough embarrassment to build a villa, finally making his classmates' fantasies a reality. Being caught quoting his homeroom teacher verbatim was nothing short of a public execution. Even though the sudden surge of power saved him from being too humiliated, the sheer level of cringe was enough to make him want to crawl into a hole. He slapped his phone face down on the sofa and closed his eyes, desperately trying to erase the memory. His little brother, Chi-Ao, who could focus on anything except his homework, fidgeted over like a hyperactive kid and reached out to sneakily fish the phone away. Chi-Yuan kept his eyes closed but pinned Chi-Ao's hand with surgical precision, while using his other hand to mess up his brother's hair in retaliation. "Go do your homework." Having lost all face today, the rebellious brat puffed out his chest and shouted. "No way." Chi-Yuan remained unmoved. "I have your teacher's WeChat." Chi-Ao stiffened, his eyes brimming with tears. "I have to finish it." The little guy's desperate act amused Chi-Yuan. He picked up his phone again and faced reality. After years of being hyped up for no reason, Chi-Yuan had long since developed a whatever attitude. You get used to social death if it happens enough times. I suppose this is just the burden of being a handsome guy. The phone buzzed. Chi-Yuan checked his WeChat. It was a message from Ren Yang. Ren Yang was his friend who had transferred to the combat department in the second semester of freshman year and was currently one of the students preparing for the college entrance exams. "Ren Yang, brother Yuan, I saw the video. Are you transferring to the combat department?" His fingers flew across the screen as Chi-Yuan typed back. Chi-Yuan not planning on it. Not long after he sent the message, it showed that the other side was typing. "Ren Yang, fair enough. I know the combat department teachers are not as good as you. Taking their classes would not help you much anyway." "I did not say that. Stop talking nonsense." He had guessed how his classmates would speculate as soon as he saw the video, but with the facts staring them in the face, Chi-Yuan did not know how to explain. Just as he was about to reply with a sigh, Ren Yang sent 2 more messages. "Ren Yang, then is brother Yuan going straight to the college entrance exam?" "Ren Yang, do you want me to send you the application materials?" Chi-Yuan, no need. I am helping my brother with his homework. Talk later." He ended the conversation cleanly. If they kept chatting, he would end up being recommended to a university on the spot. He sighed and patted his little brother's head. He might not be very smart, but at least his brain worked normally. Having just been threatened, Chi-Ao did not dare talk back, so he slapped his hand away and let out a pig-like grunt to voice his protest. Chi-Yuan flicked the back of his head and headed to his room to wash up. After his shower, he returned to his room and lay on the bed. In the confined space all by himself, Chi-Yuan recalled the brief moment he had possessed that formidable power. His heart was filled with longing. Between an accident and tomorrow, who knows which will come first? That power he felt just like what the monster imagined in its mind. Could it mean that telepathy has the ability to manifest into reality? I should find an opportunity to test it out. Chi-Yuan rolled over and fell asleep. The next morning, Chi-Yuan walked into the classroom with his bag on his back. Ignoring the spotlights of his classmates' gazes, he placed his bag on his seat and sat down. The classmates who were bold enough to speak up in the group chat did not dare to come up and ask him in person. They only whispered to each other, shooting glances at him from the corners of their eyes. Chi-Yuan's appearance and aura were deceptive, top-tier physique paired with an icy, sharp temperament. Even if he did not do anything, others automatically categorized him as someone difficult to approach. He was quite happy with that. He was essentially an introvert who did not want to socialize. Moderate socializing is good for your health, but excessive socializing is harmful. The chair next to him was pulled out, and a tall, thin boy with limbs like bamboo poles sat down beside him. This was his desk mate, Shi Jianwen. Shi Jianwen did not even bring a bag, he just slapped his books onto the desk. "Morning, brother Yuan, I was tagging you like crazy yesterday, why did not you reply to me?" Chi-Yuan was about to spout an excuse when he spotted his homeroom teacher peeking in from the back door and waving at him. Shi Jianwen wisely shut his mouth and watched Chi-Yuan leave. Chi-Yuan followed his homeroom teacher to an empty, unused classroom. At his teacher's gesture, Chi-Yuan found a seat and sat down. His teacher spoke earnestly, "I know you have your own ideas and I have always trusted you." Once the butt came out, the main event followed. Unfortunately, Chi-Yuan's heart was as calm as water. He already knew exactly what the teacher was going to say. "Can you tell me about your future plans?" "To just get by in class." It was a shame he could not say that. Chi-Yuan was prepared for this. He pretended to think for a moment, frowned as if troubled, and then said with a straight face, "Teacher, this is confidential. It is not convenient for me to disclose." The teacher had a realization, nodded incessantly, and waved his hand. I understand. If it is not convenient, then do not worry about it. He acted like someone who had just discovered a huge secret, muttering to himself, so that is how it is, the water runs so deep, and no wonder. Thinking he was in the know, the teacher got up and patted Qi Yuan on the shoulder. Let us go back to the classroom for class. Having made it through the day's classes, Qi Yuan thought the matter had come to a temporary end, until he met a woman with a single ponytail outside the school gate. May I take a moment of your time? I am Zhu Xian, captain of the 6th patrol team of Kipan City. This is my ID. The ID card held out in front of him confirmed the woman's identity. Qi Yuan was driven by Zhu Xian to a conference room at the Ability Patrol Bureau. Sorry, it was not convenient to talk outside, so I had to bring you here. Zhu Xian took the tea from the logistics assistant and placed 1 cup in front of Qi Yuan. After serving the tea, the assistant thoughtfully closed the door behind her. It is fine, what do you want to ask? The boy before her was so young yet possessed a strength she could never hope to match. Zhu Xian had no reason to underestimate him. Just some details regarding yesterday. After all, I have to write these godforsaken reports. Do you mind if I take some notes? Zhu Xian tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and complained in a relaxed tone about how hard the reports were to write, as if they were good friends. Speaking of which, you have not started working yet, so you probably do not know the pain of writing reports. Qi Yuan spread his hands, telling her she could do whatever she liked. I do not, but comparing it to writing an apology letter, I can imagine it. I honestly do not think you are the type to be caught writing an apology letter. As she set out her paper and pen, Zhu Xian made a playful remark, then turned to the main topic. First, regarding the monster's strength, since you were so powerful, it is a bit difficult to assess its level. She threw out the simplest and least sensitive question, carefully observing Qi Yuan's reaction. Had he not been completely absent from the registered Esper database, she would not have bothered making this trip. It was precisely because this young man left no records that Zhu Xian did not know if he was deliberately hiding his information, and she was worried that asking about his abilities would offend him. Crushing a spider monster with such absolute power meant he was at least B rank, if not nearly there. Beyond the S rank, Espers permanently stationed in Jiddu. According to Dragon Country regulations, every province must have at least 1 A rank powerhouse and every city at least 1 B rank. Qi Yuan's strength when placed in Kipan City, which is not a provincial capital, qualifies as top-tier combat power. She had rejected her superior's suggestions of sending a subordinate or surrounding the meeting room to apprehend him at the first sign of trouble. While she did not think there was a risk to her life, she deep down agreed that communicating with him would be difficult. The reality was quite the opposite. The young powerhouse before her was unexpectedly easy to talk to. The moment Zhu Xian threw out a question, he responded. I do not know either. Having never compared his power against other monsters, Qi Yuan could only guess it was between C rank and B rank based on external characteristics. He could not provide any other information. Hearing this answer, Zhu Xian was not surprised. She nodded in understanding and scribbled a few lines on her paper. To bridge the gap between them, Zhu Xian deliberately chose to sit at the corner of the table, not so close as to make him uncomfortable but not so formal as to feel like an interrogation. It also meant she did not have to turn her head 90 degrees, she could see his face by just tilting her head slightly. Consequently, as soon as Qi Yuan lowered his head, he saw what she had written. The monster was too weak to even tell what rank it was. Handsome guy, speechless face. Pretending he had not seen it and mentally blocking the incident, he listened to Zhu Xian's next questions and answered them one by one. Zhu Xian was also observing Qi Yuan's reaction. Seeing he had no objections to the record, she felt relieved enough to continue. As their conversation neared its end, Zhu Xian had to move on to the most important part. I hope you do not mind me guessing, but is your ability related to light manipulation? Qi Yuan's heart stirred and a thought surfaced in his mind. He looked at her with his light brown eyes and activated his telepathy. His expression changed. Was I right after all? And he is still not going to say. Is that why you think so, because of what happened yesterday? Qi Yuan emphasized yesterday, trying to make her recall the situation to verify his guess. He neither denies nor admits it, deliberately avoiding the question about his ability and using a counter-question to take the initiative. I hate people who talk in riddles. What a pity about that face. I still prefer someone innocent and sweet. Zhu Xian smiled warmly, her thoughts racing. Yes, the light wall and the light beams. With my limited imagination, that is all I could come up with. What an old fraud. She clearly did not even think about it at all. Is this what they mean by the hypocrisy of adults? Thinking this, Qi Yuan leaned back in his chair, looking relaxed and composed. He knew her thoughts clearly. With his psychic sight, she was basically playing with her cards face up. How could he lose? That is a pity. You missed a key piece of information. Did I really miss something key, or is he purposely feeding me false leads to mess with me? Qi Yuan lifted his cup to his lips but paused before taking a sip, adding casually, I have no reason to lie to you. Having controlled the initiative since the start, Zhu Xian's calm expression froze in that instant. He has been seeing through my thoughts all along and just never pointed it out. She felt like a clown performing an amateur show. It was incredibly embarrassing. Since she could not hide it anymore, she decided to stop pretending. Zhu Xian twirled her pen, thinking quickly. He does not want to talk about his ability, and with my current skills I cannot force it out of him. Instead of leaving a bad impression, I might as well try to recruit him and earn his favor. Why is she changing her game plan so abruptly? Qi Yuan was bewildered. Should not she be trying to figure out what key information she missed? With your strength, you are fully capable of getting into Jiddu University. The Zhu family of Sui province has connections in Jiddu. Let us handle the legwork. What do you think? As the capital of the Dragon Country, Jiddu has S-rank espers stationed there year-round. Being the place with the best chance to encounter S-rank espers, Jiddu University is the dream institution for every high school student in the combat department. Having this level of strength and having hidden it for years, if not for that accident, he could have kept hiding it indefinitely. Zhu Xian had reason to believe the person did not care for fame or wealth, so she decided to approach him through the lens of power. It was just an extra special admission quota for Jiddu University. She could do it without even needing to use her brother's authority. Show the video of him killing the spider to the assessment team, have them chat with Qi Yuan to confirm he is not a sociopath. She did not believe he would not pass. Qi Yuan sighed, I see, you are not doing your real job, just overthinking nonsense. That is not important. Should not you be considering how to write your report? Just as she was about to offer terms like taking care of his family, Zhu Xian paused to process his question. How would you like me to write it? Fair point. With his strength, getting into university is easy. Maybe he has deeper considerations. I do not even know how to play the cards when they are face up. Am I the only normal person in this world? Qi Yuan felt exhausted and casually brushed her off. Just write what you are supposed to write. Riddle makers, get out of Kipen City. Zhu Xian had never felt her intellect failing before. Usually, her inability to judge a situation was due to lack of clues, but this young powerhouse was such a riddle that she could not keep up with his train of thought. If she had known, she would have left this work to her subordinates. Zhu Xian felt some regret. She should not have worried about them losing their heads. She managed to control her emotions and keep a straight face. Would it be okay if I listed your ability as light? That is your guess. If it is wrong, I will not be held responsible. Qi Yuan activated his Teflon coating skill, playing it cool. Zhu Xian took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile. All right, I understand. She gathered her strength and dropped Qi Yuan off near his house, watching him head upstairs. Zhu Xian kicked a trash can by the road hard, her eyes flashing with a fierce glare. The little brats on her team better watch out. If she did not train them until they shed a layer of skin, she would be doing a disservice to the nickname female demon they gave her behind her back. Completely unaware of the hellish experience he was about to bring to the 6th squad, Qi Yuan returned to his familiar daily life. His classmates, who were prone to over-imagining, had already decided he was some kind of top-tier expert, so this incident was, to them, remarkably mundane. They were excited for the whole morning, but by the afternoon, everything was calm as usual. Qi Yuan tried to manifest his ability a few more times with no results. Besides leaving his classmates with beautiful misunderstandings, he gained nothing. He could only write that instance off as an accident and shelve it for now. That day he received a package. Upon opening it, he found an Esper ID card. Under his name, the ability level was listed as C rank. He pulled his phone from his pocket and opened his messaging app. There was a red dot next to Zhu Xian's avatar. I have processed a Tier 2 Esper ID for you to make it easier for you to enter and exit restricted areas. If there is a package, please check for it. Tier 2. Are there different categories of Esper IDs? He searched on Baidu, and after a few loading circles, the results popped up. Tier 2 Esper ID. Holders have the authority to access dangerous, lockdown areas and can review certain materials related to Esper abilities. The difference from a Tier 1 ID is that a Tier 2 ID means the holder's specific abilities have not been fully verified and are merely certified by multiple people who have witnessed them in action. In other words, apart from classified documents and restricted areas, he is not much different from someone holding a Class 1 Esper license. He opened his computer and navigated to the official Esper website. He entered his Esper license number and successfully registered an account. The official website is divided into several modules: the library, the trading area, official announcements, and the forums. The forum is divided into several sections besides regional selection, so he headed straight to the general discussion area. Is there anyone looking to team up to go to the suburbs? Are normal people these days out of their minds, sneaking into fusion zones just to awaken an ability? Discussing whether Li Tao and Qi Yunzhang are the strongest Espers in the Dragon Kingdom. No mindless fanboys or trolls allowed. Hole, what is the ability you most want to possess? I awakened an ability that makes my poop smell extra exquisite. Is there any hope for me? His mouse hovered over the screen, and he clicked to enter that stinky post. Qi Yuan admitted that he could not control his own curiosity. As the title says, first floor reserved. Reserved for what? This is the official forum. Hahaha, that is even more useless than my ability to give people a stomachache just by staring at them. I am laughing while tears are streaming down my face. I checked and you are in my city. Which district do you live in? I am planning to buy a house and want to stay as far away from you as possible. Stop derailing, just bury yourself up, do not bother trying to save yourself. He originally intended to find something similar to his own ability to see if there were any solutions, but he did not expect the general section to be so interesting that he ended up entertained until nightfall. His phone pinged repeatedly with several incoming messages. The person on the other end was typing quickly and new messages kept popping up. It was Shi Jianwen again. His deskmate was keen on sharing all kinds of gossip. Aside from the occasional times she would share his own fabricated drama, Qi Yuan was mostly happy to join him in being a cheerful gossip monger. But today, unexpectedly, it was not gossip, it was a serious message. Brother Yuan, you did not forget we are exploring the urban legend of the Nanwu orphanage tomorrow, right? Peeking emoji. A series of meaningless emojis followed. Qi Yuan remembered. Shi Jianwen had contacted Ren Yang, who needed to complete social practice hours, and traded help with his homework for them to join in. If it were anywhere else, he would have flatly refused such a death-seeking behavior, but he knew this orphanage. Rumor had it that all the children and staff vanished overnight, and the reason behind it was chilling. They moved. He used to live near the orphanage, and his mother had a good relationship with the director. During dinner one day, his mom told him that the orphanage next door might be moving out. Someone who did not know the truth made up a story to trick children into sleeping early, and urban legends began to spread like wildfire. The surrounding residents moved away one by one. As the population dwindled, his mother worried about safety and decided to move out as well. At that time, wanting to figure out his own ability, Qi Yuan had agreed on a whim. After all, Shi Jianwen was not actually trying to die. He chose an orphanage on the outskirts of the city and had combat-type students coming along. If anything were to happen, Ren Yang and the others could stall for time, and the duty squad would be on the scene quickly. Except for the other insurance policy Shi Jianwen thought he had, Qi Yuan, his plan could be considered perfect. I did not forget, we are meeting at the entrance of the orphanage at 8 tomorrow morning, right? Yes, I'm entrusting my life to you guys. It was followed by a bashful frog-covering face emoji. Chi Yuan bluntly replied with a subway old man looking at phone emoji to end the conversation. The next morning was clear and sunny. He did not like leaving too much time, but he did not want to be late either. The subway, which would not get stuck in traffic, was the best choice. On a non-work day, the subway car was not crowded. After getting on, Chi Yuan found a corner seat and started scrolling through his phone. In the temporary group chat, Shi Jianwen was flooding the screen. Shi Jianwen, have you guys left yet? Shi Jianwen, let me know when you arrive. I will be squatting near the duty cabin for now. Beautiful heroine, I am still 10 minutes away. Ren Yang, you got there so early. Shi Jianwen, I am too excited to sleep. Chi Yuan finished lurking in the group and spent some more time browsing the forums. After getting off the subway, he headed straight for the orphanage, where the other four were already chatting at the entrance. Shi Jianwen, with sharp eyes, saw him from a distance and shouted with dark circles under his eyes, "Over here, brother Yuan." Ren Yang waved with a smile, "Long time no see. These are my two teammates, Jiang Wenian and Zhao Zhen." The girl with bangs, who looked delicate and quiet, bowed slightly at Ren Yang's introduction. She discreetly tucked a large hammer behind her back. The muscular man with a buzz cut, Zhao Zhen, nodded. "Shall we go in?" Let us go, let us go." Shi Jianwen was completely focused on the adventure. If he did not go crazy before graduation, he would not be able to afford to hire espers to protect him after he graduated. The gate, he remembered, was now rusted. Moss covered the corners of the walls, and the unkept yard was overgrown with weeds. The only girl was a combat type, so this kind of gate was no obstacle for them. They hopped over it in a few moves. Aside from the small incident where Shi Jianwen got stuck on the gate for a moment, they all successfully entered the orphanage. They walked through the weeds with a rustling sound, while Jiang Wenian used her large hammer to stir the brush in front to avoid accidentally stepping on any venomous snakes. Creak! The long-neglected door was pushed open, making a jarring sound. Dust rained down and a small spider dropped off and quickly scurried away. Jiang Wenian set her hammer down and turned back to tell the others, "It seems there is no jump scare at the entrance. Let us go in." Before heading in, Ren Yang quietly walked over to Chi Yuan, as if he had some earth-shattering secret to share. Shi Jianwen pricked up his ears. As a sensitive gossip monger, he would not miss any details. "Brother Yuan, if there are any mutated animals or low-level monsters later, please do not move first. Let us train our practical combat skills." Mutated animals are animals that have awakened powers. They have no intelligence and act purely on animal instinct, usually posing no major threat. Ji Yuan's mouth twitched. "You are overthinking it." The gossip monger was disappointed and shrank back to follow Zhao Zhen and Jiang Wenian. Zhao Zhen looked back, saw Ren Yang and Chi Yuan whispering to each other, and glared at Chi Yuan with a cold snort. Apart from areas around high-level espers where housing prices were inflated, housing elsewhere was not expensive. As a public facility, the official authorities had allocated a large enough plot of land for the orphanage, so the orphanage had a substantial area. Passing through the main hall, the long corridor brought a sense of cramped oppression. The hallway was not wide enough for everyone to walk side by side, so they moved in a line with Jiang Wenian taking the lead, while Chi Yuan was entrusted with the responsibility of bringing up the rear by Ren Yang. Walking at the very back, Chi Yuan felt a chill behind him and could not help but want to look back every now and then. The group walked around the first floor but found nothing. "Shall we go upstairs and check?" Jiang Wenian's arms were getting tired from holding the hammer, so she set it down heavily on the floor, shaking up a cloud of dust. Zhao Zhen, who had maintained a cool attitude, took the initiative. "Let us split up." Ren Yang shook his head, disagreeing. "Just because the first floor is safe does not mean the other floors are. We should be cautious." But Zhao Zhen had already made up his mind and countered, "If we stick together, it took us 1 or 2 hours just to check the first floor. At this rate, we will not finish the whole orphanage before dark. It is all right, if we cannot finish searching, we can come back tomorrow. Safety comes first." Hearing the argument between Ren Yang and Zhao Zhen, Jiang Wenian joined their conversation. "The college entrance exam is just around the corner. How can we afford to waste so much time?" Zhao Zhen, however, would not budge and argued righteously. "Do not go too far. We will split into 2 groups to search. If there is any danger, move closer to your teammates as quickly as possible. That should work, right? Zhao Zhen's proposal was not unreasonable, and Ren Yang agreed after a moment of thought. Shi Jianwen was incredibly nervous. With his strategy of 4 protecting 1 dismantled, he planned to look for the big boss to calm his nerves. Qi Yuan avoided his desperate gaze for help. Are you kidding? Him and Shi Jianwen, 2 noobs operating together, how is that any different from waiting for death? Having gained support, Zhao Zhen pressed his advantage. How about I team up with Qi Yuan and you 3 go together? Ren Yang and the other 2 were stunned. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? He proposes to split into groups, yet he puts the big boss in his own group. Zhao Zhen, however, was quite pleased with himself. He considered himself stronger and more than capable of dragging along a dead weight like Qi Yuan. Ren Yang and Jiang Wenian would take 1 person together, reasonably balancing the combat power on the field. As for the rumors that Qi Yuan was an Esper, he did not take them to heart at all. If he were really an Esper, would not he have transferred to the combat department? It must be that the Qi family, being a prominent clan, felt it was too shameful that Qi Yuan had no powers and only created that buzz to save face. Zhao Zhen would not be deceived by such appearances. The humiliation he once suffered because of Qi Yuan, he would return it in full today. Come to think of it, what exactly does the Qi family do? To be able to manipulate even the status of an Esper, they must be some kind of hidden noble family. Shi Jianwen and the others exchanged silent glances. Out of regard for their classmates, they reluctantly agreed to Zhao Zhen's proposal. Qi Yuan was also relieved and happily accepted. He did not expect this muscle man to look cold on the outside, but actually have a warm heart. He saw through his dilemma and went out of his way to help him out. After the 5 discussed it, Qi Yuan and Zhao Zhen went to search the 3rd floor while the remaining 3 searched the 2nd. The 2 groups parted ways at the stairwell on the 2nd floor, and Qi Yuan and his companion went up the stairs. Qi Yuan stared at the stairs beneath his feet and followed the muscle man in silence. Halfway up, Zhao Zhen suddenly spoke up. Is the life of an ordinary person no longer enough for you? His words were pointed, full of hidden meaning. Qi Yuan was even more convinced that this muscle man was a helpful and excellent young man. He clearly realized he was an ordinary person, yet refused to expose him publicly, saving him from embarrassment. He was worried that Qi Yuan would go to any lengths to obtain powers, even ruining his own reputation, so he was trying to find a chance to be alone with him to talk some sense into him. I appreciate his good intentions. But he was just an ordinary man with normal desires, realizing he had millions in his bank account but could not withdraw a cent. He admitted, I am getting desperate, I am really desperate. Yes. Zhao Zhen saw that Qi Yuan had shamelessly admitted it, and did not take it seriously at all. Veins popped out on his forehead and his fists clenched tightly. Stay calm, he is a mature adult now. He cannot leave any handle for the Qi family to take advantage of. Verbally disgusting Qi Yuan, however, is still acceptable. Even if it is the Qi family, they would not go after a promising Esper just for the sake of an ordinary person's dignity. The Liu family of Jiddu is a prime example of that. Then you better be careful, not everyone can be like me. When an Esper finds out they have been fooled by an ordinary person, the fury is not something a pretty boy like Qi Yuan can withstand. Qi Yuan nodded knowingly. He certainly knew that there were not many people left who did not overthink things like Zhao Zhen. Even though this guy was well-intentioned, he was just way too worried. I guess this is what they call a man-mom. Qi Yuan patted his muscular upper arm. Do not worry, I will be careful. You shameless wretch. Even after 3 years of trying to act like a grown-up, Zhao Zhen still could not compare to a noble kid raised with elite training. Even when he exposed Qi Yuan's disguise, Qi Yuan remained unmoved and could still chat and laugh with him. This development was unacceptable to Zhao Zhen. Are not you worried I will go around telling everyone? Whatever. Qi Yuan did not care. Let alone the fact that an excellent young muscle man who went out of his way to separate the crowd would not do such a thing. Just the times Qi Yuan has exposed himself would be enough to cause social suicide. Zhao Zhen's body shook and he hung his head in despair. He played his trump card and Qi Yuan remained completely unscathed. How is he supposed to accept this? No, it is not the time to give up yet. In this dangerous place, Zhao Zhen did not believe Qi Yuan could keep a straight face when facing a life-and-death challenge. He clenched his fists and bucked himself up again. Watching the muscle man's expression change repeatedly, Qi Yuan moved a few steps away in silence. Simply rejecting the other party's kindness had hit Zhao Zhen hard, but even if Qi Yuan were dead nailed to a coffin, he would still shout with his rotting vocal cords. No man moms, no man moms. Let us search the third floor first. Qi Yuan pointed forward and suggested to Zhao Zhen. Anyway, it was time to shift this guy's attention. Fine, let us go. There is a road to heaven, but you refuse to walk it. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Zhao Zhen grinned hideously. We are classmates and he did not want to go too far. But now, unless Qi Yuan begs him with snot and tears, he will absolutely not offer a helping hand. The monster had not even shown its shadow yet. But Zhao Zhen was already imagining Qi Yuan being chased by a monster, clutching his leg and begging for rescue. Hehehe. Lost in his own imagination, Zhao Zhen let out a weird laugh. When he snapped out of it, he could not even see a shadow of a person in front of him. Where is he? Inside the branch station of the 4th duty team of Kipan City. A young man in duty uniform, wearing glasses and holding a folder, was reporting loudly to the middle-aged man sitting in an office chair. Captain Pang, the patrol officers reported that a fusion domain has appeared in the Nanwu district under our jurisdiction. The appearance of a fusion domain meant a new monster was about to be born. According to research, the very first monster originated from the first fusion domain. One of the key tasks of the duty team is to monitor whether fusion domains appear in the area and clear out the monsters inside before the fusion ends. The middle-aged man, known as Captain Pang, immediately issued orders upon hearing this, putting on his protective gear and taking a long sword to prepare for battle. Notify the members of the 4th team to prepare for battle, and have the local police officers assist in cordoning off the scene. The young man stood at attention and saluted, "Yes, sir." After saying that, he hurried out. "Hey, your folder." A confused expression appeared on Captain Pang's rugged, time-worn face as he rubbed his stubble. "I do not eat people, why are you so nervous?" Newbies, they always have some unrealistic fantasies about the strong. A petite woman walked in through the door. She was fully armed, with tactical goggles hanging on her helmet, and delivered a heavy blow to Captain Pang with a crisp voice. "What do you mean by that? I am the captain, watch your attitude." To Captain Pang's threat, the petite woman stood with one hand on her hip and said something unkind in a gentle tone. "Do you want me to count all the times you have been unreliable?" Captain Pang was choked. The veteran members knew all his dark history, and the woman in front of him was a heavyweight player at that. Captain Pang, having been threatened in return, adopted a mental victory strategy. He whispered to himself that a gentleman should not fight with a lady and that he was just a superior caring for his subordinate, while he awkwardly changed the subject. Is it really useful for a long-range DPS to equip themselves with all this fancy gear? Do not bring me into this. Is not this to prevent being ambushed? I am different from you brutes. If I get hit once, I will be crying for a long time. God, how shameless. Since he never won an argument, Captain Pang began to wonder if something was wrong with his subordinates. Dense swirling fog envelops the entire orphanage. Even at the peak of the afternoon, the sun is unable to pierce through the thick mist to illuminate the interior. A strange force has descended upon the area, and the buildings within the fog have begun to change. Thus a fusion domain is born. Caution tape has sealed off the entire surrounding area, with no entry signs posted everywhere. Emergency security officers patrol the perimeter to prevent any reckless fools from sneaking in. Over the years, a rumor has spread that entering a fusion domain can awaken supernatural powers in ordinary people, turning them into ability users. Older folks are one thing. Usually, they only come to try their luck at a fusion domain when they are at the end of their rope with broken families. But some young hotheads go in without considering the consequences at all. If they have to swallow the bitter pill themselves, the security officers can still respect their will to gamble their lives for a future. The problem is, they never learn, and then they cause a scene and hinder the work of the security teams. Not far from the caution tape, 2 people have arrived after hearing the news. "Hello everyone, good afternoon. I am Meow Meow Bunny. Dressed in sportswear with long, curly brown hair, the vibrant and youthful streamer waves at the camera, her healing smile instantly lifting the spirits of the fans in her stream. "Honey, why are you there? Come home with me quickly. Do not you guys have your own wives? All of them are just daydreaming." Does everyone know the urban legend of Kipan City? About 6 or 7 years ago, everyone in the orphanage vanished overnight. Following Meow Meow Bunny's introduction, the young man in charge of filming directs the camera toward the mist-shrouded orphanage. This is what we will be streaming today. Run away, honey. Are you really that brave? Bunny-chan, stay safe. Do not worry, everyone. My cameraman became a D-rank ability user just last week. As long as we do not do anything stupid, we should be fine, hahaha. After laughing, Meow Meow Bunny feels like something is off and meets the cameraman's complicated gaze. Oh no, I think I just jinxed it without realizing. Just like an old general on stage, covered in death flags. I was not worried until you said that. The entertainment value is off the charts. Anyway, run for your lives. Despite the jinx, Meow Meow Bunny has no intention of backing down. The ability streaming scene is cutthroat. With a hot topic like this orphanage, if she does not capitalize on it while others do, she will be irrelevant in no time. She has worked so hard to build her brand as an outdoor explorer of fusion domains. If she quits now, what will her fans watch? If she only relied on her looks, could she even compete with big celebrities? Let us cut to the chase and start right away. The two of them walk into the fog-covered area one after the other. By the time the cameraman emerges from the fog, the shot shows no one else. My god, a space-type monster. She is done for. Do not guess randomly, the initial fusion is not even over yet. Where would a monster come from? Are you a complete noob? A fusion domain with special rules can easily breed monsters with abilities similar to those rules. Bunny-chan has been exploring these for so long, and yet she gets separated from her cameraman. This domain clearly has space-time instability. Not necessarily, it could be illusion-based. Is there a difference? Both types are a pain to deal with. The young man, Chi Yuan, cracks a window to observe the outside, longing for any sign of change. Thick layers of fog block his view, he cannot see anything clearly. He shrinks back under the window. It looks like he is not getting out. Before the fusion domain finishes merging, everyone who has tried to leave has lost their way in the fog without exception, only to end up right back where they started. He recalls how he just went to find a prop to help push the door, and when he turned around, Zhao Zhen was gone. He should have stuck closer to him. Zhao Zhen, how am I supposed to live without you? He checks the time on his phone and takes a screenshot to record it. The fusion process has 2 stages, initial fusion and complete fusion. After a fusion domain arrives, it merges and modifies the existing environment, which takes about half an hour. This is what is meant by the initial fusion stage. Once the initial fusion ends, a batch of monsters will be born. And before the complete fusion ends, neither monsters nor humans can leave this domain. The security teams operate during this window to clear out monsters, preventing them from escaping and harming civilians. After the complete fusion, the mist clears, leaving behind the newly transformed environment. It is unknown what the environment has fused with, but once some smart Aleck tried to wait at the entrance for the security team, only to be torn apart and eaten by a pack of mutant vipers. Chi Yuan has no choice but to find a room to hide in and wait for the security team's rescue. This room looks like a storage closet. The room is cleaned out entirely, leaving nothing behind but dust-covered shelves. He wipes the dust from a corner, sits down to rest, and prepares for a fight for survival. The silence in the room is deafening, and this unnatural quiet makes Chi Yuan's heart sink. It is normal that after he and Zhao Zhen got separated, neither of them dared to move. Ren Yang and his 2 companions could have moved during the initial fusion's safe window, yet there is not even a sound coming from the hallways or stairwells. Either the sound cannot carry over, or the 3 of them have been separated too. Either way, it confirms his hypothesis that space is distorted within this fusion domain. The quiet environment grates on Chi Yuan's nerves. After an unknown amount of time, Chi Yuan, waiting to see if he will meet his end by a monster or the security team, suddenly freezes. There is a noise at the door. He lifts the broom, the very culprit that caused him and Zhao Zhen to separate, and hides himself in the shadows. Thanks for worrying everyone, I'm okay. When Meow Meow Bunny got in and found her cameraman missing, she quickly pulled out her phone to check the live stream. Confirming the cameraman was safe, she sent him a message on WeChat. Afterward, she logged into her streaming account on her phone to reassure her fans. I was pretty lucky this time, a security officer and I were teleported to the same place. Please type relieve it in the chat. After saying that, Meow Meow Bunny turns the camera toward the person next to her. The young man adjusts his glasses and greets the camera with a reserved air. I am Zhuang Heng, an intern on the 4th Security Squad. What else should I say? The live comments roll by with discussions about the two of them. Aside from a few comments about them being a good match that annoyed some fans, most are simply amazed at Meow Meow Bunny's luck. Once they start moving, Meow Meow Bunny walks behind, whispering to her fans. The initial fusion is almost over, we need to find a place to hide. The two take a few quick steps and arrive in front of a door. She steps back, points her flashlight at the door, and Zhuang Heng reaches out to turn the knob. The dimly lit room looks like a wild beast waiting to devour its prey. The two of them peer inside for a moment before deciding to enter. Wait. Before the two could even take a step inside, a sound came from the door next to them. Just as they turned to look, a whistling sound cut through the air from the dim room. A ghostly hand lunged out from within, striking toward Zhuang Heng. Zhuang Heng was startled, his eyes widening in shock. Relying on his combat instincts, he managed to dodge the ghost hand's attack by a hair's breadth. Having missed its target, the ghost hand swiped in the air a few times before retreating back into the room. After dodging the attack, Zhuang Heng backed away several steps, exiting the reach of the ghost hand. As a graduate of a combat university, he recognized it at a glance. It was a D-rank monster, a terrestrial spirit. Although they possess C-rank combat strength, terrestrial spirits are bound to their place of origin and cannot leave, which is why they are classified as D-rank. While monsters can improve their strength to break through their level, this classification is significant for the cleanup duty teams, as newly born monsters rarely advance in such a short time. The appearance of a terrestrial spirit in the room clearly meant their timing estimate was wrong. The initial fusion was already complete. Meow Meow Rabbit let out a long sigh and patted her chest to soothe her nerves. The two of them, having narrowly escaped death, turned their eyes toward their savior. The door next to them creaked open, and a person stepped out of the similarly dim room. Meow Meow Rabbit quickly shone her flashlight on the newcomer to get a better look. Qi Yuan, having just stepped out, was nearly blinded by the flashlight. He squinted his eyes and tilted his head to avoid the glare. But his cowardly instinct to always be on guard made him involuntarily keep a wary eye on the other person's movements. Though if it actually came to a fight, the two Esper users could easily beat him to a pulp, so his caution was probably useless anyway. The weakling sighed. Meow Meow Rabbit's mouth fell open, stunned by Qi Yuan's presence. His face was as handsome as a digital model's. He tilted his head slightly, his brows furrowed just a bit, and his bright, cold star-like white gold eyes were scrutinizing them with sharp intensity. It seemed he was sighing at their lack of intelligence, given that they had not reacted for so long. The silent disdain made Meow Meow Rabbit want to find a hole to crawl into. She unconsciously gripped her phone tighter, as the live chat stream scrolled by incessantly. His aura alone shows he is not an ordinary person. Did Meow Meow Rabbit just get lucky? First off, I am not gay, but this guy is damn handsome. Whatever you say, bro. Zhuang Heng recovered first. Sorry we have caused you trouble. Hi. Despite having a million questions in his mind, Qi Yuan decided to deal with the flashlight first. Could you stop shining that at me? Meow Meow Rabbit, called out by Qi Yuan, stared at him blankly for a few seconds before fumbling to turn off the flashlight. She gave an awkward but polite smile, offering constant apologies. I am so sorry, I did not notice. It is fine. It was completely normal behavior for them to use a flashlight to investigate anomalies after being startled by his sudden appearance. Qi Yuan did not dwell on it and turned to look at Zhuang Heng. He had noticed earlier that this promising young man's uniform looked so familiar, like a ray of sunlight cast into the abyss, illuminating his lifeline. He spoke with embarrassment, hinting to this duty officer, this place is dangerous. Social embarrassment aside, after being hyped up by everyone for so long, Qi Yuan did not have much of an idol persona, but he had just a little. Zhuang Heng scanned his surroundings vigilantly and nodded solemnly. Yes, you are right. Well, begging a big boss for protection while still trying to act cool will definitely bring divine retribution. Qi Yuan cast aside that bit of idol persona. I would like to move with you. For Meow Meow Rabbit, who had been drifting out of the conversation, these words were like divine music striking her soul. She immediately rushed to Qi Yuan and nodded vigorously. Yes, of course. It is still easier to talk to girls, Qi Yuan thought, relieved. He had been worried about being left behind. Thinking about it now, having a male mom figure around would not be so bad. Not expecting Qi Yuan to actually want to travel with them, Zhuang Heng's slow reaction was interpreted by Qi Yuan as a reluctance to bring him along. As the three moved, Qi Yuan did not realize he had been assigned the rear position, a role of high importance, instead believing the weakling was being protected by the boss. That makes total sense. Since the initial fusion was already over, Zhuang Heng's real work began. He had been anxious about reuniting with his teammates to clear the monsters and worried about where to place Meow Meow Rabbit, but now he felt at ease. Zhuang Heng cleared the path in front, Meow Meow Rabbit followed nimbly while filming, and only Qi Yuan strolled along as if on a leisurely walk. No choice, they were walking in a zigzag pattern. Since the path they had already cleared was safe, Qi Yuan just needed to take a light step to keep up. To Zhuang Heng and Meow Meow Rabbit, this powerhouse was absolutely confident in his own strength, not taking the monsters seriously at all. The two inadvertently locked eyes and realized they shared the same view. After clearing a few more E-rank ghosts with his powers, Zhuang Heng panted for breath and looked at the two slackers. Let us find a place to rest for a while. With the only actual combatant speaking, neither Qi Yuan nor the girl could refuse. As Qi Yuan realized that Meow Meow Rabbit could only offer peripheral support and was on par with his own lack of contribution, she also realized that this boss was powerful but far too lazy. She even suspected that the boss chose to travel with them just to find someone to clear the small fries. And the only laborer, Zhuang Heng, would not let a monster pass if he could beat it. Even an E-rank monster could pose a life-threatening danger to an ordinary person. Having learned their lesson, Zhuang Heng and Meow Meow Rabbit were fully prepared, confirming with a glance that Qi Yuan was not stopping them before cautiously entering the room. The room was well furnished. The first thing that caught their eyes was a desk with paper and pens, and next to it stood a 2-meter-tall bookshelf packed with various books. Even after clearing out the utility room, could this place still have so many things? Qi Yuan walked forward curiously and approached the bookshelf. How to communicate with children. 108 ways to prepare baby food. Communication skills, N ways to persuade others. In addition to these child-rearing books, there was a row of financial magazines and journals. No dust. During this rare break, Meow Meow Rabbit knew exactly how to interact with her audience, walking around the room and checking the screen to reply to a few comments. Zhuang Heng picked up the diary on the desk and flipped through a few pages. Seeing Qi Yuan touching the bookshelf, he spoke to him in a low voice. There is a hypothesis that a fusion domain is actually a phenomenon where the current spacetime and past spacetime overlap, if these were truly left behind by the orphanage director back then. After speaking, Zhuang Heng handed the diary to Qi Yuan. It seemed he was quite interested in the affairs of the orphanage. Qi Yuan understood in an instant, no wonder there were so many things left behind. And beyond the spatial distortion, he had found the reason why the orphanage environment had not changed much after the initial fusion. It looks like I need to browse the idle section less and check out the library module more. Come to think of it, why is Zhuang Heng giving me the director's notes? Confused, Qi Yuan stroked the cover of the diary and opened it to read. Someone offered to buy the orphanage, but I refused. We have municipal funding and subsidies, so it has not reached rock bottom yet. They changed their minds and agreed to donate, but they required regular follow-up visits. Zio Li says the people visiting brought the children dolls. I do not really like this person. He has avoided us and made private contact with the children several times. The sponsorships I can get are becoming fewer and fewer. I am getting on in years and feeling less capable. I should find someone reliable to take over and look after the children. There are a few families with decent conditions, but I prefer the Lin family who have always been donating supplies even though their conditions do not quite match the others. Let me compare them again. Qi Yuan flipped through the later pages, finding himself in a constant cycle of comparing, struggling, and comparing again. They must have eventually picked one of the places and moved out. Qi Yuan guessed. Although there were still many pages left in his hand, the latter half of the notebook was empty. He had just been reading to pass the time and did not pay much attention. Even though the diary entries toward the end felt a bit off, Qi Yuan did not take them to heart. As he turned the pages, he found only one line of text on the very last one. "Do you like reading my diary that much?" Qi Yuan's scalp tingled, a chill crept up from the bottom of his heart, and he almost threw the notebook away. If this were an infinite flow instance, Qi Yuan would have stopped to think and analyze it rationally. Unfortunately, it was not. One of the rules for ordinary people is to avoid knowing what they should not know. Qi Yuan put the notebook back on the table, planning to report the matter to the duty team once he got out. This action seemed to flip a switch in Zhuang Heng, who immediately stood up and asked, "Shall we head out now?" Setting aside his curiosity about why Qi Yuan cared so much about the orphanage, Zhuang Heng decided to retrieve the notebook for a closer look after they got out. Right now, clearing the monsters in the fusion zone was more important. Having rested well and waiting only for Qi Yuan's order, Zhuang Heng had long been unable to sit still. "All right, let us go." As someone with zero combat ability, Qi Yuan knew his place and cooperated sensibly with the duty team's orders. When the three of them stepped out of the room, they found the corridor looking completely different from before. Qi Yuan looked around and successfully found the door number. The spatial distortion had transported them to a corridor on the first floor. Zhuang Heng touched a spot on the wall and said, "This is a secret signal left by my teammate. I want to follow it and take a look." With that, he started walking forward. Qi Yuan immediately followed his pace, and with 2 against 1, Meow Meow Rabbit had no choice but to follow as well. Zhuang Heng's speed increased, and he and Meow Meow Rabbit gradually grew apart. Along the way, the corridor was a mix of brand new sections and dilapidated ones covered in spider webs like a house pieced together. As they ventured deeper, they knew which way to go even when they lost sight of Zhuang Heng. The walls were embedded with glass shards and water stains, marked by knife gashes, ricochet marks, and bullet holes. Qi Yuan also noticed bloodstains on the floor. Although there were only a few scattered drops, they appeared at regular intervals, suggesting the person did not have time to treat their wounds. They were lucky this time, as they did not encounter any spatial distortions while tracking him. This made Qi Yuan wonder about the pattern. He speculated that the spatial distortion likely occurred every half hour. Assuming the time they left the room coincided with the shift, they had at least 20 minutes left. The traces of combat along the way made Zhuang Heng quicken his pace. After rushing out of the corridor, the orphanage hall came into view. The spacious hall also served as an indoor activity area for the children, and the entire space was visible at a glance. 2 people in duty team uniforms were guarding an injured, unconscious teammate against the wall. One held a knife, the other held a gun, and they seemed to be on guard against an opponent. Other than the 3 duty team members, there were no monsters or humans in sight. Zhuang Heng adjusted his glasses and scanned his surroundings, but still found nothing. However, he trusted that his teammates would not act without reason. Since they were able to let their injured teammate rest against the wall, it meant that the area by the wall was safe. Zhuang Heng decided it was safe to stick to the wall and approach them from the edge. He had barely taken the first step when a teammate shouted a warning, "Do not come over, get out." But it was already too late. A figure emerged from the floor, swinging hands that had transformed into blades, slashing toward Zhuang Heng. Clang! The mirror-like blades slashed against the metal shield, leaving a white scratch. Seeing the attack failed, the figure ducked back into the floor. Zhuang Heng retracted his metal shield and only then noticed a thin layer of water covering the floor. Near the opposite corridor, a water pipe lay on the smooth floor, gushing water. It is a D-rank mirror ghost monster. Retreat first and get rid of any reflective items on your body. The two team members each spoke a sentence, pointing out the key, and trusting his seniors, Zhuang Heng stepped back. Hehe. The ghost's laughter was right nearby. Zhuang Heng reflexively manipulated the metal he was carrying to erect a shield to protect himself, but the mirror ghost did not attack. Where is it? Zhuang Heng quickly scanned his body, checking for anything that could reflect light. Hehehe. This time the sound was even closer. Zhuang Heng looked up to see the mirror ghost emerging from the metal shield he had raised, its mirror blade pointed directly at his head. The metal on his glasses extended, blocking the mirror ghost's blade, and Zhuang Heng hastily withdrew the metal shield. Losing its support, the mirror ghost fell to the floor. Bang bang bang. The duty team member with the gun reacted quickly and seized the opportunity to fire several shots. Just as the mirror ghost was about to be finished off by the enhanced bullets, a pair of ghostly hands reached out and pulled the mirror ghost away. The bullets hit the floor, shattering the tiles and ricocheted off the solid concrete. The grudge ghost has appeared. The knife-wielding duty member immediately stepped forward to chase, while the other adjusted his aim toward the grudge ghost. After pulling the mirror ghost out of the line of fire, the grudge ghost let it go. The grudge ghost seemed to know it would be the target and fled rapidly, refusing to let the knife-wielding member get close. The mirror ghost dived into the water and vanished, reappearing moments later right by the feet of the gunman. Prepared, the duty member pulled out a dagger to block the attack, even sparing a moment to command his teammate, "Do not worry about me, focus on killing the grudge ghost." This was an instruction for Zhuang Heng. He had already coordinated with the knife-wielding member. Unfortunately, the monster's physical prowess always exceeded that of humans. The knife-wielding member failed to keep up with the grudge ghost, and the golden opportunity was lost. The grudge ghost activated its ability, Ghostly Blindfold, and vanished from their sight. Seeing the grudge ghost escape, the mirror ghost dived back into the water. Everything returned to square one. Seeing Zhuang Heng stop, Qi Yuan, who was about to catch up, was halted by the warning to not come over. Watching from afar as Zhuang Heng was ambushed twice in quick succession, Qi Yuan silently found cover and checked himself for any reflective objects. "It is so dangerous, I would better not go over and just be a liability. I will observe for now. If I can land a final hit at a critical moment, I will be repaying the duty guys for protecting me for so long." Meow meow. Rabbit looked at her phone, which was live streaming. She hesitated for a moment but did not throw it away, as the screen lit up for streaming did not count as a reflection, and she had a phone case on it, so it should be fine. The knife-wielding duty member protected Zhuang Heng as he moved to join the gunmen. The three of them formed a fan shape to guard their injured teammate in the center. "Brother Zhang, Brother Li, be careful of my metal." Zhuang Heng knew his metal could be reflective and reminded his teammates. The one called Brother Zhang, who held the knife, waved his weapon and said proudly, "Give me the metal, I will strengthen its matte coating for you. Be careful, do not get ambushed again while you are strengthening it." Brother Li reminded his teammate. "Got it or not, you guys right here." Brother Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Zhuang Heng's arrival had relieved some of their pressure, making Brother Zhang's nerves less tense than before. The two monsters clearly had no intention of giving them enough time to regroup. Just as Brother Zhang touched the metal, a new wave of attacks struck. Brother Li reacted quickly, blocking the attack while speaking rapidly to give Zhuang Heng more information. The mirror ghost must lead with its head when emerging from the mirror. A lone mirror ghost is not difficult to deal with, but it is the grudge ghost's illusion ability combined with its attacks that keeps us off balance. Got it. Zhuang Heng put on his enhanced glasses, took the metal thrown back by Brother Zhang, and shaped it into a metal bracelet on his wrist. "Brother Zhang, Brother Li, bandage your wounds while I hold them off." Zhuang Heng noticed they both had knife wounds. Constantly bleeding like this was not a viable plan. "What are you talking about, kid? These little scratches are nothing." Brother Li grabbed Brother Zhang from behind and covered his mouth. "No, you need it." Treating the wounds did not take long. After blocking a few strikes, Zhuang Heng felt his teammates return to his side. Zhuang Heng thought they could finally sound the charge, but found things were not as he had hoped. It seemed the grudge ghost had readjusted. Under the influence of its blinding illusion, they failed several times to notice the mirror ghost emerging, and only narrow escapes saved them through teamwork. The mirror ghost could slip into the mirrors to rest whenever it wanted, while they had to remain on high alert to defend against its sneak attacks. The grudge ghost's illusion was causing them huge trouble. If they were not careful for even a second, they risked getting slashed by the mirror ghost. The situation was dire. Qi Yuan shared the exact same thought as the three people on the field. Forget about landing a finishing blow. After facing the monsters for so long, the mirror ghost had only sustained minor injuries and the grudge ghost had barely even appeared. My Omeo 2's phone dutifully broadcast the scene to the viewers in the livestream. I do not understand what this guy is waiting for. Zhuang Heng has been doing all the work for him, why is not he jumping in? Has it ever occurred to you that he might just be a total amateur? Then why is he acting so cool? Do not be so sure. That orphanage has been empty for years, he must at least have some ability to even enter the fusion domain. Are the only options really just big shot or amateur? Brother Li analyzed the situation and proposed his idea. Zio Zhuang, you hold the line. I will carry him and old Zhang act according to the situation. We will stick to the wall and move out. This terrain is against us. We could not move Zio Zhao before, which is why we stayed here, but now there are three of us, there is no need to throw our lives away here. Right. Brother Zhang and Zhuang Heng immediately took action, covering Brother Li as he shouldered their injured teammate. The two monsters sensed their intentions and stopped slowly wearing down their will and stamina, launching fierce wave after wave of attacks. Unable to defend properly, Brother Li became their primary target. Noticing that the unconscious Zio Zhao was getting cut, Brother Li had no choice but to put him down and drag him to deal with the mirror ghost's attacks. The wet and slippery ground made it easier for Brother Li to drag Zio Zhao, significantly increasing their speed. But Zio Zhao's range of exposure increased, and the mirror ghost shifted its target. Since Zio Zhao was low to the ground, the three of them had to stoop to protect him, which was even more exhausting than before. Brother Li had to change plans and let the sturdy Brother Zhang carry Zio Zhao on his back. Brother Zhang was tall and robust, which better cushioned Zio Zhao from further aggravating his wounds while moving. How could monsters that feed on humans let their meal fly away? Zhuang Heng noticed that when the mirror ghost attacked, the grudge ghost stopped masking its appearance. Combined with the frantic assault, he suspected the grudge ghost was about to make a major move. Hurry up. Brother Li had the same suspicion as Zhuang Heng. Without the grudge ghost's help, even with the terrain advantage, a D-rank mirror ghost trying to hold off 3 near D-rank and D-rank ability users alone was a fantasy. The three of them were trained members of the duty squad. They might not be as strong as some elite civilian ability users in a one-on-one fight. But when it came to coordination, they were top-notch. While running and defending, they maintained their formation perfectly, advancing and retreating together. In the heat of battle, they did not realize they had been running for so long and still had not left the hall. The two people in the hallway near the hall watched helplessly as the three circled the hall and ended up in the furthest spot from the door. In their rush to escape, their defense became sloppy. Brother Zhang's arm was slashed, and he nearly dropped his teammate. After being wounded, Brother Zhang was shocked to realize they were nowhere near the door. His two teammates, still unaware, kept turning in circles and clashing with the mirror ghost. It turned out the grudge ghost was not staying out of the fight, but was using a ghost wall illusion to confuse their direction. Realizing this, Brother Zhang said nothing, only gripping his knife tighter. He calmly scanned his surroundings, trying to find the grudge ghost. The grudge ghost was weak and refused to show itself easily. If he could just find it, Brother Zhang was confident he could end the monster's life in one blow. Found you. If it were a long-range control, the grudge ghost would not have been able to save the mirror ghost every time. He spotted the grudge ghost not far from the mirror ghost. Brother Zhang quietly adjusted his position and crouched down. Suddenly, he dropped his teammate and lunged toward the grudge ghost like a tiger pouncing on its prey. The grudge ghost turned its head, corners of its mouth curling into an arc that no human could achieve. The eerie smile set off alarm bells in Brother Zhang's mind. But determined to land a fatal strike, his momentum was so great that he was beyond the point of stopping. The grudge ghost, he and the mirror ghost were now in a straight line. Having been waiting for its prey, the mirror ghost spun around and dealt Brother Zhang a heavy blow. A sharp blade pierced his armor, leaving a deep wound in his stomach. Brother Zhang managed to shift his stance to avoid being sliced in half, but his injuries were still severe. He collapsed in agony, holding his stomach wound to keep his internal organs from spilling out. The situation changed too fast. Zhuang Heng and Brother Li saw Brother Zhang suddenly lunge at nothing, only for the mirror ghost to turn and slash. Just before Brother Zhang could be killed, Zhuang Heng used his metal to block the blade. The illusion broke, but before they could adjust, a new wave of attacks from the monsters began. The stalemate was broken, and their situation went from bad to worse. Brother Li and Zhuang Heng were struggling to keep up, looking completely wretched. Mai Omeo too wiped cold sweat from her brow. She was only an E-rank water ability user. A single water cannon shot would not do much more than annoy the monsters or cause trouble. She could not intervene at all. At this thought, she stole a glance at Qi Yuan again. If he could help, maybe things would be different. When they first met, it was his warning that helped them avoid the earthbound spirit. She did not believe he was a cold-hearted person. But then she remembered the comments on the stream. Maybe he was just powerless. But if so, how did he know there was an earthbound spirit in the next room? The initial fusion had just ended, and he did not have enough time to scout and hide back in the room next door. Could his ability be clairvoyance? Mai Omietu shook her head, dismissing her own guess. If that were his power, there would be no reason for him to come to the fusion field alone. Not only did he never mention any teammates from start to finish, but back in the director's room, it seemed like he was investigating the orphanage. Mai Omietu's lips twitched, but in the end, she could not bring herself to voice her request. He was not part of the patrol team. Whether he saved someone or not depended entirely on his own will. Once she made the request, it would put him in an awkward position where he could not refuse. Meanwhile, Zhuang Heng and his partner were going from bad to worse. Brother Li injured his right hand during an attack, leaving only Zhuang Heng as the main force struggling to hold the line. He could not hold out alone. Despite Brother Li's help, fatigue began to show on Zhuang Heng's face due to the frayed nerves and high-intensity combat. His breathing became labored, and his movements gradually slowed. Qi Yuan checked the time on his phone, then turned it face down and pushed it aside. Just dragging it out for a few more minutes would be enough. If his guess was correct. However, things did not go as planned. To protect the three injured people, Zhuang Heng blocked an attack but was too late to recover, falling prey to a sneak attack by the rarely seen grudge ghost. Mai Omietu could not bear to watch and turned her head away, finding herself staring right at Qi Yuan's pant leg. She looked up in confusion, then felt a surge of excitement. Can he save them? Qi Yuan was not sure either, but that was fine. He had plenty of experience in acting like a powerhouse. Whether it is a second or a few minutes, if I can just buy some time and my gamble pays off, everyone can be saved. I have been taken care of for so long time to do this. Monsters these days are getting worse and worse. Qi Yuan walked slowly toward the hall and finally stopped at the entrance. While speaking, he also activated his telepathy. The grudge ghost was on a roll. Because of its small physique, it rarely had the chance to abuse humans unless it was using underhanded sneak attacks or watching higher-level monsters feast on them. Let alone its natural enemies, the patrol teams. After being hunted by the patrol teams for so long, it finally caught a chance, only to be interrupted by some unknown person. It wore a gloomy expression, glaring at the intruder who ruined the fun. Do not be impatient, I will treat you in a moment and let you experience the royal treatment. The grudge ghost said the latter half with a sinister tone, licking the blood off its hand. The mirror ghost, which had dealt the most damage in the room, was calmer than the vengeful ghost. It had fought humans many times, and if it had lost its cool even once, it would have been executed on the spot long ago. It vaguely felt something was wrong. Why did that line sound so familiar? Grudge ghost stopped playing for a moment. The human walked out slowly, clearly not taking them seriously. The mirror ghost felt an ominous premonition. The grudge ghost, though annoyed at being interrupted, still followed the mirror ghost's advice. If it were not for the hunting plan proposed by the mirror ghost, it would still just be a sidekick. Monsters have superior vision to humans. Even the dim hallway could not stop them from seeing the newcomer clearly. With the footsteps, the human silhouette became increasingly clear. The mirror ghost jumped as if its limbs were no longer under its control, waving its arms wildly and nearly hitting the grudge ghost while its feet splashed water on the floor. "Run, run quickly." The garbled words echoed in the hall. The grudge ghost looked at its delirious teammate. Has this guy forgotten it could escape by diving into a mirror? The grudge ghost was confused. The guy stopped at the entrance. Surely he was wary of their home field advantage. "What is wrong?" The mirror ghost shouted while running, gold eyes. This keyword acted like an unspeakable curse. The grudge ghost's thoughts froze, its mind went blank, and it began to replay the scene where its former leader, the spider monster, was reduced to ashes. The figure before it overlapped with the gold-eyed human, except for his eyes. But the grudge ghost knew that once the attack started, those eyes would turn into dazzling gold, reaping monsters' lives. "Wait for me, mirror ghost." The grudge ghost reached out its right hand to grab at thin air, but could not get the mirror ghost to turn back. It repeated the same panicked movements the mirror ghost had just made, scrambling away. Neither monster dared to stop. They clearly remembered that last time, this human had also let their former leader run for 40 meters before turning him into ashes in an instant. Myomiatu was dumbfounded. The two imposing monsters had fled in shambles after just one encounter, without the slightest courage to engage. She took small steps to Qi Yuan's side and whispered, "Are not you going to chase them?" "Mirror ghost, grudge ghost, is this woman a devil?" Zhuang Heng and brother Li, fearing they would become hostages and burden Qi Yuan, dragged their teammate toward them as the monsters retreated. Hearing Myomiatu's words, they also looked at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan did not expect these two monsters to know about that event. He felt secretly relieved while continuing the act. He brushed his bangs back with a detached expression. Let them run a bit further, otherwise it will be too easy. The monsters have not left yet, cannot break character now. The two monsters who were still listening while running took this as a shot of adrenaline and sprinted away for dear life. Meanwhile, the cool-looking Qi Yuan was chanting in his heart. "Hurry up and have a space disturbance, or I will not be able to keep up this act." As if responding to his wish, a strange fluctuation occurred and both monsters vanished from sight. "Ah, this damn space disturbance." Everyone present sighed in regret. A golden opportunity had been missed. The viewers in the stream felt the same way. After a flood of question marks in the chat, everyone began competing in typing speed and observation. Can anyone educate me on which big shot this is? Learn something new, next time I will act tough with monsters like this too. The monster patting its full stomach. Do not order takeout yet, someone's coming to act tough. Found it, the source of the gold eyes. Check out the video by the streamer Hai Bu Shilang. Just finished watching, the letting you run 40 meters part is no joke. My god, that spider ran more than 40 meters, if these two were not lucky, they had be gone too. Zhuang Heng and brother Li, having survived the ordeal, collapsed onto the floor, looking quite bedraggled. Brother Zhang offered a weak, ingratiating smile, having nearly gotten everyone killed with his own reckless stunt. Brother Li gave his head a firm thwack before opening the medical kit to treat his wounds. Fortunately, ability users have stronger physiques than average people, and although Brother Zhang was badly hurt, he was lucky enough not to have internal organ damage. Once bandaged and the fusion finished, he'd be sent to the hospital. His life would not be in danger. While being bandaged, Brother Zhang chatted, "Little brother, where are you from?" "Kipan City." Qi Yuan did not quite understand why he was asking this. In a world where no one knows how many powerful monsters hide in places humans cannot see, and in an era where traveling between cities is a death wish for ordinary people, there were very few outsiders. Brother Zhang was amused by him, and his laughter tugged at the wounds on his stomach, making him gasp in pain. "I meant, are you a student from the combat department or someone from the Ability Association?" The Ability Association is the official way to manage civilian ability users and also the channel provided for high-tier ability users to register and form teams. High-tier ability users who meet the requirements can register and form their own teams at the Ability Association. As one of the conditions for forming a team, they are required to participate in clearing operations when B-level or higher monsters appear in or around the city. The second-class ability license was established, in part, for these users. Qi Yuan understood what he meant, shook his head, and replied, "No, that is not it." The people around him were surprised. Not even a student of the combat department at such a young age did he graduate that early. Qi Yuan was well versed in being overanalyzed. He saw through their thoughts immediately and took the initiative to explain, "I am a student, I just did not major in the combat department." Meow Meow Rabbit wore an expression that said, "So that is how it is," but then she realized there was more than met the eye and immediately fell silent. It was said that the country had secret programs to support talented individuals to help them grow without becoming targets for monsters. So it was actually true? And what about the rumors regarding the 9th seat of Ming and the 9th seat of N? Zhuang Heng and Brother Li shared a look, both thinking of the same rumor. Brother Zhang, the only one who had not jumped to conclusions, laughed out loud and gave him a thumbs up. "Then you are pretty impressive, being this strong without even studying in the combat department." "Shut up, can you not see we're still live streaming?" Brother Zhang's bold statement left the three of them horrified. But there was never a shortage of conspiracy theorists and know-it-alls in the livestream chat. Teska student, all I will say is that those who know know. What is that? What are you talking about? Is it about that national rumor? The person above is going to be on the express list. I was wondering why I have never heard of someone this strong before. Meow Meow Rabbit could not very well turn off the stream, that would only make the news spread faster. It was better to change the subject and let the audience forget about it. How did you guys encounter the monsters? Brother Li mentally gave Meow Meow Rabbit a thumbs up and decided to follow her later. He replied, "We were following Captain Pang when we ran into a grade B lizardman monster. Xiao Zhao was severely injured while covering our retreat, so Brother Zhang and I stayed behind to look after him, and then we were teleported near the monsters by a spatial disturbance." Grade B monster. Meow Meow Rabbit's voice rose in shock. She had only wanted a bit of gossip to change the subject, not to stumble onto such huge news. Can the patrol team even clear that out? The average strength of the team captain is only grade C. Brother Li saw what she was thinking and continued, "The captain has already requested backup. It has been quite a while, so I believe any grade B ability users who were in the city should have arrived by now." Hearing that help had arrived, Meow Meow Rabbit relaxed, no longer as panicked as before. You guys were in such danger at the time. Zhuang Heng's perspective was different from Meow Meow Rabbit's. Facing a grade B monster directly meant there must have been many injuries in the team. Brother Zhang still felt lingering fear thinking about that escape. Yeah, it is a good thing we were tough enough to make it through. Qi Yuan nodded in agreement, feeling that he had been lucky to come to this godforsaken place. It was truly fortunate that his luck was not at its absolute worst. Mainly because the people around him were too good at overanalyzing. Even a slacker would want to put in some effort just in case, right? Seeing that everyone looked worried, Brother Li said with a smile, "Do not worry, maybe the grade B monster has already been cleared out. Little guys like us just need to wait for the good news." You really should not jinx it like that. Meow Meow Rabbit remembered the jinx she had cast before entering. She had not been worried, but now that Brother Li said that, she started to worry again. She hurriedly tried to put a stop to this jinxing behavior. Was this how the cameraman felt back then? Does even this count as jinxing? Seeing that everyone looked even more worried, Brother Li had to change the subject. "How are you guys planning to proceed? I can take care of them by myself. Xiao Zhuang, you should go help clear out the monsters too." Zhuang Heng volunteered, "I think I should stay behind to help you." This fusion domain was more dangerous than expected. If they split up, it was questionable whether they would even be able to find each other again. Thinking of Brother Li trying to take care of two patients alone felt rather unreliable. Young people should not lack motivation. Brother Li gave him a look and used his eyebrows to signal towards Qi Yuan. Zhuang Heng understood. He was being asked to take Qi Yuan and go rescue the other teammates. Compared to teammates whose lives were uncertain, the priority of Brother Li and the others had to be lower. Thinking of this, Zhuang Heng was no longer stubborn. Okay. Qi Yuan did not want to go. Knowing there was a grade B monster running around and still going out, how was that any different from seeking death? Besides, he had just finished putting on his act. If he ran into a monster now and Zhuang Heng asked why he was not fighting, how was he going to explain that? It would be better if we stayed together to look out for each other. No, Brother Li waved his hands repeatedly, thinking Qi Yuan wanted to keep Zhuang Heng there. There is no need to waste time on us. If the fusion domain is not cleared, even one monster getting out could cause a lifetime of harm to the citizens. Brother Zhang patted his chest and said heroically, "That is right. Old Zhang here can still move, do not worry about us." Qi Yuan. With things put that way, it would be petty for him to refuse. He had no choice but to accept reality and set off with Zhuang Heng and Meow Meow Rabbit. Golden Eyes, it is too terrifying. The vengeful ghost and the mirror ghost sensed the spatial disturbance that had teleported them away, allowing them to escape from the golden-eyed human's clutches. They both collapsed on the ground, leaning against a wall, and spoke the same thought in unison. The vengeful ghost grumbled, "Why did you not take me with you when you ran away? I told you to run, you were the one dragging your feet, whose fault is it really?" The mirror ghost was also full of resentment. If the vengeful ghost had just trusted it, it would not have needed to explain so much and could have just bolted. The one you mentioned just now, Golden Eyes, is he strong? It is not a question of whether he is strong or not, he is the kind of rare. As the vengeful ghost spoke, it felt something was wrong. It turned back and looked, "Boss, brother, my lord." It had recognized too many brothers and gotten the titles all mixed up. The incoming monster was covered in fine scales, a brownish-green color all over. Its head was very similar to a lizard's, flat and long. Despite walking upright, it dragged a long, thin tail behind it. "Go on about that golden-eyed kid." The lizardman stared at the vengeful ghost with slit-pupiled eyes that were a brownish-green, matching its skin tone. "It is just that." The vengeful ghost described what it had seen and heard vividly, with the mirror ghost adding in details from time to time. Of course, they conveniently left out the part about having once been subordinates to the spider monster. They had spent the last while hiding in the orphanage planning to find a new boss, and then the fusion domain was born and the new boss had come right to their door. They were counting their chickens before they hatched. They had only just recognized this boss a day ago. They could not leave an impression of being unreliable. "That golden-eyed kid is definitely no match for you, my lord." The vengeful ghost and the mirror ghost plastered their ghostly faces with flattering smiles, trying to please their new superior. The new superior was even harder to read than the old one. He glowered and waved his hand impatiently. "I have business to attend to. You two may leave." The two ghosts mumbled an acknowledgement and left the room. After the two subordinates left, the lizardman got down on all fours and circled around the room. The grade D assessment was clearly watered down. What is certain is that he has the ability to instantly kill a grade C, but that is not necessarily his limit. He looked down at his long, thin tail and fell into deep thought. Grade B and Grade C both belong to the mid-tier, and the gap within the same rank is not impossible to bridge, except for the difference between Grade S and Grade A. I need to make more preparations to deal with the ability user's encirclement. Relying solely on that group of trash subordinates is completely unable to wear down the state of powerful ability users. I will have to join the fight myself. Otherwise, once the humans bring in more ability users to surround me, I will be as good as dead. Emergency message: Captain Pang Shuo of the 4th Duty Team requests reinforcements. A female liaison officer in a uniform skirt sat at the console, skillfully operating a multitude of buttons. After receiving the message, she immediately contacted the head of the Kipan City Duty Team and reported it to the director of the Kipan City Supernatural Duty Bureau. A low, deep, and rugged male voice resonated throughout the communication room. Have not they already been reinforced? Yes, but Class B Wood-type Esper Lin Kang is confirmed injured and unable to clear the monsters, so Pang Shuo is requesting a second round of reinforcements. Contact the Supernatural Association and have them send 2 people. Also, call Cheng Yizhu and tell him to go to the Supernatural Association to meet up. Understood, Director. The pristine white walls were smeared with copious amounts of fresh blood, and a foul, metallic stench permeated the air. Qi Yuan avoided the chunks of flesh and pools of blood on the floor, eventually coming to a stop. Ahead of him, a pile of monster remains made it impossible to take another step. This must be Sister Ying's ability. It looks like this place has already been cleared. Zhuang Heng squatted down, coating his hand in a layer of metal to poke at the mangled flesh as he analyzed it. Qi Yuan responded absent-mindedly, glancing around. He did not know what else he could do besides being a tag-along, so he just idled about, doing nothing. Zhuang Heng, who had been keeping an eye on Qi Yuan, scanned the surroundings as well. What exactly was this powerful individual looking for? Finally, he found his target. Look, this is a group photo from the orphanage. Okay. Qi Yuan did not quite understand, but he took a look out of politeness. There were many photos on the wall, most of them showing groups of children posing with the donors who had provided supplies. There was nothing unusual about them. Although he did not know why he had been asked to look, Qi Yuan gave it a rough scan and nodded, signaling he had seen it. Hasty footsteps sounded from the entrance, which was extremely rare within the domain. Under normal circumstances, whether it was monsters stalking humans or humans exploring, everyone would hide their movements. Whoever was approaching was either extremely confident or letting them know they had no malicious intent. Zhuang Heng assumed a combat stance, while Miao Tu and Qi Yuan found spots to hide. Zhuang Heng, are you in there? The door was not closed, and two men in duty uniforms appeared at the entrance. As an intern member, Zhuang Heng was always Xiao Zhuang, and he addressed his teammates as brother this or brother that. But these two were different. Zhuang Heng did not bother with the formalities. How did you know I was here? Not knowing the environment his teammates were in, Zhuang Heng had not contacted them. He was pleasantly surprised by their arrival. Did you really think you could hide anything from my sharp eyes? Captain Pang said the wounds on the monsters were likely caused by you. The two gave completely different stories, so Zhuang Heng punched the bragging teammate on the shoulder without hesitation. Stop trying to fool me. The duty officer clutched his shoulder in a show of feigned pain and shouted at the other officer, "Why did you have to ruin my story? You did not sync up with me beforehand." The other officer shrugged and turned to Zhuang Heng. "Let us go. We came to find you while there is still time before the next spatial disturbance. We need to rush back and meet up with Captain Pang." Zhuang Heng was about to agree, but remembered Qi Yuan and turned to look at him. "Captain Pang is my leader. Would you like to come along?" Qi Yuan's half-lidded, listless eyes instantly lit up. Why would he hesitate for such a good opportunity? Sure. Having asked Qi Yuan, he could not leave Miao Tu out, so Zhuang Heng looked at her to get her consent. The two duty officers exchanged a subtle glance, and out of trust for Zhuang Heng, they did not object to him bringing them along. The three of them, led by the two duty officers, reunited with the fourth duty team. Captain Pang Shuo of the fourth team raised his eyebrows when he saw two others besides Zhuang Heng, especially since the woman was still holding up her phone. Young people doing live streams cannot afford to lose face in front of the public. Pang Shu smoothed out his messy hair and stepped forward. "You are back. Everyone has been really worried about you." Zhuang Heng was moved upon hearing this. "Yes, Captain. Cannot let those old foxes ruin such a promising seedling." Pang Shu sighed inwardly, then said to Qi Yuan and the others, "And who are you two?" "I am Qi Yuan. I am Miao Tu from Dayu Livestream. You can call me Xiao Tu, Miao Tu, or Miao, anything is fine." "So she is doing a stream." Pang Shuo introduced himself with a professional air. "I am Captain Pang Shu of the 4th Duty Team. Everyone calls me Brother Pang or Captain Pang, just pick whatever you like." "Understood, Captain Pang." Miao Tu was very polite and immediately called out to him sweetly. In the corner, a man covered in bandages on his upper body tilted his head to the petite woman sitting next to him. "Is Captain Pang really such a funny guy in private?" The petite woman adjusted her leg, which was braced with sticks and gauze, feeling uncomfortable. Hearing Class B Esper Lin Kang say that, she complained internally. "Funny? I think you mean ridiculous. He is someone who knows how to lighten the mood." Lin Kang observed the members of the 4th Duty Team and gave a sincere assessment. "True, everyone was looking so dejected just a moment ago. It is completely different now." He even looked sympathetic as he said it. It is really not easy being a captain, sacrificing one's own image to cheer up the team and boost morale during critical moments. The petite woman gave Pang Shuo plenty of face in front of outsiders, but Pang Shuo did not seem to appreciate it. "Did you run into Old Li and Old Zhang? How are they?" Upon hearing Zhuang Heng's report about meeting old Li and old Zhang, Pang Xiu spoke with a booming, resonant voice. Zhuang Heng explained the situation, describing how the two of them fought the monsters and how old Zhang was severely injured and unable to move. Hearing that they were safe, Pang Xiu laughed heartily, slapped his thigh and rubbed his rough chin with a coarse hand. So they finally had their day. Let us see if I do not laugh at them when I get back. The petite woman's face darkened as she asked in a soft, low voice, "Is it that funny, Not funny." Usually the petite woman would retort directly, but Pang Xiu did not realize her true intent and kept playing along. As a composed captain, no matter how funny it is, I would not laugh unless I could not help it. Hearing this old joke, her face transformed from dark to a radiant, flowery smile. The injured and wounded duty team members all gasped. "Sister Ying, please calm down. Yeah, we're still in the fusion domain." Liu Ying put on a forced, cold smile, barely holding back her anger through sheer willpower. "Captain Pang, have you forgotten what the lizard man said? It is fine to boost morale, but do not forget the mission." She did not object to some banter during rest, but what kind of time was this? Ignoring the important matters to mock his teammates, Liu Ying felt her blood pressure rising. Seeing that classic mockery on Liu Ying's face, Pang Xiu finally snapped back to reality and slapped his forehead. "Almost forgot, you said those two monsters called the kid Qi Yuan Gold Eyes." Hearing the keyword, Qi Yuan, who had been completely zoning out, perked up and straightened his back. "Does this involve me?" "Yes." Zhuang Heng nodded, confirming it with certainty. "That lizard man said the next target is the gold-eyed human. I was wondering who that could be." "Am I the target?" Qi Yuan frowned. It did not make sense to ignore a B-rank Esper and turn to kill a C-rank, did it? Even if it is a cowardly, cautious monster, it should start with the E-ranks first. Could it be that the B-rank Esper did not show up for some reason, so this monster came for him instead? "I heard the B-rank Esper has already arrived." Pang Xiu was free-spirited and did not catch Qi Yuan's subtext. "Yeah, he has." Compared to their unreliable captain, Liu Ying caught the underlying meaning and took the initiative to explain. The B-rank Esper Lin Kang was ambushed by the monster and is severely injured, so he can no longer continue the cleanup mission. How did he manage to escape? Monsters eating humans is instinctual. Reconciliation is only possible when one side disappears entirely. Cooking a feast only to leave it uneaten and then specifically asking for the next course, what kind of culinary hobby is that? Qi Yuan was even more puzzled. "Let me tell you about that." Since the topic was brought up, Lin Kang could not avoid the embarrassing story, so he decided to tell it himself to at least save face. According to Lin Kang, he spotted a suspicious E-rank monster and tracked it, eventually leading him to the lizardman. At the time, it was commanding subordinates to set traps, seemingly looking for a human with golden eyes. "Once I finish off the big rat that snuck in, I will go find the golden eyes." After saying this, the lizardman launched an attack. "I was at a stalemate with it, but suddenly I slipped and then..." Lin Kang used a smile to mask his embarrassment. He would not have shared it if he could, but the 4th Patrol Squad had heard the commotion and arrived just in time to witness his entire defeat. If he did not say anything, it would be even more awkward if the unreliable-looking Pang Xiu blurted it out. "It used spatial blades and spatial jumps. I do not know if it had more hidden tricks. Then Captain Pang saved me and we ran for our lives until we hit a spatial disturbance and successfully escaped." Qi Yuan, that is a really sloppy way to lose. Speaking of which, I wanted to ask earlier, why are you called Golden Eyes? Having said so much, Lin Kang's throat was dry. He unscrewed his canteen and asked the question. "I know the answer to that." Meow meow, Rabbit raised her hand to answer. Given Qi Shen's personality, he would never brag about himself and would probably just dismiss it with an "I do not know," so this required a professional. She pulled another phone out of her bag. She kept her streaming phone and daily phone separate. It was more convenient that way. She navigated the history with ease, found the video of Qi Yuan killing the spider monster instantly, and hit play. The curious crowd swarmed around the phone. The video only clipped the moment of the kill, lasting less than 2 minutes. Gasps of "oh my god" and "wow" rose from the gathered crowd. That is a C-rank monster, and B ranks and C ranks are different. The evidence was undeniable. trying to explain it would only be met with "yeah right, I do not believe you," so he decided to shift the focus by emphasizing the difference between B and C ranks. In short, Chi Yuan wanted to say that even with the strength shown in the video, he still needed protection. As expected, Liu Ying picked up where he left off. It is true, C-rank and B-rank monsters are quite different. Pang Xiu snorted, mocking, "You two clearly have not fought C-ranks if you can say something like that." Liu Ying frowned in annoyance. Being mocked for being ignorant by an idiot made her feel like her own intelligence was being insulted. C-ranks and B-ranks are both intermediate level. Some powerful C-rank espers can even defeat weaker B-rank monsters. We usually include B-rank monsters in the high-level alert zone because some can break through mid-battle or borrow A-rank strength at a price. That is why everyone subconsciously groups B-rank and A-rank monsters together. Lin Kang explained patiently, then added, "So Chi Yuan is being modest. At his level of one-shotting C-rank monsters, he could at least go head-to-head with a B-rank monster." The crowd suddenly realized, looking at Chi Yuan with admiration. It turns out that God does not just open a door for some people, he gives them several windows too. Looking so handsome, so strong, and yet so humble. Damn it! Chi Yuan could not help but swear. Back to the point. Liu Ying brought the drifting conversation back. That means if the captain and Chi Yuan work together, they can block the lizardman's attacks. Our next step is clear: stall for time until the B-rank Esper Lords arrive. Chi Yuan had no objections, though he felt a bit guilty. On the surface, they were asking him to help, but the reality was the lizardman was targeting him personally. The patrol team would just be caught in the crossfire. Alright, now that we know the lizardman is coming, do not just stand there. Adjust your states and prepare for battle. Liu Ying clapped her hands. "Captain, do you have anything to add? If not, get some rest, you will be the main force later." Having worked together for years, Liu Ying knew he did not need to worry about small details and should focus on the fight. Pang Xiu certainly would not fight her for the right to manage minor affairs. He shook his head, indicating nothing to add, and sat aside to wipe his long blade. With their captain setting the example, the squad members returned to their spots to rest. "I am going to rest too. Do not mind me being wrapped up like a mummy, I might still be able to help out later." Lin Kang got up with difficulty and started to head back to his spot. Wait a second. Chi Yuan wanted to ask Lin Kang if there were two ghosts near the lizardman. With insufficient information, he realized he could only ask the ghosts themselves. Lin Kang paused and looked back at Chi Yuan just as a 2-meter-high spatial blade whistled past. Boom! The spatial blade hit the wall with a thunderous sound, carving a crescent-shaped gash into the thick exterior wall. "Enemy attack, evacuate the room immediately." Liu Ying reacted instantly, limping as she directed the scene. A muscular squad member flexed his arms, gritted his teeth, and smashed his fist through the wall, causing it to collapse and creating a new exit. The patrol squad performed their duties in an orderly fashion despite the chaos. It came so fast, the target really is the kid, Chi Yuan. Pang Xiu gripped his long blade and flames erupted along the steel. Seeing that the spatial blade had almost hit Lin Kang, Chi Yuan immediately activated his ability to track the monster's location. Hearing Pang Xiu spreading false information, he could not help but correct him. "No, its target is Lin Kang. I also feel like it is coming for me, thanks to Chi Yuan for the warning." Lin Kang looked grave as he tore off some of the bandages that were restricting his movement. Seeing that the first strike had failed, the lizardman used its agility to climb onto the ceiling, looking down at them from above. "Captain, we are surrounded by monsters." Zhuang Heng's voice came from the hallway. Monsters were closing in both in front of and behind them. Seeing that all his teammates had evacuated the room, Liu Ying began to retreat as well. "Captain, I am going to the hallway to provide directions." She could not interfere in mid-level combat and she would not meddle in fighting, as she trusted Pang Xiu 100%. Pang Xiu nodded, his eyes fixed steadily on the lizardman on the ceiling. "I will take the lead on the charge, you all decide when to strike." Lin Kang, who was already injured and was the primary target, could assist, but it would be too much to expect him to be the main force. Chi Yuan appeared to be a long-range fighter as well. Despite being only a C rank, Pang Xiu proactively took on the more dangerous task. Having said that, he leaped up, brandishing his blade as he rushed forward. The lizardman saw everything clearly from the ceiling and crawled nimbly across it. The blade struck the ceiling, carving out a deep groove with flames leaving a charred black mark. Dust and debris showered down from the ceiling. After missing the blow, Pang Shuo pulled out his blade and jumped back to the floor. The lizardman shot out its long tongue directly at Pang Shuo, who, having just steadied his feet, hurriedly dodged the attack. The tongue struck the floor, creating a fist-sized crater before retracting at high speed. Lin Kang was quick-witted and agile, summoning vines to bind the tongue. He pulled with all his might, trying to drag the lizardman down. Using its suction pads, the lizardman held itself firmly to the ceiling, leaving the two sides at a stalemate. Pang Shuo steadied his stance again, coated his blade in flames, and swung the weapon with all his strength focused on the hilt, aiming directly at the tongue. The lizardman let out a long screech, forcing Pang Shuo to retreat. At the same time, it freed a hand to shoot out a spatial blade, slicing the vines and successfully retrieving its tongue. Its attack was not over yet. It activated its ability and instantly vanished from the ceiling. Clang! The blade hummed and vibrated, drawing on years of combat instinct. Pang Shuo instinctively raised his sword to block the lizardman's swinging claws. The claws shimmered with a dark purple luster, radiating a dangerous aura. Clang, clang, clang. The lizardman launched a series of attacks, all of which were parried one by Pang Shuo. Pang Shuo let out a roar, the flames on his blade extending as he swung the long sword to slash at the lizardman's midsection. It was an unexpected attack, but just as the flames were about to reach the creature, the lizardman vanished in an instant. The sound of rustling came from the ceiling once more. The two men and the beast fought several rounds in a short time, leaving Qi Yuan, who had shrunk back to the junction of the corridor and the room, dizzy from the intensity. The lizardman rolled its bulging beastly eyes, looking at the two men in the arena. The window of opportunity has passed. Should I keep fighting? What if the one controlling the vines has a move to take me down with him? I should try again. As long as I immobilize him, then go after the golden eyes, I can take them out one by one. The thought was fleeting, so fast that Qi Yuan almost failed to catch it. A long screech broke the deadlock between the two parties, and the lizardman attacked first. Its superior monster physique granted it the ability to react quickly to various attacks, but the narrow space limited its movements. Realizing its intent, Qi Yuan dodged and warned the duty guards get away from the walls. No sooner had he finished than its slender tail whipped against the wall, which the guards had already breached earlier. The wall, already strained to its limits, collapsed, sending stone and brick fragments flying. The warned guards reacted quickly, but being trapped in the corridor by the monster, there was limited space to maneuver. Each showed their own skills, using their abilities to cover each other and narrowly escaping the wide-range attack. Qi Yuan, who had gotten out of the way before the others but almost got caught in the area of effect, really wanted to say one thing. I should not be here. The gifted and the monster were not wasting time with talk, they just went straight to fighting, and he could not find a chance to jump in. Caught in the middle, he really could not get out or get in. Even finding a crack in the ground to hide in would not save his sorry life. Small saplings burst from the ground at Lin Kang's feet, instantly growing into a large tree that only two people could wrap their arms around. Its branches wrapped around him to protect him from the flying debris and the claws the lizardman tried to sneak in during the chaos. Do not think you can escape. The tree branches extended rapidly, and under Lin Kang's control, they attempted to pierce the lizardman and pin it to the floor. The lizardman activated spatial teleportation once more, vanishing into the void. Having fought it twice, Lin Kang was well versed in its teleportation, and he launched countless branches to fall within several meters of where the creature had disappeared. Given the lizardman's rank, the distance it could cover with a spatial jump was limited. Without charging, it could only leap a few meters in a short time. Sure enough, the lizardman reappeared within the attack range of Lin Kang's branches. Lin Kang curled his lips, controlling his ability to make the branches become incredibly sharp. Anyone who looked down on his strength just because he had tripped earlier was going to be in for a rough surprise. He would be the one to claim the first victory. He had not moved this time, so he certainly would not be falling down again. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. A harsh, scraping sound rang out. The space around the lizardman began to vibrate, and with it as the center, visible ripples appeared in the void. The tree branches caught within the ripples began to twist and contort. The 1-second spatial vibration ended, the distorted space returned to normal, and the twisted tree branches shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Pang Shuo touched his sword in shock, feeling a cold chill run down his spine. If he had lunged at the lizardman just now and the creature had hit him with that, he would have been done for. Qi Yuan also widened his eyes in shock, but for a different reason than Pang Shuo. He had read the creature's inner thoughts. That was close, so close. If I had not kept 5 or 6 trump cards hidden, I would be dead. This move was prepared specifically to deal with the golden-eyed human. It seems I have to waste another trump card. This is a huge loss. Gee, golden-eyed human Yuan, I think you are the one who wants me dead. Lin Kang also looked solemn and whispered loudly to Pang Shuo, do not get close to it, keep up the long-range fire and use your energy to protect yourself. Abilities can suppress one another. Using your own energy to shield yourself can mitigate damage from other abilities. This is also why telepathy is generally useless against other gifted individuals. Ordinary telepaths never have the chance to level up enough to break through the defensive energy of other gifted beings. Understood. Pang Shuo unleashed his flames and wrapped himself in them. Having had its trump card exposed, the lizardman stopped hiding it and began coating its claws with spatial vibrations. With one strike, it pierced through the wooden defense shielding Lin Kang. If not for Lin Kang's quick reaction to use his ability to shield himself, he would have had a hole punched through him. The collision of the two powers produced a massive shockwave that threw Lin Kang backward. He slammed heavily into the wall, the shock and impact damaging his internal organs, and as he opened his mouth, blood surged up from his throat. Old Lin, are you okay? Cough cough, spatial types are really hard to deal with. Lin Kang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Damn it all, we are out here risking our lives and they are still dragging their feet. Pang Shuo spat, cursing the reinforcements that were still nowhere to be seen. Hiding behind the ruins, Qi Yuan shrunk his neck. Although he really could not provide any support, he felt personally insulted. Pang Shuo did not waste any more time berating the support team. The lizardman's next wave of attacks had already arrived. It vanished from its spot, closing the distance in a few quick blinks. Having learned from Lin Kang's fate, Pang Shuo did not dare to take the hit head-on. He snatched Lin Kang up, tossed him out the door, and rolled away to dodge the attack. Its claws left a clean, smooth circular hole right where they had been standing. Pang Shuo darted and weaved, refusing to give the lizardman a chance to get close. Liu Ying, how much time is left? Hearing the captain's words, Liu Ying fired a shot and took a moment to check her watch. 11 minutes. The bullet struck the E-rank monster, twisting and spinning like a miniature meat grinder, shredding its arm. This was Liu Ying's ability, endowing objects with the property of shredding. The person and the monster in the room were like partners in a dance, moving in perfect sync. Qi Yuan, however, knew things were taking a turn for the worse. First, I will paralyze this little cutie, then find a chance to end the guy playing with wood in one blow so I do not have to worry about long-term complications. Maybe I should just deal a finishing blow from a distance to prevent it from coming back to life. Are not you being a bit too cautious? After silently mocking the monster, he turned his gaze toward the sweating Pang Shuo. The monster's physical stats were far superior to a human's. Pang Shuo had failed to dodge completely several times and had to rely on his ability to protect himself. Though he was not severely injured, his stamina and energy were draining rapidly, and he did not look like he could last much longer. He had to do something to give Lin Kang and Pang Shuo time to recover their strength so they could stand back up and stall until the spatial disturbance in 11 minutes. Fortunately, the monster was so cautious that it was actually counterproductive. Holding back so many trump cards, if it just killed them all, no one would know about its secrets anyway. And he could use that to his advantage. No time to lose. If he waited any longer, even Pang Shuo would get severely injured, and the chance to buy the two wounded fighters time to rest would be greatly diminished. So you are the one looking for me. Qi Yuan stood up and stepped out from the hiding spot where he had been skulking since the fight began. The lizardman and Pang Shuo, both in the heat of battle, distanced themselves and looked at Qi Yuan. Upon seeing him, the lizardman's narrow pupils constricted. Who are you? Qi Yuan took a sharp intake of breath. "This script is wrong, director, take it from the top." But reality could not be rewound, so Chi Yuan braced himself and gave an awkward performance. "The guy lying on the floor told me you were looking for a human with golden eyes. What does that have to do with you?" With Chi Yuan standing there so defenseless and full of holes, the lizardman became even more vigilant than it had been facing the two ability users. When things go against the norm, there must be a demon involved. To a cautious monster, not knowing how deep the water is roughly equates to it being unfathomably deep. The lizardman weighed its options for a moment and decided to have a friendly chat with Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan chuckled, looked around and shrugged. "That is right, what does you looking for golden eyes have to do with me, Chi Yuan?" Everyone on the field let out a low, grim chuckle. The cautious monster was not just cautious, it was also a suspicious one. Since Chi Yuan would not admit it, it started to suspect that he was the one with the golden eyes. It scrutinized Chi Yuan suspiciously, finding him more and more suspect the longer it looked, even checking his eye color carefully. Maybe light brown eyes did not sound impressive enough, so it called them golden, or is the lighting too dim to judge his color? "Stop joking, do not think I cannot recognize you, gold eyes." The cautious monster decided to test him directly. Chi Yuan gave a non-committal response without directly admitting it. "I do not recall ever meeting you." "Just as I thought, it is gold eyes, good thing I tested him." The cautious monster rolled its eyes, quickly recalling what its lackey had said. "I heard you like to lecture monsters, why do not you see how this move holds up?" It condensed spatial blades in its palms, and once it finished speaking, it pointed them at Chi Yuan and unleashed them in rapid succession. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Crescent-shaped spatial blades flew out continuously, heading straight for Chi Yuan. Boom boom boom. Chi Yuan was engulfed by the blades, and the rising dust obscured everyone's view. "Hey, do not you dare die just because you were careless." Everything happened so fast. Believing the strength seen in the video was Chi Yuan's true power, Pang Shuo had not expected him to take the spatial blades head-on without even dodging. The bombardment ended, and the swirling dust drifted slowly to the ground. A figure stood in the spot, covering his face with one hand. Meow Meow Rabbit was being shielded in the corridor, secretly live-streaming the scene. Seeing the scene, her heart skipped a beat. Did he hurt his face? Oh no, such a handsome face cannot be ruined just like that. Just as everyone was feeling worried. Yeah. Suddenly, a laugh broke out, as if he had hit a funny bone and could not stop. He laughed for a full 10 seconds before speaking in a good mood. "You are quite clever, but you just do not use your head in the right places. I have been completely seen through." Nothing scares a cautious monster more than having all its trump cards known by others, unless, of course, it is having its thoughts read. The lizardman felt its scales itching all over. It really wanted to leave quickly and scratch itself to calm down. But it could not. A cautious monster could never run away with its back turned to an enemy. It let out a wheezing laugh and said, trying to act tough, "It looks like you will provide me with a more wonderful combat experience. I hope you are not all talk like those two humans." Reading the lizardman's inner thoughts, facing the barrage of incoming spatial blades, Chi Yuan stood frozen, not daring to take a breath. When a person reaches a certain level of tension, they often release it through laughter. After that laugh, the pressure in Chi Yuan's heart subsided, and his mind became clear. The less he played by the rules, the less the lizardman dared to make a move. And with the lizardman being this cautious, its reason would not crumble unless absolutely necessary. Which meant he could continue to monitor its thoughts. A wonderful combat experience. Chi Yuan looked relaxed, as if he were having a trivial conversation about whether someone had eaten their dinner. "True, you still have a few trump cards left, why do not you tell me about them?" The lizardman was horrified. Its scale-covered face, usually hard to read, shifted violently, and its expression of shock was unmistakable. "How does he know I have spatial movement, spatial shackles, and tail regeneration?" "Chi Yuan, I did not know a second ago, but I do now." The lizardman tried to act calm, but what it said was completely unconvincing. "You are too young to try and bluff me." The successful delaying tactic boosted Chi Yuan's confidence, and seeing the hope in the monster's eyes, he nodded and said, "Oh yeah, I was bluffing." He paused for a second and then continued. "You definitely do not have spatial movement, spatial shackles, or tail regeneration." Every time he listed an ability, the look of ecstasy that had just surfaced on the lizardman's face faded into gloom, and its last shred of hope was crushed. This human has connections everywhere, he is unfathomable. He has completely seen through me, yet I know so little about him. His ability cannot possibly be just the light element power those two losers described. It barely regained its composure, knowing the priority was to figure out what the opponent was relying on and then get out of here. Or stall until the space destabilizes and use the opportunity to escape. Suddenly a bold thought flashed through its mind. Since he let those two vengeful ghosts go, does it mean he is completely incapable of dealing with space-type abilities? You have to know it is capable of trapping humans who try to escape through spatial turbulence. If it had not been worried that the wood-type ability user would drag it down with them, or that overexerting itself would leave it unable to deal with other ability users, that wood-type user would never have slipped through its fingers. While focused on eavesdropping on the lizardman's thoughts, Qi Yuan suddenly recalled those two ghosts. Forgot about that, my mistake. How am I supposed to spin this? Finding a flaw in Qi Yuan's plan, the lizardman felt the human before it was no longer insurmountable, its eyes filled with malice and venom. Even if you know my ability, you cannot deal with it, right? Otherwise, you would have acted by now. Immersed in the exchange, the others suddenly snapped back to reality. Zhuang Heng and Meow Meow Rabbit immediately recalled the scene where the two ghosts escaped right in front of Qi Yuan. That is true. How is a light-type ability supposed to deal with spatial teleportation and similar skills? Seeing the lizardman getting restless, Qi Yuan's mind raced. His relaxed demeanor vanished, replaced by an imposing gaze and the displeasure of a superior being provoked by a subordinate. Since you have found me out, I guess I have no choice. Meow Meow Rabbit and the rest of the duty team thought, oh no, their hearts dropping into their stomachs. The fact that their strongest fighter actually has no way to deal with a space type, and that his bluff was called, is the worst news imaginable. Pang Xiu scratched his head with his rough hand. So after all that, this guy cannot actually beat the opponent. Regaining the initiative, the lizardman let out a sigh of relief. Although it had been fooled by this kid, knowing its life was safe was the best news. Its cautious personality kept running through the conversation in its mind. After replaying it once, it frowned even though it had no eyebrows. It felt something was off but could not put its finger on where the problem was. It scrutinized Qi Yuan, a storm of realization rising in its heart. This cunning human, I almost fell for it. Reevaluating the opponent, it found the blind spot. The expression and tone were perfect, but the key point was that his defensive stance was far too casual. If his intent to bait it was not so obvious, maybe it would have really believed that he had no way to handle it. Thinking of this, the lizardman could not help but feel a lingering fear. Truly a cunning human, it seems you really enjoy such perverse pastimes. Finally managed to bluff my way through, Qi Yuan mentally wiped a cold sweat. It is all right, you are much stronger than those boring monsters, you are worth playing with a little longer. The situation flipped again. The group had just prepared for a desperate fight, only to find things were completely different from what they had imagined. Stop playing around and get down to business. If this were her own captain, Liu Ying would have already thrown a whole set of penalties at him. Unfortunately, it is not. She could only grumble to herself, making even Pang Xiu seem a bit more charming. The human before it had once again become like an abyss, impossible to fathom. The lizardman felt an unprecedented pressure threatening to crush it. The consequence of fleeing blindly would be the fate the two subordinates mentioned about the spider, but facing him directly brought an overwhelming sensation of suffocation. It had to test him carefully. If you want to have more fun, will not you give me a hint? Fun my foot, if it would not ruin my dignity, I had have pulled out my phone right now to check how long until the spatial instability. In just a few minutes, Qi Yuan felt like his brain had been wrung dry. Since the opponent offered a topic, he could not pass it up. He gave a concise answer, eyes. So that is it. The cautious monster wore an expression that screamed, Master, I understand now. The image flickered in its mind. In those brilliant golden pupils, its own reflection appeared, showing its past, its future, and its present. The beam that killed the spider monster was not really light, but a beam imbued with the power of time. The spider pierced by the beam was not burned to ash, but was being accelerated backward to before its birth or forward to its death, turning into dust. It cannot be wrong, he possesses a time-based ability. Through his ability, he saw my future and discerned my trump card. Just as the lizardman vividly imagined the specific ability, Qi Yuan felt that power he had been dreaming of. Unlike the power of a summer sun from last time, this power carried a profound, mystical temporal energy, turning fields into seas in an instant. A single instant is eternity. Time-type abilities, the powers of End of Time and Eye of Time surfaced in his mind. Qi Yuan closed his eyes and slowly opened them again, his brilliant golden irises shining in the dim environment. A clear, expansive vision, combined with the timeline appearing over the lizardman, he used his ability to peer into the past. He saw the lizardman setting the trap, baiting Lin Kang to eavesdrop, leading up to their confrontation. Lin Kang falling was not an accident, but a carefully crafted trap by the lizardman. It kept its body on the ceiling, forcing Lin Kang's focus upward. It used spatial teleportation to shift the specially treated tile under his feet, causing him to step into thin air and fall. Searching for the golden eyes was just bait it set so that after Lin Kang escaped, he would lower his guard and heal in peace. Too crafty. Qi Yuan could not help but marvel. To have such immense power, yet still be able to use the environment of this mundane orphanage to come up with such a dirty trick to trip someone. Truly worthy of being the cautious monster. Even with such powerful strength, he could only see this fleeting moment of time. Qi Yuan's thoughts returned to reality. A single instant is eternity, using the Eye of Time only took half a second. He looked up and flashed a bright, unrestrained smile at the lizardman. Congratulations, you guessed it right. His confirmation of the imagined scene hit home. The lizardman's complexion changed drastically, turning an even more eco-friendly shade of green, and it turned to flee. The opponent is not planning to chat anymore. Why stay and wait for death if you do not run? Before its spatial jump could activate, it was pierced by soft light, the entire creature vanishing into thin air in an instant. End of time. Qi Yuan held a mass of gentle light in his hand. It did not look dazzling, but its serene radiance made one recall their own past. Like the glow of fireflies on a summer night, like the dim lamp waiting for a traveler's return, like the warm gaze by candlelight. The light extended outward, enveloping the low-level monsters scrambling in panic. Under the influence of the End of Time, they returned to before they were born, following their master as they vanished into thin air. Everyone present wore expressions of disbelief. The sudden highs and lows left them feeling dazed. The power in Qi Yuan began to fade, and he returned to the state of an ordinary person. However, he was no longer hesitant. He finally understood how to wield his ability. He focused his entire being on sensing his ability and successfully found the key. He can materialize the corresponding abilities and energy based on his enemy's imagination, which is basically like a trial card for an ability. The criterion for determining if someone is an enemy is whether they are a sentient being harboring strong killing intent toward him. Because the Mirror Ghost and the Grudge Ghost were too terrified to even harbor killing intent, he naturally could not use their abilities. Since they are out to kill me, if I have the power to finish them off, why wait for another chance? If I mess this up, there will not be a happy ending for me. Aside from the one-time trial cards given by enemies, there is another way to permanently increase his strength. That is, when non-enemy sentient beings believe his strength is greater than it actually is, the more people who acknowledge it, the faster it helps him break through to that perceived level of strength. Finally, regarding his abilities, as long as he has used an ability before, he can use it again once he has sufficient energy. Although this trip was not entirely satisfactory, he ultimately achieved his goal. Qi Yuan's originally sour mood instantly turned to one of delight. He tried his best to calm down, so as not to risk revealing his true strength. How could a true powerhouse feel smug about stepping on an ant? Just as he expected, the Meow Meow Rabbit's live stream was flooded with a wave of comments about his performance. Oh my god, is this something I can watch without paying? I am really curious, what did that lizardman guess? Was not it a light-type ability? Obviously not, otherwise would it even need to be guessed? Any experts in the popular science section around? I have already recorded the video and posted it on Chan Yin, just waiting for the pros to reply. Did no one notice that he killed the B rank and the C rank the same way? Could he be an A rank? The scene was much more reserved than the chat room. With the opponent suddenly wiped out by an area attack, the duty team members pinched themselves, grimacing in pain to confirm they were not dreaming. They mainly could not understand the big shot's logic. If you have this kind of strength, why not go for it sooner? Liu Ying seemed to see through her team members' thoughts and stated her view in a low voice. He is probably trying to train our strength. Have not you noticed? He loves to teach and mentor, even letting monsters off the hook for it. The team members recalled the video and the conversation just now, then turned their gaze toward Zhuang Heng. Zhuang Heng thought for a moment and nodded in agreement with Liu Ying's theory. He learned from Meow Meow Rabbit that Qi Yuan had been watching their battle the whole time, and he could not figure out why he did not just help. And now, all these doubts were explained by Liu Ying's theory. Hang Shuo stood in the middle of the field with a head full of question marks, scratching his head. You were not able to beat it, right? After he said that, he felt like he was talking nonsense and sheepishly touched his nose. If you could beat it, you should have said so earlier. I would not have called for backup. I recall you called for backup before you even met me, right? Qi Yuan had black lines across his forehead, indicating he would not take the blame for this. The 3 B-rank ability users who came for support finally arrived late, and Pang Shu hurriedly went up to make excuses. A moment later, the 2 B-rank ability users from the Ability Association sat by the side with gloomy faces, waiting for the full fusion to finish. Cheng Yizhu, also a member of the official duty team, sat cross-legged next to Lin Kang. I heard you lost the battle because you tripped. When did you start working as a comedian? Tusk, that must be that big mouth Pang Shuo, right? Lin Kang knew it would get out as soon as Pang Shuo saw it, so he maintained a decent attitude. So it is true. Cheng Yizhu confirmed in disbelief. It is true. It is fake. Qi Yuan, in a good mood, was happy to clear Lin Kang's name. The lizardman used spatial displacement to move the tile under your feet, causing you to step into thin air. Hearing Qi Yuan's explanation, Lin Kang recalled that he had actually looked at the road beneath his feet at the time, yet still tripped. He asked in amazement, "How did you know?" Qi Yuan did not reply to him. It was precisely because it did not matter whether he replied to Lin Kang or not that he spoke so boldly. Lin Kang did not really care, he just asked casually. If it involved the secrets of an ability, he would not press for details. After a brief rest, the duty team scoured the fusion domain, clearing out residual monsters before the full fusion was complete. Qi Yuan, who had been on the edge of danger, finally remembered his companions. Brother Yuan, you did not think of us at all, did you? Shi Jianwen's expedition had an unexpected experience. Since the Golden Thynever showed up, he was full of resentment. The 3 of them were moving together and did not get separated when the fusion domain arrived. Afterward, they soon met up with the straggler Zhao Zhen. The 4 of them found a room and waited quietly for the fusion to finish. They were originally worried about whether Qi Yuan might be in danger, until they refreshed the city's hot search. What kind of ability is this? When they clicked on the link, Qi Yuan's face was right there. The 4 of them went silent after watching. Following the trail, they found the source of the video. Shi Jianwen stated that he had plenty of evidence to denounce Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan, feeling guilty, said nothing. He searched for the mom-like friend with his eyes, hoping to get some rescue. Zhao Zhen curled his bulky body into a corner in self-isolation, ignoring the thoughts of his good son. Lost again. Leaning his head against the wall, Zhao Zhen recalled the 3-year plan he had made and felt despondent again. Zhao Zhen, who had been the class heartthrob since kindergarten, entered high school and met the first formidable rival of his life, Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan snatched away his title of class heartthrob without any effort. He thought that by transferring to the combat department, he would not have to face Qi Yuan, but he never expected his crush to say this. Hey, is Zhao Zhen handsome? Since I have seen Qi Yuan, other guys look pretty much the same. Ever since then, Zhao Zhen turned his sorrow into strength, working out like crazy, trying to surpass Qi Yuan, that pretty boy, by adding points to his physique. However, as someone who was well-adjusted, he did not know the golden rule: moderate fitness attracts the opposite sex, excessive fitness attracts the same sex. Lost in the sense of achievement from fitness, Zhao Zhen, who had unknowingly trained a set of brawny muscles, opened the door to a new world. Not only was he rejected by his crush again, receiving a nice guy card, but he also kept receiving confessions from men. Tracing the source, it was all Qi Yuan's fault. Zhao Zhen, having figured all this out, had secretly vowed that he must make Qi Yuan feel pain. And now, Qi Yuan had not felt any pain, but Zhao Zhen certainly had. It is not working at all. How can I even play with such a huge gap? If he uses physical training to strengthen his power again, he will get more confessions from men. Most importantly, he even mocked Qi Yuan. As soon as he thought about his earlier behavior, he held his head against the wall, unable to face the social death. It looks like he cannot count on the mom-like friend. Qi Yuan shook his head and sighed. What is wrong with him? Qi Yuan casually avoided Shi Jianwen's accusatory gaze and pointed at Zhao Zhen with his thumb. Jiang Wenyin helplessly spread her hands. I do not know, he was like this just now. He is better now. At first he was banging his head against the wall. Ren Yang played with his phone with one hand and said indifferently, it is fine, he is like this often. Whenever he remembers something embarrassing, he bangs his head against the wall. Qi Yuan, Jiang Wenyin, and Shi Jianwen, did you just bring up another topic that embarrasses him? Bang bang bang. In the corner, Zhao Zhen, who had only just calmed down from the wall banging, started another round. Has the Nanwu orphanage incident confirmed that the fusion field is a phenomenon caused by the overlapping of the current spacetime and the past? Ever since he gained access to the official superpower website, Qi Yuan has been browsing it every night before bed. His plan to spend more time in the library section was just empty talk. After browsing for a dozen minutes, he could not stop his hands from switching to the forums. Seeing the thread about Nanwu Orphanage, Qi Yuan clicked on it to check the comments. Claiming my spot early, let me know when an expert drops some real info. So does that mean the Peach Blossom Spring is actually? Wait, does this mean myths and legends are actually history? I major in this field. Short answer, no, I will explain the rest once I finish typing it out. Grabbing some snacks while waiting for the expert to educate us. Scrolling with his mouse, Qi Yuan skipped the spammy posts and found the reply from the person providing the analysis. First, we cannot be sure if the fusion source is singular or multiple. Second, other hypotheses could explain this, such as parallel dimensions overlapping with ours, or that fusion is not spacetime related but a power of time reversal, or perhaps even imagination becoming reality. I had no idea there were so many theories. With a towel draped over his head, Qi Yuan reached up and gave his hair a good rub. Once it stopped dripping, he set the towel aside and picked up his phone from the nightstand, which was flashing to indicate new messages. Then it is settled, we will meet on the outskirts of the city this weekend. It had been a few days since he accidentally stumbled into the fusion field. Qi Yuan had found a post on the Superpower forum looking for a team to head to the outskirts, chatted with the original poster, and successfully joined their group. Not every monster will be as cautious as the lizardman. Improving my strength is a necessity. Having finally discovered how to use his power, he planned to find somewhere to put his current strength to the test. And he could not ask people he knew, as that would ruin his reputation. Possessing such a strange power, Qi Yuan, who only cared a little about his reputation as an expert, was forced to play along with the charade. Qi Yuan typed back no problem, closed the chat, opened the pink app, and navigated to Meow Meow Rabbit's D-Site account. Before leaving the fusion field, Meow Meow Rabbit had asked if she could edit the footage into a video and post it on D-Site. Desperate for public recognition, Qi Yuan naturally agreed. Once he got home, he quietly followed Meow Meow Rabbit on D-Site. After a few days, there should be plenty of comments and bullet comments by now. A wild A-rank superpower user spotted. Even if they were setting up death flags, did they just pull them all out? The mention of an A-rank user in the title drew in a crowd, and the view count was more than double what it usually was. The sea of bullet comments was too distracting, so Qi Yuan set them to half screen so he could actually read what they said. The video started with the conversation between Meow Meow Rabbit and the cameraman. Suspected, do not tell me this is another clout chaser. The creator's flag-planting skills are still a bit amateur, not as good as the guy next door who stacks all the buffs. Nothing can compare to the monster breeding they do on that other channel. Chi Yuan skipped forward a bit, and the video loaded after a few spins. His weight had actually saved Zhuang Heng and Meow Meow Rabbit's lives. So that happened too, I had no idea. No wonder they let me join so easily. The video had edited out the boring travel scenes, but the sharp-eyed audience still caught him slacking off along the way. Someone is slacking off here, but I will not name names. Which command gave such a bad drop point? Where is the A-rank user? I have already watched the whole thing, the command was spot on, I will not say who it is, no spoilers. The way you say that, I already have a guess. These did not matter much, seeing that the video was almost fully buffered. Chi Yuan dragged the slider to the end. They were sitting in a circle chatting, and his face appeared on screen. B rank and C rank are different. A dozen bullet comments flew by, memorize this, it will be on the test. Chi Yuan could already guess what was coming next and skipped ahead to the combat portion. Sure enough. What is the difference? Are not they both one-shot kills? The difference between B and C rank. Do not be a hater, B ranks can at least play around a bit longer. Seeing himself showing off on screen made his skin crawl with embarrassment. He threw off his quilt, buried himself underneath, and writhed like a worm for a moment before crawling back out to look at his phone. Just as he looked at the screen, a message came in. Zhu Xian, are you planning to attend Shenzhen University? Chi Yuan snapped out of his embarrassment and switched into serious mode. He had previously messaged Zhu Xian to ask what he needed to prepare to get into Shenzhen University. Although using a special channel was not ideal, his record of clearing out a B-rank monster definitely qualified him for any school. As long as you promise more people enough big dreams, those dreams eventually become reality. The densely populated cities of Shenzhen and Jidu had become his top targets. After discussing it with his family, they decided to move to Shenzhen. It was not because his mother was worried about him living alone, but rather because, in this day and age, you never know if the monster or tomorrow will arrive first. His little brother was very unhappy about this, and had been causing a fuss at home recently. He tapped his screen and quickly replied, yes. Zhu Xian understood, leave it to me. Chi Yuan thanks. With that burden off his mind, Chi Yuan set the matter aside and was just about to watch some short videos. Shi Jianwen, the resident gossip king, sent him a message. Shi Jianwen had not been very helpful in combat lately, so Chi Yuan watched a video before bothering to check his messages. Shi Jianwen, bro, I am transferring to the combat department. Chi Yuan, you do not have a power, how are you going to transfer? Shi Jianwen, yes I do. Shi Jianwen, I told you last time, I awakened the direct current power in the fusion field. Mentioning direct current brought it all back to Chi Yuan. Jiang Wenyan had said that this guy was in the middle of reading gossip when his phone ran out of battery, and in his panic, he suddenly awakened his power. It was useless though, the current from a newly awakened E-rank user was not even enough to charge a phone. Chi Yuan could already picture the absurd scene of this guy fighting monsters while reading gossip, using his power to charge his phone on the side. But with the college entrance exams approaching, could Shi Jianwen really pull off a transfer now? Chi Yuan, are you in your third year of high school? Shi Jianwen, second year, planning to study for another year before taking the exams. Chi Yuan, good luck then. Shi Jianwen was excited, and upon realizing Chi Yuan did not know about his power, he pounced like a shark smelling blood, bombarding Chi Yuan with a string of texts. He had no intention of keeping it a secret, he wanted to announce his power to the whole world. It was not gossip, so Chi Yuan felt a bit bored. But given their long history as gossip buddies, even if Shi Jianwen was not a producer of gossip, he was an excellent courier. In order to keep getting fresh gossip in the future, Chi Yuan kept typing and oh really, to brush him off while he continued browsing his feeds. Once his excitement faded, Shi Jianwen finally remembered there was one more piece of gossip he had to share. Shi Jianwen, several S-rank users have appeared in Jidu at the same time. I checked the supplemental info from netizens, all 9 chairs of the Dragon Kingdom are there. The 9 seats of the Dragon Kingdom, arguably the 9 strongest individuals in the nation on the surface. The reason they are widely debated is that to challenge for a seat and claim the position, one must be officially recognized. Those from the Ability Association holding only Class II ability certificates are excluded. Not to mention the rumors of the Shadow 9 seats. But that does not dampen the public's love for them. After all, reality is not a card-collecting game where you just invest in whoever has the highest stats. On one side are heroes who stake their lives to protect the country, on the other, some nameless nobodies. It goes without saying who the public wants to see win if they ever clashed. So the biggest controversy online is not whether the strongest 9 are actually the 9 seats, but which one of those 9 is truly the strongest. The 9 seats have not fought yet, but their fans have arranged to fight in person several times. Chi Yuan, they meet at least a few times a year for conferences. Shi Jianwen, it is different this time, even people from the Ability Association are attending. I suspect the officials are planning something big. Shi Jianwen, Brother Yuan, tell me quietly, does your Chi family have any insider information? I promise I will not tell anyone else. Chi Yuan closed the chat interface in silence. I was not the one daydreaming about being a rich kid, so you all decided to do it for me. Where did this wealthy Chi family even come from? And insider information. He rarely brings friends home, partly out of fear that the moment they step inside and he clarifies that his family is definitely not wealthy, they would jump to the conclusion that his mother is a mistress kept on the side, and that he and his younger brother are illegitimate children of a rich family. Then it would fast-track to confirming the rumors about the wealthy Chi family once and for all. That is just too absurd. After catching up on the gossip and watching the videos, Chi Yuan put down his phone with satisfaction and drifted off to sleep. On a weekend morning, Chi Yuan, caught between sleep and wakefulness, felt a nudge from his biological clock, signaling it was about time to get up. He struggled for a moment, sat up and checked his phone. The alarm was due to go off in a few minutes, so he turned it off early. After washing up, Chi Yuan walked toward the living room while yawning. The television was on, playing the morning news, but the room in front of it was empty. His mother was in the kitchen making breakfast. Hearing him, she turned around and smiled. Up so early? I have something to do today. Then eat your meal and head out early. She brought out the steaming breakfast and sat down in her chair. Chi Yuan reached out, picked up a meat bun, took a bite, chewed twice, and took a small sip of the steaming soy milk beside him. As a personal preference, he could not handle food that was too hot. Usually, when others finished their porridge, he would still be blowing on it to cool it down. A few days ago, I happened to see you on Weibo in the morning. My son is quite handsome. The comments were full of young girls complimenting you. Crow's feet appeared at the corners of his mother's eyes as she smiled. She rested her face on her left hand, while her right hand used chopsticks to pick up pieces of the meat bun she had broken into smaller parts. Coughing cough cough. His mother dropped a bombshell out of nowhere, and Chi Yuan almost had a heart attack. It had been days. He thought he had flown under the radar. Mom, is that why you agreed to let me go to Shen City? Why else? His mother asked, looking back at him in confusion. If you had dreamed that you possessed an ability and had not woken up and I had just let you go without asking, I would be a terrible mother. You could just say if you were having a daydream next time. Chi Yuan gave a deadpan stare, his head full of black lines as he retorted. And that sounds like something only his little brother would do. His mother paused her chopsticks and thought for a moment. If you mistakenly thought it was not a daydream, would not me saying it directly hurt your feelings? That's not any different from saying it directly. Is that so? I will try a different approach next time. Little Ao did not notice it before, so I thought it was fine. After finishing breakfast, Chi Yuan changed into a combat outfit, put on his black tactical goggles and headed out. He had no intention of buying a long sword or heavy blade, settling only for a combat knife, the same type used by the duty squad as a survival tool. The reason was simple: he had not systematically learned any combat techniques. If he carried a sword, he'd be expected to go up and swing it. But if he carried nothing and used light-based abilities for ranged output, it would look much more reasonable. Testing his strength is not about courting death. Avoiding dangerous maneuvers is the way to go further. The meeting point this time was the hills on the outskirts of the city, not far from the city defense line. As a primary training ground for low-level ability users, it was easily accessible. Once you hit the last stop on the subway, there is a shuttle bus available. Qi Yuan got off the crowded bus, arrived at the entrance, and found the companions who were waiting under a tree based on the group message. That hill on the outskirts was supposedly a high school before the fusion domain descended, covering quite a large area. After decades of exposure to the elements, it had fallen into severe disrepair. Qi Yuan had not expected both of his companions to be girls, and they seemed to know each other. He had been blinded by the screen name Big Sword Tang, picturing a burly man wielding a massive blade, but in reality she was a short girl. That is quite a contrast, is not it? Big Sword Tang, Yu Luo Fen Fen. Qi Yuan read out their screen names to confirm he had the right people. That's us, are you too, Yuan? The short girl with the round face who had a single bun and carried a large sword on her back, nodded vigorously in response to Qi Yuan. Standing beside the round-faced girl, making her look tall, the girl who had all her hair secured with a wooden hairpin also gave a gentle nod. That's me, I am a rookie who just awakened. If I do anything wrong, feel free to tell me directly. Wearing his goggles, Qi Yuan was not worried about the two girls having seen the video. If they could recognize him with most of his face covered, he would call them true fans. No problem, I come here every few weeks to check my training progress. I know these paths like the back of my hand. Big Sword Tang gave a thumbs up, taking the lead on everything. It was clear that Big Sword Tang was the leader, while Yu Luo Fen Fen spent most of her time listening with her lips pursed. After the three exchanged a few words, they headed toward the entrance. The uncle at this entrance knows me well, we can just walk right in. Qi Yuan walked in the center front position, while Big Sword Tang and Yu Luo Fen Fen flanked him slightly behind. Telepathy had not just taught him how to shop for groceries and haggle, it also made him notice nuances in interpersonal relationships. If a woman is followed by a man she does not know, she usually feels uneasy and becomes more alert. He lowered his head toward Big Sword Tang, followed the direction she indicated, and continued to stride forward naturally and fluidly. These two girls were likely the type to hold hands even when going to the restroom. Walking between them, he was so squeezed he barely had room to stand. If he had turned into a piece of paper, he could have been sandwiched between them without ever touching the ground. The men nearby who did not know the situation, some wearing boxing gloves, others carrying swords or spears, shot envious glares at Qi Yuan. One cute lowly on the left, one gentle girl next door on the right. Not only is he not sucking up to the ladies, but he even brushed them off when they were sticking close to him. Damn it, this guy. I have decided. I am not here for anything else, I just want that big brother to teach me a trick or two. Go away, do not block the way here. The middle-aged man being pointed at by Tang with the broadsword looked visibly impatient, driving away the boy in strange attire standing beside him. The boy was wearing an improved version of a traditional black martial arts outfit, with a half-mask covering his face. He nudged the middle-aged man, appearing to say something with a sense of resentment. The man ignored him, but his eyes lit up as he saw them approaching. Little Tang, you are back again, just head right in, I am tied up with something else here. Tang with the broadsword poked his head out from behind Qi Yuan, wearing a big smile, and waved, saying, Uncle, then we will head in first. Alright, stay safe. The man was getting on in years, and since Tang with the broadsword looked about his daughter's age, he gave a knowing smile. As if unable to stand seeing the man act kindly, the boy jumped out, pointing at them and shouting, Why do they get to go in without even having their IDs checked while I have mine and still cannot enter? I think you are just looking down on people. As they say, fortune changes every 30 years, do not bully. The man's broad palm landed on the back of the boy's head. You do not recognize your own uncle anymore. The boy, dizzy from the sudden sneak attack, instinctively retorted. I'm still your grandpa. Lu Cheng, you brat, I really am your uncle. I am coming to your house for dinner tonight. You are actually my uncle. The man's square face turned round with anger and he gave him a solid beating, saying, I will show you fortune changes, now get lost and go home, you brat. Uncle, stop hitting me, stop it. The boy scrambled away, covering his head, saying, I just moved here, I have not met you yet, I am leaving now. The man's expression softened slightly, and he was about to let the little rascal go. A girl with an oval face, long black hair draped over her shoulders, and delicate features rushed out, shielding the boy behind her. "What right do you have to hit people? Brother Cheng, are you okay?" The girl helped Lu Cheng up, gently stroking the injury on his face. "Yes." The man gasped. This kid managed to fool such a pretty girl. It is rare to see a girl so blind. Look at little Tang, her eye for people is not bad at all. The vibe around that guy next to her, tisk tisk. The man coughed twice and put on a villainous face. "If you cannot form a team, get out, do not get in the way here." "Kid Cheng, this is as much as your uncle can do for you." Lu Cheng did not understand his uncle's good intentions and reached out with a desperate hand to stop the girl, saying, "Wait." The girl pulled him behind her, standing tall with an imposing, righteous aura. "Although the Zia family is not some tycoon, we still have a say in Kipan City. I, Zia Muling, demand that you apologize to Lu Cheng." "Wait, this is my uncle." Lu Cheng regretted it immensely and wanted to time travel back to punch himself for coming up with this lame idea. The girl paused upon hearing this, turning her head to confirm again. "Your relative." "Yeah, stop, the plan to experience life and search for inspiration is cancelled." Lu Cheng waved his hands frantically. Their families were having a gathering tonight, and if he pulled any more stunts, his old man would surely make him pay. Qi Yuan noticed Yu Luo Fenfen beside him take 2 steps forward, and only after confirming several times did she speak in a soft, low voice. "Shuangshuan, you are actually so lively in private." The girl claiming to be Zia Muling saw Yu Luo Fenfen, and her pupils dilated in shock. Her face instantly turned bright red down to her ears, and her speech became stuttering. "Yufan, how are you here?" "I am here to improve my combat ability, together with little Tang." The scene fell into silence. With the invitation from Tang with the broadsword, the 2 socially awkward people finally managed to escape the vortex of embarrassment. The 5 of them traveled together, heading deep into the mountains behind. With the monster ecosystem somewhat balanced, the environment in the back mountains was gradually recovering into a forest. Except for the small trail worn by combat major students who frequently came for expeditions, there were no longer any traces of human activity. Dense trees covered the sky above them, with sunlight filtering through the gaps and casting spots of light on the leaf-covered ground. Qi Yuan brushed a caterpillar off his shoulder and then reached out to flick away a small red spider hanging from the brim of his hat. "Close now." Charging the ball of light in his hand, Qi Yuan squinted, aimed at his target, and released the light ball. The light ball carved a golden streak through the air, hitting the mutated rabbit that was still gnawing on weeds. Dazzling golden light burst upon the rabbit. It did not even have time to scream before it died on the spot. Qi Yuan got up and crouched beside the rabbit, reaching out a finger to poke the rabbit that was charred like charcoal. Under this poke, the rabbit crumbled into dust. The mutated rabbit relied on instinct to use its abilities. If it did not react in time to use defensive powers, it was no different from a regular rabbit. After 2 live streams, he had gained considerable fame. With the recognition of others, his strength kept climbing, and he was now around D rank. After evaluating his own strength, Qi Yuan looked around. The other 4 had not appeared yet, and he felt a bit puzzled. They had heard Tang with the broadsword say he was a beginner, so they said they would test his strength first before deciding which mutated animals to hunt. Now that he had already killed the rabbit, the others were nowhere to be seen. Qi Yuan took 2 steps outward and seemed to hear the voices of the group. He followed the sound and found that Tang with the broadsword and the others were in a confrontation with a few people. "Hand over your phone, kid." A chubby man with a mature beyond his years face, dressed in name brands, reached out a thick, fat hand toward Lu Cheng with several gold rings on his fingers. "You are asking me for my phone without any reason. Why would I give it to you?" Lu Cheng shook his head. The chubby man on the opposite side looked like he came from a decent background, and it would be better to resolve this peacefully if possible. A woman who had large wavy hair wore exquisite makeup, and had come to such a dangerous place in high heels that were impractical for walking, took 2 steps forward, swaying her body, and parted her red lips to say, "Are you a paparazzo? I was with my darling just now. You might have filmed something, right? You will not even hand over your phone, or not you just feeling guilty?" Lu Cheng looked as if that was absolutely impossible while revealing a bit of mockery, saying, "Are you kidding? I did not even know you were a celebrity and I would film you." Exactly, I have not even seen you in any gossip columns. You are not even a third-tier celebrity, are you? Mentioning celebrities involved her field of knowledge, and Xia Xuan's eyes lit up. Living in the women's restroom year-round, how could she not know who had become popular recently? These two combined to land a critical hit. The woman's exquisite face twisted and she glared at them while taking a deep breath, clearly furious. She tugged at the chubby man's sleeve, pressing half her body against him, and said, "I am trying so hard to persuade them nicely, but these two are still infuriating me." The beauty's coquetry made the chubby man feel a bit more imposing, and he shook his flab, saying, "Do not be ungrateful, kid, do not refuse a toast just to be forced to drink." The bodyguards behind the chubby man stepped forward, ready to strike, with their full aura unleashed. Lu Cheng and the others felt the pressure of the aura and their expressions shifted. These were C-rank superpowered individuals. The highest ranked among these students was no more than D-rank, not to mention the chasm between intermediate and low-level ranks. Hold on a second. Lu Cheng immediately cowered, reaching out his right hand to stop them. "Hey now, let us talk this through. Please do not get angry just because we told the truth, miss." Xia Xuan looked at him in shock, unable to tell for a moment if he was doing this on purpose or just being oblivious. Being called miss almost broke the woman's professional composure. She nearly made an ugly face. She managed to hold back, eventually conjuring up some tears and sobbing softly. "Brother Hui, I do not mind suffering a little grievance, but look at how he completely disregards you. How can I just put up with this?" The beauty weeping added a touch of fragility and dependency, which made the fat man called Brother Hui feel a bit soft in the ears and puff out his chest. "You too help me teach that blind brat a lesson. We will have a big feast when we get back." Wait. Forget his nonsense, smash his phone and give him a couple of beatings. Let us see if he behaves himself then. Seeing the two bodyguards about to make a move, Lu Cheng whispered, "Xia Xuan, are not you from some Xia family?" Xia Xuan rolled her eyes. "The Xia family? Seriously, you are taking those novel settings to heart? My family at most has a bit of spare change. I cannot compare to having two C-rank ability users as bodyguards. If they want to fight, let us fight. I have never experienced the gap between a C-rank and me anyway, so this is a good chance to learn." Big Blade Tang's cat ears stood up as she began her full beast transformation. Her bones and muscles started to shift, and before long her body was covered in pale orange cat fur and her head transformed into that of a cat. The shifted bones and muscles allowed her to easily move on all fours, making her look like a giant cat wearing human clothes. The cat-eared girl turned into a cat monster in an instant, delivering a huge shock to Lu Cheng. For a while, he felt he might even have a phobia of cat-eared girls. Yu Luo gently stroked the wooden hairpin on her head and said warmly, Tang has a point. It is usually hard to beg a C-rank to spar with us. This is a golden opportunity served on a silver platter." The two burly bodyguards sneered in disdain at these words. The difference between a mid-tier and a low-tier is like heaven and earth. The fact that this group was so ignorant could not just be blamed on them being youngsters, it was because their horizons were too narrow. With such limited horizons, what kind of big shots could they possibly know? They could definitely fight without any worries. The fat man laughed heartily, his flab trembling. "You brat, you do not even have as much backbone as the pretty girl. Hey beauty, stop following him. Can that skinny frame of his even satisfy you?" Xia Xuan's face turned red again, but this time not from embarrassment but from anger. She struck a combat pose and glared at the two bodyguards. Her message was clear: if they wanted to fight, then let us fight. Lu Cheng looked on, bewildered by the fight about to break out, and scratched his head. It was 3 against 1, his opinion did not matter anymore. Since that is the case, then he could only. "What are you all doing? Why are you taking so long?" A figure walked over slowly, scanned the fat man and his group, and looked away with indifference, showing the arrogance of someone in a high position who did not care about irrelevant passersby, before turning to look at Lu Cheng's group. Qi Yuan held his goggles, perfectly nailing the atmosphere and charisma. Others use their fame, he uses his face. Start with a face and let everyone else's imagination fill in the rest. Sure enough, the fat man was terrified and hurriedly turned to slap the woman. "Big brother, I did not know they were your people. Please forgive the offense, I will get lost right now." The two bodyguards put away their arrogance and disdain, retreating respectfully behind the fat man. Qi Yuan did not speak. While he knew the Qi family name was spread around by people who knew him, he did not know it would have such an effect on strangers. Hearing the fat man's internal thoughts loud and clear, Qi Yuan's mouth twitched. "You do not even know who I am, and you are cowering this quickly." He did not speak, and the fat man broke into a cold sweat. Just a moment ago, he was spouting classic villain lines while bullying Lu Cheng, but now his mind was racing faster than anyone else. The fat man slapped his own forehead and smiled apologetically. "Look at my memory. Little brother, ladies, sorry for the offense just now, my apologies." Lu Cheng and the others exchanged glances, keeping their composure. Pushing further would cross the fat man's bottom line, and everyone has their pride. Qi Yuan lifted his chin, signaling for them to get lost. Having received permission, the fat man fled the scene like a coward, and even though the two bodyguards maintained their expert demeanor, their retreat was quite pathetic. The woman in high heels could not run fast at all, limping along behind them without daring to utter a word of complaint. Their conversation could be faintly heard from a distance. "Brother Hui, does that young master have a big background?" "Cannot you tell? Based on my years of roaming Kipan City, he is at least from a prestigious family. He might even have high-rank ability users backing him. You are really bad luck, get away from me." Qi Yuan fell into deep thought. If every time people imagined his powers to be real they actually became true, the Qi family would rule the world by now, and he could even start thinking about interplanetary influence. "Not bad, Brother Yuan, it is really cool of you to show your cards for us brothers." Lu Cheng walked up and gave Qi Yuan a light punch on the shoulder. "I will treat you to a meal when we get back, though the place will not be that fancy, so do not mind that." Qi Yuan looked at him, shook his head, and said in a low voice, "No need. He came out here pretending to be someone else. If his cover is blown, there is no next time." The three girls also came over and thanked him repeatedly. The revelation of his identity made everyone feel less relaxed than before. After fighting a few mutant dogs, they ended their day's field expedition. Every time they thought about Qi Yuan's prestigious background, they could not help but want to protect him as if they were his lackeys, which caused their training efficiency to drop significantly. On the way down the mountain, Lu Cheng felt his pockets and began to cry out. "I think I lost my keys. They must have fallen out when that fat guy pushed me." Yu Luo and Fen Fen looked at Qi Yuan before saying, "Let us go back and look for them." The five of them returned to the spot and searched separately. A short while later, Xia Xuan walked out with the keys and slapped them firmly into Lu Cheng's palm. "Keep them safe, you are having bad luck today, dog brother. Hurry back and update your story to change your fortune." Lu Cheng pocketed the keys, not forgetting to complain, "What does that have to do with updating? Updating is impossible, only slacking off brings joy." As they left the rear mountain, the old man gave Lu Cheng a look that said, "You brat, you have no ambition." But watching the five of them walk away, he felt Lu Cheng had done a good job. Always comparing himself to the handsome lad next to him, even a blind girl would eventually start comparing, so it was better to leave early. Completely unaware that the old man had already imagined a love triangle between him, Xia Xuan, and Qi Yuan, Lu Cheng began chattering away as soon as they left the mountain. In a novel, we would be the chosen ones, heading up the mountain, having classic cannon fodder provoke me and having three pretty girls as teammates. Qi Yuan gave him a death stare. He was showing off again. Sensing Qi Yuan's gaze, Lu Cheng finally realized he had not given him a role and added, "Qi Yuan, you can be the rich kid sidekick. See, I did not make you the cannon fodder who gets killed first. I am a good friend, right?" Xia Xuan made an expressionless face and countered, "If I am the heroine, you are definitely the cannon fodder." The group parted ways at the bus stop. Qi Yuan took the subway while the other four headed home on different bus routes. After getting off the bus, it was not yet the evening rush hour and the small alley was completely deserted. His feet landed on the solid concrete, and the dull thud of his footsteps echoed through the empty alley. His phone vibrated slightly, the ringtone playing as he waited for the other end to pick up. After a moment, the call was connected. "Hey master, you guessed right, there are people in Kipen City raising monsters too." The person on the other end said something, and Lu Cheng held the phone a bit further away before saying, "You are questioning if it is true without even giving me a reward for my efficiency. Am I really that unreliable? You brat, stop coveting my ability artifacts. Besides, when have you ever been reliable? You did not leave any traces, did you? Do not let yourself get killed before I even arrive in Sui province." Hey. Hearing his master's words, Lu Cheng let out a mischievous, bratty laugh. "Obviously, I pinned it on someone else. It is absolutely fine." "You pinned it on someone else?" The person on the other end nearly jumped out of their seat. "Lu Cheng, we are the protectors of the people, not some privileged elites." "Master, where is the trust between people?" Lu Cheng sounded full of righteous indignation, accusing this world of malicious suspicion. "I pinned it on the descendant of a privileged family. Even if you run into trouble, master, they will not." "Is that for real? Besides the eldest daughter of the Zhu family, who else in Kipan City has such a big background? How about an ability user of the second generation who has 2 C-rank ability users as bodyguards? He did not even dare to make a sound when he saw him and just slunk away. Is that enough? Having C-rank ability users as bodyguards means that, besides being rich, the family must have at least a B-rank backing them. To be able to keep such a second-generation ability user from even daring to breathe loudly, this family must have at least 1 high-level ability user. After figuring this all out, the person on the other end finally let Lu Cheng off the hook. "Do not let it happen again. Have you thought about what would happen to you if his family found out?" Haha, master, you would not just leave me to die, would you?" Lu Cheng swallowed hard and chuckled dryly. "Ha, are not you quite capable and fond of being clever? I can always find another apprentice if I lose you." "Do not say that, it is hard to find another one as filial as me." "You are just so very filial." Lu Cheng shamelessly acted as if he did not catch the sarcasm. "That is right. Stop spouting nonsense with me, I am hanging up." Beep beep. Before Lu Cheng could say anything else, the person on the other end hung up without mercy. "When they need something, they call me apprentice, and when they do not, they call me brat. What a difficult old man." He put away his phone and strode forward. Ji Yuan sent photo 1. Ji Yuan sent photo 2. At least a B-rank ability user, a member of the Pillar Project, the unfathomable Qi family. Every single detail made Zhu Xian dare not underestimate Qi Yuan. Thinking back to when she had tried to recruit a scion of a powerful family, she felt a flush of embarrassment. How could such information circulate in school but not appear in the files? Does not that just cause trouble? Or did the Qi family step in to wipe all the records clean? Upon receiving the message from Qi Yuan, she put down the report she was working on while pulling overtime and opened the file immediately. The first photo showed several mutant dogs digging a pit, with human bones exposed inside. The second photo showed the pit fully excavated, with a significant number of human bones buried within. By counting the repeated body parts, Zhu Xian determined there were at least a dozen people. Monsters feed on humans. Even an E-rank monster will gravitate toward areas with human activity. Therefore, the Dragon Kingdom has strict regulations that corpses must be cremated. The bones in the photos were still quite fresh, showing little decay, and there had been no recent reports of large-scale missing persons or accidental deaths. If it was not a case of murder and burial, then it was corpse theft, and there is only one reason for stealing a large number of bodies. Feeding monsters. Buddha Kingdom once had a tragic case where raising monsters led to the destruction of an entire city. A neighboring city also had a similar scandal, but it was discovered in time to prevent a disaster. Although there is no concrete proof, many researchers specializing in monsters speculate that monster evolution is linked to human consumption. At this thought, Zhu Xian's expression tightened, and without caring about her phrasing, she typed directly. "Zhu Xian, where was this found?" "Qi Yuan, in the hills behind the abandoned high school in the suburbs." "Zhu Xian, I understand. If you discover anything else later, please let us know." The reply came quickly. Zhu Xian had only just gotten up and taken 2 steps before she received another message. "Qi Yuan, there is a guy named Lu Cheng who seems to know something. He intentionally led me to check it out." "Qi Yuan, he is the nephew of the uncle who was guarding the second entrance today. So he really does know something. No wonder he is a B-rank ability user at such a young age." Zhu Xian's face lit up. This kid, thinking he is so smart, was trying to show off his skills to a real expert. The name seemed familiar. She frowned, wondering where she had seen it. Unable to recall it for now, she pushed the thought aside. The priority now was reporting to her superiors and catching whoever was raising those monsters. On the other end of the phone, Qi Yuan put the device back into his pocket after sending the message. When people stood before him, there were only things he wanted to know and things he did not. This guy really did not treat him like an outsider. One minute he is all buddy-buddy, the next he is using him as a meat shield. He has got some nerve. The world outside is full of treachery. It is much easier to bully a simple-minded little brother. Looking at his little brother acting all mushy with the little girl downstairs, Qi Yuan was amused and took out his phone to snap a photo. No wonder he keeps making a fuss at home and refuses to go to Shen City, so that is what is going on. You noticed it too, did not you? Xiao Ao has been hanging out with that little girl until dark every day lately. Qi's mother had walked up to Qi Yuan at some point, sipping a cup of herbal tea. Qi Yuan, who was laughing his head off while still intending to keep his brother's secret, was startled by his mother. "Mom, how come you do not make any noise when you walk?" "Do I? I walked over quite naturally. I was not tiptoeing." Leaning against the window with a smile, Mother Qi looked at the children below and critiqued. Xiao Ao really does not understand girls. He looks like a pathetic simp who does not know how to pursue someone and just makes a nuisance of himself. It is much better to show off one's strengths at the right time and place than to stick to someone like glue and expose all one's weaknesses. She paused to sip her tea and, fearing he would not get it, added, "Look at it from a male perspective. A disheveled girl pestering you is nowhere near as attractive as a well-groomed girl offering a single smile." Then she glanced at Qi Ao and shook her head. "There is no helping it. His father and I do not look bad, but he is just average. Without any strengths to show off, he can only work twice as hard." Qi Yuan, the bold opinion you just expressed makes it sound like your little brother is not your own son. He looked down at the street where his oblivious little brother was happily smearing his spit on the girl. Whatever, Mom, makes a lot of sense. He could not find a single point to argue with. "Hello, this is the task force. Please open the door and cooperate with us." Only a single door separated Lu's father from the people outside, and he could hear their voices clearly. He gingerly activated the surveillance on the fingerprint lock. The small screen revealed the scene at the doorstep. A beautiful woman with a single ponytail dressed in a task force uniform stood there. Confirming that it was a human and not a monster outside, Lu's father opened the door, his honest face filled with a simple, guileless smile. Hello there. "Sorry to bother you, here is my ID. I am looking for Lu Cheng. There are some matters I need his cooperation with." "Oh, right. Lu's father nodded repeatedly, then turned and shouted behind the door, "You brat, what kind of trouble did you get into this time? Get out here." "I didn't do anything." Lu Cheng's voice arrived before he did. A moment later, he emerged from the room, hair messy, wearing a tank top and loose shorts. Surveying him from head to toe, Zhu Xian noted that his mental state seemed fairly stable. She flashed a professional smile. "Little student, how about coming to the Extraordinary Task Force Bureau for some tea?" "The tea you are talking about, is it for real? I think this guy's mental state is a little too good." Zhu Xian had no desire to flirt with an unimpressive young man, especially while on duty. If this matter weren't so serious, she wouldn't have come in person to prevent it from spreading and causing panic. Before Zhu Xian could comment, Lu's father couldn't help but interject, "Hey, I think you are asking for a beating. Officer, please don't mind his foul mouth." "It is fine, let us go." She sensed that Lu Cheng seemed to treat her as someone he knew, hence the joking, but Zhu Xian could not for the life of her recall who he was. Did we meet at a banquet, or was it during some other case? Zhu Xian opened the car door, and Lu Cheng hopped right inside. She confirmed once more that even if this kid was maxed out on the friendly with everyone attribute, he definitely recognized her. In the passenger seat, Lu Cheng hugged a cushion, sitting sloppily and bouncing his leg. "Why are you looking for me? Does the old man have something else?" "Who is the old man?" Zhu Xian held the steering wheel, responding calmly to Lu Cheng's words. "The old man is just, wait, you don't know me." Could the old man have forgotten to tell her? For someone so unreliable, he has a lot of nerve talking about others. Wait, then why did Miss Zhu come to find him? Lu Cheng jolted, straightening up. Judging by your tone, it seems we should know each other. Having started by joking with her, Lu Cheng felt like a clown, but his social skills were genuine. He quickly adjusted his mindset and briefly explained the situation. After listening, Zhu Xian remembered that this was indeed the case. So you are the disciple Uncle Chen mentioned? He told me not to worry about you and that you would come to me when you needed help. That was her polished version. The original words were, he will shamelessly pester you for any small favor, so don't be too nice to him. Zhu Xian had not received much intelligence on Lu Cheng. It was mostly just Uncle Chen complaining about his disciple. Therefore, she was polite toward people she did not know well. Lu Cheng, on the other hand, had received plenty of information about Zhu Xian from the old man and knew her true nature, which was why he dared to make that joke. Sister Xian, you look completely different from what the old man said. Is he messing with me? Zhu Xian glanced at him. Uncle Chen is that close with him, sharing even these things. Was he afraid the kid would talk nonsense or afraid she might do something to Lu Cheng? That would be such an insult to her taste. Work and private life are, of course, kept separate. This is not the time for catching up. What else do you know about the human bones on the back hill? Lu Cheng was stunned, not expecting this topic. How did you know I went to the back hill and discovered human bones? Since Uncle Chen had already spilled the beans about her, Zhu Xian dropped the reserved act. She spoke in a languid, chilling tone. Do you have any idea who you were trying to scam yesterday? Lu Cheng reacted quickly, immediately associating it with Tu Yuan. My God, he knows everything. Your little schemes are as clear as day to him. He sent me a message that very day. After saying this, Zhu Xian realized something and frowned. I wondered why he didn't send it to team leader Pang, even though he is closer to the first team in charge of the back hill area. So you have this kind of connection with me. Zhu Xian's analysis left Lu Cheng speechless, and he asked incredulously, who exactly is this Tu Yuan? Tu Yuan, that is a fake name he gave you. His real name is Qi Yuan, a scion of the prestigious Qi family. What does the Qi family do? We cannot find out. You know that some reclusive families are very difficult to investigate. The Qi family's bills were impeccable. What was eerie was that his classmates all spoke with one voice, his family background was excellent, and the luxury cars that picked him up were different every time. Information can be erased, but memories cannot. The Qi family's influence was so vast, and their background so profound, that the Zhu family unanimously decided to suspend any investigation. Lu Cheng leaned back against the seat, life seeming hopeless. So, since I offended him, is there any salvation? Since he handed you over to me, it means he let you off the hook. Otherwise, you probably would have vanished last night. You wealthy families have so many convoluted schemes. Why didn't you think of that when you were scamming others, still thinking you were being very clever, huh? I swear. Yes, I'm taking the day off. The homeroom teacher's voice came through the receiver. Qi Yuan walked toward the exit of the apartment complex while holding his phone. Okay, thank you, teacher. He hung up inside. Team leader Zhu said she had already secured the eligibility for Shenzhen University and someone from the special admissions office was coming today. But because she was too busy, she asked Lu Cheng to take him to meet them. So why is it Lu Cheng? Qi Yuan was extremely frustrated. He had already cleared out monsters twice, yet no one had invited him to join the organization. Lu Cheng not only had some secret mission in the background, but also managed to get in with the task force. Logically speaking, should not there be an old master shouting, a peerless genius, and crying and begging to take him as a disciple? Or at the very least, it is trending now to join an official organization and have the government's backing. But he seemed like he had been forgotten by the world. Not even someone using their power to bully him into joining as an underling appeared. Ordinary people might not know, but for those in high positions, no matter how much they speculate, a single check would reveal he had no background. Is it because his level is too high and they are afraid he will make impossible demands, so they decided not to come at all? Qi Yuan recalled a history class where the teacher once said that before the arrival of extraordinary powers, some companies only wanted undergraduate students and not master's students, because their positions could not offer what the master's students wanted. Instead of letting someone intern for a day and then walk away, wasting time and resources, it was better to screen them out directly. He watched Liu Cheng, who was running toward him, with a flattering smile and could not help but sigh. Truly, simple people have simple luck. Qi Yuan's gaze made Liu Cheng feel a chill crawl up his spine. He lifted his arms and looked left and right but could not find anything wrong. What is wrong? Looking at a lucky goose. This answer left Liu Cheng completely bewildered. He really hated people who talked in riddles. Sister Xian told me to take you to see the admissions office. Brother Yuan, are you going to study at Shenzhen University too? Qi Yuan was a bit surprised. Was not he just mediocre enough to be chosen for the duty team? How was he a straight-A student at Shenzhen University? Are you one too? Liu Cheng wiggled his eyebrows up and down, showing no sign of modesty, and slapped his chest with a loud thumping sound, looking incredibly smug. I am even your senior, so I can give you some tips for military training when the time comes. Oh. This guy was a total disaster. He was always either sabotaging others or himself. Qi Yuan had zero interest in his so-called tips. Liu Cheng lived up to being a social butterfly, yapping away the entire journey until they reached their destination. Seeing the building, Qi Yuan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Liu Cheng kept chattering like that, even he would start developing social anxiety, though in the exact opposite direction of Liu Cheng's. Liu Cheng led Qi Yuan to the interview room, watched him go in, and then found a place to sit down. The interview would probably take a while, so he might as well play a round of King to pass the time. The game interface had just finished loading when the room door creaked open. Qi Yuan walked out of the room, and the admissions teacher was smiling so hard the wrinkles on his face looked like a chrysanthemum, as kind as could be. Liu Cheng stared dumbfounded as Qi Yuan bowed to the teacher and left. He rubbed his eyes, confirming he was not seeing things. You are out so soon. Even though he had a vague answer in his heart, Liu Cheng still asked. Yep. Qi Yuan nodded as if it were only natural. The life of a plain, unassuming, handsome guy was just this uneventful. There was not even anyone looking to pick a fight or show off. No wonder the handsome geniuses in cultivation novels never reached the protagonist's power level, mainly because there were no troublemakers. How else would a handsome genius fall off a cliff, accidentally enter a secret realm, and break into the Empress's boudoir? Never mind that last part. Liu Cheng refused to believe it. He had just spent all that time hyping up Shenzhen University, practically claiming it outclassed Jidu University, and this was how their special admissions office treated him. No, wait, what was the interview process like? Why are you curious about that? Qi Yuan looked at Liu Cheng suspiciously. Was he really a student at Shenzhen University? Just want to learn the ropes so I can share a guide with the freshmen later. Did he forget that I am a freshman too? Qi Yuan mentally typed out a question mark but ultimately decided to satisfy his curiosity, mostly because he did not want to develop social anxiety. I went in, bowed, sat down, handed over my prepared documents to the teacher, introduced myself, and that was it. That simple. Liu Cheng caught the key point. How did you introduce yourself? I am Qi Yuan. That is it. Liu Cheng muttered to himself, even an elementary school student would not be that lazy. Did not you mention what business your family runs or who you are connected to? I was going to say which high school I was from and what department I wanted to join, but the teacher said that was enough. Yes. Liu Cheng took a sharp breath, desperately trying to contribute to global warming. The Qi family must have pulled some strings, right? Definitely right. The strongest supernatural abilities in the rumors, the power of money and the power of influence. Good thing Qi Yuan did not hold his behavior against him, otherwise his master might have tied him up and sold him off. Brother Yuan, you really have to stay safe. He had already caused enough trouble. If something happened to Qi Yuan and the Qi family blamed him, he would be in deep trouble. Qi Yuan shook off Liu Cheng's hands as he tried to grab onto his leg, and took a few steps forward to create some distance. Another mentally unstable person added to the list. Sometimes you should not think about things, because as soon as Qi Yuan thought about how a handsome guy's life was just that uneventful, he was immediately slapped in the face. You guys stay back, this is my boyfriend. Turning around a corner, a woman rushed out with her head down, grabbed the corner of his shirt and hid behind him. A few large men were chasing after her. They wore loose tank tops, had tattoos on their shoulders or arms, and stood with a sloppy, hoodlum-like posture. Plus, the way they all looked at the guy in the middle with the buzz cut clearly showed a hierarchy of boss and henchman. Anyone who was not blind could tell they were street thugs. Hearing the woman's words, the thugs burst into laughter. Liu Cheng watched the thugs with amusement. They were literally asking for death. With so little awareness, they were not even as smart as that fat guy last time. The lead thug pointed at the woman, shaking his finger up and down, and made a classic mocking expression. "Look at you, do you even deserve him?" Once the boss spoke, the henchmen immediately followed suit. "Look at this toad trying to eat swan meat, it is killing me. This is even more delusional than us. At least we know what we are doing, she is just straight up daydreaming." Liu Cheng, who was waiting for Brother Yuan to slap them across the face, was completely baffled. "What the heck are you guys talking about? 1 second ago she was trying to disappear from the thug's view, the next second she was standing there with her hands on her hips, glaring at them as if she could take on all 10 of them. Who was the one flirting with me just now? So you guys are specifically looking for ugly women, how exactly do I not deserve him?" After her rant, she turned to look at Qi Yuan and his friend. After catching sight of Qi Yuan's face, she froze for a few seconds, her mouth slightly agape. Seeing that the focus was now on him, Qi Yuan turned his head toward the lady who had suddenly appeared out of politeness, waiting for what she would say next. The woman shook her head and regained her senses. "Sorry, you are right, I do not deserve him." After saying that, she grabbed Liu Cheng. I made a mistake earlier, this is my real boyfriend." "What the?" Liu Cheng had 1,000 curse words he wanted to let out, but seeing the way the lady was intentionally blinking and giving him an "I'm begging you" look, he held it in. Long, black curly hair, a mature-style dress that perfectly set off her delicate face, and the faint scent of women's perfume stirred Liu Cheng's boyish heart. A mature and pretty young lady was just too tempting. He could not refuse her request at all. "Oh yeah, that is me, that is me." The guy with the buzz cut rested his club on his shoulder and tilted his chin, and a henchman immediately understood. A sharp-featured henchman stepped out from behind the boss, walking with a ridiculous, arrogant swagger as he approached Liu Cheng. He looked Liu Cheng up and down and gave a crooked smile. "You want to snatch my boss's woman? Why do not you look at your own reflection in a puddle first?" "Liu Cheng, how is this different from a second ago? Why do not I deserve her now?" The lady with long curly hair linked her arm through his and leaned slightly against him, though not making full contact. "He is my boyfriend no matter what he looks like. I appreciate your boss's kindness, but please just leave." "Wait, this is also different from a second ago." With his neck making a stiff cracking sound, Liu Cheng could not believe that everyone else on the scene, except for Qi Yuan, was looking at them with expressions of regret, as if a beautiful flower had been stuck in a pile of cow dung. This farce has gone on for a bit too long. Qi Yuan realized he should not have expected Liu Cheng to solve the problem. After all, Liu Cheng was just a lucky charm. He had no choice but to speak up helplessly. "Cannot you see she does not want to? Do you want me to call the neighborhood patrol officers?" The henchmen looked at their boss, and seeing his ferocious expression as if he were about to start a fight, they all pounced on him at once. Some covered his mouth, others grabbed his arms, and some even hung onto his legs. "Boss, let it go, there are plenty of other fish in the sea." "Yeah, boss, no need to hang yourself on this one tree. Look closely, she just looks average anyway." The boss was dragged several meters away by his men before he finally broke free from their grip. "What are you guys doing? I did not even get to say anything yet." The man with the crew cut shouted from a few meters away. "Little brother, you are so handsome and yet you do not act like a jerk, so what right do I, looking like this bear, have to go around causing trouble? After today I am quitting this life for good." The henchmen could not stop their tears after hearing that. These home truths really hit home. "Boss, we are in this with you. Good, we are brothers for life." Several grown men hugged each other, sobbing bitterly as they slowly marched toward the nearby patrol station. Qi Yuan felt his brain buzzing. Are there no normal people left in this world? He reached up to cover his forehead, pressing down on his throbbing temple. A phone ringtone suddenly sounded. It was his phone. An unknown number. Qi Yuan answered the call. "I am Zhuang Heng from the 4th Patrol Squad. Thank you for your help in the fusion domain at the Nanwu orphanage earlier. That patrol officer who had to look after him and Meow Meow Rabbit as dead weight. Thinking of this, Chi Yuan felt a spark of joy. Is the official agency finally going to recruit him? It was just a small matter. Did you have something else you wanted to say? Zhuang Heng's voice was a bit distorted over the phone, but that did not stop Chi Yuan from hearing the rise in his tone. So you already know about the fusion domain descending on the Kipan City 2nd Elementary School? Then I will not disturb you any further. After saying that, Zhuang Heng hung up without giving Chi Yuan a chance to ask any follow-up questions. Chi Yuan placed the phone in front of him, switched to the AI Kipan app, and opened the city map, seeing the Kipan City 2nd Elementary School marked in red. What is it? Lu Cheng leaned in, and seeing Chi Yuan's expression, he hurriedly asked. A fusion domain has descended on my younger brother's school. I need to get there now. Your brother is my brother, I am going with you. No thanks, with a brother like him, I would rather go without. Lu Cheng's attempt at humor only added to his already heavy burden of worry. Zhuang Heng had notified him very promptly, informing him the moment the fusion domain descended. The AI Kipan map showed that the initial fusion was expected to end in 25 minutes. In places like schools where many young lives gather, there is bound to be a patrol substation within a 10-minute walk. In other words, as long as these kids listen to their teacher and wait quietly in the classroom, the patrol team will arrive within 10 minutes and take them to the gym for collective protection. Within those 10 minutes, even if it merges into the most dangerous forest, unless they are unlucky enough to appear in an extreme environment like a swamp with miasma, they should be basically safe. As for whether the kids will listen to the teacher, I cannot say for others, but my little brother, who is a total coward, will definitely do as he is told. He messaged his mother, telling her he would go in to find his brother and that his return time was uncertain. After the message went out, he received a message in the family group from his little brother asking for his big brother. Looks like he snuck his phone to school again. Stupid little brother, voice message. The voice message was several dozen seconds long, and it took several cycles for the voice-to-text conversion to finish. Big brother, the teacher says there are monsters outside and will not let us leave. Little fatty Kaio says his brother will come to save him and told me to beg him to take me along. I said my brother is the absolute best in the world and definitely better than yours. Big brother, you will come to save me, right? I do not want to stay here. Mom, when did you sneak your phone? Mom, at Yuan I received the news. Great, it turns out he was the one most worried in the whole family. Lu Cheng watched as Chi Yuan typed and sent a message, and after receiving a reply, his furrowed brow relaxed, making him look less worried about his brother's safety. If the relationship was not good, he would not have been worried from the start. Is it that? The legendary secret guards who protect their master from the shadows. Big brother Yuan messaged the secret guard to check on his brother's status, and the guard replied, "Rest assured, young master, the second young master's life is currently not in danger." That is why Big Brother Yuan was not worried about his brother's life after receiving the message. Lu Cheng nodded, recalling everything to see if he had missed anything, and confirmed his guess. Everything makes sense now. He turned his attention back to Chi Yuan and suddenly spotted a blind spot. If there is a secret guard by his brother's side, then what about by Chi Yuan's side? Lu Cheng remembered the reckless things he had done. Old man, maybe you should just find another disciple. The Kipan City 2nd Elementary School was not too far or too close, so it would take about 10 to 15 minutes by taxi. The patrol team had already entered the fusion domain, and a group of parents who had rushed over upon hearing the news were gathered at the entrance. A local TV reporter was also recording a program at the main entrance, talking fluently in front of the camera. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from the crowd of parents. A dozen middle-aged men and women were surrounded by the crowd, raising their arms to signal everyone to be quiet. We are parents too, and we deeply understand how you feel. I, Wang, will save whoever I can. Let us in first. Every moment of delay is one less child saved. Yes, get out of the way, let them through. Go for it, you guys are heroes. Under the shouts, the crowd surged and opened a small path. They passed through quickly and entered the fusion domain. The streamers, who arrived one by one, good-hearted helpers and superpowered individuals looking to gain real combat experience, all chose to go around and climb over the wall after seeing the grand display at the main entrance. Ji Yuan and his companion also chose to climb over the wall. After checking their superpowered IDs and handing them back, the patrol officer muttered to himself, wondering what was so bad about being escorted in like a hero, acting all secretive like thieves. This was Ji Yuan's first time passing through the mist of a fusion domain. The field of view was entirely white mist, with the shadowy outlines of large buildings visible in the distance. The outlines of these large buildings were far from what he remembered of Kipan City's second elementary school. Seeing this, Ji Yuan could not help but frown. Such a drastic change meant his memory of the route was useless. Unless he got lucky, there was no way he could find his little brother in a short time. Passing through the mist, what came into view was a memorial archway with large characters written in an unknown language. Under the gray sky, rows of paper lanterns hanging high did not sway in the slightest. A large stone stele sat at the entrance of the street, and wooden carts were placed haphazardly along the road. High-rise buildings on both sides of the street had green tiles and vermilion eaves, with tea shops, meat stalls, and all sorts of small vendors lining the road, their shop banners waving high. It was clearly the look of a large movie studio. Street lamps, trash cans, and finely pruned shrubbery appeared in the empty corners. And the buildings on both sides were clearly made of concrete foundations, glass windows with flying eaves, upturned corners, and wooden carvings added on top. Looking through the first-floor windows, one could even catch a glimpse of rows of student desks. As of now, there are no signs of dangerous environments or threats from mutated flora and fauna. The humble school building has undergone a sudden transformation. I bet the principal is grinning from ear to ear. A brand new campus skin without spending a dime. Lu Cheng crouches before a stall, picking through items, occasionally holding them up to the sky to find better lighting to help him judge their value. A moment later, he claps his hands and stands up. I cannot make sense of a single word written on these. There are still plenty of streamers on the street filming and interacting with their fans. The characters on the stone tablet look identical to those on the plaque. After getting nowhere with his research, Ji Yuan looks around but does not see that group of middle-aged men and women. They probably headed straight to the gymnasium to help with the rescue. Brother Yuan, I see the entrance to the first floor ahead. Should we go in and take a look? Ignoring Lu Cheng's words, Ji Yuan hurriedly takes long strides and circles the street. This is so strange. Lu Cheng rushes to keep up. What is wrong? The initial fusion should have ended by now, so where are the monsters? Ji Yuan's question leaves Lu Cheng momentarily speechless. Yeah, where are the monsters? Lu Cheng realizes it belatedly and glances around, finding no traces of any monsters. Maybe they are all busy hunting that group of kids. Monsters are intelligent, so it is normal for them to pick the low-hanging fruit. Ji Yuan neither confirms nor denies Lu Cheng's conjecture. They arrived right on time, and monster spawn locations are random. Even if they were hunting easy targets, it is impossible that not a single one would appear. Furthermore, if all the monsters were gathered near the elementary students, the duty squad would definitely be fighting them, and that would cause quite a commotion. After finishing his sentence, Lu Cheng feels his own guess is ridiculous and sheepishly shuts his mouth. Let us go, let us find the gymnasium first. The absence of monsters is certainly eerie, but it also makes their movement easier. Along the way, they see buildings that combine ancient and modern styles as well as purely ancient ones like temples, tea shops, and inns. The gymnasium, being the short and stout type of building, is still easily recognizable despite the changes in its appearance and location. The two push open the doors of the gymnasium to find it bustling with activity. Elementary school kids are gathered together. You cannot expect them to sit still. They have formed circles and are playing games joyfully, while teachers and several middle-aged men and women move back and forth to keep them from fighting or sneaking off. But the number of people is completely off. There is at most a third of the total students here. Ah, are you the golden-eyed Ji Yuan? The young duty officer guarding the door is overjoyed to see him. Golden-eyed. Hearing the keyword, Lu Cheng turns his gaze to Ji Yuan's eyes, but no matter how he looks at them, they seem light brown to him. Lu Cheng silently grumbles that such a name is hardly intimidating, and they might as well just call him a handsome guy. If it were not for the added name, he would not even have realized they were addressing Brother Yuan. It is no fault of Lu Cheng that he did not know. Qi Yuan did not reveal his real name in either of his live streams, resulting in Lu Cheng's failed attempts to search for him online. The older duty officer scolds, "What kind of way is that to handle things, kid?" Seeing his apprentice sheepishly clam up, he turns to Qi Yuan and says, "Young student Qi, Captain Zhu instructed me to tell you that your brother has not arrived at the gym yet." Zhu Xian is not inside the gymnasium, and there are few duty squad members on the floor, likely scattered out searching for students. There is no point in rushing, so Qi Yuan asks the two officers, "Why are so many students scattered?" The young officer seems ready to answer, but his master glares at him to keep quiet. The exact reason is unknown, but we suspect it is a special rule. Unfortunately, the special rules in this domain do not match any known ones, and we cannot even contact those who have gone missing. Signals work normally within a fusion domain. Even with spatial instability, it does not affect their ability to communicate with each other. It is just that for the most part, they do not communicate unless necessary, as they are not sure of the environment their teammates are in. Do you know how they got scattered? The older officer shakes his head. The timing is uncertain and the trigger conditions are unknown. I see, thank you. Since his brother is not here, he should go back and search the teaching building. There are no new messages from his brother on his phone either, and given his little brother's personality, he likely has not sent anything because he could not. Achoo! Qi Yuan rubs his nose. Although he has no proof, he is very certain his little brother is badmouthing him. The first floor lobby of the teaching building looks a bit mismatched. At the entrance is a miniature model indicating the positions of all the school's buildings. The floor is modern, but looking up, there are all wood beams and pillars with a plaque hanging in the center, still in unrecognizable characters. Lu Cheng finds a nearby room and pushes open the exquisite wooden door, only to find it empty, save for an office desk and scattered documents. Someone has been here, but Lu Cheng shrugs. This information is useless, I have no clue at all. It is not entirely useless. Qi Yuan looks out the window at the street near the entrance, where a new batch of people is already inspecting and filming. With so many people coming in, the whole teaching building should not be this quiet. They wasted a lot of time going back and forth to the gymnasium, so the streamers and ability users who entered in the same batch as them should have long since started exploring the building. At these words, Lu Cheng feels a chill down his spine, as if a ghost is lurking in the empty room, watching them with sinister intent. Hey, we are in an ability-focused scene. Paranormal events are not our style. I did not say it was paranormal, you are just making that up yourself, are not you. Just as he activates his ability to scan the surroundings for hidden monsters, Lu Cheng's imagination is laid bare before Qi Yuan. He does not want to take the blame for something Lu Cheng imagined and then treated as a fact. After saying that, Qi Yuan heads upstairs. Lu Cheng follows closely, 2 steps at a time. By now, he no longer dares to rely on his experience to underestimate this domain. Encountering monsters is not scary. What is scary are abnormal phenomena. The hallway is dim and Qi Yuan tries the light switch, only to find it completely useless. It seems he had a huge misunderstanding about the elementary principle earlier. This was a total loss. The fusion domain does not care whether the water and electricity are working or not. He has no choice but to turn on his phone's flashlight, barely illuminating 2 or 3 meters in front of him. Confirming that there are no special rules inside or outside the room that could interfere with his ability, Qi Yuan uses it to quickly scan the teaching building. Before long, he has scanned several floors. Just as they step into the corridor of the next floor, the flashlight flickers once, then returns to normal. Having sensed no sentient beings nearby with his ability, Qi Yuan had not taken the matter to heart until he saw the scene before him. Black mist lingers around, then quickly dissipates. There is a pungent smell of blood, dark red stains splattered on the walls and the floor of the corridor, with severed limbs and bits of flesh lying in the pools of blood. Lu Cheng picks up a small shoe from the floor, sets it down neatly, and presses his lips into a thin line, remaining silent. I am going to tear these monsters to pieces. Putting down the book he was moving from the pool of blood, Qi Yuan looks at this rarely serious, righteous, and hot-blooded young man, unsure if he should tell him that these are actually monster limbs. So when is Kayaming's brother coming to save us? Woo, are we going to be eaten by the monsters? A 6 or 7-year-old girl with a bob cut and a small floral skirt clutched her hem, her voice trembling with tears. He will definitely come. My brother fights lots of monsters every day, so we will be rescued soon. The chubby little boy patted his chest with a serious expression, assuring them with absolute certainty. Stop bragging. Yesterday you were boasting that your brother went to another city to clear out monsters, so how could he possibly be back now? I think you are just lying. You guys should wait for my brother to save us instead. Chi Ao had been squatting in the corner shivering, but since he was young and easily swayed by emotions, he forgot his fear upon hearing Kayaming's words and jumped out to refute him. After speaking, he stole a glance at the girl's reaction. Seeing her still trembling in fear and failing to notice his magnificent pose, Chi Ao felt a bit disappointed. I am not lying. Kayaming stammered at first, unable to come up with a reason, but then his mind raced and he shouted, my brother just goes zoom and flies right back. It is super fast. Yes, you are. Just wait. Your brother will get smacked away by a monster. Your brother is the one who will get smacked away. No way, your brother is not as strong as mine. You are making things up. My brother fights hundreds of monsters a day. Can your brother do that? Well, my brother fights thousands of monsters every day. Well, my brother fights tens of thousands, and he even dares to eat the monsters. My brother dares to do that too. Chi Ao felt a bit guilty saying the last sentence, his heart filled with trepidation as he darted his eyes around, terrified that his older brother might suddenly appear and whack him. With the goddess present, he could only be stubborn and argue with his opponent. HMPH. Just as Chi Ao and Kayaming ran out of things to make up and had to rely on huffs and puffs to sound tough, the bob-cut girl spoke in a thin, tearful voice. I think I hear a sound outside. Through the glass window, Chi Yuan confirmed that the sky outside the teaching building had darkened. The entire domain was now in a state of night. LV Cheng, who had been high-spirited just a moment ago, scanned his surroundings with murderous intent, hoping to find a monster to vent his anger on. Perhaps heaven really does favor the foolish. Chi Yuan watched the reflection on the glass window expressionlessly. The reflection noticed his gaze and sinisterly curved into an eerie arc. A yellow talisman paper flew over and stuck onto the glass window. Chi Yuan's reflection let out a piercing howl, then touched its forehead, only to find that other than a round burn mark, everything was fine. You are humans. The reflection let out a hoarse, grating voice, then bared its fangs again and pounced toward LV Cheng. LV Cheng fled, clutching his head. Is not this a D-rank grudge monster? Why did not my yellow talisman work? You dare call this a yellow talisman? Chi Yuan looked at a piece of white paper on the ground with the words yellow talisman written on it. As if tired of explaining, LV Cheng did not forget to defend his yellow talisman while running away. My ability is drawing talismans. As long as I write the corresponding incantation, it will be effective regardless of the text used. Seeing the grudge's sharp claws about to pierce LV Cheng's shoulder, Chi Yuan was just about to use a light wall to block the attack. A figure darted out from behind the door and shoved LV Cheng aside. Gaining a moment to breathe, LV Cheng immediately wrote a ghost suppression talisman on the paper. He rolled to dodge the grudge's attack and slapped the ghost suppression talisman onto the creature. Before he could even let out a long sigh of relief, the person who had just saved him grabbed LV Cheng and began to sprint. Humans. There are humans. A group of ghosts and monsters gathered from all directions, crawling out from every dark corner like hyenas smelling food. Thanks to running in time and Chi Yuan's light wall clearing the way, they soon broke through the siege and shook off the group of ghosts. The three hid in a room. LV Cheng was about to lock the door when the person shouted at him. Do not, ghosts can walk through walls, so locking the door just traps yourself. After saying this, he sat on the floor panting and began to rest in a rather ungraceful manner. LV Cheng waited until his breathing steadied before asking, what is going on here? Chi Yuan also looked at him, waiting for his response. In the chaos, he only managed to catch keywords like rules, stone tablets, and ghost market, and the fact that the monsters kept emphasizing they were humans bothered him. The stone tablet at the entrance says that fighting is prohibited within the ghost market. If you guys had insisted you were ghosts and not humans as long as you could back it up, the monsters would not have been able to do anything to you. What is a ghost market, and why did not my yellow talisman work? Although he only used a fraction of his power because he judged the opponent to be a D-rank monster, LV Cheng was still quite bothered by this. For him, this was an epic nerf. Based on my observations, the ghost market is similar to the underworld, which buffs ghosts and monsters by half a level to a full level. Using D-rank strength to handle monsters with D+ or even C-rank strength will naturally result in greatly reduced effectiveness. The man explained the things LV Cheng was confused about in an orderly manner, unraveling his worries. It is good to know I have not just become worse. That scared me to death. Only then did LV Cheng have the mind to chat with the other person. What is your name? Hearing LV Cheng's question, he began to introduce himself. My name is Kaio Bai, a D-rank ability user. I accidentally got separated from the duty team. Have you guys seen them? I am LV Cheng and this is Chi Yuan. Do you know Sister Shijun? Zhu Shijun was in charge of this area, and the duty team Kaio Bai mentioned was likely the 6th squad. LV Cheng's social butterfly nature began to activate as he took the initiative to build a connection with Kaio Bai. You know squad leader Zhu too. Kaio Bai was indeed drawn into the conversation, his state relaxing a bit. I entered the fusion domain with squad leader Zhu, but when the black mist appeared, I got separated from them. Chi Yuan confirmed that Kaio Bai was not lying and that the environment nearby was relatively safe, so he turned off his telepathy. Keeping it on was quite draining for him. LV Cheng spread his hands. We have not seen Sister Shijun since we came in. What else was written on the stone tablet at the entrance you mentioned? That stone tablet lists the rules within the ghost market, first of all. Kaio Bai recounted the rules on the stone tablet. Since it is a ghost market, the targets of restrictions and protection are, of course, all ghosts. Among them, 2 important points are: first, fighting is prohibited within the market, and second, you may not enter private territory without permission. I wrote the rules on sticky notes and put them on the stone tablet and some other places I passed, hoping to help some teachers and students. After hearing this, LV Cheng realized belatedly, you can actually read the stone tablet. What kind of script is that? Mentioning his specialty, Kaio Bai proudly gave him a thumbs up. I am no expert, but my ability is exactly language interpretation. So what kind of script is it? I do not know either. While chatting, Kaio Bai secretly sized up Chi Yuan. Based on his extensive experience in being rescued, he was absolutely certain that this was the big shot who could save him from his current dire situation. For some reason, he was both incredibly unlucky and incredibly lucky. He always ran into situations he could not handle, only to luckily bump into some powerhouse who would save him in passing. This physique had led him to meet several beautiful ladies who arrived on colorful clouds to save him, but unfortunately, after a few words, nothing ever came of it. If it were not for running into trouble after heading out this time, which delayed his plans, he would not have ended up in this place. What Kaio Bai did not know was that Chi Yuan was calculating whether they should split up. The strongest among them was LV Cheng, a C-rank Esper, while Kaio Bai and he were both D-ranks. In this ghost market, even the lowest E-rank wandering soul would reach D-rank if it leveled up. So there was no reason for Chi Yuan to let LV Cheng and Kaio Bai risk their lives for his younger brother. According to the rule that one cannot trespass on private property without permission, staying in this ownerless room made it their private domain. And by not going out, they naturally would not have their human identities discovered. Thinking of this, he made up his mind. Since he had chosen the path of an Esper, he could not be like before, always running to those reliable duty squad uncles whenever there was trouble. I plan to go out and look for people. Why do not you guys stay here and wait for rescue? Chi Yuan had expected some resistance, but to his surprise, both men nodded in unison and said, sure. Why are your scripts so different from mine? Chi Yuan stopped himself just as he was about to say more to persuade them. Should not you guys be acting all righteous, insisting on sticking with me, or at the very least, pleading for the big shot not to abandon you because you are just too weak? Although he could not figure it out, he had achieved his goal, so Chi Yuan did not think much more about it and set off on his own. Hearing his footsteps fading away, Kaio Bai asked curiously, "Brother, you have combat power, why did not you follow him?" LV Cheng touched his chin, offering a mysterious smile with an expression that suggested he knew everything. "What did you see him look like?" Kaio Bai cooperated. "He is very handsome, only a tiny bit stronger than me." LV Cheng leaned back tactically, surprised. "I did not think you were this confident." "Wrong, you cannot even solve such a simple question." "Big brother, please enlighten me." Since the situation was stronger than the person, Kaio Bai really wanted to punch LV Cheng and yell at the idiot Riddler to get lost, but he could not beat him. Teasing is an instinct for LV Cheng as an author. He put on a serious expression and said in a heavy tone, "You must keep what I am about to say to yourself. Do not spread it or you will be in mortal danger." That is enough with the suspense. If it were really life-threatening, would you still be able to say it? Kaio Bai's expression at this moment was almost identical to a sweating emoji. Seeing that the setup was sufficient, LV Cheng got to the point. "He obviously comes from an illustrious family. Do you understand what that means?" "It means bodyguards, of course." "Just that." Kaio Bai was fuming, holding back, taking a step back. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. "Damn it, I am not holding back anymore. How is this life-threatening? Are you putting on a play here?" LV Cheng slapped his thigh. "Some things are understood without being said. You silly little thing, think back carefully. Have you ever seen his bodyguards?" This sentence was like a star in the night, instantly lighting up Kaio Bai's line of thought. He stroked his chin, pondering. "I have not seen his bodyguards, but he does have bodyguards. Which means his bodyguards are very strong and can hide without us noticing. Having such bodyguards really implies an illustrious family." "You mean?" LV Cheng nodded frantically, feeling the student was finally teachable. "What are you nodding for? I did not get it. Are you using your brain at all?" LV Cheng was fuming. He is just bored and playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. That seems to make some sense, Kaio Bai thought again, deep in thought. Having to keep a low profile means he is either being targeted by other families or possibly by high-level monsters. If he leaked the information and Qi Yuan's rivals came looking for him, then he would indeed be in real mortal danger. He suddenly realized, looking at LV Cheng with admiration, "Big brother, you really see the big picture from tiny clues." LV Cheng beamed with joy but waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all, not at all. Since Brother Yuan wants to deal with some issues privately, of course I will not insist on following him and looking for trouble. Sai, I am different from you, Brother LV. I just do not want to waste the big shot's time, and in case he happens to run into my brother, he might save him. You are also here to find your brother." "Yeah, even though I am D rank, I am not without some self-preservation capability in a domain." LV Cheng let out a long sigh. Who does not think like that? High-level monsters appear less frequently, not to mention that the duty squads are tackling the high-level monsters head-on. The rest of the people entering the domain are basically just looking for some small monsters to practice on. As a C-rank Esper, he had been to quite a few domains, but he had truly never seen a domain filled with big monsters everywhere. Bang bang bang. Chi Ao and Kaio Ming were so scared they did not even dare to breathe after hearing the mushroom-haired girl's words. Both covered their mouths, 3 pairs of eyes staring at each other in the small space. They stood against the innermost wall and the sound outside was very faint, so they could not hear clearly at all. Chi Ao pursed his lips and signaled to the mushroom-haired girl and Kaio Ming to go over and take a look together. The result was a frantically shaking mushroom-haired girl and a vigorously waving little fatty Kaio. Chi Ao felt the voice sounded familiar but was afraid the monster might be imitating others like the big bad wolf. After hesitating repeatedly, the desire to take a chance won out. If he were saved, little Kaian would surely look at him with admiration and never bother with fatty Kaio again. He gathered his courage and approached the iron door. The voice outside was clear. "Is anyone inside?" It was really familiar. Chi Ao stepped on the table blocking the door and, emboldened, looked out through the crack in the wooden door. A familiar figure stood outside the door. Chi Ao was overjoyed, jumped off the table, and pushed away the table blocking the door. One on the door, one outside the window, and another hidden in the mirror. Qi Yuan walked through the teaching building with an air of ease, occasionally using telepathy to probe the surroundings. Relying on the monster's inner thoughts, he adjusted his pace and activated the Eye of Time. Although his speed slowed down, the number of monsters that perceived him as a powerhouse increased, and almost no monster dared to come up and test him. His overall exploration speed actually increased rather than decreased. It was just that maintaining this expression, to put it nicely, a world-weary face, or to put it bluntly, a deadpan face, was a bit uncomfortable. In the room ahead, a group of monsters surrounded it, making strange noises to deceive the people inside. Seeing Qi Yuan walking over slowly, some of the ghosts were reluctant to give up, trying to find their companions to drive this human away together. However, their companions did not think so. In the blink of an eye, only a few slow-reacting monsters were left at the door. Those few ghosts let out a miserable shriek and fainted from fear. Qi Yuan made a gesture to kick the ghost playing dead. The ghost, which had been unconscious a second ago, scrambled up and ran away in a flash. Having used his face to drive away the ghosts outside the room, Qi Yuan cast his gaze toward that room. The people inside seemed startled by the scream, and the moment a child began to cry, they were quickly hushed into silence. Crying is contagious among children, and soon the sound of a group of kids wailing filled the room. Now he did not need telepathy to know whether what was inside was human or monster. Qi Yuan thought with a headache, maybe he should just not go in. If the kid is safe inside and they have not replied to the ghosts for this long, it is clear someone in there knows the rules of the ghost market. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the door opened a crack. "Are you in a spur? I apologize for not inviting you in immediately." A middle-aged woman dressed in conservative clothes with a stern face looked out through the crack and called him to stop. Confirming that he was not annoyed, she moved her body away from the doorway and pulled the door wide open to invite him in. Qi Yuan did not feel angry at the woman's caution. Although it was a bit rude and ungrateful to him, he would rather the kid's teacher be exactly like this. He walked into the room. The children had finished venting their emotions. Many were still sobbing, wiping tears and snot with their sleeves and hems. The middle-aged woman scolded the group of children strictly. "Do not cry. What will you do if you attract a monster?" The woman meant well, but her rigid personality could not find a softer way to say it. She was worried that if she died, something would happen to the children, so she was anxious to the point of trying to force them to grow up overnight. But the children did not understand that. They only knew there were monsters outside and that their teacher was scolding them. The crying that had just died down showed signs of making a comeback. Qi Yuan felt a headache coming on. Monsters are intelligent. If these kids keep crying, attracting a C-rank or even higher level monster would be disastrous. "I am a brother from the patrol team. Do you have any problems following my orders?" The more you try to coax children, the more they cry, and they tend to get pushy if you give them an inch. The reason they were crying was to vent their anxiety and fear. Their developing brains could not control their emotions, and scolding them only added to their stress, making them even more unable to stop. Pretending to be from the patrol team could bring them a sense of security and eliminate their anxiety and fear. "First order, tell me how many people are there in total." The children's big crying concert was interrupted, and they started looking at their classmates and counting. Soon, a chattering chorus of answers erupted, which was just as loud as the crying. 35 people. No, it is 36. It should be 34. Qi Yuan looked at the middle-aged woman, signaling her to give the correct answer. 35 people. The ones who answered correctly get a reward. Those I point to step forward. Qi Yuan picked a few children who answered correctly early on and split them into a few teams. "You are the temporary team leaders. If anyone in your team does not listen, write it down and tell me. Now, second order, no noise." Eager to show off, the little leaders were ready to grab someone to get credit. They betrayed their classmates at light speed, staring at their teammates with wide eyes. Only after keeping these little brats under control did Qi Yuan have time to talk to the middle-aged woman. "I will be leaving in a moment. Do you know the rules of the ghost market?" The middle-aged woman looked puzzled and asked, "Rules of the ghost market?" Qi Yuan explained the key points of the ghost market rules to her. "I saw you were not replying from outside, so I assumed you knew." The middle-aged woman smiled awkwardly. "I am a bit superstitious. The older generation always said if a ghost calls you, never answer, so." Originally, she wanted to ask this Esper to stay for the children's sake, but after hearing the rules, she gave up on the idea. There were still many students outside, and it was more important for this Esper to pass the information along. If you have things to do then. A hurried knocking sound came from the door, tap by tap, with almost identical intervals between each hit, sounding very eerie. The middle-aged woman was terrified and looked at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan lowered his voice, just follow the rules. After knocking for a long time without anyone coming out, the ghost outside lost patience. The wooden door began to shake as it was pounded, and the children huddled together. A raspy voice, impossible to distinguish as male or female, came from outside. I am so scared out here, can you let me in to rest? Is not it a bit too late to try and trick people now? Qi Yuan was speechless, even a child would not fall for that. The children did not fall for it, but they were incredibly bold. Nana, who would fall for that? Cute little monster, I am not afraid of you, come in if you have the guts. Qi Yuan. The middle-aged woman and Qi Yuan had moved to a corner so the children would not hear, and it was too late to rush over and cover their mouths. The monster, having received the owner's permission, could not wait any longer. Bang! Gusts of ghostly wind blew, and the wooden door that was wobbling but had not fallen yet was blown open by the violent wind. The ghost bride at the door wore dark red wedding robes that billowed in the wind. Her long black hair clawed in the air, a red veil covered her face, and fresh blood dripped from a pair of exquisite embroidered shoes, but strangely, those shoes never touched the ground. It is a C-rank ghost bride. The ghost bride opened her mouth slowly and sang in a haunting tone. Who is my groom? As soon as she said that, all the males in the room gasped. Qi Yuan's face was grim, and the little boys were scared to tears. Wait, I have never heard of a ghost bride who could be a man. This ghost bride was big and burly, and the most crucial part was the stubble on its chin. Even through the veil, they could feel the ghost bride's gaze. Whoever was swept by her gaze felt an inexplicable chill and the fear of facing darkness. It was hard to tell if it came from the ghost bride's sinister horror or a psychological revulsion. Her gaze finally landed on Qi Yuan, radiating intense malice. I hate males who look better than me, marry me immediately. The anger in her heart was ultimately no match for the instinct to survive. She did not attack, just stared fixedly at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan did not dodge or blink. The moment he decided to become strong, he was no longer a citizen to be protected, but a combatant. He could not rely on the monsters making up their own narratives every time. He had to figure out a pattern to make them play along. Just as he intended to speak and try his previous plan, the daring little elementary schoolers started their performance again. Many adults think children have no memory, but in fact, children are very sensitive to atmosphere. Although they could not describe it accurately, they realized this monster was afraid of the patrol uncle. With over 30 people, there will always be a few bold, mischievous kids taking the lead to cause trouble. Patrol uncle, go get it. I do not want such an ugly bride. Beat it to death. The words Qi Yuan had just brewed were stuck in his throat, unable to come out. And calling me uncle, that is just too much. Do not let me find out who said that. The things these kids were saying hurt more than just Qi Yuan, they also stung the ghost bride. She did not understand why she had to be a ghost bride instead of a ghost groom. It was a sore spot she should not have touched, yet the elementary students were rubbing salt into it. The ghost bride's sanity began to slip, her black hair started writhing, and she looked ready to lash out. Why am I the ghost bride? I do not want a male partner. The middle-aged woman looked at Qi Yuan with concern, unsure if the young psychic could handle this. Qi Yuan, aware of the woman's worry, realized this was bad. His ability was most ineffective against mindless madmen. They do not assess the strength of their opponents, they only act on instinct. Qi Yuan thought to himself that he should bring up a topic she was interested in to stall for time, and spoke up directly. If a bride can be male, why cannot a groom be female? The ghost bride, whose rage bar was nearly full, had her spell interrupted and regained her sanity. That is right, why cannot I find a female groom? The question that had plagued her since birth was solved by Qi Yuan, and she felt as if a new world had opened up to her. She let out a classic, eerie ghost laugh, though her voice was too gruff to be truly frightening. You make a fair point. In gratitude for solving my confusion, I will spare the others, but you must stay. That is a pretty quick turnaround for biting the hand that feeds you, is not it? The monster's thoughts were completely transparent to Qi Yuan. He kept a calm face while complaining internally. The ghost bride was oblivious to this. On the surface, she targeted Qi Yuan as her primary opponent, but she was greedily eyeing that group of loud-mouthed brats. If he agrees, I will make further outrageous demands to force him to change his mind. If he refuses, the other humans will definitely start to distrust him. If this kid loses hope and leaves in anger, I can still feast on the others. The middle-aged woman remained calm. Being superstitious, she believed in the saying that ghosts tell nothing but lies, but she was worried that the kid's babbling would anger Qi Yuan enough to make him leave. The impressionable elementary kids grew restless, and sure enough, some of them were swayed by the monster's words to switch sides. They began hoping Qi Yuan would stay so they could leave this place. The younger students did not know how to hide their feelings, and their inner thoughts were perfectly written all over their faces. Patrol officer, I want to go home. Me too. Too shy to directly ask Qi Yuan to stay, they started wailing, attempting to get their way through a tantrum just like they usually did. The children's commotion made the middle-aged woman anxious and annoyed. How did your teachers teach you? You cannot trust what monsters say. The teacher's reprimand quieted the children from loud wailing to mere sobbing, and the scene fell into a dead silence. It is unrealistic to expect children who have never faced the harsh realities of the world to understand gratitude, but understanding it logically does not mean their emotions can accept it. Qi Yuan watched the children's tantrum coldly. Have not you guys seen the videos of the patrol officer? A boy broke the silence. Qi Yuan recognized him as one of the temporary captains he had appointed. Against monsters like this, the patrol officer can take on 10 at once. He just glows, and then, the monsters are gone. So many monsters just vanish all at once. His limited vocabulary made the boy's description stuttery. He was so anxious he was scratching his head, using his body to act it out, trying to compensate for his lack of words. Oh, and the light he emits is the same color as the patrol officer's eyes. Although the boy's description was rough, elementary students speak their own language and they started echoing each other. As they kept talking about the scenes they imagined, they started treating them as truth, recounting things that never happened with great detail. It is true, I saw it too. No, I saw the patrol officer summon a golden dragon, and the dragon bit the monster to death. You guys are both wrong. The patrol officer turned into a dragon and then bit the monster to death. You are the one who is wrong. Several patrol officers all turned into dragons and bit the monster to death. The kids argued back and forth, unable to reach a consensus. The middle-aged woman rubbed her temples in distress. These kids really did not know when to behave. When the first boy stood up and tried to describe the scene, Qi Yuan started watching to see if the ghost bride was filling in the blanks. Who knew these kids would get more and more absurd? He could not even get a word in to add details that would let the ghost bride imagine a specific ability. The ghost bride was the toughest monster he had encountered so far. She should not believe such ghost stories. A golden-eyed human can actually summon a giant dragon. An A-rank monster was killed in seconds. And he has so many other abilities. The ghost bride was terrified and scared out of her wits. She did not doubt the elementary student's words because she had the ability to distinguish truth from lies, and she was horrified to realize that these human brats were saying exactly what they truly believed. They actually believed it. Qi Yuan did not expect such a pleasant surprise. The bratty kids who were so annoying a moment ago suddenly seemed quite adorable. Practice makes perfect. This group of kids did a great job and he decided to fulfill their wish. A dragon's roar resonated and terrifying draconic pressure wrapped around Qi Yuan. His golden eyes shifted into brilliant, beast-like irises as he looked down at the ghost bride with the majesty of a king surveying his territory. Golden scales began to pattern his hands and face, and light flickered on his forehead, forming the phantom of dragon horns. The golden dragon phantom he summoned coiled behind him, the source of the roaring sound. Qi Yuan shone with brilliant light, resonating with the golden dragon phantom which soared into the air and swirled through the dazzling glow. The dance and tail swiping of the golden dragon seemed to follow a rhythm, and small storm clouds began to gather inside and outside the room. With a snap of his fingers, The dark school building suddenly lit up with blinding lightning, which illuminated half the building and took away all the monsters in the area. He sent the ghost bride off in the most spectacular and flashy way possible. This special ghost did not even get the chance to find her female groom before meeting her end. Before disappearing, she kept thinking, "The golden-eyed human looked strong, so why did I let myself be fooled by a bunch of human brats? Was I just being arrogant, or was I just wishfully thinking?" 1,000 thoughts finally condensed into one. You had this kind of power, why did not you say so earlier?" Before she could finish the sentence, the rumbling lightning swallowed her up. Thanks to the kid's wild storytelling, his power was stronger than ever, and he was fully capable of clearing out even more monsters. But his ability did not differentiate between humans and monsters. His brain just could not process any more targets. If he were to accidentally wipe out the little guys with an area of effect attack. Chi Yuan did not dare to imagine that. Since there was no danger left, he could shut down his abilities and rest for a while. The stunned elementary students were unable to process the information. They stood there like wooden chickens, unable to snap out of it for a long time. By the time Chi Yuan caught his breath and the middle-aged woman handed him the water she had been saving, the kids began making noise again. True ghosts would have to admit defeat compared to them. They rushed toward Chi Yuan, shouting about how cool the patrol officer was, and even the middle-aged woman's teacher authority could not stop their rowdiness. Chi Yuan had no choice but to put on a stern face. Second command, did the captains keep track of who broke the rules earlier? As soon as he said that, the entire group of elementary kids was subdued. There must be humans inside. The vengeful ghost hovered in the air, intoxicated by the supernatural atmosphere of the ghost market and basking in its own immense power. The mirror ghost licked its lips, baring its jagged, uneven fangs, and said excitedly, "I will trick the humans into opening the door. You get ready to back me up." Because they were so terrified of the gold-eyed human, they had skipped the boss's assembly order and thus managed to keep their lives. Relying on their stealthy survival skills, the two had evaded the patrol team's search and were skulking about inside a family home. The two ghosts reminded each other, and even though they were drooling, they resisted the urge to eat. Without any deaths, the patrol team would not be alerted. Eventually, they followed the mirror of the family's little daughter and hid inside the school. Now they only have one request for their big brother. Do not die too quickly. Every time their big brother kicks the bucket unexpectedly, they never have enough time to find a new boss to latch onto. Life without a big brother looking after us is so hard. The two ghosts, dizzy and lightheaded from hunger, sighed to themselves. The vengeful ghost placed the mirror it had ripped off from the dance studio in front of the door, facing it directly. As long as someone looked into the mirror ghost could transform into the person the human wanted to see most. This was usually hard to pull off because the transformation took too long. But in this ghost market, the mirror ghost's power had increased and the transformation time was shortened. It was more than enough to fool the eyes of ordinary people. Once prepared, the mirror ghost began knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Rustling sounds came from behind the door. The humans thought they were being stealthy, but to the ghosts, the noises were crystal clear. The vengeful ghost activated its ability, imbuing its own voice with an illusion that made anyone who heard it feel like the voice was familiar. Is anyone inside? The vengeful ghost suppressed its excitement and asked the humans inside in a calm, gentle tone. As long as they answered yes or no, it would be an admission of their human status, and the ghosts could just force their way in. If that did not work, the humans hearing a familiar voice would also look out to see if it was someone they knew. The humans' INSIDE Chinese letter remained silent, peeking from behind the door. The mirror ghost felt someone looking at the mirror and activated its power to change its appearance. The familiar outline did indeed make the people behind the door lower their guard, and the table blocking the door was pushed aside. With its teeth grinding, the mirror ghost stared at the wooden door like a beast on the hunt. It wanted to rush in and have a good meal. The mirror ghost impatiently swatted away the vengeful ghost's meddling. What was wrong with it entering first? Normally, it did the most work in fights and had to come up with all the plans. How dare the vengeful ghost try to snatch the lead position from it? But this time, the vengeful ghost was extremely insistent. It grabbed the mirror ghost by the waist and tried to drag it away with all its might. Fury surged within the mirror ghost. Usually your big brother covers for you so well and you are willing to turn against him just for one taste of a human. Tearing the hand off its waist, the mirror ghost swore that if it did not get the first bite of the human, it would treat the vengeful ghost as if it were no brother at all. Helpless, the vengeful ghost could only lean in and whisper in the mirror ghost's ear, feeling a sense of awe even though it knew it was fake. "Hey, have you lost your mind? Why do not you take a look at what you look like right now?" What do I look like is not it just who the human inside wants to see the most. Just to have a bite of a human, this guy is disregarding all our bond. Do not even think about tricking me. The more the mirror ghost thought about it, the angrier it got, unless the vengeful ghost apologized this matter. A mirror appeared before it. In the reflection, a person with black hair and light brown eyes stared back. The perfectly proportioned face looked exactly like the life-taking patrol team to the mirror ghost. The mirror ghost was terrified and backed away repeatedly. The person in the mirror mirrored every one of its movements. Could it be? Its pupils dilated in shock as it looked at its partner, the vengeful ghost. The vengeful ghost nodded heavily, confirming its suspicion. Creak. The wooden door opened and a boy of about 1.20 meters pulled it wide, grinning at the mirror ghost with his missing teeth. "Brother!" Chi Ao charged forward joyfully, catching the mirror ghost off guard and nearly breaking its waist. The combined lethality of Zhuang Heng and his group was not even as damaging as this single impact from Chi Ao. But the mirror ghost dared not vent its anger, wishing only to vanish on the spot. It looked at the vengeful ghost for help. The vengeful ghost shrugged helplessly, who told the mirror ghost not to leave earlier. Chi Ao was incredibly excited now. He truly was his own brother coming through at the crucial moment. Not only did he come to save him, he even arrived before Kaio Xiaoping's brother did. A hero saving the beauty, Xiao Qian was his bride now. What did Kaio Xiaoping have to fight him with? His loud shout drew the attention of the surrounding ghosts. Sensing trouble, the vengeful ghost and the mirror ghost shoved Chi Ao back into the room and closed the door. "Stop messing around, do you want to die? My little ancestor, there is not a single monster out there who lives to see the next day after meeting your brother. They probably do not even know you are a ticking bomb." The mirror ghost had a headache. It had accidentally poked a hornet's nest and could not get away now. Kaio Ming and Xiao Qian saw Chi Ao open the door directly and covered their eyes in fear, yet their curiosity got the better of them and they peeked through the gaps between their fingers. Xiao Qian was glad someone had come to rescue her. Although it was not her parents, she was still very happy. Kaio Ming had a disgruntled expression. On one hand, his brother arrived later than Chi Ao's, which made him feel lost as he cared a lot about his pride. But on the other hand, they had been hiding here for a long time, and knowing an adult had come to find them gave him a sense of peace. The two greeted the mirror ghost softly, standing shyly and obediently on either side. Chi Ao did not care about any of that. He was just happily immersed in his own world. At such a young age, a little gold star could make them feel superior. Not to mention, having a brother who usually bullied him come to give him some face made the prideful Chi Ao feel like he was walking on clouds. He waved his hand grandly and instructed his brother, "Brother, let us go. Xiao Qian says she does not want to stay here." The mirror ghost shot a look at the vengeful ghost, who was using illusion magic to hide its form. "What now?" Both monsters had their moments of losing focus. Although the vengeful ghost complained that the mirror ghost had not listened to it earlier, it still started to come up with a plan. It used illusion magic to control the three children and said, "This door has been opened and the others outside know about it. We cannot leave them here." "I know, but we cannot beat the higher-level companions out there. Hand them over to those humans, that way if something goes wrong, it is none of our business. I will lure the companions outside away, you wait a few minutes then take them out, move to another room and wait for me until I find the humans and bring them over." "Okay, vengeful ghost, you really are a good brother." After their little chat, the two ghosts went their separate ways. A moment later, the mirror ghost received the signal and told the three to follow it out. "Brother, are we really leaving?" Chi Ao was a bit flattered. His brother was never this agreeable. The mirror ghost recalled Chi Yuan's way of speaking. Since those gold eyes like to lecture monsters, they must also like to lecture humans. It patiently explained to Chi-Ao like it was giving a lecture. This place is not safe anymore, we need to change locations. Such a gentle tone made Chi-Ao uncomfortable. He realized his brother was giving him a lot of face today, but years of being suppressed taught him to know when to stop while he was ahead. Xiao Qian and Kaio Ming nodded diligently like attentive students, following closely behind the mirror ghost. Chiao stepped forward shyly and squeezed in next to Xiao Qian. This is my brother, cool, right? Xiao Qian's cheeks turned rosy and she twiddled her fingers, stealing a shy glance at the mirror ghost. Cool. Chi-Ao did not notice a thing. Seeing Xiao Qian blushing, he just sat there grinning foolishly, vying for the title of #1 fan. Several people walked up to a room. The mirror ghost stepped forward and pushed the door open, letting the three of them inside. Stay here for now, someone will come to pick you up later. The three children were wondering why Chi-Ao's brother said someone would pick them up later, only to find that he had stepped out and closed the door behind him. Brother, are you leaving? Chi-Ao pulled the door open, but there was no one outside. He scratched his head, unable to understand why his brother had left them behind. Chi-Ao looked around several times but did not see his brother. Finally, he followed instructions, closed the door and stayed inside. The mirror ghost hid itself on the glass opposite Chi-Ao's room, making sure the human brats were fine while waiting for the grudge ghost to lure people over. The grudge ghost lived up to expectations and lured two people to the room. Only then did the mirror ghost finally set its mind at ease. Good brother. Do not praise me yet, let us see if these two humans will take them with them first. If they do not and decide to leave on their own, we will eat these two and go find someone else. The two monsters kept watch outside the door, while inside the five people just stared at each other in silence. Brother, why were you so slow? Kaio Ming complained unhappily, seeing that Chi-Ao's brother had already found them. Kaio Bai, the one he called brother, looked at the three of them with vigilance. He did not know why he had walked into this room. His brother was in the room, which made him feel cautious. Is not this too much of a coincidence? Seeing that his brother not only did not speak but was looking at him like a stranger, Kaio Ming could not help feeling a bit aggrieved. Did Chi-Ao's brother ask you to come and pick us up? Xiao Qian looked around. Neither of her two friends said anything, so she had to take the lead. LV Cheng caught the keyword, who is Chi-Ao? Being pointed out by Xiao Qian, Chi-Ao's tail was practically wagging in the air. He puffed out his chest and said, that is me. Is Chi-Yuan your brother? Chi-Ao nodded vigorously, yes. LV Cheng squatted down to look the children in the eye. Are you all humans? Yeah, that is such a strange question to ask. Seeing all three children nod, LV Cheng reached out and ruffled Xiao Qian's mushroom-cut hair. Kaio Bai also reacted and reached out his hand toward Kaio Ming, but his usually cooperative younger brother turned his head away. Hey, you are really mad. When facing monsters, if you are not cautious, you will not even know how you died. You need to learn that properly. Kaio Ming looked up, asking his brother with his eyes what he meant. Fighting monsters is no simple task. Some monsters can disguise themselves as people you are close to in order to trick you. I know, the teacher mentioned it in class. The child was easily placated. Even if he did not say it out loud, he let his brother pat his head. While Kaio Bai was coaxing his brother, LV Cheng had already learned the whole story from the other two children. This is too strange. Brother Yuan was here to look for his younger brother. Why would he ask them to come and pick up three kids? And would not it be better to just show up and tell them to come find them instead? Luring them here secretly feels far too unnatural. What if that was not Brother Yuan? As soon as this thought occurred, the whole situation became clear to LV Cheng. It must be one of the Qi family's shadow guards. They were protecting Chi-Ao but were not in a position to show their faces, so they disguised themselves as Chi-Yuan to appear and entrust the children to them. The fact that he and Kaio Bai could be led here without noticing shows the entity is a high-level illusionist. But why entrust them to us? There must be a reason behind this. What can they do that a shadow guard disguised as Brother Yuan cannot? LV Cheng fell into deep thought. The two children glanced at each other. Big brother is always the most reliable. Having found his brother, Kaio Bai planned to head back. Let us go find the safe zone established by the duty squad. Right, that is it. LV Cheng's line of thought suddenly cleared up. A shadow guard disguised as Brother Yuan could not pass the duty squad's security check, but they could. LV Cheng stood up excitedly. He had always been completely outmatched by Brother Yuan, but now he had finally caught on to his logic. Let us head for the safe zone. LV Cheng's sudden outburst frightened the children a little. Chi Ao pointed to his own head and then gestured at LV Cheng, asking if he had something wrong with his brain. Zio Kaiyan understood and shook her head, indicating she did not know either. The wooden door was destroyed by the ghost bride, and the commotion drew a crowd of onlookers. They had noticed a flash of electric light, and then the monster behind them disappeared. Following the noise, they arrived to find a group of elementary school students sitting obediently around a 17 or 18-year-old boy. Needless to say, they knew the boy was not to be trifled with. A streamer raised their equipment to film, collecting footage for a video. Hasty footsteps echoed in the corridor again as a group of people wearing duty squad uniforms ran in. The crowd cleared a path for them. Zhu Xian entered the room with an expression that said it was just as she had expected. She turned to the person beside her with a smile and said, "Captain Cheng, this is Chi Yuan, a powerful ability user living in our district. He has helped us quite a lot." Although they were both captains, their duties and statuses were different. The special duty squad led by Cheng Yizhu was filled with all sorts of talented individuals, spending the whole year clearing away dangers around the city. Hearing this, Cheng Yizhu laughed. "If I had known he was coming, I would not have had to try so hard." After Zhu Xian disappeared, Cheng Yizhu had received a distress signal from the 6th duty team. He had come to support them, successfully meeting up with the team being chased and saving them. "Do you know him too?" "I was also at the Nanwu district last time, but I arrived too late and did not get to do anything." Cheng Yizhu did not mention the people who were with him, but Zhu Xian knew perfectly well that the ability association was never a simple crowd. The two of them tacitly skipped the topic. Cheng Yizhu walked a few steps toward Chi Yuan. "Long time no see. Lin Kang has been praising you non-stop since he got back." Chi Yuan immediately remembered that unlucky fellow who had been tricked by the lizardman, tripped, lost the battle, and then became the laughingstock of others. He smiled and said, "I think I know why he is praising me." If he had not helped clarify things, Lin Kang probably would not have wanted to leave his house for a long time. "Ha, it is not just for that reason. I thought he was bragging, but now it seems I was just ignorant." Cheng Yizhu still remembered that electric light that had lit up half the sky, as well as the terrifying pressure. In that instant, he had felt an urge to submit involuntarily. Zhu Xian had secretly followed Chi Yuan's news and had already seen the video of him killing the lizardman in seconds, so she was already immune to this. She took the initiative to break the loop of compliments. "If you two keep praising each other, it is going to get boring. We should get the students to the safe zone first." "You are right, I almost forgot about the important business." Once the duty squad entered, they began their work. Cheng Yizhu's support accelerated their clearing of the monsters, and combined with Chi Yuan's area of effect attack that killed quite a few, there were no more monsters to be seen along the way. They must have either hidden away or run far off. The temporary safe zone was set up in the Ghost Market's gymnasium, which could hold more people and establish a personal domain to keep ghosts away. They handed the people over to the head teacher, who was temporarily in charge of logistics. Just as Chi Yuan was planning to ask someone if his little brother was in the safe zone, he noticed LV Cheng waving at him with his brother right by his side. As soon as he walked in, Chi Yuan heard his younger brother complaining with his arms crossed. "Brother, why did you leave suddenly without explaining anything?" Chi Yuan was stunned. He had been using telepathy to scan the area, so could it be? He looked at his brother's big head. For such a large noggin, it was surprisingly empty. Was he really not thinking about anything? "When did this happen?" "Stop pretending. You brought us into a room and said someone would come to pick us up later." Chi Ao's voice grew quieter as he spoke. He felt the way Chi Yuan was looking at him was not quite right. From his brother's expression, Chi Yuan could tell that he was not lying. That meant things were taking a strange turn. The only thing he could be sure of was that the person involved did not seem to have any malicious intent. Chi Yuan did not dwell on it for too long. There were plenty of people who did good deeds without wanting credit. More than who the person was, he was currently more concerned that his little brother seemed to have forgotten his place in the family hierarchy again. I had not seen you before we arrived at this gymnasium, and that group of kids can testify that I was with them. Chi-Ao shivered, his smile becoming forced. Brother, you are trying to trick me again. Did not you feel like something was off? Chi-Ao was left speechless, muttering to himself. Upon closer reflection, there were indeed many things that felt wrong about his brother back then. His brother's mouth pulled downward and his teeth chattered. Then who was that? This is a ghost market. What kind of things do you think you would run into here? Aha, you're fooling a kid again. Chi-Ao had been fooled too many times to be a kid who believed everything he heard. Having inherited the true teachings of Master Lu, even if he believed it, he would still stubbornly deny it as long as it was not to his advantage. But he recalled Kaiao Xiaoping's brother, how he had looked at them with such vigilance when they first arrived. Could there really be ghosts that turn into other people? Qi Yuan shook his head, delivering a heavy blow to Chi-Ao's nerves with a look of pity. Be more careful next time and do not end up mistaking someone else for me again. Chi-Ao's face went stiff and his neck turned cold. Remembering that he had shared a room with an unknown entity, goosebumps broke out all over him. He stiffly moved his limbs to get closer to Kaiao Bai and whispered, "Are there monsters that can turn into other people like Kaiao Xiaoping's brother?" Lu Cheng was a friend of his brother's and he was afraid the two were in cahoots to trick him, so he sought help from Kaiao Bai instead. Kaiao Bai nodded, yes, there are many. Chi-Ao could no longer stay calm. He let out a yelp and ran toward his friends. Lu Cheng watched Chi-Ao leave with deep sympathy, becoming even more certain of his suspicion about the secret guard. Otherwise, Chi Yuan could not possibly be cracking jokes so calmly. You guys are still here. Zhu Xian had finished arranging things and returned to find Chi Yuan still at the entrance. She pointed toward where Cheng Yizhu was standing. Let us go over there to talk. Lu Cheng and Kaiao Bai, you two come along as well. A few of them sat in a circle, joined by several people Chi Yuan did not recognize. Zhu Xian sat down and without any unnecessary pleasantries went straight to the point. The problem now is, we do not know if we will return to school once the integration is complete. Moreover, this independent space is an excellent shelter. If it can be developed, it might save many citizens' lives. Do any of you have any leads on the entrance and exit? Cheng Yizhu was the first to chime in. I have no ideas at the moment. Me neither. Should we try praying at the city god temple? Why not try the stone tablet at the entrance? People spoke up one after another, either offering suggestions without any basis or echoing Cheng Yizhu. Soon it was Kaiao Bai and Lu Cheng's turn. Some were confused as to why students like Kaiao Bai and Lu Cheng were participating in such a meeting, but out of respect for Miss Zhu, they kept it to themselves. As for the other one, he clearly had a significant background, much like Miss Zhu. Who would dare to question him? Kaiao Bai recited the characters on the Ghost Market stone tablet to everyone. After some fruitless contemplation, everyone cast expectant glances at Lu Cheng. Since team leader Zhu was taking special care of these two, the other one must also know something. Seeing everyone's gaze fixed on him, Lu Cheng spread his hands. The stone tablet has the rules of the Ghost Market inscribed on it, and there is a city god temple in the school. Perhaps the two are connected. The crowd felt disappointed. They had hoped for more. Any Chinese person could guess that connection. The reason someone had suggested praying at the city god temple earlier was based on that very logic. Then they turned their gaze toward Chi Yuan. With insufficient information, Chi Yuan could not provide anything insightful either, so he just offered a platitude, trying to bluff his way through. Why do not we go take a look inside the city god temple? After a few seconds of silence, everyone chimed in agreement. Young student, that makes perfect sense. Indeed, why do not we head to the city god temple and search? A single word has awakened the dreamer. That was incredibly awkward. Are you guys sure you are not being sarcastic? Chi Yuan felt a bit melancholic. Lu Cheng watched this group of people set off in a hurry, his mind filled with 100,000 questions. Had not the city god temple already been searched by the patrol team? The reports were still in their hands. Why did not they take a look? He and brother Yuan said exactly the same thing, so why was the outcome so different? In the end, Lu Cheng followed the others in a daze, and they soon arrived at the city god temple. There was a pair of stone lions at the entrance of the city god temple, its vermilion doors wide open. A flashlight illuminated the plaque which still bore those same unrecognizable characters. Crossing the threshold, the front courtyard of the city god temple came into view. The brick and wood architecture was antique and elegant, magnificent and imposing. A large tripod in the center of the front courtyard was filled with countless burnt-out bamboo incense sticks. The main hall was grand, shimmering with gold and jade inside, housing a divine statue. They reached the main hall and Zhu Xian pointed to the murals. This is the reason we suspect it is the city god temple. The murals depicted the city god from the statue protecting the region, eliminating evil and managing ghosts. After she finished, she asked Bye, does our interpretation conflict with the text? Team leader Zhu, how many times do I have to tell you, do not call me Bye. Bai ruffled his hair in frustration, and after his quiet protest he answered, no conflict. The text I saw at the door is definitely city god temple. Bai does not let me say it, and Bye is not allowed either, so what else can I call you? Zhu Xian shrugged. That is about it. If there is anything else found, we can add it later. Seeing that no one else was speaking, Bai said, where is the wall with the carvings? I will go take a look, maybe I will find something. Zhu Xian pointed the way. It is in the corridor near the side hall. The others circled the main hall. The Chinese people have always been the type to believe in something just in case. They would give a quick prayer, and if it worked they would come back more often. If not, they would simply stop. That is why Chinese people often joke that there are no useless gods in China. Someone tried praying, and after realizing it was useless, they stood up and started poking around, looking for clues. With everything that could be searched already covered, Qi Yuan found he had nothing to do. Seeing some incense on the table, he lit 5 sticks and casually placed them in the incense burner on the offering table. As for why it was 5 instead of 3, it was because he was not sure how many were appropriate, but remembering the phrase 3 longs and 2 shorts, he just did it that way. Just as the incense was inserted, Qi Yuan was planning to join the group of people digging for tips, when he heard someone shouting. The colors of the murals Zhu Xian had just introduced began to fade rapidly, replaced by lines of golden text. These golden characters were different from the ones they could not understand earlier. They looked like ancient writing from a certain dynasty in the Dragon Kingdom. Although the people present were not very familiar with ancient scripts, by guessing based on character similarities, they could grasp the general meaning. The golden text seemed to be prepared specifically for those who had wandered into the ghost market. Skipping the meaningless opening praises about the piety of the visitors, the rest of the content was straightforward. The gist was that if one wanted to leave, they needed to pay pious homage to the city god, summon the deities with yin-yang 5 elements incense, and the city god would judge whether they could return to the mortal world. If the judgment passed, the city god would grant a pass. One simply needed to carry this pass and enter and exit the memorial arch at the entrance of the ghost market 7 times to return to the human world. It is important to note that when entering and exiting at the gate, you must not look back, no matter what you hear. After reading the golden text, the people in the hall turned their heads toward the offering table, where 5 sticks of incense sent wisps of smoke rising from the burner, with that impossibly handsome young man standing beside it. It seems it was also him who suggested coming to check out the city god temple just now. This kid, he definitely must be befriended. Cheng Yizhu realized it a moment later and laughed aloud. Qi Yuan, you kid, keeping things to yourself when you clearly had an idea in mind just to surprise us, right? The others had also offered incense before they arrived, but they had all only offered 3 sticks. As for him offering 5 sticks, Cheng Yizhu did not believe for a second that it was just a lucky coincidence. Qi Yuan was also a bit confused. This actually works. He saw everyone looking at him with expectant eyes, waiting for his next move. Zhu Xian took 2 steps forward to the offering table. So, what should we do next? Qi Yuan learned from experience and said very honestly, I do not know, maybe we can get out if we follow what is written up there. He would take on as much as his capabilities allowed. If people were complimenting his strength, he would act unfathomable and accept it all, since fake would eventually become real anyway. But for something this uncertain, what if he led everyone into a trap? Using a group of people's lives just to show off, not worth it, definitely not worth it. Follow what is written up there. Zhu Xian rested her chin on her hand, deeply contemplating the implication of Qi Yuan's words. The others did the same as Zhu Xian. Anyone who still believed Qi Yuan knew nothing at this point was truly a sweet little fool. But the city god has not even shown up, so how are we supposed to follow it? Are not we already stuck at the judgment stage? Suddenly Zhu Xian opened her eyes wide. I get it. Cheng Yizhu also wore a smile, his face full of understanding. The others also began to realize it. Some exchanged meaningful glances with their companions while others slapped their foreheads, amazed that they needed a reminder for something so simple. Let us go, let us try it out. Young people's brains work fast, you have to accept that you are getting old. You are only 40, do not act like an old man. LV Cheng followed the crowd, feeling lost again. Everyone suddenly understood, which made him feel like a complete idiot. He followed the herd to the archway while lost in deep thought. I will give it a try. Cheng Yizhu touched the archway and said to the others, should I do it instead, Captain Cheng? Zhu Xian was a bit worried. If a B-rank Esper ran into trouble, it would be a significant loss for any city. Especially since Cheng Yizhu was from the task force. Compared to the lukewarm support from the Esper Association, it felt safer to rely on their own. I am stronger than you all, so I will be better equipped to handle it if something goes wrong. After speaking, he noticed Qi Yuan and added, of course, Qi Yuan's strength is no less than mine, he just lacks a bit of experience. I will take the liberty of testing the path for everyone. LV Cheng stood under the archway and finally realized it. Currently there are no gods, nor are there any ghosts. Judgment, entry passes, these were all rules forcibly imposed on humans by gods and ghosts. Ordinary people fear ghosts and therefore need to obtain a pass to protect themselves, but they do not need to. Cheng Yizhu entered and exited the entrance 7 times. The last time he passed through the archway, he disappeared from everyone's view. Not long after he returned. Cheng Yizhu looked relaxed and explained to everyone, just as I thought, since it is an exit, it might also be an entrance. The crowd cheered and someone shouted, great, now we can get out. LV Cheng came to Qi Yuan's side and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Yuan, I have to admire you. LV Cheng admitted he had been too rash not to fathom the underlying meaning, and had actually thought Brother Yuan was just talking nonsense earlier. This made him recall that day when Qi Yuan had played him in the palm of his hand in the same nonchalant manner. When the two returned to the gym in the Ghost Market, they realized Kaio Bai had been left behind at the city god temple. Kaio Bai looked at the two with condemnation, trying to awaken their conscience. But unfortunately they had no conscience. Qi Yuan and LV Cheng pretended not to see him, called the 3 kids, and prepared to leave the Ghost Market. Zhu Xian led the task force to help the students and teachers trapped in the Ghost Market evacuate in an orderly manner. The crowd was buzzing and some 6th grade students had already reached the age of puppy love, unable to resist sneaking glances at Qi Yuan. A few girls gathered in a cluster, whispering about something, bursting into loud laughter from time to time, tapping their friends on the shoulders. Qi Yuan just took a casual look and then looked away, uninterested. After awakening telepathy, the first lesson he learned was not to be curious about what others were thinking. Sometimes girls can be even more lewd than boys. Do not ask him how he knows that. Returning to school, they waited for a while until the domain had completely finished merging. As they were about to part ways, Xiao Qian suddenly blocked their path. Just as Qi Ao thought his performance in the Ghost Market had touched Xiao Qian's heart. In that instant, he was smiling foolishly, imagining the future, even deciding how many kids they would have and what their names would be. He only heard Xiao Qian say in a sweet, soft voice, Brother Yuan, can you wait for me to grow up? I want to be your bride. Greg. 2 young boys' hearts were shattered. In a certain shopping mall. LV Cheng spotted Qi Yuan at a glance and waved at him. Qi Yuan carried his own aura among the crowd. People around him kept a wide distance, but beyond that distance there was always a circle of onlookers. When Qi Yuan walked over, LV Cheng spoke first. I did not expect you to agree to help. Regarding the lady with long curly hair they had helped earlier, LV Cheng had held onto the philosophy that if she is a beauty, I am adding her on WeChat, and he had indeed added her. One day after getting out of the ghost market, the lady asked him if he could pass a message to Qi Yuan to see if he was free to help her with something, and that she would pay the market rate for hiring an esper. LV Cheng of course declined. Just kidding, he was an esper too, so why could not he help? But the lady politely refused him, saying only Qi Yuan could help her, and mentioned that she had already contacted Qi Yuan through the Esper Association and he had already agreed. LV Cheng could not sit still when he heard this news and immediately said he was coming along to see what exactly had moved Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan looked at Lu Cheng with a strange expression. If you can save a life, why would not you help? In Lu Cheng's mind, is he really such a cold-blooded person? With his strength, it is not like there would be any danger within the city. As for being scammed, that is even more of a fantasy. Scamming an esper, they must be tired of living. Of course, the most important reason is that his little brother has been making a huge racket at home, and he came out to avoid the heat. The Kipen City No. 2 primary school was shut down and all students were forced to transfer. Chi Ao no longer had any excuse to linger. Chi Ao cried and made a scene, challenging his older brother's authority for the sake of his lost first love. During this time, either Qi Yuan's chair would have water poured on it or there would be bugs in his drawer. Even Mother Qi could not stand it anymore and wanted to lecture her youngest son. Qi Yuan stopped Mother Qi and under her puzzled gaze, explained that he had accidentally set his little brother up. However, his little brother, judging a gentleman's heart with his own petty mind, thought Qi Yuan had told their mom about that incident, so he simply resorted to crying and complaining about his brother's nasty behavior. By telling Mother Qi about this, the little brother was definitely asking for it. Their naturally savage mother never missed a beat when it came to telling the brutal truth. After listening, Mother Qi stroked her youngest son's head with pity and comforted him in a soft voice. It is okay, even without your brother you would not have been able to win her heart. But the good news is she cannot catch your brother either, so you two are the same. After hearing his mother's consolation, the little brother's touched tears would not stop. With a loud wail he ran off. Besides his little brother's drama, the other reason is that this lady is paying way too much. When he decided to enroll in the combat department, his mother gave him a sum of money for gear, but Qi Yuan knew their family was just middle class. He certainly would not pass up an opportunity to make more money. Sorry for keeping you waiting. The lady, whom they had only met once, had pinned up her long, dark, wavy hair. Her newly cut French bangs curled at the jawline. She was carrying a handbag and still wearing her chic, mature-style dress. She adjusted her collar, which had shifted slightly from moving around, smoothed her bangs, and walked over with elegant, small steps. She had put in a lot of effort this time, and her makeup was more refined than before. It should not be too far off now, right? She looked up with a faint smile, met Qi Yuan's gaze, and her smile stiffened in an instant. It is still way off. Was it the courage given by Fish Liang that made her so confident? The young lady wanted to find a hole to crawl into just thinking about her previous thoughts. She stuttered, I am Su Wanwen, sorry to trouble you to come all this way. There is a coffee shop up ahead, let us go in and chat. After saying that, she added hesitantly, is that okay? Since the employer spoke, Qi Yuan had no objections, sure. The three of them reached the coffee shop and found a secluded spot to sit down. Su Wanwen looked at the menu, asked for their opinions, and ordered some coffee and desserts. The waiter brought the orders quickly. Su Wanwen stirred her coffee with a small spoon and began to recount the story. I have a close friend who was dumped by her boyfriend of many years a while ago. Even though that guy had been sponging off her for years and had the nerve to say that my friend would hinder his career, they had not cheated on each other, so she did not cling on and they parted ways relatively peacefully. Lu Cheng was intrigued upon hearing this. Is your friend looking for a new boyfriend? I guarantee I am great at sponging off people and I will not talk nonsense. The dull atmosphere was broken. Su Wanwen laughed and teased Lu Cheng. You are so glib, how many young girls have you tricked? No, my heart and soul belong only to wealthy women. Su Wanwen shot him a side-eye and said with a smile, yeah, right. Back to the point? SHE Chinese letter the smile. Later, that guy gained a little fame on a variety show. The fact that he was dating my friend was exposed and his fans swarmed her social media accounts to mock her for clout chasing, with many resorting to personal attacks. And then, Qi Yuan got it. her friend is a wealthy woman betrayed by a white-eyed wolf. Large-scale fan operations require guidance from prominent fan leaders, most of whom are in contact with talent agencies. It used to be unfair to hold idols accountable for fan behavior, but in the current star-making industry where operations are a one-stop shop, that statement is spot on. If it were not for the agency's blessing, the fan leaders would have jumped out to tell people not to ruin their idol's reputation, and those who apologize on behalf of fans or focus on work would have accounted for at least half of the voices. But what does this have to do with hiring him? Su Wanwen sipped her coffee, trying to keep a calm tone, but she could not suppress her agitation. Her coffee cup clattered against the saucer. At first, she said she would become a better version of herself to shut those stupid fans up. I thought her mindset was good and relaxed, but when I visited her a few days ago, she had withered down to just skin and bones. She looked at Chi Yuan and pleaded, "I want to hire you to persuade her to stop losing weight so excessively." Would that actually work? Being handsome is useful, but it cannot cure a heartache. Chi Yuan was very skeptical. Su Wanwen was very sure, answering firmly, "It will. And if not, at least we could take a photo together to spite the fans. What kind of bottom feeders are they even chasing?" Alright then. In Chi Yuan's view, Su Wanwen was simply grasping at straws. If she had the energy, she should see a therapist. But since he was out anyway, he would treat it as a good deed. "Whether I succeed or not, I will pay you the fee as promised, do not worry." The way she put that, it is not even about the money. Am I the kind of person who only cares about money? I really am. In Chi Yuan's eyes, a gold digger friendly filter was added to Su Wanwen. His favorability towards her skyrocketed. Lu Cheng just shook his head. This young lady really did not know how to talk. Brother Yuan obviously was not hurting for money, yet she kept mentioning the payment. She completely missed the point. Su Wanwen realized she had been a bit flustered after blurting that out and added quickly, "I know you have good intentions, but apart from money, I really cannot compensate you any other way." Whoa, listen to that humble brag. Chi Yuan looked at her in shock. How did she suddenly start flexing her wealth? "It is fine, compensating me with money is quite enough." Su Wanwen folded her fingers and pressed them to her chin in a prayerful gesture. "Thank you so much, let us head out then." The three finished their desserts and set off for her friend's place. Su Wanwen led the way, pointing in a certain direction. "Her place is not far from here. I have set a time with her, so now is the perfect time to go." Soon they arrived. After a few rings of the doorbell, the door opened from the inside. "Wanwen, you are here." The person at the door was dressed neatly, with delicate makeup on her face, clearly prepared for the visit. Lu Cheng and Chi Yuan had expected to see a walking skeleton, but they found that although her limbs were thin and delicate, her complexion was rosy, completely different from those suffering from malnutrition due to excessive dieting. "Anan, this is my new boyfriend." Su Wanwen held Lu Cheng's arm, her face blooming with a bright smile. Before they arrived, they had rehearsed their story, with Lu Cheng pretending to be her boyfriend under the pretext of letting her best friend give him the seal of approval. Before coming, Su Wanwen had even dropped hints to Feng Anan that she would bring a handsome guy along, telling her to dress up. However, Feng Anan could no longer remember her countless testing plans. There was only one thought in her mind. "What a handsome man. Wanwen, you really are my best friend." Just how many filters does she have on me in her heart to think that I am worthy of dating someone like him? At this moment, Feng Anan secretly made up her mind that she and Wanwen would be best friends for a lifetime. Having thought this, her gaze swept over her friend's boyfriend, Lu Cheng, like the sharp tip of a knife. "You scumbag who stole my best friend, go eat dirt." If she does not expose all of this creep's dirty little secrets today, she does not deserve to be Wanwen's best friend. "Anan, what is wrong with you?" Su Wanwen was a bit worried about Anan's mental state, as a chain of associations flashed through her mind. Unprovoked zoning out is practically a precursor to depression, and depression is practically suicide. No, wait, one check on the search engine and it is basically cancer. Su Wanwen shook off the alarming thoughts in her head and cautiously observed Anan. Feng Anan immediately took her hand gently and said in a soft voice, "I am fine, come on in and have a seat." After showing them into the living room, Feng Anan handed them drinks, locking onto Lu Cheng's every move with the corner of her eye. "What a jerk." Feng Anan clicked her tongue in her mind. She had intentionally handed the drink to Lu Cheng first, but he took a sip immediately without even thinking of giving it to his girlfriend first. Lacks consideration. Point deduction. Su Wanwen asked Feng Anan, could I have some hot tea? Feng Anan, who was busy grading Lu Cheng's looks and personality in her head, nodded absent-mindedly, sure. Su Wanwen noticed Feng Anan's distraction, and the thoughts she had just pushed aside resurfaced. Seeing that she had successfully distracted Feng Anan, Su Wanwen lowered her voice and said anxiously, did you guys see that? She only weighs a little over 30 kilos and is still trying to lose weight. Lu Cheng also lowered his voice, but she looks quite healthy. Su Wanwen's train of thought was interrupted, and she explained with a bitter smile that is just the effect of makeup. After explaining, Su Wanwen added her new concern, Anan has been zoning out all day, could it be depression? Unlikely. Lu Cheng sensed the sharp gaze Feng Anan was throwing their way. Rather than depression, it was more likely bipolar disorder. Qi Yuan proactively interjected into the conversation. Find a chance to test her, and if it does not work, you should just take her to a psychiatrist. Please stop overthinking. If this keeps up, Feng Anan will be ready for the coffin. The handsome guy treatment method was already unreliable enough, and Qi Yuan was very worried that if it did not work, Feng Anan would be diagnosed with a terminal illness by Su Wanwen. Completely unaware of her friend's overactive imagination, Feng Anan finished brewing the hot tea, handed it to Su Wanwen, and began the next phase of her testing plan. She sat on the edge of the sofa and asked with feigned curiosity, how did you two meet? Back then, I was being chased by a few street thugs, and just as I felt hopeless, he happened to show up and saved me. Su Wanwen cut out the beginning and end, telling a story that looked like a classic rescue of a damsel in distress at first glance. Responsible added points. Willing to stand up against a few hoodlums, Feng Anan grudgingly added points back to Lu Cheng. That is quite dramatic. Yeah, it is a little. Su Wanwen recalled what happened at the time, her cheeks turning slightly red. Being called a toad trying to eat swan meat by the thugs who were chasing her, there was nothing more embarrassing than that. Feng Anan beat her chest in her heart. Wanwen looked like she had already fallen for him. Speaking of which, he said I put on weight recently. Su Wanwen acted as if she were annoyed but was actually being coy, throwing out a bit of invisible romantic fluff as she turned the topic to weight loss and used Lu Cheng as an excuse. Lu Cheng played along easily. I do not want to lie to you, I love you whether you are fat or not. Look at him, he does not even know how to say anything nice. Oh. Although she had not eaten, she felt full, maybe even a little greasy. The fire of friendship that Feng Anan had just stoked up slowly extinguished, and her heart was calm and waveless. But Su Wanwen's romantic fluff mission seemed to have only just begun. She tilted her head to look at Lu Cheng. Do you think I look better a bit fatter or a bit thinner? Lu Cheng picked up her cue, fitting his best. How about you, brother Qi? Healthy is fine. Qi Yuan, having been called upon, was already prepared. He looked at Feng Anan and added casually, she, for example, is way too thin. Nice. Su Wanwen suppressed a smile. They had pulled off a great coordinated effort. Caught off guard after being suddenly addressed while listening to her friend's gossip, Feng Anan was momentarily stunned. Although she had not really thought about dating Qi Yuan, you do not have to win the lottery to keep buying tickets. If you cannot buy lottery tickets, that is equivalent to not even letting you have a daydream. That is too cruel. Decision made, I am gaining weight tonight. Feng Anan gave a forced smile. I also think I am too thin. I have actually been trying to gain weight lately, hehe. It actually worked. Lu Cheng was stunned. Being from out of town, he had never seen such a thing. Su Wanwen smiled triumphantly. How could she not guess what was on her best friend's mind? A scumbag was able to see right through her. Was not it just because of that face? But things were not over yet. She could not rely on Qi Yuan's compassion to hold him morally hostage for a lifetime. She had to figure out what was on Anan's mind, whether it was being hurt by a scumbag or an issue with cyberbullying, in order to apply the right solution. Anan, do you think I should lose weight? I saw that your weight loss results were pretty good before. Share some tips with me. Feng Anan was wide awake the moment that topic came up. I strongly recommend you go buy a hibiscus bloom. Hibiscus bloom. Su Wanwen chewed on the term. She knew hibiscus face was used to describe a beauty, but could it be measured in pots? Could it be some new type of diet product made into something like noodles? Previously, her strong insistence that Feng Anan eat more had caused friction, so Su Wanwen was not clear on what a hibiscus bloom was. Wait for me here for a second. Seeing Wanwen's confusion, Feng Anan stood up and walked toward her room. Not long after, she pushed out a large pot with some effort. The plant was not large, but it was in a pot typically used for oversized plants. The flower was half a palm in size with delicate white petals swaying in the wind. Under the indoor light, spots of crimson appeared on the petals, resembling a beauty's shy face, white with a hint of red. Qi Yuan did not know much about plants and could not identify what kind of flower it was. Su Wanwen, who was close with Feng Anan, was not so polite. She asked directly, "What kind of flower is this? I have never seen it before." A hibiscus bloom, a new plant specially developed for beauty. Is a plant really that magical? Su Wanwen turned into a bundle of curiosity, circling the hibiscus bloom a few times. It seems to be a new mutated variety discovered at the birthplace of the beauty's image. They cultivated the hibiscus bloom based on that mutated plant. Beauty's image. The three of them turned slightly pale, but their expressions eased only after hearing it was a mutant plant. An A-grade monster called Beauty Appearance uses its floral scent to lure men and devour them. As for women, it beguiles them, amplifying their obsession with becoming more beautiful, leading them to try and pluck its petals to enhance their looks, only to end up as food themselves. That is secondary though. An A-grade monster's range of influence can cover more than half the city. What is with those expressions? I am not a cute little kid. I specifically checked that beauty salon. It has been open in this city for years. If there were really a problem, it would have been shut down long ago. No sooner had Feng Anan finished speaking than she noticed the others looking at her with pity. What is wrong? He touched her face nervously, looking confused. Perhaps I should take you for an IQ test. Su Wanwen said, sounding heartbroken. What on earth made you think that wanting to lose weight when you only weigh about 30 kilograms is a normal thought? Hi. Does Feng Anan really not understand what Su Wanwen is talking about? She eats a healthy diet, keeps a regular sleep schedule, and loses weight through exercise without using any shady methods, so what is the problem? You're still dwelling on my weight loss. I am really fine. Regarding her best friend's excessive worry, Feng Anan felt a mix of warmth and annoyance. She clearly believed she was becoming a better version of herself, but her friend kept insisting there was something wrong with her. Su Wanwen massaged her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Beauty Appearance has the ability to amplify the obsession with beauty. Since this plant was found at the birthplace of a beauty appearance, have you considered that it might be addictive? Addictive was a polite way to put it. Su Wanwen actually wanted to ask if her mind had been bewitched and her values altered. The most terrifying thing is when the change happens subtly, and the person involved firmly believes it is their own pursuit. Qi Yuan seemed to understand now. Why would some people be willing to keep monsters? Feng Anan seemed frightened by the word addictive, and the anti-drug instinct ingrained in the DNA of the people of the Dragon Kingdom began to awaken her reason. That cannot be it. I feel my physical and mental state are great. Do not let my thin appearance fool you. It is all muscle. Lu Cheng lost his initial mood for watching the spectacle. He observed Feng Anan's expression. Your body feels great, but you cannot even move a flower pot. Vaguely sensing the inconsistency, Feng Anan furrowed her brow, her expression growing panicked as cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She looked at Su Wanwen with pleading eyes. I have not come into contact with some kind of new drug, have I? Su Wanwen pondered for a moment and decided to use the Qi Yuan test. Her best friend was a hardcore fan of good-looking people. She gestured for her friend to look at Qi Yuan. You said just now that you wanted to gain weight. How do you feel now? Feng Anan looked at Qi Yuan, then was horrified, turning to her friend in disbelief. I do not want to gain weight anymore. This is irrational. It is all over. Su Wanwen was also horrified. Then what do we do? Should we rush to the hospital? Lu Cheng stared at the two women in shock. They did not think it was irrational when they said so much just a moment ago, but the moment Brother Yuan did not want them to gain weight, they found it irrational. I think you two are the ones who are irrational. Let us report it. After years of living as a citizen, Qi Yuan was very adept at seeking help from the authorities. Since it involves supernatural abilities, the duty squad should handle it. The two panicked women heard Qi Yuan's words, calmed down, and looked at him with expectation. Just as he was about to message Zhu Xian, Qi Yuan suddenly remembered she was not in charge of this district. This seems to be the Nanwu district. He recalled Zhuang Heng's phone number from last time and opened his contacts instead. How is it going? After taking Qi Yuan to Captain Pang's office, Liu Ying headed straight to the interrogation room. Seeing that her team member had just finished, she asked. The note-taker, questioned by Liu Ying, shook his head and laughed. I suspect she has a mental issue. It seems more like something she hallucinated than an actual monster. This answer surprised Liu Ying somewhat. It was Qi Yuan who reported the case, so a blunder like this was unlikely. She did not rush to dismiss her team member's speculation. Liu Ying wanted to hear his thoughts. What if his mind had been clouded too? The note-taker had not noticed Liu Ying's train of thought yet, and he told the story like a joke. This lady actually said that a very handsome man told her she was thin, but she felt it was completely irrational to not want to gain weight, and she suspected a certain flower pot had influenced her mind. A flower. Liu Ying bowed her head and thought it really was suspicious. Qi Yuan told her she was thin and she actually did not want to gain weight. Yes, then I asked her, I also think you are thin, would you be willing to gain weight? She said you are not handsome enough. Ha ha ha, it is hilarious, am I not handsome enough? As the note-taker laughed, he noticed Liu Ying's death glare and sheepishly explained. Sister Ying, I am just joking. It is mainly because what this lady said was just too outrageous. There is something wrong with that flower, did you ask about it? I asked. The note-taker nodded repeatedly and spread out the folder in his hand. According to Feng Anan, she said this flower originated from a mutant plant, which in turn came from the birthplace of a beauty appearance. She believes the hibiscus face, which is that flower, has the function of creating an addiction to beauty. We checked the beauty salon consumption records she provided, and the recent expenses are indeed much higher than before. Beauty appearance. Involved with an A-grade monster, Liu Ying could not help but take a deep breath. She pressed her lips together. The description of this addiction to beauty sounds very similar to the ability of a beauty appearance. Exactly, if it were just a B-grade monster, Qi Yuan would not need to notify them, he could handle it himself. There is definitely something wrong. Seal the information immediately, and keep the informant here for the time being. Hi. The note-taker was startled. This is not scientific, is it? Where did he fail to follow the logic? Should not we wait for others to be questioned, compare the different accounts, and finally do some fact-checking? Seeing him standing there blankly, Liu Ying urged him, Go, also remember to take that flower to Captain Pang. Oh, all right. The note-taker did not quite understand, but he knew Liu Ying would not act without reason. Under her prompting, he took off running. Liu Ying watched him leave and then hurried back to Captain Pang's office. Just as she reached the door, she heard Captain Pang's booming voice. What? Involved with a beauty appearance? Then why were you being so polite with me earlier? Just say it directly. I was not being polite with you, was I? Qi Yuan was confused. He came to make a statement and Captain Pang insisted on treating him to tea. So he thought maybe they were questioning others first, and Captain Pang was just catching up. It was hard to refuse such hospitality, so he just sat there waiting for Lu Cheng and the others to finish their statements. A mutant plant from the birthplace of a beauty appearance, not a beauty appearance itself. Qi Yuan explained to Pang Shuo that the two were worlds apart. Pang Shuo nodded perfunctorily, his mind entirely on the beauty appearance. I know. Well, it is just that there is no evidence yet. Could I, old Pang, just go around spouting nonsense? Liu Ying walked in just then and asked her captain, Captain Pang, I have already sealed the information. What should we do next? Pang Shuo waved his hand. Lock down that beauty salon, we are going to inspect it directly. Yes. The duty squad deals with monsters on the front lines and there are still people pulling strings from behind the scenes. Liu Ying did not intend to be nice to them either. The duty squad has the same privileges as other awakened ones. It is just that as officials, they rarely use them to set an example for others. Inside the station, where the 4th duty team of Kipan City is based. The desk phone in front of Pang Shuo was on speaker, and the voice of the chief of the Kipan City Supernatural Duty Bureau came through. You do not need to tell me when you take action, fine. We walk on the edge of life and death every day, so acting timid and indecisive is just pathetic, but at least make up a halfway decent excuse. Pang Shuo's argument was weak, but his stance was firm. It is a decent excuse. I deduced it based on the facts. The person on the other end of the line was so furious he laughed, followed by the sound of shuffling papers. The chief read out word by word. The reporter Feng Anan claims a very handsome man told her she was losing weight, yet she did not want to gain any, which she found illogical, so she suspects a certain flower has affected her mind. You actually took this case. Did a donkey kick you in the head? Is not that highly illogical? It is clear that the flower is the problem. The line went silent for a long time before the chief softened his tone. Old Pang, why do not I give you some leave? Maybe you should go get checked out when you have time. What do you mean by that, Chief Guo? I am serious. Yeah, sure, you have been working hard lately, so consider yourself on leave starting today. Go get some rest. Pang Shuo was slow but not stupid. Realizing he was being brushed off, he quickly said, Hey Chief Guo, this involves an A-rank monster, we cannot afford to delay. Mentioning an A-rank monster forced Chief Guo to listen. Did you find any evidence? No, I am requesting to investigate the Fierce Tiger Gang. Chief Guo replied coldly, No. The Fierce Tiger Gang is the largest private supernatural organization in Kipan City. I have to be cautious about this. They do not have any high-level supernaturals. This is an illegal assembly. And they sent someone to support us last time, and looking back, they have provided backup plenty of times. You tell me, how many people can 3 B-rank supernaturals save? Pang Shu grew agitated and shouted, If they are really raising an A-rank monster, more people are going to die. That is exactly why I am asking you for evidence. As the conversation went on, Chief Guo's temper flared as well. Old Pang, get this straight. If you act recklessly without evidence, do you want all the supernaturals in Kipan City to run away? Pang Shu fell silent. No matter how fast the duty team was, they could not be faster than supernaturals spread throughout the city. Nothing left to say, huh? Chief Guo felt better after scolding Pang Shu and gave him a final warning. I do not care how you investigate in private, but do not mess up on the public record. I will cover for what happened today. Remember to take that leave. Goodbye. With a slight click, the other end hung up, leaving the phone with a steady busy signal. Pang Shuo kicked his shoes aside in frustration, leaned back in his chair and propped his feet up on the desk. Emptying his mind, his stifled anger began to dissipate. Anger aside, the work still had to be done. Pang Shuo crossed his arms, pondering how to deal with the Fierce Tiger Gang. After a moment, he picked up the intercom. Send Zhuang Heng to my office. At the entrance of the Kipan City High School. Even though the teachers had pretty much stopped bothering them, Qi Yuan did not hesitate to choose school over staying home to face his younger brother's sullen face. Students who do not want to go to school usually just want to play. With the senior teachers letting things slide and letting them play as they pleased, the students actually started showing up at school every day. The school had peers and, more importantly, no nagging parents. Qi Yuan had just finished a day of classes. No sooner had he been specifically recruited by Shenzhen University than his homeroom teacher started spreading the news. He joyfully announced that the class had produced a student for the combat department at Shenzhen University. Facing the envious gazes of his classmates, Qi Yuan did not say a word when school ended and slipped away. However, upon reaching the gate, he was intercepted once again. This time it was not Zhu Xian but Lu Cheng. He was squatting at the gate, blending so perfectly with the security guards that Qi Yuan only noticed him once he was blocked. Zhu Xian could only find out a general idea of what happened with the 4th team yesterday. Because of that, Lu Cheng had come specifically to find Qi Yuan to get to the bottom of it. So did they find anything over there? Once the two of them walked to a quieter area, Lu Cheng asked impatiently. Nothing at all? The beauty salon is only responsible for sales, and the hibiscus face cream comes from the Fierce Tiger Gang. But as an underground organization with 3 B-rank supernaturals, team leader Pang could not conduct a forced search. Having left the matter to the officials, Qi Yuan did not follow up. This was information Zhuang Heng had shared with him over the phone. Then what do you think, Brother Yuan? Sir, this matter must be, wait, wrong script. Maybe the hibiscus face is just a mutated plant with special supernatural properties, and the Supernatural Duty Bureau did not detect anything abnormal about it. Even if there were cases where higher-ups persecuted civilians to protect supernaturals, they would not harbor selfish motives when it comes to an A-rank monster. Qi Yuan believed that either they lacked the clearance to know the next phase of the plan, or the situation simply was not that serious. As a freelance supernatural not affiliated with any organization, he did not need to worry too much. The world is vast and full of capable people. His current priority was to make a name for himself. Ever since the ghost market incident, Qi Yuan realized deeply that bragging about himself was not as effective as others bragging for him. He had not figured out the specifics of how to pull that off yet. Live streaming himself was too easy to mess up. There were too many things about him that could not withstand close scrutiny. If he could just stumble upon a huge stroke of luck, he would reach his goal in one go and would not have to worry about so much. Seeing that Qi Yuan stopped talking after that sentence but still frowned in contemplation as if thinking about something major, Lu Cheng also kept silent. After a long silence, he finally made up his mind. "Brother Yuan, are you planning to solve this on your own?" Qi Yuan watched as Lu Cheng's imagination ran wild again. He remained calm, waiting quietly to see what kind of mess he would cook up. Seeing his silence, Lu Cheng took it as an admission and said, "Actually, I was sent by my master to investigate the raising of monsters, so you do not have to worry about dragging me into this. If there is anything you need, just order me, I am at your service." Qi Yuan had heard last time that Lu Cheng was on a mission for his master, but he did not know the specifics. Qi Yuan remained composed, trying to fish for information. "How did your master predict that someone in Kipan City would be raising a monster?" Intent on showing off to prove he was not dead weight, Lu Cheng answered honestly upon hearing Qi Yuan's question. "The city next door, what was it called? The one right next to ours where they were raising monsters." "Jebai City." Qi Yuan caught on immediately and added, "Right, that city next door whose name I cannot remember." Qi Yuan realized the misunderstanding after reading it and explained to Lu Cheng. "It is actually called Jebai City, Ji as in stop conflict, and Bai as in jade green." Lu Cheng was speechless. No wonder he only remembered it as the city next door with such a weird name. Punny names major minus points. The person raising the monster in that case once said his monster was very well behaved and did not eat living people. He just used his job to feed it corpses. "Is there a problem with that?" Qi Yuan asked with some confusion. Lu Cheng seemed to understand Qi Yuan's question, so he cleared his throat and continued. "My master said that thanks to the government's vigorous publicity, all citizens of the Dragon Nation know that even monsters born in fusion fields will hunt humans. Some collaborate with monsters to gain power, others try to tame them for their own use, but all of them know clearly that monsters are deceptive. However, the owner of the Gobi City creature trusted that his monster had never hunted a living person. My master had encountered this situation before. He once saw an underground organization selling monsters in the black market. Those sellers claimed they had completely erased the monsters' minds, leaving only instinct behind, and that the monsters were no different from mutated animals and could be bought with peace of mind." At this point, Lu Cheng stopped to give Qi Yuan time to ask questions. Qi Yuan did have some questions, and he asked curiously, "Where is the black market?" Lu Cheng was speechless. He had never asked his master, so he really did not know. Qi Yuan knew the answer the moment he saw Lu Cheng's reaction, and he clicked his tongue in regret. Every time he read a novel, the protagonist could easily find the black market and gain something there, which made Qi Yuan yearn for it. He also wanted to try his luck at finding hidden gems in the black market. Seeing Lu Cheng looking expectant for his questions, Qi Yuan thought for a moment and changed his query. "How do you erase a monster's mind?" "Lu Cheng, how would I know that? How come you do not know anything?" Qi Yuan's silence spoke louder than words, and Lu Cheng's heart went cold. "I have no more questions, go on." Not only had he failed to impress, he felt more like a burden, so Lu Cheng added the rest of the content listlessly. Capturing monsters is extremely difficult, and the distance from Shen City to Kipan City is quite significant, so we suspect this underground organization has a strong backer. To avoid alerting the enemy, my master sent the brilliant and clever me to Kipan City to investigate the situation. Qi Yuan ignored Lu Cheng's self-aggrandizement, linking the erasure of a monster's mind with the Furong Mayan that Lu Cheng was concerned about. He quickly reached a conclusion. So you think Furong Mayan is related to them? Lu Cheng showed an expression of agreement. Exactly. If they captured a beauty aspect and erased its mind, then sold it to someone unaware, and that person developed Furong Mayan based on it. Then Lu Cheng added, of course this is just a guess. Can their minds really be erased? Qi Yuan was very skeptical about the reliability of this. It is not something that can be made public, but it would not be impossible to use as a secret weapon in private. After all, the dead cannot compare to the living. And as a secret weapon, it is blocked by the state. It is hard for it to even leak out. Of course, it does not work. My master specifically pulled the Gobi City case file, and it showed that the monster had hunted humans behind its owner's back without the owner knowing. This proves that even if the mind is erased, the monster will gradually regain it. Just as expected, Qi Yuan sighed with a heavy heart. I understand. So what is your next plan? Lu Cheng rubbed his hands in anticipation. Knowing there might be a ticking time bomb under his feet, he really could not just stand by and watch. The matter had already been reported to the authorities, and reporting it again would not do much good. It was just that his capabilities were limited. How to help was still a problem. He pondered for a moment. I have not thought it through yet, but I have a general direction. Lu Cheng was delighted. He knew Qi Yuan could not have no plan. It was a good thing he came early. On a moonlit night, in the bustling, crowded street, colorful neon lights caught the eyes of passers-by, and the fragrance of various street snacks stimulated their taste buds. It was clearly a commercial center. Lu Cheng stepped onto the street, still feeling a bit dazed and unreal. 2 or 3 hours ago, Qi Yuan told him, there is no time to waste, I intend to act immediately. He had followed Qi Yuan all the way here. As the sky turned dark, Lu Cheng guessed that Qi Yuan intended to take advantage of the night to sneak into the Fierce Tiger Society and investigate the ins and outs. He was sneaking around, concealing his figure. But he did not expect Qi Yuan to walk straight through the bustling street and arrive at the front desk of the entertainment center. He watched as he asked politely, "Hello, can I schedule a meeting with Wu Sheng? Is this how it is being solved?" Lu Cheng was dumbfounded. He had not expected the so-called plan to be a direct challenge. Qi Yuan ignored Lu Cheng's thoughts. He had found on the internet that the Fierce Tiger Society often hung out here at night, and this was one of their businesses. He thought very clearly that if he and Lu Cheng snuck into the Fierce Tiger Society, the risk would be high and it would not be lawful. But if he directly requested a meeting, the other party's thoughts would be laid bare through telepathy. Most importantly, he was going there openly. If anything happened, the duty team could still pull him out. Aside from the chance that the Fierce Tiger Society might not meet him, this plan was simple, efficient, effective, and low risk. The receptionist was stunned by Qi Yuan's handsomeness at first. After listening to his words, her cheeks turned slightly red and she asked in a gentle voice, "May I ask what business you have with Manager Wu?" The more you say, the more you err. It would be better to hear the other party's inner voice first and then adjust accordingly. Thinking of this, Qi Yuan lied without changing his expression. You would have to ask him. The receptionist thought for a moment and immediately understood. This person has such an extraordinary manner, and Manager Wu agreed to meet at the entertainment center. He must be a new client Manager Wu is preparing to develop. Are you a friend of Manager Wu? The adult world is really hard to understand. Has friend become synonymous with client now? Qi Yuan quickly calculated in his heart. Not knowing if it was a code, he decided to deny it. After all, telepathy cannot perceive reflex instincts. If it interfered with Wu Xing's business, it would not be easy to get out unscathed. No, not a friend. The receptionist was surprised by her judgment error and quickly apologized. I am sorry, may I ask who you are? Qi Yuan reached into his pocket to take out his ability license, just at the moment he was about to hand it over. Someone arrived at the front desk. He tapped the table with his knuckles, making a rhythmic sound, his eyes fixed inside the entertainment center, not giving the front desk a second glance. A guest is coming later, bring him to the private room we are in. Certainly, Manager Song, are you referring to this Mr. Qi Yuan? So soon? No, wait, Qi Yuan, why is he here? Song Jing only noticed Qi Yuan standing nearby then. If there is anyone in the Kipan City Fierce Tiger Society you should not provoke, Qi Yuan counts as one. Not to mention the mysterious background of the Qi family, Qi Yuan's own strength alone makes the Fierce Tiger Society back off. That lizard man, even with all three of them together, they could not guarantee they could take it down in an instant. With 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind, Manager Song was still able to put on a flattering professional smile while thinking. I have long heard that the golden eyes are young, promising, and exceptionally handsome. Seeing you today, it truly lives up to the reputation. Qi Yuan nodded, responding modestly, You flatter me. Would it be convenient to take a few minutes of your time? Do not be so formal with me, Song Jing waved his hand, not just minutes. As long as you are here, I, Song, will accompany you to the end. Then I shall respectfully oblige. Lu Cheng watched the two people, who clearly did not know each other, exchange pleasantries with his jaw dropped, causing him to sigh yet again. What on earth does the Qi family do? How do they have people they know everywhere? Seeing his face look normal, Song Jing put his suspicions aside for now and tapped the table once more. Xiao Zhang entertained this young brother, make sure he feels right at home. He lifted his chin, pointing at Lu Cheng. After saying that, he walked ahead with a beaming smile to lead the way for Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan intended to say a word for Lu Cheng, but then thought it was unnecessary. The most important thing now was to get to the truth about Furong Mayan. Fixating on such minor things was putting the cart before the horse. Lu Cheng watched them leave, the bitterness of which only he knew. How did I end up becoming a lackey? I am a student at Shen City University and a member of the Pillar Project, at the very least. Although I am really not as good as Brother Yuan, I should not be reduced to a lackey, right? Do not you guys have any friends? This way, please. Mr. Song led Qi Yuan deep into the corridor and pushed open the last private room. Brother Xing Aizhai, look what a good day it is today, we have an honored guest. Wu Xing and Kong Anjai set down their wine glasses and rose to welcome them, but their expressions froze for a moment when they realized who it was. What a rare guest. Why is it golden eyes? I have long heard of your great deeds, and finally I get to meet you today. Good thing I did not say anything specific, but why did Qi Yuan come looking for them? Adults' mouths are like the devil's lies. Qi Yuan nodded calmly, gesturing to them, sorry to disturb you both. Not at all, not at all. The two smiled brightly, but their eyes drifted toward Mr. Song. Old Song, what is going on? Song Jing shook his head and invited them, please have a seat, let us sit and talk. I would be honored. The three were well informed and things had gone smoother than expected, so Qi Yuan did not want to waste time or delay their business. Leave a path open for others so you may meet again in the future. As soon as he sat down, a glass of wine was offered to him, but Qi Yuan waved his hand. No need, I will only take a few minutes of your time and then I will be off. The apple does not fall far from the tree, and even if Qi Yuan's social intelligence was higher than his family's, it was not by much. He could do polite small talk, but his improv skills were lacking, or he would not have just recited quotes from his homeroom teacher. Besides, he had always believed in one truth: moderate socializing is healthy while excessive socializing is harmful. He could make others feel more comfortable, but why exhaust himself to death? Just stay within the boundary where both sides save face. That is about enough. The three men were no slouches. To be local bigwigs, they knew exactly how to handle different personalities. Since Golden Eyes wanted to get straight to the point, they would not push their luck and annoy him. They all adopted an attentive posture. Wuxing, as their representative, said, please go ahead. Thank you. I would like to ask, is the Furong Mayan product something you developed or did someone sell it to you? Qi Yuan did not beat around the bush and went straight to the heart of the matter. Their expressions darkened. The beauty salon had just been sealed off by the patrol team and now Qi Yuan was at their doorstep. Anyone could guess the connection. They might respect the strong, but that did not mean they would smile after being slapped in the face. Wuxing slammed his glass onto the table, his tone unfriendly. That is a trade secret and I have nothing to say. If you continue with this topic, please forgive us for being rude. Qi Yuan was not intimidated by the grand display. Even though he was not a psychic, he could not feel afraid when he could hear them calculating how to appear tough without offending him. He rested his arms on his knees, interlaced his fingers, and his eyes were indifferent. Let me be blunt. A large amount of human remains have been discovered around Kipan City. I do not think I need to explain that any further, do I? As soon as he spoke, all three were shocked, but they quickly regained their composure. This time, their loss of composure was genuine. The earlier display of hostility was just an act. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Wuxing immediately gave a negative response, distancing them from the matter. You must be joking. Furong Mayan is a mutated plant. It has nothing to do with human bones. That is right, we have sold quite a lot of Furong Mayan and there have not been any issues. And we have never fed them any corpses. Mr. Song and Kong Anjai added details one after another. After speaking, they were convinced that Furong Mayan could not possibly be involved. This was a major issue, so it was understandable for the patrol team and Golden Eyes to be sensitive. Since it was not a deliberate targeting of them, the three momentarily let go of their previous unhappiness. Qi Yuan remained silent, listening quietly to their inner thoughts, picking out useful information from the fragmented pieces. The atmosphere dropped to freezing again, and the three of them began to feel anxious. The difference was that before, it was caused by their own posturing, but this time it was passive. They looked at each other in silence. In the silent atmosphere, they began to wonder if they had missed any red flags. Was there something wrong with Furong Mayan? Then, to their horror, they discovered that there were indeed many red flags. Fangu, their supplier, had said the flowers were delicate and needed professional care, so they had to provide their client list to Fangu for maintenance. Furthermore, Fangu mentioned needing their transport channels to protect trade secrets. Looking back, those routes included hospitals, funeral homes, and city entries/exits. It was not that they had not coveted his business secrets, but Fangu was powerful and they had not succeeded in any of their attempts. Now that they thought about it, if he were so powerful, why not deal with the authorities? Why specifically choose them? And because of certain reasons, the plant could not be mass-produced. What kind of reasons? Thinking about things like this made them feel a chill down their spines. They were doing fine as local warlords in Kipan City. Keeping monsters would bring them nothing but harm. If they got involved in a case this big, even their status as psychics would not protect them. The Dragon Nation had always had a zero-tolerance policy for raising monsters. They could investigate this later, but they absolutely could not admit to it now. However, what Qi Yuan said next made their hearts tight. According to the intelligence I received, you provided them with transport routes that included hospitals, funeral homes, and city exits. This is what you call no issues. Intelligence just received is still intelligence, and Qi Yuan put it to immediate use. This group still wanted to withhold information and dissociate themselves. Unlike his feigned arrogance, this lot really did think of themselves as untouchable. Qi Yuan realized his own temper was not as good as he had thought. The three had plenty of tricks up their sleeves. Even after he pointed out the problems, they still did not intend to cooperate but were instead thinking of passing the buck. Originally, he was just there to fish for information, thinking it would not cost him anything, but now he was certain something was wrong. Qi Yuan did not want to play games with them and laid it out clearly. If you go report this now, maybe you can atone for your sins, but if you delay and cause major losses, I will report you to the patrol team myself. After speaking, he noticed he was getting a bit carried away and being less than precise, so he added a sentence. Of course, it would be best if there really are no issues. With that, he stood up and left. He had gotten the info and even let off some steam. What was he waiting for if not to bolt and find official protection? After he left, Song Jing and Kong Anjai looked to their leader, waiting for him to make the call. Wuxing was silent for a long time. He picked up the wine bottle from the table, chugged half of it, and then smashed the bottle. Fine, Director Guo. Brother Xing, do we really have to do this? Yeah, the patrol bureau must be more anxious than we are. If we drag it out, we might be able to negotiate with them. Wuxing raised a hand to cut them off. The young master of the Qi family tracked down the transport routes we used for our collaboration with Fangu. Are you still going to be delusional and cut off your own escape route? Song and the other opened their mouths to speak, but were cut off by Wuxing again. He tapped his finger on the table, breaking down his concerns for them. The young master of the Qi family came here today to warn us to cooperate and redeem ourselves so he might let us off the hook. Losing face is a small matter. Just think, if something goes wrong, even if we run away, can we defend ourselves against retaliation from the Chi family? Can we even defend against the Chi family's retaliation? Song Zong and Kong Anjai said nothing. The answer to that question was all too obvious. No, we cannot. They had been working with Fan Gu while knowing nothing about him, yet the Chi family had managed to dig up their collaboration and even find out the exact details of it. By contrast, their Tiger Gang knew almost nothing about the Chi family, for whom that name was likely just a code name. They had only gotten the surname from Chi Yuan, and there was no guarantee that his name was not fake. What a terrifying background they must have. It was as if the Chi family did not exist, yet they were everywhere. Wuxing also looked dejected. This move had truly been a last resort. The feeling of making an active choice versus a forced one was night and day, involving not just the humiliation of being coerced, but the awkwardness of being seen through by someone else. It was as if they were being told that with such meager cleverness, they should not even bother trying to show off. All right, the three of us brothers have been through tougher times than this, so do not look so down. If we have no choice, we need to show some resolve and get the job done properly. Wuxing placed his hands on the shoulders of the two men who were as close as brothers and patted them in consolation. In a car parked near the entertainment complex, Zhuang Heng saw Qi Yuan exit and immediately reported to his superior. Mr. Qi Yuan has come out. His expression has not changed much, but Lu Cheng, who is with him, looks particularly happy. On the other end of the comms, Commander Liu Ying instructed, "Leave it for now. Our main objective is to keep a close watch on the Tiger Gang and investigate the source of the Lotus Face. Trust that Golden Eye will reach out to us if they get any leads. Be careful not to be reckless. We are conducting a private investigation and cannot afford to leave any traces." Understood. My phone is showing an incoming call. It is from Mr. Qi Yuan. Answer it first. I will have the team at the other vantage points cover your surveillance. Zhuang Heng acknowledged and answered the call. The line connected. On the other side, Qi Yuan pushed aside the ecstatic Lu Cheng and dialed the number. "Good evening, Mr. Qi Yuan." Qi Yuan could hear the excitement mixed in Zhuang Heng's voice, and it was excitement without surprise. He seemed to have anticipated what Qi Yuan was about to say. A guess formed in his mind. "Are you watching the Tiger Gang?" Zhuang Heng was somewhat surprised, but Mr. Qi Yuan was incredibly capable, so it was only natural that he had been discovered. "Yes, you have indeed found us out." Qi Yuan glanced at Lu Cheng. He had been led astray by this guy today. He knew it. How could the authorities not have taken action? It was just that his security clearance was not high enough to be informed. Since that was the case, his earlier choice had been correct. He should have reported the matter to the authorities instead of struggling to handle it all by himself. "I learned from Wuxing that the supplier of the Lotus Face is Fan Gu. He is a male, about 45 to 50 years old, around 1.75 meters tall. One of the contact addresses is at." He relayed all the information gathered through his telepathy to Zhuang Heng. After finishing, Qi Yuan felt a sense of relief. He believed in the strength of the nation. Perhaps there might be rats in some dark corners, but his mother had been able to raise him alone. Aside from her own resilience and hard work, it was also thanks to the stable social system provided by the country. "So, considering how hard I have worked, when will the official side recruit me?" After hanging up the phone, Qi Yuan looked at Lu Cheng with a sense of melancholy. One really should not be indecisive in life. Lu Cheng had been hesitant to speak since the call began, and now that he caught an opportunity, he immediately voiced his doubts. "Is it really okay to tell them like that? My master once said that the organization selling these monsters is huge, and it is possible they have their own people even within the patrol teams." Qi Yuan stared at him for a long time and shook his head. This guy's imagination was so overactive that his brain was literally empty. "Do you really think they offer after-sales service for monsters that have not had their consciousness completely erased?" Lu Cheng's head full of conspiracies ceased functioning for a moment. After all that, had he been battling his own imagination the whole time? But why would they do this? With their strength, gathering funds through robbery would be faster than selling monsters. "I do not know. Maybe you can ask Fan Gu once he gets caught." Qi Yuan shrugged. It was Liu Cheng who had told him about this organization in the first place, and now that Liu Cheng was asking him back, how would he possibly know the answer to that? "Brother Yuan, where are you going?" Seeing Qi Yuan walking further and further away, Liu Cheng hurriedly called out to him. "Are not you going home?" "We are going home already," Liu Cheng asked in surprise. "Do you have other plans?" The intelligence gathering had gone even more smoothly than he expected, and Qi Yuan could not think of anything else to do. Liu Cheng scratched his head. He felt like he had done something today, yet also like he had done absolutely nothing. In his imagination, intelligence gathering meant infiltrating the Tiger Gang in the dead of night, extracting clues by beating up underlings, and deducing the next step in a complex chain. In reality, it meant Qi Yuan scheduling a meeting, being taken away by a receptionist, enjoying a massage service, and having the intel handed to him when he came out. Is this what the world of the wealthy elite is like? Liu Cheng felt himself turning into a lemon, so sour he could not even keep it together. If that is how intelligence is gathered, I could do that too. Qi Yuan ignored Liu Cheng's antics, especially since their roots home were not the same. Under the dim yellow streetlights, shadows were gradually lengthening. The lights in the apartments of the residential complex were flickering on one by one, and people who had been busy all day were returning home, with the scent of dinner filling the air. For those who had been working overtime, it was the time for a late-night snack. "You are back." Qi's mother was still watching her soap opera. Hearing the door open, she greeted Qi Yuan without turning her head. "Mom, something might happen tonight," Qi Yuan said thoughtfully. "Nothing we can do about it. We are going to die sooner or later anyway, at least we will die together." Qi's mother hit the nail on the head as always. It sounded like comfort, but it stung. "Mom, are you a specialist in killing the mood?" Coming home to see the ordinary life of the community and thinking about how the beauty phase might destroy such peace, Qi Yuan felt a tug at his heartstrings. After hearing that from his mother, he just wanted to wash up and go to sleep. After hanging up, Zhuang Heng immediately contacted Commander Pang to report the situation. "I knew that kid would definitely have a way." Zhuang Heng could hear the sound of a table shattering on Commander Pang's end through the comms, as Pang shouted with his booming voice. "Close up the operation and go arrest Fan Gu immediately." "No." Liu Ying cut him off immediately. She rarely contradicted the commander after he gave an order. Therefore, Pang Shu was not annoyed by being interrupted and waited to hear her reasoning. According to Qi Yuan's intelligence, the enemy is quite powerful and a rash move will only alert them and cause chaos. This is not a fusion realm, and if they target the citizens, we will be in a very passive position. It is better to split into two teams, one to watch the Tiger Gang and the other to monitor Fan Gu. Once we have evidence, we can apply to Bureau Chief Gu for reinforcements. Liu Ying did not let Pang Shu down and laid out her concerns clearly. Pang Shu rubbed his unshaven stubble. Although it went against his nature, he understood the gravity of the situation. Finally he nodded, "Do as you say." Just as Pang Shu was about to issue the order, the door to the conference room was pushed open. "Not bad, old Pang. If you usually thought things through like you just did, I would not have such a headache." "Director Gu, what is the meaning of this?" Pang Shu did not turn back, recognizing the newcomer just by the voice. The officer on duty outside the meeting room leaned in to peek inside. There were 3 people behind Director Guo. Pang Shu recognized them as Wu Xing and his 2 associates, the ones who controlled the fierce Tiger Gang, and his expression changed instantly. Wu Xing and his men had actually made it all the way to the meeting room door. What exactly had his team been monitoring? Director Guo saw the thought process of his old subordinate and shifted the topic, pretending that they did not know each other as he introduced the fierce Tiger Gang to them. "This is Wu Xing, Song Jing, and Kong Anjai. These 3 heroes have helped our Kipan city quite a lot." Liu Ying kicked Pang Shuo from behind. He came to his senses and squeezed out a smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you." Wu Xing stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Not at all. Captain Pang does so much for the country and its people. We are the ones who feel ashamed. We did not come here for any other reason today except that we heard you are looking for Hibiscus Face and we have some leads to offer." This development surprised everyone in the meeting room. Pang Shuo and Liu Ying exchanged a subtle glance. The 2 decided to wait and see what the other side was up to. "Do not just stand there, let us sit down and talk." Director Gu shook his head. Liu Ying was usually a smart girl, so why did not she know to offer them a seat? Could it be that spending too much time with old Pang makes one lose their wits? After they sat down, the three from the fierce tiger gang seemed more anxious than them, speaking impatiently. Let me get straight to the point. With tacit coordination, the three clearly explained the key points. First, they originally felt that the reasons given by the duty team were too ridiculous, which is why they did not cooperate. Second, after talking to someone later, they realized the duty team might have been right, so they came forward on their own initiative to avoid wasting time. Third, they would provide the transport routes so the fierce tiger gang brothers and the duty team could find evidence as soon as possible. We really did not know Hibiscus Face was obtained this way. We are all from Kipan. If the city is in trouble and needs help, we three will never shrink back. Wuxing added finally. Liu Ying and Pang Shu were a bit suspicious of their motives, but since the information matched what Qi Yuan had told them, they stopped worrying about the intentions of Wuxing and his men. Pang Shu immediately assembled the fourth team and set off late at night with the cooperation of the fierce tiger gang. Duty vehicles with their lights and sirens off roared across the empty streets, followed by the luxury cars of the fierce tiger gang. Not long after, confessions from bribed individuals at funeral homes and hospitals, along with photographs of large amounts of human bones in the suburbs, were placed before Director Guo. The director of the Kipan City Ability Duty Bureau turned pale. He discovered that the number of bones exceeded those in the Gobi City case. Although he had expected something after Wuxing and the others showed up, it still far exceeded his psychological expectations. While the use of Hibiscus Face remained unclear, being certain that Fan Gu was raising monsters was enough. He pondered for a moment and gave the order. Request A-level Esper support immediately, and have Cheng Yizhu lead a team to monitor Fan Gu. Also, mobilize the duty teams to go and recover the Hibiscus Face. Finally, keep all city duty teams on standby, ready to evacuate the crowd at any time. If anyone asks, tell them there will be a large-scale drill and ask for the public's cooperation. Everyone clicked their heels and stood at attention in a military salute. Yes. Those in the meeting room filed out to take their respective posts. Wuxing and the other two did not leave. If providing information was all they did, it would not mean much. They wanted to handle things properly, which meant doing more. Director Guo, this has something to do with us, so feel free to ask if you need anything from us. We will stay here until the matter is resolved. Director Guo was truly surprised this time. Waiting here versus going home to wait were two completely different things. The former meant being on site, unable to shirk responsibility if something happened. The latter provided plenty of excuses to avoid it. The fierce tiger gang had truly invested a lot, making Director Guo look at them in a new light. He sincerely believed now that the fierce tiger gang was a representative of excellent underground teams in Kipan City. Director Guo took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Your righteousness, all three of you, I admire it." Captain Cheng, an emergency mission in the middle of the night. A young man with dyed yellow hair yawned, wearing his duty uniform loosely. Cheng Yizhu was concise, hurry up, A-level mission. The yellow-haired youth immediately opened the car door and slid inside, closing it in one fluid motion. The teammate in charge of intelligence on the car stared at the screen, his fingers dancing on the keyboard as he fed them information. Our mission is to monitor Fan Gu. This person is suspected of breeding an A-level monster called Beauty's Image. Fan Gu, male, 46 years old, 1.76 meters tall. I have sent his photo to your communicators, please take a look. His life trajectory was normal for the first 30 years. At 34, he was suppressed by an ability group in Gobi City, which led to his business going bankrupt and his family falling apart. Since then, he joined an anti-Esper cult. That cult later disappeared collectively due to some unknown issue. It is initially suspected that it was Fan Gu's doing. Afterwards, Fan Gu moved to our city. He collaborated with the fierce tiger gang to sell a flower called Hibiscus Face. A while ago, the 4th duty team received a report from a woman, The teammate responsible for intelligence stumbled as he read further. He suspected his own eyes were playing tricks on him, his eyes going wide as he rubbed them. Old Wang, are you okay? The yellow-haired one put his hands behind his head and mocked him. Old Wang sneered and pushed the screen toward him. If you are so capable, you do it. The yellow-haired one laughed. He might not be good at much else, but could he not be quick with his words? Let us do it then. He stared at the screen, found where Old Wang had stopped, and quickly scanned downwards. This woman claimed. The yellow-haired one grunted, wondering what was written here. Did the data get messed up? Cheng Yizhu reached out to adjust the screen, read through the data, and quickly recited the content. This woman claimed that a very handsome man told her she was thin, yet she did not plan on gaining weight, which was highly unreasonable, so she suspected some flour had affected her mind. After the fourth team received the report, they conducted a series of investigations but found nothing. Subsequently, Director Gu received a report from the Fierce Tiger Gang, claiming they suspected the hibiscus face they were selling together was problematic, and requested a formal investigation. Based on clues provided by the Fierce Tiger Gang, the fourth team investigated and interrogated those involved in the hospitals and funeral homes, successfully finding a large quantity of human remains. The car went silent. Everyone understood every word Cheng Yizhu said, but put together, it did not sound like human language. After a long while, someone broke the silence. Captain Cheng, did you misread something or skip over any parts? Others looked at Cheng Yizhu, agreeing completely with that sentiment. No. Cheng Yizhu frowned deeply. The description of this very handsome man made him think of Qi Yuan. Haha, do the duty teams nowadays accept even such ridiculous cases? Someone gave a dry laugh and voiced the doubt in their hearts. But they actually found a major case, you have to give them that. Since when did the Fierce Tiger Gang become so cooperative? Look at that efficiency, a case from yesterday already solved today. Cheng Yizhu pushed the screen back, ending the conversation that was veering further and further off track. Alright, this is not the time to be discussing this. The modified van swayed as it drove onto the street, eventually coming to a stop beneath a remote building. Several people made a slight rustle as they exited the vehicle in an orderly fashion. The special task force made their way up the stairwell and reached a specific room. Knock, knock, knock. It was very quiet inside with no response. A moment later, the door was opened from the inside. Team Leader Cheng. Cheng Yizhu gave a slight nod as a greeting. We are here to monitor Fan Gu. Is he home? Yes, we arrived as soon as we received the order. Good work, take me to see him. Cheng Yizhu followed the officer to the screens, where a few telescopes were set up on a makeshift desk. He picked up a telescope and looked through the window at the building across the way. Fan Gu was lying in bed asleep. He seemed restless and turned over to adjust his position. Something felt off. Cheng Yizhu tilted his head, pondering for a moment before he realized what it was. He whispered to the person beside him, he sleeps with the window open. He left a small crack in the window for ventilation, but the curtains were drawn. We used an ability to adjust the airflow to make the curtains shift slightly. Have you confirmed it is actually him? He had not yet fallen asleep when we arrived. Fan Gu checked the window before going to bed and left it ajar. It is definitely him. They had been staking out the place since before they started collecting evidence, just to be safe. Even without evidence, Cheng Yizhu's gut told him something was wrong. A special task force member who had been listening to their conversation, Old Wang, suddenly interjected. It is very likely that the person in there is no longer Fan Gu. What makes you think that? Cheng Yizhu agreed with Old Wang in his heart, but things could not be done on instinct alone. Would someone with a secret really leave their window wide open like that? For an ordinary person, these actions would not be a problem, but for someone harboring secrets, they were extremely out of character. You are right. Using gadgets and his abilities, Cheng Yizhu leaped through the air and flipped onto Fan Gu's balcony. He yanked open the window and curtains, only to see a stranger lying in the bed, fast asleep. Cheng Yizhu opened the bedroom door and searched Fan Gu's home. A moment later, he opened the front door to find his team members arriving. Team leader, he is gone. He must have left a long time ago. Quick, find out which way he went. Following Cheng Yizhu's orders, his team sprang into action. Some woke the stranger up, others used their abilities to track Fan Gu's trail, and some pulled up local surveillance footage for clues. Within just a few minutes, most of the information had been gathered. Without asking for the results, Cheng Yizhu returned to the modified van first. The task force remained silent on the way back, only sharing their findings once they were all inside the vehicle. The The stranger did not know how he had gotten there, but a team member with memory reconstruction abilities helped him recall the missing fragments. He had followed a strange floral scent all the way to Fan Gu's room. At the same time, Huang Mao had picked up the lingering scent and sniffed out the direction Fan Gu had taken. Follow the lead Xiao Huang found. Once he had all the information, Cheng Yizhu reported the situation to Director Guo. Things showed signs of spiraling out of control. Cheng Yizhu frowned, steeling himself for a battle where he might have to lay down his life. This time they did not hold back, heading full speed toward Fan Gu's location. On the rooftop of a residential building. Is your energy enough? If not, there is more. Fan Gu caressed the petals of the beauty flower with obsession. The translucent petals shimmered under the moonlight like finely carved art. The base of the petals was tinged with a soft pink, and hidden in the center of the bloom was half of a person. The humanoid being in the center only had an upper body, its lower half fused into the heart of the flower, completely enveloped and sealed away by layers of petals. Through the translucent petals, one could see that the being was ethereal, with skin like jade, stunning features, and long pink hair that made it look like a peach blossom fairy. Its brows were furrowed in a way that looked like a delicate woman, possessing a pitiable charm that made one want to reach out and touch its cheek. Fan Gu looked at the several-meter-tall flower with nostalgia. It used to be only half the height of a person, but now it had grown to the point of blooming. Fan Gu was very grateful that he had chosen to join the Anti-Esper Association at the time. If not, he would never have met, known, or stayed with Xiao Rui. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Xiao Rui had once said that when it bloomed and returned to a class, they would become husband and wife and never be separated again. It seems it is not enough. A sharp pain pierced his chest, and Fan Gu looked down in disbelief. A crimson root looking like skinned muscle had pierced through his chest. The root pulsated as if transporting something. Within moments, Fan Gu became a dried-up corpse, consumed by a mouth that opened on the root. Soon, nothing but bones remained. The skeleton was discarded to the side, lying quietly in the corner just like the other humans Fan Gu had fed to the flower. With the nutrition he provided, the flower unfurled its layered, brilliant petals under the moonlight, refracting a charming light that contrasted sharply with the gruesome roots below. The beauty in the center stretched lazily, every expression and movement filled with an alluring charm. From now on, you are inside me and we will never be apart. I have fulfilled your wish well. As the petals spread, an exotic and eerie scent aggressively spread through the air. The unconscious residents of the building began to stand up in strange postures, approaching the flower with the same pace and frequency, then prostrating themselves around it. The flower gladly accepted their worship, letting them be with it forever. It did not quite understand why it had been downgraded to B class, but it had used its special ability to successfully manipulate humans into killing each other and turned Fan Gu into a puppet to gather food for it. Since the dawn of its memory, it had rarely had the chance to feast so freely. Even though its reason told it that now that it had finally reached a class it should stop and flee, it chose to do this instead. The constant feeding left it in a state of lazy intoxication, until a group of humans arrived at the building beneath it. It lowered its beautiful eyes. It was the task force that had been chasing it all along. A smile appeared on its peach blossom face, and it laughed wantonly and heartily. Hidden for so long, perhaps I should give them a little reward as a thank you. The van followed Fan Gu to a densely populated residential neighborhood, and Cheng Yizhu's ominous premonition grew stronger. Looking up and seeing the several-meter-tall flower, his ominous feeling finally came true. The task force that had been patrolling this area had vanished, and no matter how Cheng Yizhu adjusted his channel, he could not get a connection. Just as Cheng Yizhu intended to contact Director Guo, a call from the director came through. Immediately seal off the area where Fan Gu is and arrange for the evacuation of nearby residents. When we arrived at the homes of the citizens raising the beauty flowers, we found all the residents lifeless. The monster has made its move. Seal that building and organize an immediate evacuation for the surrounding residents. The priority is to get them out. There is no need to rush into clearing the monster. This was different from clearing monsters in the wild. Cheng Yizhu instructed his team, then headed toward the residential building himself. He had to deal with the floral scent first. otherwise the residents would not be able to leave the area. Cheng Yizhu scaled the exterior wall of the residential building, moving a bit closer to the beauty face. He lifted his right hand and made a clutching motion in the empty air. Activating superpower Solidify. The drifting floral fragrance condensed into liquid, dripping down in a patter like a rain of perfume. The special task force, which followed the captain's orders unconditionally, immediately seized the chance to evacuate the crowd. Old Wang connected a prepared broadcast to the community's public address system and began making continuous announcements. The other team members also stood downstairs, directing the residents to evacuate the scene. The quiet and peaceful neighborhood in the dead of night burst into an uproar as people woke up from the alluring, uncanny floral scent, as if a pot of oil had exploded. The panicked crowd scurried about like headless flies, but eventually, relying on long-held instincts, they evacuated in a chaotic but orderly fashion under the guidance of the Special Task Force. The task force, coordinated remotely by Director Gyu, also began to play its part, quickly taking over the crowd being evacuated by the Special Task Force and arranging for them to retreat further away. The massive scale of the evacuation caused a disturbance among the surrounding residents. More and more people were awakened and then panicked into joining the fleeing crowd, adding to the burden on the task force. Zhu Xinyan directed her team to control the scene, looking toward the Special Task Force with concern. It was too early. The requested A-level superpower support would not arrive that quickly. According to information gathered by the Special Task Force, the Task Bureau had tracked Fan Gu's movements from yesterday, reversing the analysis to uncover his trajectory and behavioral patterns. No one expected that after being persecuted by superpower users, Fan Gu had become extremely paranoid at the slightest sign of trouble. The sudden lockdown of the beauty salon yesterday had prompted Fan Gu to immediately activate an escape route. Director Guo had already issued an order for all B-level superpower users in the city to provide immediate support, but other than Wu Xing's trio and the task force's own B-level members who could arrive quickly, when the rest would arrive remained a mystery. At this moment, Pang Shuo felt deeply ashamed for having looked down on Wu Xing and his two companions earlier. Little did he know, the three men he was praising in his heart were trembling, their lips deathly pale. "Brother Xing, stop wailing for my soul, you think I want to be here." The three of them stood at the base of the residential building with the task force members. Despite his inner unease, Wu Xing knew that with great risk came great reward, and he was long accustomed to pulling chestnuts from the fire. If they did not pull off this job, they would not be able to stay in Kipan City afterward. Under normal circumstances, fleeing might be shameful but highly effective. Unfortunately, the path had already been sealed off by Qi Yuan. Compared to the unfathomable Qi family, fighting a monster at least offered a decent outcome of coasting on the sidelines until an A-level support arrived. A B-level superpower user from the task force spoke up to explain their arrangement. "Our mission is to harass the target first and draw its attacks toward us. The containment squad will enter later to mitigate the collateral damage from the beauty face. As people evacuate, our area of movement will expand." After he finished, Lin Kang stepped forward and said, "My ability is wood-based, and one of my skills is parasitism, which works well against plant-type monsters like the beauty face. I hope you can provide some cover." Having said that, Lin Kang did not force a response from the others and walked back into the crowd. The Special Task Force was in a dire state, yet they forced themselves to climb the high-rise. Boom! Cheng Yizhu slammed into the building again. Several of his bones were broken and his slowed reflexes made him take more hits. This time, he even shattered his ribs and suffered internal organ damage. He could not suppress the blood rising in his throat and spat it out, gasping for air as his vision blurred. Only now did Cheng Yizhu truly realize the massive gap between high-tier and mid-tier monsters. His team could clear multiple B-level monsters in the wild, but against the beauty face, they had completely collapsed in less than half a quarter of an hour. And this was even before the beauty face had started attacking in earnest. Having been dodged and resisted by humans multiple times, the beauty face finally lost its patience. Its petals quivered slightly and the translucent petals shifted into brilliant, dazzling colors. Cheng Yizhu felt a wave of dizziness, dropped to his knees, and his stomach lurched with the urge to vomit. Seizing the opportunity, the roots of the beauty face lunged at Cheng Yizhu with lightning speed. This human had ruined its appetite for a meal. He had to die here. Captain, look out. The members of the special task force shouted in panic. They were already too weak to move, and it was only because the beauty face's target was the captain that they had escaped death. At the critical moment, a giant bear pushed the roots away with great force. The roots slammed into the building, punching through the floor and leaving cracks spreading across the tiles. I, Wuxing, have come to lend you a hand. The giant bear roared and swung its massive claws at the attacking roots. Ow! The giant bear, whose coolness lasted less than 3 seconds, howled in pain. He swiped down, but the roots were impossibly tough, and the impact sent a jarring shock back into his claws, causing unbearable pain. Brother Xing. Song Zong and Kong Anjai hurriedly shielded Wuxing. Are you okay? It is nothing serious, but my attacks are probably just scratching the surface for this thing. Wuxing said, clutching his palm. Song and Kong looked at Wuxing in unison. You call that nothing serious? I think you have lost your mind. With a premonition, Qi Yuan had not slept very soundly tonight. He heard hurried footsteps upstairs in his sleep, so he woke up and checked his phone. Opening his bedroom door, he saw the living room lights were on. On the TV, a female reporter was delivering the news in a steady pace. The task force arrived at the first opportunity and has begun evacuating the crowd. We ask all citizens not to panic, stay calm, follow the guidance provided, and evacuate in an orderly fashion according to the alert instructions. Reporting for Kipan News. Qi Yuan searched around and found the light on in Qi Ao's room. His mother was in Qi Ao's room, patting her younger son who was sleeping like a log. Zhao Yuan, help me drag him up. It looks like he is dead to the world. Seeing Qi Yuan enter, his mother looked relieved. Qi Yuan reached out and pulled his brother's upper body up, but Qi Ao sat for a moment before keeling over to the left again. After thinking for a moment, he leaned into his brother's ear and whispered like a devil, Zhao Qian said she wants to be my bride. Having said that, he pulled his mom back a few steps. Suddenly Qi Ao bolted upright, still groggy but filled with fury. I am going to put bugs in my brother's drawer. Zhao Qian, how can I go on living without you? He saw the two people at the door and scratched his neck. Mom, I had a nightmare. Get up quickly, we are going to evacuate. Qi Ao was dragged by his mother toward the wardrobe, told to put on a couple more layers to keep from catching a cold in the middle of the night. The phone in his palm vibrated. Qi Yuan looked down. It was a call from Zhuang Heng. I am very sorry to disturb you this late. Director Guo has issued a support order to all B-level superpower users in the city. Since you have not had time to update your superpower license yet, strictly speaking, you are not on the list, but I wanted to ask if you would consider coming to provide support. Qi Yuan looked at his mother and brother and replied without hesitation, I will come to provide support. Mother Qi crept up behind Qi Yuan, who was in the middle of putting on his shoes. She placed the small backpack prepared for the evacuation by the entrance, then spoke out of the blue. Why have not you left yet? Qi Yuan was startled once again by his mother's silent approach. He nearly jumped out of his skin and stepped on her. Hearing her question, Qi Yuan was completely baffled. Are you being a bit too heartless? I only got the call a few minutes ago. You can still answer the phone while you are with your brother. I recall I have not reached menopause yet, have I? Qi Yuan finished putting on his shoes and stood up. As he made his escape, he took the chance to gripe, stop watching those videos on how to communicate with people. The more you listen, the more sarcastic you sound. Fine. Mother Qi followed the suggestion but immediately returned to her familiar direct style. There are many people in this city who look after us. Make sure you say a proper goodbye before you go. Yeah. Qi Yuan nodded solemnly, looked back at his mother and said, do not worry. Cheng Yizhu was rescued by Wuxing and the others, and other B-level superpowered individuals quickly arrived at the scene. Move. Suddenly, a mist appeared out of thin air, signaling the start of the attack. The mist swirled rapidly to surround the beauty statue, coating it with water droplets. An officer quickly stepped forward, waved his hands, and pointed his palms toward the mist. Superpower heat extraction. In a single instant, he drained most of the heat from the water vapor. The water droplets lost their heat and instantly turned into ice shards, beginning to draw warmth directly from the beauty statue. The beauty statue twitched its branches, the ice shards seemingly slowing it down. Everyone on the field felt a surge of joy. It is working. The A-level monster is not as strong as we imagined. Seeing his teammates successfully slow down the beauty statue through indirect means, another officer fired a water cannon at the roots. The impact caused no damage, but it successfully covered the ground beneath it with a thick layer of water. The water element officer nodded at his partner, who then took a step forward. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and activated his power. Superpower Toxic Venom. He transformed the water into a highly corrosive liquid. The liquid sizzled upon contact with the roots of the beauty statue, but unfortunately it only succeeded in cleaning off the stains on its surface. The beauty statue remained composed, as if it were toying with its food. Having stayed in Kipan City for so long, it knew the strength of the entire city inside out. It even moved its roots just to clean off the blood and flesh left over from devouring humans. At such a provocative gesture, the officers on the scene did not get angry. Instead, they all wore triumphant smiles. The beauty statue sensed that something was wrong, but it was too late. It felt its body suddenly lift into the air and begin to plummet. The floor of the building had been dissolved by the highly corrosive liquid, leaving no support under the beauty statue, which had all its roots submerged in the acid. It fell halfway down to the floor below. Boom, boom, boom. The bomb traps set earlier and the enhanced superpowered individuals were already in position. Once the beauty statue fell into the net, the carpet bombing began. This was the plan they had discussed earlier. With their strength, trying to penetrate its power field to cause damage would be nothing but a pipe dream. But if they attacked indirectly like this, the effectiveness would all come down to physics and chemistry. The combination of enhanced explosives and heat infusion generated a blast force several times stronger than regular explosives. Get out of here, a second explosion is coming. An officer directed his teammates. Hearing the warning, several B-level superpowered individuals took the special duty team and retreated. The beauty statue, which had previously taken the attacks of several superpowered individuals without a scratch, now wailed in the smoke. This monster shriek was mixed with the beauty statue's unique hallucinogenic effect, causing the superpowered individuals to falter, nearly getting caught in the shockwave of the blast. Keep going, we are in a hurry. Wuxing and his two companions tossed Cheng Yizhu toward the blockade team and plunged back into the battlefield. After seeing the state of the beauty statue, the three of them wanted to turn tail and run. As the smoke cleared, the wailing beauty statue revealed itself. Several of its roots had been blown off and sap dripped down, only to be quickly regenerated. Its ethereal and beautiful face wore a poignant, sorrowful expression, silently accusing them of their violence. Is it being a bit too much? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Wuxing raised his arm and bit down hard. It only broke off a few roots, do you call that too much? Having checked his mental state and confirmed his values were intact, Wuxing looked at his two brothers. They had clearly experienced the same thing. Knowing the creature had the ability to charm, they were constantly monitoring their own minds. Seeing that no one was falling for it, the beauty statue's gorgeous face flashed with annoyance and shame. You bunch of men who do not know how to cherish beauty. Its petals began to fold in layer by layer, its upper body curled into the flower chamber and its roots extended downward, burying deep into the ground. Once it took root in the soil, the stem grew rapidly, reaching dozens of meters high in moments. A few moments later, the closed petals bloomed again. Pollen was sprayed into the sky from the heart of the flower, floating until it reached a certain height before drifting back down. The moonlight shone on this pollen, making it twinkle with a soft glow, like stars hanging in the sky. Although the exact effect of the pollen was unclear, the hypnotic charm of the flower's scent alerted the blockade captain, and he immediately made a decision. Block the pollen, do not let it cross our perimeter. Captain, it is too late. The evacuating crowd was pushing against those in front, nervously watching the direction of the battle, terrified that if anything happened to the duty team, they would not have time to escape. Suddenly, starlight flickered in the air and their consciousness froze. So beautiful. The stunning face of the beauty statue lingered in their minds, impossible to shake. With blank stares, they gazed fixedly at the beauty statue in the air, then turned around in unison and started walking back. The blockade team was jostled by the turning crowd. In the chaos, the captain commanded, "Seal off the scene, do not let the crowd enter the battlefield." His intention was to protect the crowd from being harmed by the shockwaves. Now the blockade team was caught between the surging crowd, unable to do anything effectively. Outside teams soon arrived. Some stepped up to use their powers to control the crowd while others subdued them, shoved them onto makeshift carts, and had logistics personnel haul them away. Everything had just gotten on track, moving in a positive direction. Suddenly, a freak occurrence. Scarlet roots burst out from the ground, plunged into the crowd, bundled up several civilians, and dragged them into the earth. In the chaos, the B-level superpowered individuals had no idea where to strike. Damn it, why is it so troublesome? An officer cursed under his breath. The triumph they had felt moments ago vanished in an instant. An infuriated beauty statue did not take long to sweep aside the several B-level superpowered individuals working together. If not for Lin Kang relying on parasitism to drain the beauty statue's energy and stepping in at the most critical moment, they would have already been reduced to bones. Has not the backup arrived yet? Wuxian complained bitterly in his heart. What is even happening? The flower high in the air continued to work its effect. Hallucinogenic petals, light-refracting pollen, an intoxicatingly strange fragrance, and a peerless visage constantly lured humans to approach, while its radiation radius kept expanding. Qi Yuan was riding a shared bike through the streets, noticing that there were few pedestrians about, and the air was filled with a scent of flowers. As he ventured deeper, there were more people on the street, but they were all heading in the same direction as him. The screens and broadcast systems on the street were displaying emergency notices, ordering citizens not to go outside, to lock their doors and windows, draw their curtains, and for those who could, to wear masks at home. Looks like I better get there fast. Qi Yuan thought to himself, pedaling the bike furiously as he sped toward his destination. Things seem even worse than I imagined. Qi Yuan looked up at the gargantuan flower that towered well above the skyscrapers and muttered to himself. Would a monster like that really have a conversation with him? Compared to this 1,000-meter-tall monster, he was nothing but an ant. Honestly, it is so far away. As the authorities, the duty team should know there are not any luxury cars around. If they asked me to help, why did not they send someone to pick me up? Qi Yuan was as sorry a sight now as he had been cool when he first set out. He huffed and puffed, pedaling the shared bike like crazy, until he finally reached where the beauty manifestation was. The scene was a mess. The battle between the ability users and the beauty manifestation had expanded dozens of times over, and they no longer had the time to care if ordinary people had evacuated. The other B-level ability users in Kipan City had taken a long time before finally trickling in. However, they were always dragging their feet when it came to providing support, and their skills were far inferior to the battle-hardened members of the duty team, so they quickly joined the club of the heavily wounded. These severely injured members did not retreat from the scene. They supported each other, providing encouragement to those still on the front lines from a distance. Duty teams all over the area were busy mobilizing personnel to rescue people attacked by the roots spreading from the ground. Suddenly, the roots that were attacking people stopped and retracted back into the ground. The citywide duty teams watched as the 1,000-meter-tall beauty manifestation began to shrink, and the enormous flower gradually vanished from everyone's view. Their faces, covered in dust and blood, lit up with smiles, and a glimmer of infinite hope ignited in their hearts. As he directed people toward the ghost market at Kipan City's No. 2 elementary school, a young duty officer pointed at the beauty manifestation and exclaimed, "Master, look. Does that mean the beauty manifestation was taken care of by an A-level ability user?" "Taken care of my foot." The older duty officer knocked him on the head. "There are so many citizens listening, be responsible with what you say." The young duty officer clutched his head. "You can say that without hitting me. Kid, you have got no experience. Open your eyes and look properly. This means they are preparing to fight." "Then why are they shrinking back?" "Are you stupid? If you have such a huge body, you will not be able to run if you cannot win. A-level ability users are not soft targets." "Oh." At the center of everyone's attention in Kipan City, the morale on the scene soared. The B-level ability users who had been struggling here and barely doing any real damage felt like the dawn had arrived. Unlike citizens who might not notice who the powerhouses in the city are, these B-level experts all had their own channels for gathering information, and the name Golden Eyes was known to every one of them. They were not sure about Golden Eye's strength before, but now they were certain that his power was definitely above A-level. Having just braked the shared bike and confirmed that the app had stopped charging, Chi Yuan met the expectant gazes of the crowd. "Why are you looking at me? The A-level ability user is over there." If he had known an A-level ability user would arrive so early, he would not have had to rush so much. Chi Yuan turned his gaze toward the despondent-looking man who had been traveling the same way as him. He appeared to be in his 20s or 30s with pale skin, and his gait was as miserable as his expression. As the center of attention, every one of Chi Yuan's movements drew reactions from the crowd, and they followed his gaze toward the man. "There is nothing there. What is Golden Eyes looking at?" Rarely being the center of attention, Zhu Shizong looked back at Chi Yuan with surprise. To think someone could track his movements, this person is definitely no weakling. Bright golden eyes, looking about 17 or 18 years old with remarkable features. "I see. It is Chi Yuan, the descendant of the reclusive family my sister mentioned." The beauty manifestation also tilted its head toward Zhu Shizong, saying in a soft, seductive voice, "Oh, there is another one. You really hold me in high regard, dispatching 2 A-level ability users at once. I did not even notice him when he was so close. These two have formidable strength. It looks like a fierce battle is coming." The crowd was shocked. They could not see anyone at all, but they knew the beauty manifestation and golden eyes would not team up to deceive them. They held their breath and stared intently in that direction. They really did see Zhu Shizong in the spot they had been looking at just moments before. 2 people and 1 monster, 3 entities with a level strength. Even though they had not started fighting yet, the B-level ability users were already afraid to breathe deeply, focusing their full attention on the field. Cheng Yizhu noticed activity in his earpiece. It was Bureau Chief Guo's voice. "Have the A-level ability users arrived?" Cheng Yizhu, who was quite a distance from the field, replied in a deep voice, "Both of them have arrived." "Both?" Bureau Chief Guo sounded puzzled, as he had only been able to request support from 1 A-level ability user. After all, they could not even confirm if it was truly the beauty manifestation. They had only deduced it based on the hibiscus face. "Yes, Chi Yuan from our own city has also arrived." Bureau Chief Guo was even more surprised. "We have an A-level ability user in our city." Why had not anyone handed him the file on this? He would be deducting his assistant's pay the moment he got back. "I only just found out myself." "Listen, old Cheng, the Kipan City TV station just asked to go deep into the combat zone to report. I refused, but now I am letting them in. Keep in mind they are responsible for their own lives. Do not worry about them." "Understood." Cheng Yizhu understood what Bureau Chief Guo meant. People were in a panic, and by letting the TV station broadcast live and sharing the news that there were 2 A-level ability users, it would calm the citizens and prevent rioting. If there were only 1 A-level user, Bureau Chief Guo would not have done this, but with 2, dealing with the beauty manifestation should be more than manageable. After ending the communication with Bureau Chief Guo, Cheng Yizhu looked back at the field where the 3-way standoff continued. Why has not Golden Eyes made a move yet? Why are these 2 humans just standing there? I want to know why you guys are not moving either. Ever since he gained his powers, Chi Yuan had been cramming combat knowledge, so he was no longer full of holes. Since they were not going to make a move, it was his turn. If he did not show off his style now, when would he? "Do you guys want to start first, if I join in?" He spoke unhurriedly, pausing at the punchline, his tone rising as if he were talking about something quite interesting. "Things will get very boring." Chi Yuan's words broke the deadlock. The beauty manifestation chuckled, her beauty fully displayed in front of the camera. "I know how strong you are, but you seem to have misunderstood one thing. I am not some small fry like the lizard men." He says that, which means he is very confident in his abilities. I still do not know what the lizardman guessed correctly. Seems the hint was about the eyes. Having hidden within human society, it naturally kept an eye on which powerhouses could threaten its life. While Chi Yuan intimidated it, it was not enough to make it run for its life. The beauty manifestation twirled a strand of her long hair with her index finger, smiling sweetly as she cast a flirtatious glance at Qi Yuan. "If you are willing, we could turn our hostility into harmony. How about you take me as your wife? The kind that will never be parted, life after life." Trading barbs was not in Zhu Shizong's line of work. He watched the human and the monster with deadpan eyes. Though it was a movie for three, he was, as his name suggested, missing from this entire conversation. "That is not out of the question." Qi Yuan agreed immediately. The people on the scene and the citizens watching the live stream all became tense. Had this ability user been bewitched by the beauty manifestation? If even an 11 ability user could be bewitched, was Kipan City finished? Just as they were feeling anxious, Qi Yuan's next sentence shattered those thoughts. "But humans and monsters cannot get a marriage license, and I am not even at the legal age to marry. So you only have one choice, become my 2D waifu. How about that?" Qi Yuan had stayed up late binge reading countless novels and manga, trying to glean experience in smooth talking. Although the results were not significant, he still had a secret weapon. 100 ways to communicate with others, stolen from his mother. By acting like a sieve during the conversation, he would let information slip out inadvertently, forcing the monster to fill in the gaps. That was his battle strategy. The beauty phase caught the keyword and immediately searched its mind for related abilities. Paper cutout wife, a fictional character from human fantasy works. Are you going to erase me, making me exist only in fantasies from now on? Or is it a hardcore paper cutout, smashing me flat like a piece of paper? It should not be that simple. The eyes of insight, the paper cutout, and the radiance, is there some connection between these three? Finding no connection, yet seeing the human before it so confident to the point of arrogance, the beauty phase felt it could fish for more information. It put on an innocent face, a complete contrast to its previous bloodthirsty image, and asked in a soft, sweet voice, "How can I become a paper cutout wife?" Qi Yuan had always run into monsters that liked to overthink things, suddenly encountering one that did not felt a bit strange. The spider monsters could imagine 100 different ways just by seeing his eyes, but this monster still could not figure it out even after he gave it clues. This batch of monsters is just bad. 1-star rating. Of course it is. Qi Yuan drew out his tone. He did not intend to act so pretentious, but he was just focused on being cool, and once asked back, he could not come up with specific details right away. Besides, his ability had infinite potential. If he boxed himself into one specific path, it would be a huge loss. So he gave a vague interpretation of the paper cutout. Only those without independent consciousness existing in a two-dimensional space can be called paper cutouts. Foolish and arrogant male human, just a crook of the finger and he leaked the information to me. The beauty phase greedily licked its lips, coveting the human's body in front of it. Someone this strong must taste delicious, right? It already knew what the human's ability was. An eye that sees through everything, capable of creating paper cutouts. There is no mistake, the ability is reconstruction. The eye sees through the structure of all things, and the light is the process of dissection and reconstruction. That is why he could claim he would turn it into a paper cutout wife. Wait. The beauty phase frowned, realizing things were not so simple. It figured out the ability, but how could it kill him? No matter how it thought about it, this ability seemed unbeatable at the same level, especially since it was only an illusion-type monster without powerful offensive means. Most importantly, the opponent completely countered it. Can you really use illusions on eyes that see through everything? Damn, if it had that kind of power, it would be unstoppable too. Did you misunderstand something? Listening to the beauty phase's inner thoughts, Qi Yuan's eyes shifted into a pale gold, and his fingertips condensed a cluster of starlight as cold as a blade. I never said I was an A-rank ability user. Qi Yuan did not know how strong A-rank monsters were, but of course, the stronger he was, the better. If you can win a fight in seconds, why bother trading blows? The legendary S-rank. Why would an S-rank ability user be hiding in a small city like this? The beauty phase did not doubt the truth of Qi Yuan's words because no matter how it thought about it, Qi Yuan could suppress it firmly. There was no need to lie like this. No wonder this human said things would be boring if he joined in. Even though it was physically looking down at the human, it felt as if the human were as towering as a cliff and it could no longer summon any will to fight. Run must run. It looked cautiously at the light on Qi Yuan's fingers and said shyly, I do not think I should let you get too bored. So, I was just about to unleash my big move. Is it a bit rude of you to interrupt my casting? Qi Yuan was a bit reluctant. No one likes to pause when they are in the middle of being cool. Just pretend I did not hear it. He channeled more power, intending to give the beauty phase a thunderous strike. I want to have a fight with that human who has no presence first. Before Qi Yuan could say anything, Zhu Shizong made his biggest reaction so far. Zhu Shizong lifted his eyelids and barely managed to widen his dead fish eyes. Fight if you want, but why are you slandering someone for no reason? What do you mean by human with no presence? I am just polite and do not want to disturb others. That does not mean I actually have no presence. Zhu Xian saw this scene on a street screen and could not help but laugh out loud. Her brother hates it the most when people say he has no presence. Anyone who says that is lucky if he does not actively set them up, let alone do what they want. Even when the siblings were at odds, she never dared to step on this landmine. Zhu Shizong was indeed just as his sister thought. His tone was almost flat. Even an AI had more emotion than him. I do not want to fight. With an expressionless, salty fish look, he rejected the beauty phase's proposal. Qi Yuan raised the small light ball again, ready to cast his spell. He had been itching to do this for a long time. Wait, I can fight someone else too. In his desperation, the beauty phase stretched out its left hand, its face showing a mournful expression. Some B-rank ability users in the crowd who were addicted to beauty felt pity and stood up one after another, wanting to save the damsel in distress. Qi Yuan, however, had no intention of talking nonsense with it. His arm was getting sore from holding it up, and it would be rude to interrupt his own spell again. An inorganic metallic light lit up. The scene was not grand, but it was devastating. The beauty phase was swallowed by the light. The tough body that dozens of B-rank ability users could not even scratch just now dissolved into the air upon touching the light. During the dissipation, the beauty phase did not even realize which part of its body was disappearing. It looked down blankly, trying to check where it had been hurt. The light shone onto its head, and the last part was also covered by the radiance. A moment later, the light gradually faded, and a sheet of paper fluttered down from the air. The paper landed at Qi Yuan's feet. He stepped on it, causing the paper to disappear at his toe. There are so many good-looking paper cutout wives out there, better forget about this one. He turned around and searched for his targets in the crowd. Not finding old acquaintances Zhu Xian and Zhuang Heng, he had to settle for Cheng Yizhu. As Qi Yuan walked towards Cheng Yizhu, the long silent scene suddenly erupted into cheers. This sound ignited everyone's desire to let it all out. They raised their arms and cheered, venting all the worry and fear of the night and the thrill of being saved. The TV station recorded this image and transmitted it to all the citizens of Kipan City. Then, the citizens of Kipan City did the same as these ability users. They walked out of their shelters, cheering or hugging each other in tears. This disaster made them remember the duty teams that had protected them and sacrificed themselves, and also firmly remembered one person. The Golden Eyes, an ability user who reached S-rank at such a young age. Qi Yuan. Inside the Qi household. Because Qi Ao was sleepy, his head was half dreaming, making him dawdle with everything, and they missed the time to go out. The TV broadcasted the notice forbidding people from going out again, so Mother Qi and Qi Ao had to lock the doors and windows and watch TV at home. Qi Ao and Qi Yuan were still in a one-sided Cold War. Seeing Qi Yuan's battle record, his first reaction was that his brother had lied to him again. He pointed at the TV angrily. Mom, you and Big Brother lied to me again. Did not you say that Big Brother fighting monsters outside was fake? Mother Qi looked at him innocently. I did not lie to you. He was not fighting monsters before, but he is now. Then why did not I know? Although Qi Ao had once asked his brother to save him, that was just his instinct to rely on his big brother. He did not really understand how big the gap was between ability users and ordinary people. Yeah, why did not you know? Mother Qi was also very puzzled. She did not understand what her youngest son was thinking. Why else would we go to Shen City? Is not it for your brother to attend the combat department at Shen City University? At Qiao's age, the combat department is the equivalent of being a superhero. Qiao quickly equated combat department to fighting monsters. He was rendered speechless but was too proud to admit he was not smart enough. He had to silently crouch in the corner, retreating into his own world. As Qi Yuan and Cheng Yizhu were talking, 3 people were watching them from a distance. Brother Xing, should we go up there? Song Jing looked around, muttering, we should at least go claim some credit. We put in a lot of effort tonight. Wuxing glanced at their surroundings, seeing no one else interrupting Qi Yuan, and finally made a firm decision. No, we cannot go. Why? Song Jing and Kong Anjai were almost ready to jump up, wondering if their boss had been bewitched by a pretty face. The Qi family will tell him about our contribution. Young Master Qi is also tired tonight, so why go over now and make a nuisance of ourselves? Tired? Song Jing and the other were puzzled. Can something that takes just a flick of the finger be called tiring? But since the boss had spoken, they could only obey. If not for Brother Xing's careful strategy this time, they would have missed their last chance to make amends. The eldest young master of the Qi family has S-rank strength. If they had chosen to run away, next year's anniversary of their deaths would likely be tomorrow. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan, whom they were watching, was having a headache over where to stay tonight. He had hoped that by cooperating with the duty team, he could naturally find a place to rest at the duty station. Unfortunately, team leader Cheng said there was nothing else to do and they would write the report themselves, so he should not worry about it. Public transportation was out of the question, so Qi Yuan turned his gaze back to the shared bikes. Could it be that he really has to ride one back? That would be way too pathetic. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he looked at Zhu Shizong. This young master came here at the same time as him, so he knew where Zhu Shizong's luxury car was parked. He took a few quick steps toward Zhu Shizong to strike up a conversation. Are you team leader Zhu's brother? Thank you for your sister's care. Zhu Shizong lowered his eyelids slightly and said in his characteristically calm and steady tone, not at all. You have helped Zioyan a lot, so I should be the one thanking you. How about I give you a lift and we can chat on the way? Having rushed over in the middle of the night only to do nothing, Zhu Shizong felt exceptionally exhausted and just wanted to find a place to lie down. But he could not ignore this S-rank powerhouse, and standing around chatting could take forever, so giving him a ride would limit the time spent. These words were like music to his ears, and Qi Yuan unilaterally labeled Zhu Shizong a good person. He readily accepted and hitched a ride in the young master's luxury car. Zhu Shizong asked for his address and relayed it to the driver. After they got into the car, silence fell between them. In the end, it was Qi Yuan who, not wanting things to get too awkward, initiated the conversation. Have you ever been to Shen City? I will be attending Shen City University in a while. Speaking of which, I have not thanked you for helping me secure a spot. It is a small matter. Shen City has a large population and many high-level ability users. It is relatively safer than Kipan City, but it also has plenty of family factions. Got it, so people are more terrifying than monsters. When high-level ability users harm people in secret, it is hard to get evidence. And without evidence, the authorities find it difficult to intervene. They cannot just start a fight in the city and cause even greater casualties. Therefore, many ordinary people, after being harmed by ability users, choose to join anti-ability user organizations, cooperating with monsters or worshipping them, just to oppose the arrogance of ability users. In fact, the vast majority of ordinary people accept that heroes should receive better treatment, but only as long as it does not cross the line of their personal dignity. Some ability users, however, insist on crossing that red line. The authorities can still manage low and mid-level ability users, but those at higher levels are far more skilled at walking the line of the law. This was Zhu Shizong's way of tactfully warning him to be careful about the various family factions. But I am sure you already know this, so I have spoken out of turn. No, I do not. Qi Yuan considered himself an outsider who had learned the ropes on the go. Besides what the average person knows, he had only a fragmented understanding of the rest. If not for Zhu Shizong's reminder, his impression of Shen City would just be that it is a big city with many ability users and is safer than others. Suddenly, Zhu Shizong's phone lit up. He glanced at it and then put it away as if nothing had happened. Zioyon asked me to check if you have any intention of updating your ability certification. Updating my ability certification. Is this something worth discussing separately? Ji Yuan was confused. Or was there some unspoken rule he was not aware of? Yes, a C-rank certificate is far below your actual strength. The Ability Association has brought it up, and the duty team cannot keep turning them down on your behalf. Besides, if Qi Yuan's certification was up to date, he would not have had to waste his time like he did today. When a high-level monster appears in the city, everyone from the Ability Association to the duty team must rush to the scene immediately. That is an obligation. Although I do not know why you have been keeping a low profile, and I know you might not care for the subsidies and housing provided by the Ability Association, this is the national policy, so please cooperate. Since Qi Yuan's identity had already been exposed, any vengeful enemies or monsters would inevitably track him down. So there was no need for him to stay low-key anymore. As a government official, Zhu Shizong did not want to see such a waste of combat potential continue. If the first part of what he said was a message from Zhu Xian, then the second part was his own genuine sentiment. Upon hearing about subsidies and housing, Qi Yuan felt that even a second of hesitation would be a betrayal of money, so he agreed immediately. Sure, let us update it. Why make such a big deal out of getting paid? Housing prices in Shen City are too high, and he and his mother were worried that even renting would be a problem. Now everything was solved. There were few pedestrians on the street, and the road was clear. By the time they finished chatting, they had already arrived at the Qi residence. Qi Yuan waved goodbye. The Zhu family were truly great people. The sister helped solve the college issue, and the brother helped solve the money issue. 1 month later, at the Kipan City airport, Qi Ao was running around the spacious hall with his bag on his back, curiously exploring the area. At his age, he was full of energy, and the vast hall gave him plenty of room to let it out. Qi Yuan had successfully switched to an A-rank ability certificate and received this year's $1 million subsidy. He had specifically asked the Kipan City branch of the Ability Association if he could apply for housing in Shen City. The lady who answered his questions explained it to him patiently. Policies vary from place to place. In Shen City, for example, once you apply and move in, you can modify it as you please. But if you leave Shen City without having contributed enough to purchase a home, the property will be reclaimed and reassigned. There is no limit to how many times you can apply for housing, and contributions are cumulative, but there is a limit on actual property ownership. In other words, you have a place to stay as long as you arrive, but buying a house requires your own efforts. Upon learning he was leaving Kipan City, the lady from the Ability Association recommended that he cash out his contributions in Kipan City. Your home will be reserved for you. Kipan City welcomes you to come back and visit anytime. At the end, the lady added with a smile. So it turned out the Ability Association had bought their house. After getting the $1 million subsidy, Qi Yuan had suggested his mother should not sell the house, but she insisted. She said their home was very close to the shelter at the Kipan City Second Elementary School. Not only would they make a profit, but perhaps it could even save a family's life. No need, after we move, just give it to someone in need. That is what Qi Yuan said. They were making this trip to secure a place to live first, then handle the transfer for Qi Ao's schooling. Even though cleanup teams patrol the wilderness between cities, the level of danger remains significant. Monsters often shift tracks, making train and high-speed rail derailments common occurrences, so planes have become the best option for long-distance intercity travel. With the assistance of superpowered individuals in material science, not only are they sturdier and lighter, but the production costs have also been greatly reduced. Equipping a plane with aircraft cannons, combined with superpowered individuals capable of flight to handle emergencies, is enough to deal with monster attacks. It is precisely because leaving the city is so dangerous that urban population mobility is low. Not to mention foreigners, who are a rare sight. Not every country can manage what the Dragon Kingdom does, at least maintaining visible social stability. Without that intangible grip of power, some countries and regions collapsed from within before the monsters even made a move. There are even many regions that worship monsters, using rituals to beg for their protection. Some monsters that cannot make a breakthrough in the Dragon Kingdom will choose to leave for other regions to seek opportunities. So do not just say Qi Ao looks like he has never seen the world. Qi Yuan is the same. Qi's mother, however, appeared quite calm as she led them through the boarding process. There were not many people, so they quickly passed through security and entered the waiting area. The security check could be called quite sloppy. What you are carrying does not matter, and it does not matter if you are who you claim to be. What matters is whether there are any issues with your mental state. The staff asked a few simple questions and let them pass. Qi Yuan realized why after a moment's thought. Superpowers are bizarre and varied, so what is the point of stopping bombs and knives? If something is going to happen, it will happen regardless. It is better to check the mental state. As long as someone is not planning a suicide mission, the airlines will do their best to accommodate any requests. As for what they cannot accommodate, sorry family members, please read the disclaimer yourselves. They rested in the waiting area for about half an hour until the screens and announcements broadcast that their flight was arriving. The little brother could not sit still anymore, and even his mother could not stand him, so she sent him off to play by himself. Hearing the plane was arriving, Qi Ao cheered and dragged them to hurry and board. With sleek body lines, the plane slowly glided along the track and stopped at the gate. A boarding bridge was extended, and they handed their tickets to the staff, who tore off the stubs and handed them back. In the boarding tunnel, Qi Yuan spotted a familiar figure. Lu Cheng had a bag slung over one shoulder, his thumbs tapping rapidly on his screen, and after sending something, he shoved his phone back into his pocket. The moment he sent it, Qi Yuan's phone pinged with a notification. Qi Yuan took out his phone to check, and sure enough, it was a message from Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng, Brother Yuan, I am heading back to Shenzhen for finals. Remember to call me when you arrive in Shenzhen and I will show you around. Only then did Qi Yuan remember that Lu Cheng was a college student. Oh, you still have final exams? He lowered his head, typed, and sent his reply. Qi Yuan, I am on the same flight as you. Ahead of them, Lu Cheng saw the message, looked up, scanned his surroundings, and quickly found Qi Yuan waving at him. He took a few long strides toward the three of them. Hello, Auntie, I am Qi Yuan's friend Lu Cheng. I was just wondering how beautiful a mother must be to give birth to such a handsome son. Seeing you today, you truly are a woman of elegant temperament. Qi's mother was amused by his flattery and covered her mouth with a soft laugh. This young man really knows how to talk. Lu Cheng was skilled at making elders happy and soon had Qi's mother feeling quite pleased. Qi's mother even forgot about her two sons and walked ahead with Lu Cheng. Qi Ao and Qi Yuan, the two unlucky brothers, just stared at each other. Qi Ao was young and forgetful. Although he had persisted for a while in trying to gross Qi Yuan out with bugs, once he forgot about it one day, he never picked it back up. Once boarding was complete, the plane moved slowly to the designated track and began accelerating, lifting off the runway in one smooth motion. With his phone turned off, Qi Yuan leaned back in his seat with nothing to do. His little brother was quietly pressed against the window watching the clouds. Although he was a bit of a brat, he was not exactly disruptive. At least Qi's mother would not allow him to be. Just as a sleepy Qi Yuan was planning to take a nap, the cabin began to grow rowdy. Robbery, cooperate obediently and hand over your valuables and we will be on our way. A few burly men wearing masks stood up and blocked the aisle, grabbing a child who was running around as a hostage. The superpowered individual blocked outside did not dare act rashly and stayed at the door, but looking at his expression, he was quite used to this. One of the robbers pointed a knife at everyone and said, superpowered individuals and their families and friends do not need to pay, but everyone else hand your things over obediently or transfer 5,000 to this account. Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. These robbers clearly knew the rules. He pushed the tip of his ballpoint pen back in and did not make any further moves. These robbers were certainly despicable, but everything is relative. Catching them feels good for a moment, but the ordinary citizens end up bearing the consequences later. For minor robberies, they would not be locked up for long. Once they felt the risks had increased, they would just become even more ruthless in their extortion after being released. Given that, it is better to let them be. At least some robbers might help when encountering truly heinous criminals. However, Lu Cheng glanced toward Qi Yuan. He worried that Qi Yuan might choose to act as a hero for the people. After all, elite young masters might not tolerate such things and would not understand the compromises of common folk like them. In reality, Lu Cheng was overthinking it. While it was true that Qi Yuan did not know the unwritten rules of flying, he had his own cheat code. So not only did Qi Yuan understand, he understood much more than that. For example, the woman in the back row who looked scared but was actually monitoring the whole scene. One of the flight attendants looking in from the door was an accomplice to this group of robbers. The superpowered individual outside had no intention of interfering at all. And another group of robbers. To have two sets of robbers on one plane, they were certainly unlucky. The good news was that these two groups were not together, and the other group was just about to make their move. The burly robber who had been threatening people with a knife was now holding a woven sack, holding the mouth open for passengers to drop their belongings inside. He even had a QR code for money transfers hanging around his neck. The burly robber walked up to a bearded man and extended the bag, apparently sensing the guy was not someone to mess with, and warned him, if you are a superpowered person, just show your license or use your power. The bearded man reached up, wiped his nose, and punched the burly robber in return. The punch landed squarely on the burly robber's face, knocking his mask off and breaking his nose. The robber rolled on the ground a few times, scrambled up, spat, and let out a broken tooth. "Damn you, I'm going to make you pay for this." The burly man with the thick beard gave him a look of disdain and threw his head back in laughter. Once he finished laughing, he stomped his right foot hard, appearing in front of the brute of a robber in the blink of an eye, and lifted him up with just one arm. The brute of a robber was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. No matter how hard he struggled until his face turned red and his neck veins popped, he could not break free. Another man with thick arms and bulging muscles mocked the brute of a robber, saying, "Being a robber and still this weak, you should just go home and drink milk." Other brutes wearing masks also crowded around. One of them barked, "Which gang are you from? Do not you even know the rules?" The bearded man flashed his yellowing teeth and pointed his thumb at himself with his other hand. "Your grandpa is here to teach you that only those with the biggest fists have the right to talk about rules." With that, he slammed the brute he was holding onto the floor. The floor dented instantly and the plane tilted from the sheer force, forcing the pilot to make quick adjustments to stabilize it and stop it from going off course. Some of the unarmed passengers on the scene began to scream and retreat. How could they tolerate being mocked right to their faces? The brutes clenched their fists until their knuckles cracked, veins bulging on their muscles. The Esper standing by the door could no longer stand by and watch, and warned, "If you keep causing trouble, do not blame me for being unkind." "And how exactly are you going to be unkind?" The sturdy woman who had been sitting still until now stood up, raising her spiked mace to point at the Esper in charge of flight safety. The three factions were locked in a stalemate. The robber who had been slammed onto the floor spat out blood, his head spinning. He tried to climb back up, but the bearded man stomped him right back down. This action completely infuriated the other robber brutes. They ignored the security Esper's warning, rolled up their sleeves, and lunged at the group. Speed enhancement, strength augmentation. They each used their abilities to boost the power of their fists and their melee weapons. The only woman among them, the sturdy one, became their first target. The woman let out a fierce roar and swung her mace, not only parrying their attacks but also knocking them flying in the process. Some passengers could not dodge in time and were crushed by the falling robbers. Qi Yuan lowered his gaze, looking at the brute near his feet. This farce was getting a bit out of hand, and Qi Yuan was not sure if he should intervene. All of his abilities were lethal. As a law-abiding citizen, he genuinely did not know the consequences of killing a criminal. So he turned his gaze to the flight safety Esper, hoping the official would do something. Well, that Esper was completely useless. Reading the man's inner thoughts of wanting to just wait and see, Qi Yuan twitched his lips. "With things at this point, you are still watching? Are you a Buddhist monk or something?" Then there was only one other person to rely on. Qi Yuan looked at Lu Cheng and noticed he was looking back. Lu Cheng mouthed, "Brother Yuan, are you going to step in? If not, I am going." Qi Yuan replied with his lips, "You go ahead." The sturdy woman was taking on multiple opponents and remained unscathed. She slammed her mace onto one of the brutes, who let out a whimper and passed out. She put one foot on a seat and surveyed the surroundings. Listen up, everyone, hand over all your valuables or you will end up just like these guys. She was fed up with all the nonsense about underworld rules. She grinned viciously as she approached a beautiful lady. She had been wanting to tear that face apart for a long time. The bearded man and the muscle man also closed in on their targets. They enjoyed inflicting pain, and on every flight they had hijacked before, at least several passengers had died. Suddenly a voice rang out. I will give you two choices. First, stop right now and turn yourselves in to the Special Ability Bureau when we land. Second, die here. Lu Cheng slowly stood up, expressionless and calm, looking like a total master of cool. Compared to the thugs, he was actually quite handsome. In this instant, his image became incredibly heroic in the eyes of the passengers. The sturdy woman curled her lips and mocked, "There are three of us, you think you can take us out in an instant? If you miss even one, do not even think about keeping this plane intact." The bearded man let out a sneer too. Look at that coward over there. Do you know why he does not dare to move? You have to choose between a few people dying or the whole flight ending. The beautiful girl targeted by the sturdy woman realized she might be sacrificed and burst into tears of despair. I know young people have hot tempers, but you would not want the whole flight to die because of you, right? The muscle man said with a sinister tone, trying to sow discord between the other passengers and these men. Soon, the eyes of some other passengers turned dark, and sinister thoughts began to stir. As long as those few died, they would be safe. Hehe. Lu Cheng gave a crooked smile and said with an air of mystery, a high-level esper cannot take down 3 sea-level espers in an instant. Cut the crap. The sturdy woman sneered, her cheeks trembling. She did not believe a word of Lu Cheng's nonsense. I never said it was me. Seeing the trio's attention shift, Lu Cheng gave a suave snap of his fingers and pointed at Qi Yuan. Look, it is him. The 3 robbers turned to look and were immediately terrified. Binding talismans. Thud. As the 3 of them dropped to their knees in unison, 3 sticky notes flew right over their heads. Lu Cheng's eyes widened, his mouth hanging open involuntarily. You 3 look so fierce, how can you be so spineless? How am I supposed to wrap this up? I was supposed to be the one who stepped up. The 3 robbers did not notice Lu Cheng's confusion. They were weeping and begging for mercy on their knees. We were just running our mouths. We did not actually mean to hurt anyone. Please spare our lives. You did not seem to hold back when you were beating the other robbers earlier. Tie your own hands up, and when we land, go to the bureau and confess all your crimes. Any other questions? Successfully reading their inner thoughts and knowing that espers could legally execute wanted criminal espers, Qi Yuan truly did not care about them at all now. Killing criminals was just as effective. Since the whole city believed he was an S-level esper, his real strength had surged to the A-level. There was a massive gap between S-level and A-level. Qi Yuan figured that doubling the entire population of Kipan City might not even be enough to push him to S-level. It seemed he would have to look for opportunities in Shenzhen. No questions. The 3 were overjoyed and quickly agreed, afraid that Qi Yuan might change his mind. They wasted no time tying each other's hands, eager to settle the matter as quickly as possible. After tying up, they realized they had forgotten to call the bureau. Just as they were about to be rude and make the call on the plane, the stewardess reminded them. Excuse me, you 3, please do not use your phones. Oh right, we will call when the plane lands. The 3 sat in a row at the back of the cabin, smiling at everyone, completely different from their former selves. A long time later, the other passengers finally snapped back to reality, and led by someone, a thunderous round of applause broke out. Because they did not dare to get close to Qi Yuan, Lu Cheng received most of the gratitude. He shook hands with everyone with a fake grin, his smile growing more forced by the minute. Thank you, young man. You have been a huge help. We really owe it to you this time. The disastrous flight finally came to an end after the plane landed. The trio of robbers rushed to surrender the moment the wheels touched the ground, terrified that they would end up as corpses if they were even a second late. Though they figured it was more likely they would be pulverized into ashes. After all, they recognized that this guy was the powerhouse who had wiped out the beauty face a month ago. Are not we going to wait for that Taoist friend of yours? Having witnessed Lu Cheng's immobilization charm, Mother Qi took hold of the wandering Qi Ao and asked, No need. Qi Yuan glanced at Lu Cheng, who was surrounded by the crowd and ruthlessly abandoned him. Following the plan, they headed to the pre-booked hotel, where the manager received them with trembling anxiety. They had booked 2 rooms and Qi Yuan stayed with Qiao. After sending his little brother off to find their mother, Qi Yuan lay on the bed and started browsing the Shencheng ability forum. A new message popped up. The moment Qi Yuan saw the profile picture, he quickly pulled back the finger he was about to tap with. It was from Lu Cheng. He knew without looking that it was a complaint against him. He continued browsing the forum. 2 gangs of robbers ran into each other on a flight today, and the ending is completely unexpected. Are you a writer for one of those sensationalist clickbait sites? Qi Yuan muttered to himself, but his body was honest enough that he clicked it anyway. What kind of vintage clickbait intro is this? Did the robbers have an internal conflict? Did they both end up losers? I know this one. Both gangs got pounded into the ground by some big shot and then all went to jail. The original poster replied under the last comment. Pretty much, but the process was different. As soon as this reply appeared, it was met with a wave of boos. Nothing to see here, not unexpected at all. Got my 3 experience points, I am out. Standard ending. The op was likely rattled by the reaction, and within a minute they posted the rest. Do not go yet. These robbers did not get pounded, they tied themselves up and went to the police station to surrender. According to fellow passengers, the robbers fell to their knees the moment they saw the big shot, without even putting up a fight. Are not you guys curious which big shot returned to Shencheng? Qi Yuan saw that the reply came just a minute or 2 after the op's message. It looked like the op was being baited. A big shot, is it Bai Li from the top 9? My goddess Bai Li has not appeared in a long time. Do not guess randomly. If it were Bai Li, the whole forum would be flooded with posts about her right now. Op reply, it was a guy, not Bai Li. Bai Li has not appeared in a long time. Come to think of it, Shi Jianwen gossiped about it last time, saying the Dragon Kingdom was planning some big move. It seems you really cannot underestimate the intuition of a gossip monger. It is a pity the gossip monger is too busy peddling his own gossip right now, otherwise he could have asked Shi Jianwen. Although he has a decent skin, he would never stop once he started bragging about himself, but the thought of tossing out a few messages only for Shi Jianwen to twist them and spread them around. Yeah, forget it. The biggest difference between the Shencheng Forum and the Kipan City one is that, with their broader horizons, even if their own ability levels are not great, they still tap on their keyboards saying it is only B level. This atmosphere influences the ability users too. Unlike those in Kipan City who enjoy life, they are constantly chasing the peak of strength. Browsing the forum until it was time to sleep, his little brother was chased back by their mother. Qi Yuan turned off the light and drifted into sleep. The next day, Qi Yuan finished breakfast at the hotel and headed to the Ability Association. He and his mother split up. He was in charge of picking a place to live while his mother went to handle the little brother's transfer papers. He thought browsing the forum yesterday meant he understood Shencheng, but even so, there were still many things that amazed him once he hit the streets. Big screens played advertisements for high-end protective gear, claiming their light armor incorporated silk threads spit by insect-type monsters, making it even thinner, lighter, and stronger. Promotional posters on the street stated that it was prohibited to add parts of the human-faced poppy to food. There were also promotions for a monster museum. There were far more patrol team members than in Kipan City. On his bus ride, he saw several patrol pods. Getting off the bus, Qi Yuan walked along the roadside. Help, someone's robbing me. A sharp female voice rang out. A young man came running toward him, wearing a hat and holding a lady's handbag. A sunny young guy chased after the robber and brought him down in a matter of seconds. He smiled brightly at the camera. Someone actually dares to rob in Shencheng, must be an out-of-towner who just arrived. Qi Yuan, the out-of-towner, was furious. He was clearly a local. It is one thing to script your live streams, but why talk down on out-of-towners? The lady arrived right on cue and hurriedly thanked the sunny guy. Just as they thought everything would end happily according to the script, a hand tapped the sunny guy on the shoulder. I am heading that way anyway, let me help you take the robber to the police station. The sunny guy showed his practiced smile and waved his hands. I can handle it myself. Once he saw Qi Yuan's face, his expression froze. Even though he did not know who the guy was, his instinct told him he could not afford to provoke him. Otherwise, he would have subtly hinted to his audience that Chi Yuan was just a pretty face with no real strength. For his audience, that face was a deadly weapon. If he did not do something, the fans he had worked so hard to build up would end up working for the other guy. However, he dared not do anything. No need to be polite. I just arrived in Shenzhen and I want to contribute to the city too. Really, no need, we would not want to waste your time. Chi Yuan did not give them an out. I have no plans for today, do not worry about it. He stared at the two stammering people and asked, knowing full well, are you worried I will let him go halfway there? The sunny guy could not explain his way out, so he steeled himself and cut the live stream. He complained about how competitive the streaming industry was and how hard it was for him, ending with a passing mention that it had been a scripted performance. The three of them carefully watched Chi Yuan's expression, trying to muddle through. I am not making things difficult for you, just clarify the script situation on your live stream channel. The three faces showed misery, especially the sunny guy, whose face was so long he looked ready to play the victim again. However, Chi Yuan had already walked away. Can we just not write it? He does not even know which channel number I am on. The sunny guy asked his two companions, holding on to a sliver of hope. That is your problem, just pay me my cut. Yeah, exactly. The sunny guy's anger was instantly ignited. You guys have the nerve to ask for money after messing the job up like this. The woman of the trio replied sarcastically, you picked the location, you cannot blame us if something went wrong. The robber was not so good-tempered and threatened him coldly. You do not really think you can take me, do you? Facing the robber's threatening gaze, the sunny guy consciously transferred the money. Once the robber got the money, he let the sunny guy go, but gave a friendly reminder before leaving. You would better post it soon or I will post it for you in a couple of days and the wording might not be to your liking. When his livelihood was at stake, the sunny guy was not afraid anymore and confronted him. Is this your professional integrity? The robber was amused by his lack of clarity, getting scolded after trying to be helpful. The only woman in the group, seeing how unlucky the sunny guy was, explained patiently. You did not even know what his ability was and you dared not to do it. Have you never seen contract or curse type abilities before? Thinking of the sinister nature of those two types of abilities, the sunny guy shuddered. Not daring to delay further, he went home with a bitter face to edit his apology post. As you expected, Chi Yuan has arrived in Shenzhen. A file lay on the office desk, with Chi Yuan's portrait in the top right corner of the first page. But the dense text on the profile looked like Chi Yuan, yet not quite like his actual background. Suspected to have been adopted, real name unknown, power level S or above. A member of the Pillar Project, suspected member of the Dark Nine Seats, close ties with the duty squad, presumed to be an official operative. Previously investigated fusion field test site C005, terminated test subject with code name B79. The person behind the desk clasped their hands together on the surface and asked in a low voice, have you not found his family background yet? Regrettably, no. Set it aside for now, we have plenty of people investigating us already. Do not act rashly until we know the enemy's true colors. Understood. An elderly man with graying hair sat by the archive shelves, flipping through some documents. Hearing footsteps behind him, he asked the visitor, why cannot I find Chi Yuan's file? Has his profile been sealed? Because some monsters can still connect to the network, files on important personnel are kept in hard copy within the heavily guarded archive room. Who is this Chi Yuan? Since when did he become a member of our Pillar Project? The visitor carefully recalled the name Chi Yuan, confirming he had never heard of it. Not a member of our Pillar Project, then why did he claim to be? The old man looked puzzled. The visitor adjusted his glasses and analyzed calmly. He probably just used our name because it was inconvenient to reveal his true information. The old man suddenly realized, thinking of the legendary Dark Nine Seats, who hid in the shadows to protect the peace of the Dragon Nation. Good grief, that old pal kept even me completely in the dark, and just 2 days ago he was still putting on a show, sighing and groaning. I tried to probe him several times and he would not say a word. If he did not win an Oscar, it would be a real waste of his superb acting skills. No wonder he dared to boldly launch the plan. It turns out he had an ace up his sleeve. Chi Yuan left after just scaring that sunshine boy. Whether he issued a statement or not did not really matter to him. If he actually cared, he would not have let the guy cut the live stream. Issuing one would just be an explanation to the deceived audience. Even though people are on the internet all day and know most of it is scripted, they just do it for a bit of fun. Do not let his pathetic crying fool you. The actual impact is minimal. Not issuing one is no big deal either. Being caught in the crossfire just for a little bit of mischief is genuinely fun. The paperwork for today is basically done. If you have any follow-up questions, feel free to message me on WeChat or give me a call. A woman in a uniform smiled and said to Chi Yuan. Although the staff member's appearance was only moderately attractive, what was rare was her highly approachable smile. Sure, thank you for your trouble today, Chi Yuan thanked her politely. You're most welcome. The staff member gave a slight bow, took an invitation out of a file folder, and handed it to Chi Yuan. There will be a high-level Esper exchange meeting in Shenzhen in a few days. If you are interested, you are welcome to take a look. Sounds good. Chi Yuan took the invitation, tucked it into his pocket, and left the Esper Association. Things went even faster than he had imagined. Perhaps considering that A-level Espers need to form teams, the houses provided for them were quite substantial. Since there were only 3 people in his family, Chi Yuan had limited choices. If he picked a house far too big for them, it would not only be hard to clean but also easy for unknown creatures to sneak in. After starting university, he could not stay home all the time, so the safety of his mother and younger brother was the top priority. It was still early, so he decided to stop by and check out the campus of Shenzhen University. He opened his phone and started navigating to Shenzhen University. Unlike primary and middle schools, universities have a large number of combat stream students and teachers, so the school's location no longer needs to be considered solely based on student safety. Shenzhen University is located on the edge of the city, and combined with all its campuses and battle arenas, it covers tens of thousands of acres. In fact, if not for the limited number of students and the difficulty of ensuring survival for logistics staff, the campus could have been even larger. In areas beyond the reach of the duty squads, land is the cheapest commodity. Following the navigation, Chi Yuan stood at the gate of the East Campus. The gate was grand and imposing, with the gilded name of Shenzhen University carved into a large stone standing on the ground. There was a clear sign at the entrance, stating that the campus ahead was dangerous and off-limits to non-Espers. The campus security guard ignored Chi Yuan. His duty was to notify the duty squad immediately if any monsters crossed over into the school. Chi Yuan walked into the campus. The empty tree-lined paths had few passers-by, and those he did see were walking in a hurry. Filled with questions, he reached the area where the buildings were located. At a glance, there were countless outdoor training fields and indoor training centers with a few high-rise buildings scattered in between. University students were training here in full swing. With finals approaching, the grounds were filled with students from freshman to junior year, excluding seniors who were off campus on internships. When he stepped into the indoor training center, a man on a platform struck his opponent with a fist crackling with lightning, knocking him off the ring. The man stood on the platform looking down at his opponent from above and spoke slowly. "You have become weak again." The opponent struggled to prop up his upper body against the wall and said speechlessly, "It is you who got stronger. You are not young anymore. Stop being so dramatic. You do not understand my conviction. My conviction drives me forward." The man on the platform stared at his fist, his expression solemn and serious without a hint of playfulness. "Oh, then go find the top 10 students in the grade to fight. I support your quest to reach the peak." The man's expression changed instantly. "I have not gone bald yet, so I am not strong enough." His opponent did not buy it and raised his middle finger. "Get lost, stop posturing in front of me. The top 10 are not bald either. Finals are coming up. Would not it be damaging their self-confidence if I went looking for them?" "So you are looking for self-confidence in me? You are really a piece of work." The man on the platform chuckled, implicitly accepting the criticism, and did not push his luck to be annoying. He looked at Chi Yuan. "Are you a senior student?" Qi Yuan glanced at his face, which looked like it had been through a lot, and deeply felt that he could not shoulder the heavy responsibility of being a senior yet. I am a freshman starting this year, just checking out the school early. The man's smile widened, looking a bit gossipy. Oh, are you from the Liu family, or the Liao and Gao families? His opponent, resting on the floor, chimed in, probably not from the Gao family, right? Their strength gap is too huge. Oh right, there is also that speed-type Esper who is really good with a gun. He is the one who held onto the top spot of the Shenzhen High School combat stream as a speed type. The man on the platform gave a thumbs up as he said the last sentence. Speed-type Esper reaching that level is indeed impressive. In the world of martial arts, speed is the only way to be invincible. Well, indeed. Speed-type Espers lack powerful output and most cannot even break through defenses, only dealing tickle-like damage. It is common for them to spend forever dodging around, only to be taken out by a single counterpunch from their opponent. Qi Yuan said, "You are talking about Shenzhen students. I came from out of town." The man on the platform was surprised, out of town this early. It had not been long since college entrance exam scores were released, meaning this guy must have rushed to Shenzhen as soon as he saw his results. Hotels in Shenzhen are not cheap. Staying for over 2 months until school starts is not a small amount of money. He exchanged a subtle look with his companion leaning against the wall. Damn, I knew he was one of those filthy rich kids. After catching his breath, the senior student leaning against the wall stood up and said to Qi Yuan, "I am Zhu Zuming and this is Li Yang. Our school environment is actually quite good, except for the monsters that pop up from time to time." Li Yang could not keep a straight face anymore and laughed. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Is not living in a big villa good enough? Besides, those few monsters are not even enough to go around." Zhu Zuming rolled his eyes. The entire combat department relies on those few monsters to fight to the death, and those who arrive late do not even get a chance to deal damage. Speaking of monsters, Li Yang recalled, "Last time I finished 2 extra bites of my meal before heading out, the monsters' corpses had already been divided up. The monsters at Shenzhen University really have it rough. And you can make money from monster corpses." At the mention of this, Qi Yuan became interested. "What can you do with monster corpses?" "It depends. Some daily chemical companies buy pollen and floral scents from plant-type monsters, cosmetic surgery clinics buy the heads of beauty-type monsters, and fashion studios collect silk from insect-type monsters, and so on. By the way, do not you intend to learn about the military training content?" Li Yang leaned in to interrupt, the desire to talk written all over his face. Although he did not have that urge, Qi Yuan still satisfied his need. "Go ahead and say it." Being treated so perfunctorily, Li Yang instantly lost interest and said languidly, "It is nothing big, same as other schools." Zhu Zuming was right, you really are a dog. Qi Yuan was speechless, thinking we had an agreement to keep things polite. He said expressionlessly, "Senior, shall we have a match? I promise to make you lose the confidence to take your final exams." Li Yang had just finished sparring with Zhu Zuming and was feeling full of self-confidence. If Qi Yuan were a sophomore or junior, Li Yang would not have agreed to a match based on his presence alone, but since Qi Yuan was just a student about to enter college, Li Yang was confident he could win. Facing life and death in a fusion domain is a completely different thing from playing house in a school match. For such a proud son of heaven, if you do not beat him up while he is still green, you will not get another chance once he grows up. He looked conceited and high-spirited, saying, "Come on, if you want to fight then let us fight." A moment later, Li Yang's fist slammed into the light wall, the electric current clashing with the high-temperature barrier with a crackling sound. Then Li Yang was sent flying back by the force once again. "Senior, have you not finished warming up yet?" Qi Yuan stood in place, surrounded by a circle of light walls with several balls of light hovering around him. "Then it is my turn to attack." With a wave of his hand, the light spheres divided into countless tiny swords aimed at Li Yang. Li Yang's jaw dropped in shock. "Brother, you are actually doing this for real. Cannot anyone see I am just being stubborn?" Qi Yuan ignored his winking, looking serious and earnest. "There was a chance to be polite in front of you once and you did not cherish it. Now I am done with the pleasantries. I surrender." Li Yang raised his hands in surrender, fearing he would not get another chance if he did not speak up. Once he surrendered, Qi Yuan withdrew the light spheres. If he had insisted on being stubborn, there would have been nothing Qi Yuan could do. He could only admire him for having a mouth that survives even after cremation. Zhu Zuming patted his shoulder, seemingly sympathetic but actually gloating. "Li Yang, you have gotten weaker again." Li Yang was dispirited, petulantly swatting away his friend's hand and lying flat on the floor with a blank stare. "I am so stupid, really. I knew geniuses were unimaginably abnormal, but I did not know they could be this powerful." Seeing his friend was truly hit hard, Zhu Zuming comforted him while still gloating. "All right, it is not like it is a big deal that I lost too." Li Yang suddenly thought of something and scrambled to his feet. "Which department and class are you in? I absolutely do not want to be assigned as a teaching assistant there." The mere thought of OTHERS Chinese letter beating up freshmen while he was being beaten up by a freshman sent a shiver down his spine. This would definitely be nailed to the pillar of shame as the disgrace of the seniors. And as the genius gains fame, it might even become a recurring topic of mockery. Combat department, do not know which class yet. The combat department in high school and college are two different concepts. High school combat is like being split into liberal arts or science streams, while college combat is for combat elites selected from all over. Apart from the combat department, there are also majors related to supernatural abilities such as containment studies, field medicine, and fusion domain journalism. These professions involve entering the battlefield, so they encounter monsters to some extent and require a certain level of self-defense. Therefore, regardless of the major, the freshman curriculum is heavily focused on combat. Li Yang's head throbbed. He was also in the combat department, so the probability of being assigned to Qi Yuan's class was quite high. "What are you thinking about?" Zhu Zuming said. "If someone at this level is not in the combat department, would not that make us look even worse?" Li Yang did not want to stay in this place of sorrow any longer and offered to show him around. "Let us go, I will take you for a tour of the school. Our school is built this large for a reason. Some superpowered individuals come here to train, which gives us the chance to receive their guidance." Following that, they gave Qi Yuan a tour of the school, mainly stopping at the training area, the cafeteria, and the dorms. After learning about the situation at the university, Qi Yuan exchanged contact information with them and headed back. The venue for the high-level superpowered individuals exchange meeting in Shenzhen was not far from the hotel where they were staying. After Qi Yuan set out on a shared bike as usual, he suddenly realized he had not prepared a suit. He reflected deeply on himself. Had the overnight dual wealth of power and money made him complacent to the point that he forgot even the most basic social graces? This was not a good sign. Whom the gods wish to destroy, they first make mad. He could act mad and confident, but he could not actually be mad. Qi Yuan checked the time on his phone. Fortunately, he was in the habit of allowing buffer time to prevent being late for emergencies. There was still some time before the meeting, so he could buy a suit at a nearby shopping mall. It was the busiest time of the night. The mall was brightly lit and there were many families out shopping. Qi Yuan found the directory at the stairwell and headed straight for his target. Shortly after, he walked out of the mall wearing a black suit, feeling quite uncomfortable as he adjusted his tie. He felt more like a salesman than a successful businessman. Not far from the mall, Qi Yuan sensed someone approaching him and then felt a weight on his pant leg. A little girl was clinging to his leg with all her might, looking up at him with teary eyes. Qi Yuan tugged at his pants and looked down, saying, "Get down." The little girl ignored him and hugged his calf even tighter. "No, there is a scary uncle chasing me. Xingxin is very scared. Get down first and I will send you to the patrol team." If it were not for the fact that she was a child, Qi Yuan would have just dumped her. "The scary uncle is here." As Xingxin shouted this, she buried her head into his pant leg in fear, still not letting go. Qi Yuan turned his head and saw a man in an ill-fitting suit rushing towards him with a dagger. As the man in the suit reached their faces, a layer of dark purple luster flickered over his sharp dagger. Qi Yuan, however, was in no rush to deal with the attacker. He leaned down, grabbed Xingxin by the scruff of her neck and plucked her off his trouser leg. The man's target was clearly Xingxin. The moment Qi Yuan lifted her away, he immediately shifted his target and aimed the dagger at her. Swish! A blade of energy sliced through the air, severing the man's arm. Before he could even react, the hand holding the dagger fell to the ground, scattering blood everywhere.
Murder.
Call the patrol team quick. The previously cheerful atmosphere was drowned out by a chorus of screams. People scrambled backward in panic and began to flee in chaos. With the crowd pushing and trampling one another, cries of pain rose up, and the scene descended into utter disorder. Having his kill stolen, Qi Yuan immediately spotted the person responsible, but they hid in the distant shadows and vanished into the panicking crowd. Qi Yuan did not have time to chase after them. He noticed the man with the blade, now a few meters away, let out a guttural howl, followed by a sound like tearing fabric. The man hunched over, his face twisted in agony. Even though it was his right arm that had been severed, he was clutching his back with his remaining left hand. In doing so, Qi Yuan noticed a bulge on his back, with something living apparently squirming beneath his clothes. The man let out a sudden roar before collapsing face first onto the ground.
Rip.
As the sound of tearing fabric echoed, a pair of antennae emerged, followed by a head, a thorax, insect wings, and an abdomen. Paired appendages pushed open the man's back, clearing a path for the rest of the body to crawl out. It was clearly a cadaver-eating worker bee. The man in the suit was cruelly torn apart by the worker bee that climbed out, leaving him a bloody mess on the floor. After crawling out of the body, it extended its mouthparts and began to suck up the man's blood. The nearby patrol team, having heard the screams, rushed over just in time to witness the worker bee emerging from the man's body. They immediately struck and killed the worker bee. Strangely, despite the massive amount of blood the worker bee had just consumed, not a single drop spilled out when it was killed. With the situation resolved, Qi Yuan heard one of the patrol members speaking to a teammate.
Anti-ability user association.
Not necessarily. Not everyone parasitized by monsters is against ability users. Another person joined the conversation. Whatever. Once they are parasitized, they are all just puppets of the queen cadaver bee, so what does their identity matter?
That is fair.
They stopped worrying about the identity of the man in the suit and began cleaning up the scene. A female patrol officer walked up to Qi Yuan and crouched down to look Xingxin in the eye.
Little cutie, were you scared?
Xingxin shook her head and timidly gripped Qi Yuan's trouser leg. Not scared. Big brother helped me beat up the bad monster uncle. The female officer used a playful, coaxing tone. You are so brave, to be so fearless. That is amazing. Hearing the little girl's words, Qi Yuan explained to the team leader, it was not me. A kind stranger released a blade of energy just now and then left. Aside from not wanting to steal the credit, Qi Yuan was also worried that the person might be a member of an illegal organization, so he reported it to the patrol team immediately. Before the team leader could speak, the little girl immediately piped up in her milky voice, Big brother beat the monster away in one hit. Big brother is even more amazing than Xingxin. Qi Yuan glanced down at the little girl, feeling that she was nothing but a heartless brat. It is normal for a child to be confused about the situation. It really was not me, I have no reason to lie. To Qi Yuan, if one had to choose between a child's word and his own, his was obviously more reliable, so he did not feel the need to elaborate further. Hearing this, the female officer and the team leader both appeared thoughtful, as if trying to recall if anyone matched his description. Seeing that no one believed her, Xingxin puffed up her cheeks. Xingxin is not lying. Big brother is the one who beat it away. After saying that, she stomped hard on Qi Yuan's foot. You liar, big brother. It was obviously you, why are you lying?
This brat.
Qi Yuan moved his foot away. Terrible kids come in all genders. If there is nothing else, may I go now? With all this trouble, he was definitely going to be late. He was not even sure if his plan to observe the S-rank ability user would still be possible. The team leader nodded. We will contact you if we have any more questions. Big brother, are you leaving Xingxin behind? The little girl pouted, her eyes filling with tears. Xingxin will be a good girl and keep it a secret. Please do not abandon me, boo-hoo. Seeing the little girl sobbing uncontrollably, the female officer shot a condemning glare at Qi Yuan. This guy is so handsome, but his personality is so rotten, he is even bullying a child. Just as he was about to walk away coolly, Qi Yuan heard Xingxin's remark, turned back and leaned down to look directly into her clear, distinct eyes. He was absolutely certain that this child, who seemed so harmless at first glance, was definitely doing this on purpose. To prevent any further destruction of his pleasant fantasy about the little girl, Qi Yuan decided to end it once and for all. The Qi family is a prominent and prestigious clan. Are you sure you want to keep making a scene like this? Other children might not understand the warning hidden in those words, but this girl definitely would. Her eyes rolled around for a second before she feigned ignorance. Big brother, what are you talking about? Her expression did not show a hint of artificiality. However, she did not realize that the contrast between her crying just moments ago and her current act was so jarring that even the soft-hearted female officer began to notice something was off. Qi Yuan remained silent, straightened his back and walked away. This time he left without any issues. There were no annoying cries to follow him. Delayed time and again, he arrived at the entrance to find no one there but the security guards. Inside the venue, men were dressed in sharp suits and women in elegant dresses, mingling in small groups and clinking their glasses. But there were exceptions. Some wore combat gear, others were fully armored, and some were dressed in downright bizarre costumes. Qi Yuan even caught sight of the timeless look of wearing underwear on the outside. I did not think you would come. Just after entering, Qi Yuan heard a voice. He turned his head and saw a young man leaning against the wall. The young man was also wearing a suit, but a red one that showed off his individuality. His professionally styled hair looked both trendy and composed. Seeing Qi Yuan's puzzled expression, the young man walked toward him. That woman, Zhu Xian, told me to look after you when I had the chance. Oh right, the name's Liao Shiquan. Having waited for so long, Liao Shiquan had briefly wondered if Zhu Xian's taste was distorted. What did she mean? Someone much more handsome than me is coming, and that is Qi Yuan. When he asked her for more info, she brushed him off, saying she could not make decisions on her own, so all he knew was the name. Although Qi Yuan was not exactly much more handsome, he had to admit he was at least a little bit better looking. Cough. Captain Zhu. Settling into a new city and still hearing a familiar name made Qi Yuan, who had only just left, feel a twinge of nostalgia. Captain Zhu was still being her usual helpful self. Just call me Qi Yuan. Are all these people here high-level ability users? Qi Yuan asked the question that had been weighing on his mind. Even in Shen City, it should not be the case that A ranks are as common as dogs and S ranks roam the streets like ants. Of course not, the ones wearing combat uniforms and armor are. Liao Shiquan found Qi Yuan's question strange but still explained. We people in formal attire are the family members and team members of high-level ability users. As for the high-level ability users themselves, they wear whatever they want. Oh, for heaven's sake. No wonder the staff who gave me the invitation did not mention what to wear. Is it too late to go back and change into casual clothes? Qi Yuan thought about it and decided not to go through all that trouble. After all, blending in with the family members would not affect his ability to observe and collect information. His only goal in coming here was to study and imitate S-level ability users. Who here is an S-level ability user? There are not any S-level ability users here. They would not have the time to attend a conference like this. Since he was able to attend a high-level ability user conference, his elders should have given him some pointers. Liao Shiquan did not quite understand why Qi Yuan did not know these things. This news hit him like a bolt from the blue. No sooner had he stepped into the venue than Qi Yuan wanted to pack up and leave. Why call it a high-level ability user conference if there are none here? Would not it be better to just call it an A-level ability user conference? But according to a certain golden rule for the people of the Dragon Kingdom, since you are already here, you might as well stay. Qi Yuan decided to stay. It might be good to broaden my horizons anyway. Based on Qi Yuan's performance just now, Liao Shiquan stayed by his side and introduced him to the content of the conference. This is the trading area for ability items. If you see something you like, you can contact the seller using the contact information below. We usually would not dare to leave them out like this, but with so many major powerhouses here, we do not have to worry about anything getting stolen. Ability items are objects with special powers, also originating from the fusion realm. Because these special items are rare, they are controlled by combat teams and the government. Qi Yuan browsed through the ability items displayed in the cabinets. There were rings with spatial storage capabilities, clothes that were fireproof, and benches that could fly. Except for the spatial rings, everything else felt pretty useless. Liao Shiquan seemed to have guessed his thoughts and shrugged slightly. Good stuff is usually either rented out or traded privately, even if people do not need it right away. Qi Yuan. What else could he say? He was probably the only high-level ability user who had ended up in such a miserable state. But leveling up so fast via cheating meant it was normal for things to not keep up. If the mountain will not come to me, I will go to the mountain. If he goes to college and joins an official organization, the Dragon Kingdom government will not be able to turn him away again. Requiring a college diploma just to join a duty squad was really making things difficult for him. As for starting his own team, first you need money. Second, if he has money and ability, what would he need a team for? Numbers do not mean much against a high-level ability user, so there is no need. Liao Shiquan lived up to Zhu Xian's entrustment and introduced the entire venue. However, none of this was useful to Qi Yuan. It was either trading areas, intelligence exchanges, or family-arranged marriages. His only takeaway was that Liao Shiquan was in the same year as him and would likely be his classmate. As he left the venue, several young men leaning by the window noticed him and started gossiping. Whose kid is that? He actually had Liao Shiquan waiting for him. Do not know, either he is powerful or he has got connections. What car do you think he has got? Bugatti, a Bentley. That is asking too much for a foreign car. How many of those could there possibly be? One of them exclaimed, as foreigners were a rare sight, let alone their imported vehicles. Then maybe a NIO or a honky. He is almost at the intersection. Let us see which car he gets into. Where, let me see. After the commotion, the group leaning on the window went dead silent for a long time. This young master certainly has unique tastes. Could it be that he is just from an ordinary family? Someone proposed a new theory. Liao Shiquan's friends do not have to be wealthy, right? Is not it normal for children of high-level ability users to recruit potential young talents for their teams? As soon as he said that, his companions all looked at him like he was a little cutie. Are you kidding? Take a good look at his aura and say that again. He practically has the word scion of a prestigious family written on his forehead. When did you go blind? The person who suggested that felt it was ridiculous too, but after being chided by his friends, his rebellious spirit kicked in. Why is it impossible? It is not like families never fall on hard times. The others looked at each other. He did have a point. Seeing his companions go silent, he confidently brought up another suspicious point. Think about it, would you be willing to settle for taking a taxi? These guys were all pampered playboys, and since they either had no abilities or weak ones, they had never really suffered. He assumed his companions were just like him. But he miscalculated, as his companions immediately spoke up. Why could not we? Taxis are so convenient. Yeah, and you do not have to look for parking. Seeing that he wanted to retort, they cut him off. Do you dare to provoke him? The arrogant troll, ready to debate with the masses for 300 rounds, immediately shut his mouth. He muttered sheepishly, taxis are good, very convenient, and you do not have to look for parking. Boo! The others all booed in unison. A shadow lengthened under the street lamp in front of the little girl who called herself Xingxin. She blinked innocently at the person approaching, twisting her fingers as she tried to use her cuteness to get away with it. I just wanted to attend the conference with you guys. The owner of the shadow rubbed their forehead, sounding troubled as if talking to themselves. Should we just let her off the hook? No. A cold female voice rang out. Green patterns crawled over the shadow owner's hand, oozing out from their skin. Soon, the patterns vanished from the shadow owner's hand as a woman materialized next to them. If we keep spoiling her, it will lead to disaster. After speaking, the woman looked at the little girl. Union, starting today, your writing assignments are doubled until you behave yourself. Union puffed out her cheeks angrily. I did not misbehave. Everything was fine, you guys just had to interfere. Double it again. No, Union shouted crisply, I am not writing. Your snacks are confiscated. Then I am not doing it. Everyone bullies me and now you guys are bullying me too. Union put her hands on her hips and stomped, standing up to the woman. Who? Hearing that the girl was being bullied, the woman's tone turned icy. Yunian huffed, crossing her arms. Who else? That uncle in the black clothes. The woman looked at her companion. Is that the person Liao Shiquan was hosting? It is him. I am not sure if he recognized me. The companion scratched the back of his head in distress. He had come face to face with the guy for a split second. But besides that, I think we need to hear how she was bullied first. After all, considering it is Yunian's word. Yunian caught the unfinished meaning of her companion's words and immediately grabbed his pant leg. Hey, what is that supposed to mean? The woman agreed with his words and looked down at Yunian intently. What exactly happened? You would better tell me everything, or it will not just be your snacks that get confiscated. At the beginning of September, the gates of Shenzhen University were thrown open, welcoming waves of new students arriving for registration. Seniors, dressed in school uniforms and wearing student council armbands, stood fully armed, with weapons slung over their shoulders or hanging from their waists, waiting for the freshmen. Some parents were so startled by this display that they stepped back, anxiously questioning their children. Is this a university or a prison? Why is it so intimidating? The freshmen scratched their head and guessed, probably because they are afraid we will start a fight. When hot-blooded young men get together, they often want to test each other even without any friction, just to establish the hierarchy in the dorm. It has been like this for years, and the school was well prepared. Suddenly, a commotion broke out at the school gate, which quickly turned into silence. New students and parents all looked toward the source of the noise. A young man with short black hair walked through the gate with a backpack. He stood tall, his expression calm. He was the embodiment of grace and dashing looks. All the praise in the world could be heaped upon this young man. If it were just his looks, the crowd would not be this stunned. What truly drew them in was the overwhelming aura of a powerhouse he radiated. After a brief stir, they quieted down, watching him walk away. Only after he had left did the students and parents start whispering, as if afraid to disturb something. Son, it looks like becoming the top student is off the table. Just work hard for second place and Dad will give you some extra pocket money then. Dad, stop dreaming even in broad daylight. Do you really think I need your pocket money if I can manage to get second place? If others can do it, why cannot you? If I could do it, I would not be your kid. You little brat looking for a beating are not you. Aside from these domestic bickerings, some others stared at Qi Yuan's back with intense fighting spirit. They had a premonition that he would be their formidable rival for the top spot in their grade. Qi Yuan filled out his forms, collected his materials, and headed to the dormitory arranged by the school. Calling them dormitories is an understatement. They were more like rows of large villas. Each villa housed 10 students, each with their own private room, along with shared facilities like a kitchen, indoor fitness equipment, and a media room. If you make the school team, you can apply to live alone. Aside from utilities, there are no extra fees. Of course, as the ceiling of the university's combat strength, the school team is not something anyone can join. Although the school is less secure than the city center, it is carefully calibrated to balance student safety without hindering their growth. Qi Yuan left his backpack in his room and headed to the delivery pickup point to retrieve the items he had sent ahead. The room was soon filled with daily necessities, and his home for the next 4 years had begun to take shape. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door, which was equipped with a peephole for people to check if there was a monster or a human outside. But Qi Yuan did not bother looking, he just pulled the door open. He thought it was a classmate visiting, but instead, he found a guy who looked like a professional homewrecker. Excuse me, miss, are you married? Liao Shiquan leaned his hand against the wall, striking a pose, and spoke with profound affection. The woman, who had a stunning figure, stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the wall with her long, straight legs crossed, and parted her bright red lips to utter one word. Get lost. Sensing the threat in her eyes, Liao Shiquan obediently pulled his hand back, but kept pushing his luck in his speech. Miss, my name is Liao Shiquan. I have been single for a long time. Do not worry, I am very disciplined. Oh right, are you married? If you are not, then I will not pursue you. The woman sneered. What? Are you some kind of NTR warrior who specializes in being the neighbor? Liao Shiquan had a smile on his face. If you ignored the outrageous things he said, he actually looked quite refined and could easily fool young girls. Of course not, but I could be that for you. It would be even better if you were divorced. The woman's calm expression cracked. She was truly shocked by his shameless words. "You are crazy, I am not married, do not bother me." Liao Shiquan immediately switched back to his charming persona, looking like the young master Qi Yuan had first seen, and clapped the dust off his hands. "You should have said you were not married earlier, wasting my time." After saying that, he remembered why he was there and turned to see Qi Yuan sitting in a chair, holding sunflower seeds. Is he observing something by doing that? Liao Shiquan wondered, looking around, but did not find anything. Even though Qi Yuan looks like he is just watching the show, he definitely is not. I must have missed something. He scanned the area again with a sharp gaze. The shadow in the corner is wrong. Found you. Eavesdropper. Liao Shiquan faced the direction of the eavesdropper, his voice as cold as frost. Are you not coming out yet? As he spoke, the eavesdropper's voice sounded, Sorry, I did not mean to. Wait, let me bring my luggage up first. Then came the sound of a suitcase bumping against the stairs. A person walked up from the stairs, dragging a suitcase with an embarrassed look. I just happened to run into you. Since you were in the middle of flirting, I thought I should not disturb you. Liao Shiquan could not argue with that logic, and besides, he knew the person. Gao Chang's long time no see. They had graduated from the same high school, so they had some history. Gao Chang's greeted him, long time no see. My room is upstairs, I will not disturb you two anymore. Fine. After he left, Liao Shiquan looked at Qi Yuan again. Seeing that there was no more show to watch, Qi Yuan had already put away his snack set. Your strength is quite good. It seems that me getting the top spot in the grade will not be an easy task. This sudden topic from Liao Shiquan caught Qi Yuan off guard. He realized that the students at Shenzhen University all had a heart of a champion. Back in high school, most people would not come up to his face and say things like that. And today, Qi Yuan had felt many scrutinizing eyes, and Liao Shiquan was not the only one to challenge him. It is a pity his passion was no longer about beating up college students. So Qi Yuan calmly said, It is okay, if it is you guys I have no issues. This was the truth. Qi Yuan did not feel like he was being arrogant. He had evaluated his opponent's strength properly. That arrogant. Liao Shiquan raised an eyebrow, do not trip up later then. You are right. Qi Yuan did not argue. He really had not seen all the freshmen in the grade and could not be sure if there were any super geniuses hidden among them. The woman who had just been hit on by Liao Shiquan said in a lazy tone, Handsome, I believe in you. My useless brother is next door, please bear with him. The useless brother next door appeared at the sound. He wore glasses and his hair was slightly oily, sticking to his head in clumps. He poked his head out and shouted, Why have not you left yet? Whether I leave or not is none of your business. It is my business when you are harassing my classmate. Oh, why did not you say anything when your classmate was harassing me? If someone is blind enough to fancy you, I am just glad to see it. The woman sneered, just wait until you get home, I will train you very well. The man in glasses immediately shut his mouth, perfectly demonstrating his status in the family. Inside the president's office at Shenzhen University. Is not it a bit excessive to suddenly request an A-rank ability user to assist with a freshman military training? The president of Shenzhen University was dressed in traditional hanfu, looking like an old man with an ethereal and sage-like air. He stroked his beard and said leisurely, Besides, it is too late to apply for one now. The dean of students spread out the folder in his hands and placed it before the old president. President, if I could call in an S-rank ability user, I would have done it already. The old president lowered his eyes to the file on the desk, which contained the profile of a new student. He put on his reading glasses to examine the profile. Is there a problem with this? This young man is quite handsome and has great potential. Aside from some fabricated traces in his family background, there are no issues at all. He pondered for a moment and spoke slowly, Whose son is this big shot? Otherwise, the old president could not fathom why an S-rank ability user would be needed to keep things in check. The dean of students. This is the big boss, I cannot lose my temper. Please check his ability rank. Upon hearing this, the old president looked through it word by word, calmly adjusting his reading glasses that had slipped down his nose. Is there something wrong with your data? Pay more attention next time. This is simply absurd, marking a student as A-rank. The dean of students forced a smile and squeezed out the words through his teeth. President, this data is correct.
Correct.
The old president's glasses slipped off again, his calm facade shattered and his somewhat cloudy eyes widened. He held the document in his left hand and tapped it with his right. Why would he even bother coming to college with this rank? Does not the admissions office review anything? They just let a prank application through like that. I asked the special admissions office, and at that time his ability rank was still C rank. While explaining on behalf of his colleague, the dean of students did not forget to rescue the file from the old president's hand. We entered the information based on previous records, but today when Chi Yuan came to register, both the archives he submitted and the forms he filled out indicated he was an A-rank ability user. Just to be safe, I even called the Ability Association to confirm, and the response I got was also A-rank. The old president fell completely silent and flicked his sleeves. Might as well just let him skip military training. The thought of an instructor lecturing the freshmen with great authority, only to get brutally beaten in return, made the military training lose all its meaning. The most important part of military training is for freshmen to learn teamwork, and they cannot create an environment that requires teamwork when there is an A-rank ability user present. Then what about our motto that everyone must participate in military training? Military training can be postponed to the next year, but it can never be skipped entirely. That was one of the principles we established when we founded the school. With Chi Yuan as an exception, how can we refuse requests from the children of the elite? The old president was speechless. Official rules cannot be broken at will. He tapped his fingers on the desk and fell into deep thought. A moment later, a gleam of insight shot through the old president's eyes, and he clapped his hands with a laugh. We only said they must participate in military training. We never said they could not be an instructor. The dean of students also had a flash of inspiration, his face showing surprise. You mean, let him be an instructor? Exactly. The old president reverted to his sage-like demeanor and nodded. The dean of students had a sudden realization. That is right, we never said he could not be an instructor. Teaching assistants only participate in part of the training, which does not count as full participation, but instructors are different. They participate in the entire military training. Since each class is equipped with multiple instructors to ensure student safety, Chi Yuan's inclusion requires no special technical requirements. Sure enough, old Ginger is still, cough cough asterisk. That is a brilliant move, President. Your stroke of genius is simply perfect. The dean of students buttered him up repeatedly. The old president waved his hand, looking mysterious with a faint smile on his lips. This made the dean of students admire him even more. After the dean of students left, the old president slapped the desk and laughed out loud. After the woman left with a victorious stride, swaying gracefully. The bespectacled man pushed up his sliding glasses and gave a shy nod to Chi Yuan and the other person. I am Zhu Zi, nice to meet you both. Chi Yuan and Liao Shiquan each gave their names in return. Zhu Zi had dull eyes as he whispered, I still need to tidy up my room, so I will stop chatting now. After saying that, he waited for the two to indicate they were fine with it before closing the door. Liao Shiquan rubbed his chin and said slowly, I did not expect the top student of the combat department at Shenzhen High School to be this kind of person. You did not go to the same high school. Shenzhen High School, the name alone tells you it is the face of high schools in this city. There is no way the school Liao Shiquan attended was not the best one. I went to a private high school. Chi Yuan had a cold expression. Damn, I knew he was just another filthy rich second generation. Private gatherings are not enough for them, they have to open their own schools too. After the two chatted for a bit, Liao Shiquan also got up to leave. Because he was registering on the very last day, there would be a class meeting in the afternoon. When it was about time, Chi Yuan finished tidying his room and headed toward the classroom building. Class 1 of the combat department. This classroom formed a stark contrast to other freshman classrooms. Zhu Zi sat in the corner, polishing the firearm in his hands. Liao Shiquan leaned back in his seat, deep in thought. Gao Cheng's propped his chin on one hand, gazing out the window. Aside from waving at the moment Chi Yuan walked in, Jiang Wenian spent her time hugging her giant hammer and whispering to the girl next to her who was busy picking her nails. Some were silently sizing up the strength of their classmates. A silent atmosphere can be contagious, just like how sometimes when no head teacher is passing by, a classroom suddenly becomes so quiet you could hear a pin drop. I did not expect Jiang Wenian to be at the same university as me, and in the same class too. Although they had only met once, Qi Yuan remembered that her strength was quite impressive. He did not break the silence, sitting quietly in his chair playing on his phone, sharing the news that Jiang Wenian was in his class with Shi Jianwen. The counselor walked into the classroom, intending to shout quiet, but the word got stuck in his throat. This newly appointed counselor was completely baffled. It was his first time seeing such a quiet classroom. Everyone please return to, cough cough asterisk. Well, since everyone is seated, let me briefly go over the arrangements. Please make sure to join the class group chat. The counselor talked about a bunch of school notices, graduation requirements, and so on. Then he distributed the booklets in his hands to everyone. The already silent atmosphere became even more somber as the counselor droned on. You can find all the points I just mentioned in here. If there is anything else you do not understand, look it up in the booklet. Next is the military training that starts tomorrow. At the mention of military training, those who were yawning or looking listless straightened up immediately, waiting for the counselor's instructions. The school uniforms are sold on campus. Get them ready yourself and remember to wear them and assemble on the large playground tomorrow. The curriculum at Shenzhen University often involves field training, ranging from clearing operations in the wilderness to entering fusion zones. Therefore, the school specially designed combat uniforms similar to duty gear, requiring students to dress uniformly for better management during field training. Freshmen who had done their homework were mostly prepared, but the counselor reminded them again just in case. If you have questions, you can ask your classmates in the group chat. I will not repeat myself. After finishing, the counselor announced the end of the meeting, took a couple of steps with his thermos, and then turned back. Who is Qi Yuan? Come with me for a moment. The students in the class immediately looked around, curious about who could be so important that the counselor sought them out on the very first day. Qi Yuan stood up from his seat and raised his hand to signal. Come with me, I need to talk to you about something. With everyone's eyes on him, Qi Yuan followed the counselor out of the classroom. The counselor did not take him far, leading him to a quiet corner. During military training tomorrow, you will be an instructor. Remember to report to the chief instructor and the one leading our class. Then he handed Qi Yuan an armband. This is your teaching assistant identification. Logically, you should be wearing the same uniform as the others, but they have military-issued gear that is hard to borrow. So just make do with this for now. Make do with this, my foot. Besides, why on earth did he suddenly ask him to be an instructor? If the counselor had not just finished holding the class meeting, he would have suspected that the person in front of him was actually a student with shape-shifting abilities trying to prank him. Qi Yuan took the armband and asked doubtfully, Counselor, why am I an instructor? The counselor gave him a resentful look. Are you here to crush our confidence or just to show off? Do you really have to ask? The military training content is too simple for you. We arranged for you to be an instructor so that you would have something to do. The counselor's explanation left Qi Yuan stunned, so he just nodded and agreed. Fair enough, he was really just here to get a diploma and join the official organization. It would not look right for an A-rank Esper to be bullying a bunch of low-level ones. Even though bullying the weak can be satisfying for a moment and addictive, usually people do that on alt accounts. If he used his main account to bully the weak, would not he get his account banned? After saying that, the counselor hurried off. Qi Yuan, an A-rank Esper, would be fine in an empty teaching building, but the same could not be said for him, a D-rank. Watching the counselor leave, Qi Yuan headed back to the dormitory. He lay in bed, but perhaps because of the new environment, he could not quite fall asleep. His progress in terms of power had been average lately, and he had not found the right method to improve. The authorities had not deployed him for assistance, and clearing low-level monsters in the fusion realm did not help much beyond familiarizing him with his skills. Should he find some social media bots to hype him up online, or perhaps cooperate with an agency for publicity? No, that would not work. Hyping oneself up without solid proof only makes people annoyed. Furthermore, if the Shaolin sweeper monk stopped sweeping and became a warrior monk, his true power would be laid bare. Likewise, if he stopped being mysterious, his opponents would be able to estimate his strength within a specific range. Indeed, he had to maintain his mystery and not reveal his hand until the very last moment. Boss, Shenzhen University said they want to send an instructor to help out with my class. Just back from deployment in the mountains, a member of the National Defense Force took off his hat and wiped away some sweat. Just treat him like a piece of furniture. If he bothers you, come tell me and I will go have a word with the Dean of Students.
All right then.
The soldier, who had been planning to complain and send the person back, shut his mouth sheepishly.
The next day,
Qi Yuan put on his school uniform, wore his armband, and headed to the main sports field for assembly. The instructors had not arrived yet, so Qi Yuan stayed at the entrance waiting for them to enter, which would allow him to naturally blend in with the instructor group. The new students on the sports field were noisy. Students who had just gotten to know each other had endless things to talk about, from their hometowns and families to personal preferences. Qi Yuan put on his hat and sat on a stone pillar, feeling bored while waiting for the instructors. With no one around to talk to, he took out his phone and tried to lurk in the class group chat. The newly created group was bustling, showing over 99 messages since last night. Qi Yuan does not seem to be here. What on earth was that meeting with the counselor yesterday about? Zuzi, you live next door, do you know anything? Zuzi replied quickly in the group. Zuzi, I do not know, but I remember him wearing his school uniform when he went out. They were talking about him again, it all felt so boring. Just as he was about to reply and end the discussion, he had a second thought. Seeing the students' shocked expressions in a while would be quite amusing. You come with me. An instructor in a military uniform stood before him. The aura of this person just standing there was as imposing as a mountain. Behind him, over 100 instructors were lined up in a neat square, their posture upright, their gazes sharp, and an irresistible aura washing over the field. But a mountain was nothing special to an A-rank Esper. He would not go as far as knocking down mountains with a single punch, but he was not going to be intimidated by some display of presence. Therefore, Qi Yuan was not intimidated. He stood up and gave a salute. Under the strange look from the instructor who had just spoken, he followed behind the formation. Come back, stand next to me.
Understood.
Qi Yuan nimbly returned to the instructor's side. He seemed to be the chief instructor. He followed the instructor into the main sports field, where the new students were sluggishly getting into their original positions. From the podium, Qi Yuan could see clearly that the formation of the students below could not compare to the instructors. Not only were they crooked, but their standing postures were all over the place. The chief instructor took the microphone and roared from the depths of his diaphragm. At ease, attention. The speakers gave a piercing screech. The new students were jolted by the loud noise, and due to years of conditioned reflexes, they immediately raised their heads, chest out, and brought their heels together. The students shed their laziness and their performance was barely acceptable. Considering it was the first day, the chief instructor let it slide. Everyone sit. The students, who had just showed a bit of discipline, reverted to their true selves at the order to sit, with a delay of 1 to 2 seconds between the fastest and the slowest. What is this? Are you deaf? Do it again.
Stand up. Sit.
They did it again, and this time it was passable, so the chief instructor began to move on to the main point. I am very unsatisfied with your performance just now. I hope that from now on you will take on the attitude of being ready to fight at any time for this military training. Do you understand?
Understood.
Louder, did not you eat?
Understood.
After establishing absolute authority through several orders, the chief instructor began his real intimidation tactics. I know what you young people are thinking, The chief instructor paced, continuing his harsh words. You think you will become prestigious high-rank espers or one of the 9 seats in the future, or perhaps saviors who rescue the people from the brink.
Wrong.
In the future, most of you will be squad members, support personnel, duty teams, and national defense forces. Obeying orders is the iron law you must master. After finishing this, the chief instructor held the microphone in one hand and put the other behind his back. He turned his focus toward Qi Yuan, looking cold and stern as he questioned him.
You.
Why were you waiting outside just now instead of staying on the field? Did you not receive the school's notification? Qi Yuan, who had been zoning out, snapped back to reality and pointed at himself with a bewildered expression. Who else but you? Because I am an instructor. Qi Yuan could have guessed with his toes that this answer would make the chief instructor feel awkward. He tried to change his phrasing to be more tactful, reporting, "Instructor, my duty is not to stay on the field." The chief instructor fell silent, and the air grew heavy. What do you do if you are trying to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, but you realize halfway through that you got the wrong chicken? Only then did the chief instructor notice Qi Yuan's armband, and he could not help but frown. They did not need a teaching assistant today, so why was he here? This is so awkward now. The new students vaguely sensed what was happening, and muffled laughter spread through the crowd. Just as the chief instructor was looking for an out, he seized the chance presented by the students and yelled, "Laugh, what are you laughing at? Did I tell you to laugh?" Once that classic line was delivered, the freshmen shut their mouths instantly. Otherwise, the next sentence would have been, "Since it is so funny, why do not you come up and tell everyone?" Or, "If you are going to laugh, laugh to your heart's content, do not stop until you have laughed for 10 full minutes." Seeing that the chicken could not be killed off, going after someone else would be far less effective. Seeing the freshmen so sensible, the chief instructor let them off lightly and arranged for the various instructors to find the classes they were leading. Each class was assigned a number of instructors based on its size. Over the next month, they would act as both instructors and team leaders, guiding the students into the wild and fused areas to hunt monsters. Qi Yuan strolled over to the instructors of Combat Class 1 and tagged along with them. The lead instructor waved his hand impatiently. "Why are you following us? We do not need a teaching assistant today." The counselor said I am an instructor and told me to follow you. You. The lead instructor remembered that Shenzhen University did mention yesterday that they would be stuffing an instructor in. His mouth twitched. Even if he could see that this young man had impressive potential, he was still just a kid. Being a military training instructor is not exactly a golden ticket, so why could not he just be a decent teaching assistant? What year are you in? If he were a junior or senior, he could let him lead a small squad for practice, but if he were a sophomore, he could just be a mascot. Instructor Wang had it all planned out in his head, but he did not expect the other party to give him a surprise. Freshman. The lead instructor doubted he had heard right. What year? Freshman, this year's new student. The lead instructor was speechless. Where did this pampered rich kid come from, trying such a cheap trick as becoming an instructor just to avoid military training? The other instructors of Combat Class 1 also wore varying expressions, glancing at Qi Yuan with contempt. They had thought he was a promising talent for being able to stay so calm under the chief instructor's pressure. Turns out it was just a rich background that made him look down on everyone. The arrogance of a genius and the arrogance of a rich kid feel worlds apart. The lead instructor's face darkened and he scolded, "Why are not you doing military training with the other students?" Even with the tight safety measures during their training, there was still a chance for students to die. The moment the lead instructor thought about a student needing help in danger and finding a rich kid who could not do a thing, delaying the rescue, his blood boiled. This was completely disregarding other people's lives. Looking at the instructor's expression and listening to his tone, Qi Yuan understood perfectly. 9 times out of 10, these instructors were imagining the non-existent wealthy Qi family again. He said immediately, "The school said my ability level is too high. It is not suitable for me to bully the weak. Fish in a barrel." The instructors were speechless. It would have been better if he had not explained. How high could it possibly be? If he were a graduate, they might not be so sure. Freshmen are generally stuck at E-level, and talented ones are usually around D-level. Let us say he is a top-tier genius at C-level, their strength would still be enough to handle him. The lead instructor licked his dry lips and sneered, "What level?" A-level, here is my ability certification. Qi Yuan was not blind. He could see their suspicious looks and directly handed over his ID. It was quite fresh to be questioned for a change. He felt a bit subtle. The instructors' expressions froze as they took the ID and took turns looking at it. They checked it from top to bottom and found no signs of forgery, leaving them dumbfounded. With this strength, the lead instructor just started to say something, then closed his mouth. Members of the Pillar Project are truly terrifying. No wonder the official government of Dragon Kingdom spends so much time and resources searching for good talent everywhere. Is the gap between people really that big? The school made him an instructor probably to keep them from making fools of themselves. The lead instructor returned the ID to Chi Yuan and suggested, "Why do not you watch from the side while we handle the freshmen's training?" "No problem, I will do as you say." Chi Yuan could not ask for anything better than to just slack off. The instructors did not waste any more time and rushed to the area where Combat Class 1 was stationed. The moment Chi Yuan appeared in Combat Class 1, it instantly set the atmosphere of the class ablaze. Even with the stern instructor standing right in front of them, the group of whispering freshmen could not be kept quiet for long. "What is going on?
Rich kid.
Does not he have to train with us?" The lead instructor had a plan for this situation. He did not rush to scold the whole group but stood with his hands behind his back in front of a freshman who was speaking loudly. "Since you are so good at telling stories, why do not you share it with everyone?" The freshman sheepishly closed his mouth and stood straight, acting obedient. To avoid being embarrassed like that student, the others also shut their mouths. "My surname is Wang, just call me Instructor Wang. Standing behind me are your instructors." This statement caused an uproar, and the freshman looked in Chi Yuan's direction. "He is a freshman just like us. Why should he be an instructor? If he can be an instructor, why cannot we try? I do not accept this." Most of the freshmen admitted that Chi Yuan was strong, but suddenly becoming an instructor made them feel unconvinced. "I cannot do it, so I will not do it. Even if he is stronger than me, he should not be allowed to." At their age, they are at the stage where they are righteous and cynical. Money and power did not make the freshmen obedient, they started to develop a rebellious spirit. Some kids from wealthy families were also muttering, asking what kind of background the Qi family had that even Shenzhen University had to make way for them. "Listen up, I do not care if you accept it or not, endure it. In life or death situations, there is no time to fight it out to see who is the boss." Instructor Wang ignored their comments and scolded them sternly. "Obeying orders is what you are supposed to do. Sometimes, a team leader might appoint a temporary leader in a crisis. If the other members are all complaining and unwilling, the mission cannot be completed." Instructor Wang was lecturing them and teaching them at the same time. Having their wills completely ignored, most freshmen were holding in a fit of anger, their faces turning red in the heat. Instructor Wang, well-versed in the thoughts of freshmen, spoke slowly when their anger reached its peak. Whoever was number 1 in Shenzhen High School stepped forward. It was time to find a representative to crush the spirit of these freshmen. Zhu Zi lowered his head and stepped forward. "Are you unconvinced?" Instructor Wang paced over to Zhu Zi's side, pressing down on him with a majestic aura. Zhu Zi replied with an earnest face, "No, I completely obey the organization's arrangements." Hearing this, Instructor Wang paused, feeling the awkwardness of the chief instructor, and let out a dry laugh. "Little comrade, your awareness is quite high, that is good." This batch of freshmen was too weird, he really could not train them anymore. Instructor Wang was speechless. He and the other instructors led the students of Combat Class 1 to an indoor training gym. Chi Yuan sat on the floor with several instructors, watching Instructor Wang adjust their standing and sitting postures. The freshmen were all from the combat department, and their physical quality was decent. It did not take long before they were looking decent. "Sit." After Instructor Wang gave the order, the freshmen all sat down at once. "Take a 10-minute break right where you are, and listen to the schedule ahead. In the afternoon, you will fight in pairs, and we instructors will divide you into teams based on your strength. After being grouped, you will participate in the following military training as a team. A friendly reminder, prepare your wilderness survival supplies as each subsequent training session will last several days." After saying this, he announced that they were dismissed so the freshmen could get lunch and prepare for the afternoon's matches. "Would you like to grab a meal together? I can tell you about what being an instructor is like." Chi Yuan nodded and readily accepted Instructor Wang's invitation. The instructor's cafeteria is separate from the students, and he became the center of attention the moment he stepped inside. Military training is like a mini vacation for the freshmen compared to the National Guard duty. Privately, they are just ordinary people who tell dirty jokes and try to establish daddy-son relationships with their teammates. The chief instructor remembered this odd teaching assistant. Why was he still here? Company commander, this is Chi Yuan, the instructor mentioned by Shenzhen University yesterday. Instructor Wang, fearing the chief instructor might reprimand Chi Yuan, quickly stepped forward to explain this year's freshman, an A-rank ability user. The room erupted and everyone collectively gasped. The chief instructor nearly dropped his chopsticks. That old Wang was so devious, dropping a bombshell without giving him any heads up. He was certain that this scoundrel just wanted to watch them make fools of themselves. Instructor Wang and the other instructors from Class 1 of the Combat Department showed mischievous grins, nudging each other and signaling toward the chief instructor with their chins. The chief instructor took a deep breath, barely managing to compose himself. Young man, you are truly impressive for your age. You are too kind. Chi Yuan remained humble on the surface, but a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. He felt quite pleased to have subtly tripped up the chief instructor who had scolded him in public. Successfully witnessing his teammates' shocked expressions, Instructor Wang was greeted with an enthusiastic barrage of kicks and punches from them. By the time he struggled free from their clutches, Chi Yuan and the other Class 1 instructors had already gotten their food and were waiting for him at the table. Instructor Wang angrily scolded them for having zero team spirit and selling him out so easily. However, the others just smiled without saying a word, showing no sign of regret. Whatever trouble Instructor Wang got himself into, it had nothing to do with them. After the banter, Instructor Wang began to explain the upcoming military training schedule to Chi Yuan. After teams are assigned this afternoon, there will be a 3-day team building period which will take place at the school's wilderness training ground. Senior students in their third year will also form teams and roam specific areas, acting as monsters to eliminate the freshman teams. A freshman team earns 1 point for successfully escaping, 5 points for eliminating a senior team, and loses 1 point if eliminated. The teams are ranked by points, and the top 3 teams of the grade will receive rewards. In addition to team points, instructors will grade the members based on their performance. Students whose total scores across all training projects are unsatisfactory will have to retake the training. Those who fail the retake will be considered as uncooperative with the curriculum and will face expulsion. There are only 2 things an instructor needs to do during the team building period. First, grade the team members, and second, correct their mistakes once the period ends. I understand. Although it was nominally Chi Yuan's team, Instructor Wang would actually be assisting as the team leader, so Chi Yuan was not too worried. After eating, the group returned to the indoor training hall. The freshmen were already high-spirited and ready to go, with the scent of gunpowder lingering throughout the hall. They fought fiercely on the stage, while Chi Yuan was so bored he felt sleepy. Even if his combat and fighting techniques were not as refined as those on stage, raw strength could overcome any skill. His superior physical fitness allowed him to clearly track every attack and react in time to dodge or counter. Currently on stage was a match between Jiang Wenian and Gao Chang's. Jiang Wenian is a strength-based ability user. She hoisted a 100-pound hammer as if it were a child's toy. Only when it hit the ground with a thunderous roar did people realize the true weight of the weapon. Gao Chang's, her opponent, narrowly dodged her attack, a drop of cold sweat running down his forehead. Has this woman been eating spinach? Such brute strength. Her first probing strike failed, but Jiang Wenian did not change her expression. It was within her expectations. She gripped the hammer with both hands and swept it towards Gao Chang's lower body. The giant hammer left an afterimage in the air. Gao Chang's dodged sideways and jumped back to create distance. He drew a pistol reinforced by an ability user from his chest holster, his eyes narrowing. Ability multiplier. Bang bang bang. Gao Chang's fired several bullets in succession, doubling their speed. This was the highest coefficient he could currently manage. So fast. Her eyes could not track the speed of the bullets. Jiang Wenian bit her lower lip, quickly thinking of a countermeasure. She soon found one. She could not see the bullets, but she could see Gao Chang's movements, and she could predict the direction of the bullets based on his actions and the barrel of the gun. The bullets whistled through the air, ultimately clashing against the giant hammer and sending sparks flying. Incapable of piercing the hammer, they ricocheted in all directions. Simultaneously, Gao Chang's brandished a short blade and leaped toward Jiang Wenian with a kick of his right foot. Double speed. Deflecting the bullets had already been strenuous, and the giant hammer was too heavy to immediately return to a defensive position. Seeing that Gao Chang's was about to land his strike and end the match, Jiang Wenian remained calm. She released the hammer and bent backward to dodge his charge. Then, channeling her strength, she used her waist to launch a powerful kick, sending the off-balance Gao Chang's flying. Only then did Jiang Wenian pick up the hammer again and resume her defensive posture.
Ouch.
Gao Chang stood up holding his waist. That kick almost knocked his kidneys out. Double speed was still too much. He could not perfectly control his body to react. Still, it was not a total loss. He cast a glance at Jiang Wenian's weapon, realizing she had likely figured it out. Jiang Wenian weighed the hammer in her hands, her brow furrowing. Her trusted weapon had suddenly become 50% heavier, which made her very uncomfortable. Was it that moment? Recalling the fight, Jiang Wenian realized that Gao Chang's fingertips had brushed the hammer when he was sent flying. Her ability applied to herself, and she was somewhat helpless against abilities that could affect items. The fight was ongoing, leaving her no time to ponder a counter-strategy. Therefore, she simply swung the hammer a few times to get used to the new feel. The two exchanged over a dozen blows, remaining deadlocked. The unwieldy weapon prevented Jiang Wenian from performing at her best, while Gao Chang's could not do much about her. Whenever he tried to close in, the hammer warned him off, and the massive force kept him from making any rash moves. Their comparable strength quickly exhausted their stamina. Suddenly, Jiang Wenian slammed the hammer onto the ground, the same spot she had already struck more than once. Caught off guard, Gao Chang stepped onto the cracked flooring. Unsteady, he scrambled to regain his balance. A shadow fell over him, and Jiang Wenian rushed toward him, hammer in hand.
Whoosh.
Gao Chang suddenly vanished from Jiang Wenian's field of vision. As she scanned the area for her opponent, she suddenly felt a chill on her neck. A short blade was held against her throat.
I lost.
Though she did not know how he had closed the distance, it was standard to have a hidden ace up one's sleeve. With the outcome decided, Jiang Wenian conceded gracefully.
Emma.
Qi Yuan, watching from outside, sat up straighter. The unexpected development surprised him. The speed Gao Chang's displayed at the very end was at least several times faster than before. The level of their fight was only mid-tier for the talent-packed Class 1, but Gao Chang's burst of speed would definitely rank among the top. Why is everyone pretending to be weak while actually being a tiger? Jiang Wenian's wipeout made the subsequent duels much more cautious. They were either testing the waters carefully or sticking to ranged attacks, terrified of making the same mistake. It took ages of pussyfooting around before a winner was finally decided. After watching the fights, the instructors had a good grasp of the whole class's strength and quickly drew up a list after some discussion. Once the list was posted, Instructor Wang briefed the freshmen on the next day's military training agenda, told them to get ready, and then dismissed them. Qi Yuan glanced at the list of his team members: Liao Shiquan, Jiang Wenian, Zhu Zi, and Jai Jia. Who would believe there was not any special treatment? They are basically all people I know. He also remembered Jai Jia, that girl. Her ability is ghost transformation. With 2 trails of bloody tears and that pale, gloomy face of hers, she would scare the neighbors' kids to tears. Captain, are we heading out? I am going to bribe you. Liao Shiquan followed behind with the other 3, joking with him. Qi Yuan laughed. Do not say it so loudly, or Instructor Wang will catch us. Instructor Wang had indeed been keeping an eye on them, and hearing Qi Yuan's banter, he flashed a wide, toothy grin. Good grief, you are still being this brazen after getting caught by me. Instructor Wang was not really worried about bribes. He had picked members for Qi Yuan who could actually pass the standards. How could you let a total amateur handle grading without any preparation? If Qi Yuan was not so incredibly strong, Instructor Wang would not have even let him touch the grading work. It is called reporting in. Let us go. Qi Yuan and the four of them left for the school cafeteria. He had expected Liao Shiquan and the others to ask about the instructor, but they did not. Jiang Wenyan was still chatting with Jai Jia, who kept her head down and shoulders hunched, a completely different person from her ghost transformation state. "Should we prepare some combat rations?" Zhu Zi saw the school convenience store packed with people and realized it belatedly. Liao Shiquan replied, "No need, I have already had my family prepare enough for the whole team." "Vice Captain, you're so reliable." Jiang Wenyan praised him happily. Jai Jia nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Jiang Wenyan. After finishing their meal at the cafeteria and getting somewhat familiar with each other, they agreed to meet in Liao Shiquan's room to discuss tactics. The next morning, Liao Shiquan and the others headed to the Shenzhen University Wilderness Training Ground to assemble. Not long after, the students of Class 1 and the instructors had all arrived, except for Qi Yuan. Instructor Wang walked up to their squad, holding his clipboard with earphones in his ears. "Let us go." "Instructor Wang, where is our captain?" Jiang Wenyan raised her hand to ask, while scanning her surroundings for Qi Yuan. "He is busy today and will not be coming." Instructor Wang recalled Qi Yuan calling to ask for leave last night and could not help but sigh. He did not know whether to be relieved that such a big shot was gone or disappointed at missing the chance to witness the power of an A-rank Esper. Inside the Shenzhen branch of the Esper Association, the long conference table was full. Some sat with arms folded, some sat regally, and others leaned back in their chairs. Despite their different postures, they all exuded an intimidating aura. A woman stood at the front, gesturing at the projection and speaking eloquently. "Good morning, everyone. I will now present. According to recent data analysis, the frequency of monster-related incidents has increased by, excluding confirmed cases, unverified reports of monster sightings have risen compared to the previous period. Finally, this table lists the aforementioned data. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." The woman at the front flipped the PPT to the next page. In the meeting room, everyone looked at the chart and began to whisper to each other. Through the table, we can see that the activities of the Ant-Esper Association are growing day by day. Qi Yuan leaned back in his chair, listening to the representative of the duty squad speak. He had received an emergency notice last night requiring all rank Espers in Shenzhen to attend the meeting. When he called his instructor to ask for leave, he did not know why, but the instructor's voice sounded quite resentful. As soon as the female officer finished speaking, someone let out a cold snort. "It seems we are being looked down upon." Someone on the floor replied, "The S-rank Espers have been pulled away for some time now. It is only natural the monsters are getting restless. This mission has taken too long. Are the authorities not planning on letting them return?" Thud. The man sitting to the right of the branch president slammed his phone onto the table, his duty squad uniform signaling his status. The man frowned in annoyance, his tone harsh. "Are you guys incapable of acting without S-rank Espers? Instead of pinning your hopes on people who do not know when they will be back, you would better figure out how to solve the problems at hand. Rank Espers are pampered wherever they go, and many have developed bad habits from sycophancy without even realizing it." Someone immediately snapped back at the duty squad man, "Then why do not you offer a solution? If I said it, would you actually follow through?" The duty squad man despised this group of evasive Espers from the bottom of his heart. He did not even look the speaker in the eye. Seeing the atmosphere turn tense, the branch president stepped in to smooth things over. "Everyone, monsters are still lurking in every corner of the city. Let us not have infighting first." HMPH. A burly man over 2 meters tall slammed the table and stood up, facing the branch president and pointing at Qi Yuan. "Whether there is infighting or not, I will never work with Qi Yuan until he apologizes to me." Qi Yuan was bewildered. "What does this have to do with me? Who are you?" Heh, the young master of the Qi family really does have a short memory. The burly man glared with wide, angry eyes. "A month and a half ago, your subordinate beat up my second son and you do not even remember the victim's name." Qi Yuan. "You can accuse me of other things, but he does not even have any subordinates. Where would he have gotten one to beat up the guy's son?" However, he could not say that. When people suspect you of having a weapon, it is better if you actually do. Even if he clarified that he had no subordinates, the man might still suspect him of covering for them or believe he was acquainted with the phantom subordinate. He would not gamble his family's safety on the hope that the other party had morals. The best solution was to make the other party afraid to act. Who cares what my subordinates do? I only care whether they completed the mission. Qi Yuan leaned back into his chair, resting one arm on the armrest, speaking convincingly about the non-existent subordinate. I advise you to be straight about this. It is not even certain if they are my subordinate. Sensing Qi Yuan's attempt to shirk responsibility, the burly man accused him indignantly. My son was just having a party with friends in a hotel when your subordinate suddenly broke in, beat him up and dropped the threat. I am Qi family's subordinate. Settle the score with me if you dare. If they are not your subordinate, then whose are they?
What a classic line.
Qi Yuan was so annoyed he laughed. Where did this guy come from trying to frame him here?
However, good job.
Relying on telepathy to hear clearly what the man had omitted, Qi Yuan gave a round of applause in his heart for the non-existent subordinate. If you do not beat up idiots who try to force women to play their little games, are you waiting for them to be honored at your own funeral? The timing of this non-existent subordinate's appearance overlaps with when he first arrived in Shenzhen. Back then he had just arrived in Shenzhen and was not famous yet. Qi Yuan lowered his eyelids, his gaze flickering. Could it be someone who knows him? In any case, the big guy had already sentenced himself to death in his own mind. Explaining any further would be useless and only serve to lower his own standing. He had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. Qi Yuan closed his eyes and opened them again, his pale gold pupils staring at the big man with no hint of emotion. What, you think the beating was not enough and want me to do it myself? The big man broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly looked toward the branch president. Ever since he got the lead on the wealthy Qi family from his second son, he had been secretly investigating Qi Yuan and knew exactly what kind of ruthless character he was dealing with. If he really dared to strike first, he would not have waited until today to start trouble. Was not his goal to stand on the side of justice and use public opinion and the branch president to force Qi Yuan to provide some form of restitution? Who would have thought the guy would be this overbearing even in front of the patrol team and the branch president? This just goes to show that the Qi family's power is even stronger than imagined. The people present looked at each other with various inscrutable expressions as they watched the clash, but none of them intervened. The Qi family's background was unclear. Interfering rashly would only invite disaster. Can I just say that I am completely unfazed because I am in the right? Qi Yuan was rendered speechless by this bunch of overthinkers. However, the more they overthought, the more it worked in his favor, so Qi Yuan had no intention of revealing the truth. Just as things had smoothed over, one wave subsided only to have another rise. The branch president looked frazzled. What exactly is going on here? With the branch president speaking up, the big man recovered his lost ability to speak and vented his frustration. Does your Qi family really have to be this arrogant? Faced with the big man's questioning, Qi Yuan did not back down, nor did he intend to. When poor, one improves one's own character. When successful, one betters the whole world. While he was not quite at the point of bettering the world, he understood that if the lips are gone, the teeth are cold, and he felt sympathy for his fellow creatures. It was only at this moment that Qi Yuan truly realized the confidence his leap in strength had brought him. It was the power to say no to unreasonable people whenever he wanted.
This bastard still want to save face. Once and out. Get lost.
He flicked his finger and a spark of starlight shot out, landing on the table in front of the big man. The table was consumed by that speck of starlight, turning into dust that crumbled away. Keep talking, why not mention what your son did? Qi Yuan remained expressionless, his tone cold and grim. When it comes to arrogance, I cannot even compare to your son. The big man was rendered speechless, his legs trembling. When the starlight appeared, he thought Qi Yuan was going to strike him, and he was nearly scared out of his wits. But after catching his breath, he felt he had not done anything wrong. His son only made a small mistake. He saved so many people, surely it is not too much to ask for a little immunity. The young master of the Qi family seemed to see right through his thoughts and sneered, I have saved so many people, so is it really so wrong for my subordinate to give your son a beating? At this point, the big man had no choice but to face Qi Yuan head-on. With so many eyes watching, if he backed down today, how would he ever show his face in Shenzhen again? Cannot we just be a bit more polite to each other? The big man was at his wit's end. Why had he been so foolish as to think that in front of everyone, the Qi family's young master would offer a bit of courtesy? Great, now not only was he mocked as a coward before, but now he has added another laughingstock to his record. The kid messed up. If you wanted to discipline him yourself, I would not have said a word, but having your subordinate do it is a slap to my face. Even though he had to stand his ground, the big man was still apprehensive, using the harshest tone to say the most cowardly words. Fine, after the meeting I will do it myself. Wait, such a good thing. Qi Yuan almost lost his composure and laughed out loud. Wait, no. The big man was confused. How did it turn into beating his son again? He connected it to Qi Yuan's earlier comment about whether a beating was not enough and him doing it himself, and a chill went straight to his brain. His mind was flooded with images of his son dying until not even ashes remained. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he hurriedly waved his hands. No need for you to do it. I will teach this rebellious son a lesson myself. After saying that, he seemed to find a target for his anger. That is right, everything was the fault of that rebellious son. Spending so much money and still could not find a casual hookup, had to go looking for something more stimulating. The big man seemed to resonate with Qi Yuan, patting his chest and swearing, rest assured, I will break that brat's legs myself. Qi Yuan was choked up by the sudden shift in tone, but he could sense that the big man really intended to give his son a serious beating. Is this the power of threatening to smash the door just to get someone to open a window? The branch president was also stunned. If you want to beat your kid, just do it. Why announce it at the meeting? Made him think two A-level psychics were about to have a brawl. I am not here to listen to you chat about family matters. With the standoff between Qi Yuan and the big man over, the man from the patrol team immediately spoke up to remind them. We received intelligence from an informant that the anti-psychic group is planning a large-scale operation soon, which is one of the reasons we called this emergency meeting. As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the room cursed bitterly. If you ask me, we should just kill them all. Who cares about social impact? Are you brainless? Do you want to create even more opposition? They should really go abroad and see how things are. Why are they still not satisfied? The patrol team member clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. The moment disaster strikes them, all talk of statistical probability becomes empty. This bunch of A-level psychics were all pretending to be stupid, and whenever a real problem came up, they just spewed nonsense. It was enough to make his blood boil. The woman at the front quickly stood up to lead the meeting. Our patrol team's intention is to curb the growing number of monster incidents. Perhaps we should join forces to get through this hardship together. Once this was said, the hot-headed people who had just seemed brainless suddenly went quiet, all shutting their mouths. What do we need to do? A voice broke the silence. The patrol team member looked over. It was Qi Yuan, the one with gold eyes who had not been in Shenzhen for long. He had seen the earlier confrontation, and because Qi Yuan stood up for ordinary people, he had a good impression of him. As expected, it is easier to work with one's own kind. Do not know when the higher-ups will finally move Qi Yuan to a public-facing role. Everyone who needs to know already knows, why not transfer him? The other A-level psychics stared at Qi Yuan. There's a traitor among us. If he is so dedicated to the country and the people, why did not he join the patrol team? What is he doing in the Psychic Association? The woman at the front reacted quickly, fearing the situation would turn cold if she waited a second longer. Assist in clearing out monsters and following up on cases of suspected high-level monsters. Our patrol team will share intelligence on these cases. The cases vary in difficulty, so to ensure fairness, we will distribute them by drawing lots. Hearing this, the level psychics' expressions changed drastically. If they were tasked with tracking high-level monsters or fighting them directly, they would not have been this rattled. In the minds of ordinary people, A-level and S-level are both considered high-level, but in reality, information on S-level monsters is heavily classified by the Dragon Nation's officials. A key condition for an A-level monster to advance to S-level is using the unstable spatial state of a fusion domain to assimilate domains, construct monster domains, and establish a new dimension atop the fusion domain. Although a monster domain cannot move, it possesses its own spatial rules. Once an ordinary person accidentally comes into contact with it and establishes a connection, they can disappear into any corner of the city, which is the source of many of the large number of missing person cases every year. Why is the Anti-Psychic Association under so much scrutiny? It is because many of them worship high-level monsters, making them important channels for spreading those connections. Even the strongest A-level monsters follow a trail. Suspected high-level monster cases mean the patrol team could not collect enough clues, which is equivalent to having a chance of encountering an S-level monster. Although the probability is not high, just like what the patrol team man said earlier. If you are unlucky enough to encounter one, any probability is just empty talk. For you, it is 100%. Someone could no longer sit still and slammed their hands on the table, jumping up. Are you kidding? If we poke a hornet's nest, is there anyone here who can handle the fallout? One after another, voices chimed in. There is no need to be in such a hurry. Even if we find it, we cannot deal with it anyway. Exactly, we should just focus on what we can actually handle first. The hot-headed person on the floor turned peacemaker, trying to persuade the duty team not to be so reckless. The meeting room became chaotic and murky, just like a morning produce market. The woman at the front looked flustered, while the man from the duty team watched with a cold gaze. He had known exactly what kind of people they were for a long time. The branch president, who had not said much until now, gave 2 dry coughs and raised both hands, making a downward gesture. The noisy chatter stopped, and all eyes shifted to the branch president. The branch president looked around, let his gaze rest on Chi Yuan for a moment, and then spoke. This is an order from above. If there are no other questions, let us draw lots. Orders from above cannot be changed. If they wanted to stay in the Dragon Kingdom, they had to comply. The A-rank ability users said nothing more, each stepping forward to draw a number and receive a sealed file folder. With the most important goal achieved, the branch president announced the end of the meeting. Chi Yuan walked out with the folder tucked under his arm, watching helplessly as these A-rank users tossed their folders to their subordinates and left in a huff. He felt a bit troubled. He never expected that the Dragon Kingdom would have A-rank ability users run teams and also assist with investigations. 2 months later, the boomerang had finally hit him. A team was necessary, he could not get by without one. So the question is, where can one find team members who do not cost money and can feed themselves? Give him the address and he would go pick them up right now. Chi Yuan looked melancholic, even a capitalist would cry upon seeing him. His shoulder was tapped cautiously. The big man rubbed his hands like a fly and apologized with a smile. I am going home to beat my rebellious son. Would you like to come and watch? Forget it, I have something else to do later. It might be entertaining to watch an entitled second-generation ability user get a beating, but the thought of having to make small talk with the big man was exhausting. Chi Yuan thought it would be better to just head back to school. Not long after, a young man who had just recovered from his injuries was grabbed by his father and given a sound thrashing. Pained yelps echoed throughout the mansion. Dad, why are you hitting me? For acting out like a fool, this is to teach you a lesson. Ow, you are going to kill me if you keep hitting. Good, then I might as well break your leg while I am at it. In the field training ground of Shenzhen University, Liao Shiquan and the other 3 were sitting in a hidden spot. Zhu Zi checked the time and said to the others, Rest time is over, let us get moving. At those words, Liao Shiquan stood up and threw something into his shadow, which the shadow swallowed and quickly transformed into an E-rank 3-headed dog monster. He controlled the 3-headed dog to scout the path ahead, preventing the seniors from setting any traps or ambushes. The other 3 followed closely behind him, staying on high alert to handle any unexpected situations. Suddenly, Liao Shiquan stopped and raised his left hand with his index finger up. This was their agreed-upon retreat signal. Without a word, the 3 of them quietly backed away. As they retreated, the bushes in front of them suddenly shook violently, accompanied by a rustling sound. Realizing the prey was trying to escape, several tattered, sharp-wielding figures chased after them. Run! Seeing the enemies approaching, Liao Shiquan loudly warned his teammates. The seniors from their school would not go to such lengths just to play a prank on the freshmen. More importantly, the three-headed dog had picked up the scent of blood permeating the air. Without knowing the strength of these unknown individuals, the best strategy was to relay the message rather than rashly engaging in combat. The four of them did not care about making noise anymore and took off running. Zhu Zi took a communicator out of his pocket and reached out to Instructor Wang. Instructor Wang's voice quickly came through. Hello. Reporting, Instructor. We have encountered unknown individuals wielding blades in the training grounds. Training suspended. Get away as fast as you can. Describe the features of these individuals. Hearing Instructor Wang, Zhu Zi glanced back at their pursuers and nearly gagged. These people had tentacles growing from their eye sockets, with eyeballs bulging and extending upwards like snail eyes. Their limbs hung limply by their sides, their bodies were bloated, their skin was a translucent red that constantly exuded mucus, and there were patches of spots covering their skin. The way they chased looked just like mollusks crawling along. Liao Shiquan saw Zhu Zi's reaction and could not help but look back as well. Curiosity killed the cat, he should not have taken that look. Describe the features, can you hear me? Seeing Zhu Zi speechless, Jiang Wenian took the communicator and said loudly, Instructor, they have all turned into mollusks. Instructor Wang's voice immediately replied, I understand, reinforcements are already on the way, keep yourselves safe. Just as Jiang Wenian was about to respond, a scream rang out from their front left. A girl in school uniform fell to her knees with weak legs, her face deathly pale, pointing tremblingly at the people chasing them. One or two of the pursuers left the pack and headed straight for the girl. Her eyes wide with terror, she looked at them for help. Save me, I cannot walk anymore. The four of them just glanced at her and looked away. Instead of stopping to help, they ran even faster. Are you kidding? Not to mention getting separated during field training, even a female student in the field medical department would not be that weak. They were not idiots. Help, please save me. The girl's desperate cries could not bring them back. Seeing that the four of them were so heartless, her expression shifted. She became blank and expressionless, muttering neurotically. Ability user should die, ability user should die. As she kept repeating this, her face began to twist, revealing a look of pure madness. A shrill scream erupted from her throat. Her hair transformed into writhing worms, attacking Liao Shiquan and his team. Keep going, leave this to me. Liao Shiquan whispered. He took a new monster limb from his spatial ring and tossed it into the shadow. The shadow spat back the medium of the three-headed dog, wrapped around the new limb and reshaped itself. Black wall rose up, blocking the girl's attack. Jiang Wenian asked while running, what on earth is that thing? If you say they are transformation ability users, why are there so many of the same type? Monster parasites? Some people in pursuit of power allow monsters to parasitize them to borrow their strength. Liao Shiquan explained. This new term left Jiang Wenian stunned for a moment. She repeated, monster parasites. Yes, though not every monster can be a parasite. Liao Shiquan looked complicated. Shenzhen has a massive population. It is the most prosperous city after Jidu, and where there are people, there is a dark underbelly. These tattered people, most likely they were the people forgotten by the city, hidden avengers from the abyss. Attention, all students, there is an engagement near entrance 4, please leave the training ground through other exits. The broadcast in the training ground kept sounding, warning students to evacuate as soon as possible. Entrance 4. Is not that exactly where they were? At Gate 4, several instructors who were longtime teammates worked in perfect coordination and quickly eliminated the group of parasitic monsters. One instructor stood in a tree, holding guns in both hands. Finally finished, he let out a sigh of relief and started bragging after the fact. They really underestimated our National Guard. There are more coming, do not let your guard down. Instructor Wang drew his sword and pointed it forward. The other instructors looked around, heightening their vigilance. The wind blew through the woods, causing the leaves to rustle as they brushed against each other. They stood on guard for a while but found nothing, so they all looked at Instructor Wang. Instructor Wang shook his head, feeling puzzled. Suddenly he noticed a black shadow flash by behind him. Instructor Wang immediately turned around to check, but saw only the noisy students behind him with nothing unusual. Relying on his years of combat experience and intuition, he gave chase. "Hey, what is it?" The other instructors followed Instructor Wang and asked. Instructor Wang frowned and scanned his surroundings. "Over here." He whipped out his sword and thrust it forward. The blade pierced the air, and blood dripped down from a spot 10 centimeters away from the wall. "Someone is here." The instructors were slightly stunned, but quickly reacted and launched an attack at the bleeding spot. A human silhouette gradually appeared where the blood was flowing. Instructor Wang used the tip of his sword to flick away the strange cloak covering the figure. It looked like a supernatural artifact. This unidentified intruder seemed to give up struggling, leaning against the wall and letting them attack. Sensing something wrong, the instructors immediately stopped. Unfortunately, it was already too late. A ghost bride in a wedding dress floated out from the intruder's body, completely detaching from it. With a pale face and crimson lips, if she were human, she would surely be a great beauty. The person lying on the floor instantly lost all signs of life after the ghost bride left his body. The ghost bride held a doll in her hands and red threads were wound around her body, with the other ends tied to the instructors. The marriage contract is sealed. Husband and wife live and die together, sharing the same grave. Instructor Wang's face changed drastically as he shouted, "All students, evacuate the area immediately." This ghost bride has devoured who knows how many humans. She has actually reached grade B. More importantly, because they attacked her, they have fulfilled the conditions for her revenge. Now the ghost bride can seal a marriage contract with them. For parties in a marriage contract, attacking the ghost bride will cause them equal damage. If that were all, they would gladly sacrifice their lives to ensure the safety of the next generation. But the problem lies in the doll she is holding, a substitute doll. The ghost bride can shift the damage from the marriage contract onto the doll. If they damage her, they get hurt while she remains completely unharmed. If she damages them, the doll takes the hit for her. Someone must deliver a finishing blow to the ghost bride now to stop her actions. Clearly, the instructors lack the conditions and strength for that. The students are not stupid. They have been taught in class, so they naturally recognize a ghost bride. Soon, a junior student stood up to direct the scene and lead the freshmen in evacuation. But things did not go as smoothly as expected. The ghost bride curled her fingers into claws and floated rapidly toward the students. The instructors tried their best to intercept but could not stop her. Ultimately, for grade C and D supernatural users, stopping a grade B monster without being able to attack it is simply impossible. Gate 4 requesting backup. The enemy is a grade B monster, the ghost bride. With no other choice, Instructor Wang had to prioritize requesting backup before chasing after her to protect the students. The students, who had barely maintained order, had their formation completely shattered by the ghost bride's attack and scattered in all directions. The gap in strength between the two sides was too vast. In an instant, the ghost bride's claws pierced through the chests of two students, dragging their bodies away. "Captain Wang, this is bad," an instructor said, realizing the ghost bride intended to eat her fill and then flee to hide back among the crowd. "I know, keep following." Instructor Wang's expression was calm. He could see her intention as well. But it was fortunate enough that there were not more casualties among the students. They had to keep close to the ghost bride to prevent her from blending back into the crowd. That said, he was not feeling very confident. The ghost bride could float, and she was much faster than them. Before long, they could barely see her, reduced to a mere speck in the distance. The ghost bride looked back at Instructor Wang and the others, her lips curling into a smile. These humans resisting supernatural powers are truly ridiculous. It just let itself be parasitized. Did they really think it would work for them and start a massacre at the school? Who would eat all their food at once? Would not that just be a waste? Besides, it is not mindless. Why stay and wait for high-level supernatural users to kill it instead of running away? Having swallowed the corpses in its hands, the ghost bride was satisfied and muttered softly, "I will go find another human to parasitize later." It had finally tasted the sweet benefits of parasitizing humans. Suddenly, it noticed someone ahead wearing a black cloak, a hood, and a wooden mask covering their face. This person took a long blade out of their pocket. The scabbard was jet black, intricately carved with patterns and inlaid with gold thread. Clang! The blade left its sheath with a sharp sound. The edge was razor-sharp, radiating a hint of cold chill. He raised the blade with both hands and swung it down simply. The ghost bride sneered, "That is it. Just another human who does not know how to use a sword, pretending to be impressive. I will block it directly, no problem." Whoosh! A flash of blade light sliced through the air toward the ghost bride. "No problem, my foot." In its final moments, this thought echoed repeatedly in its mind. Its body was sliced in half by the blade light, fell in midair and slammed hard onto the ground. The mysterious person who suddenly appeared sheathed their blade and turned around with style. Real men never look at explosions. Well, though there was no explosion, a monster bit the dust, so it is pretty much the same thing. As the mysterious person was thinking this, they suddenly locked eyes with a pair of light brown eyes. Chi Yuan, carrying a file folder, stood in the middle of the road looking at this weirdly dressed mysterious person, blocking their path. He was itching to learn from the way the stranger was posing, but then suddenly remembered that wearing eccentric clothes is forbidden at school. Eccentric clothing is not allowed in school. And so, Chi Yuan gave the mysterious person a friendly reminder. The mysterious person was caught off guard by his words and stood there dumbfounded, saying nothing. An autumn breeze blew, the ghost bride's corpse lay quietly on the ground, and as the two stood face to face, their clothes fluttered in the wind. When the instructors and the others arrived, this was the scene they saw. Seeing Chi Yuan and the mysterious person in a standoff, Instructor Wang sternly questioned them. "Who are you? What is your business sneaking into our school?" Under Instructor Wang's questioning, the mysterious person was slightly startled, then took a step back, bowed, and cupped their hands toward Chi Yuan. "Young master, I have slain the monster. Your subordinate will now withdraw." After finishing his sentence, the mysterious figure turned and quickly slipped away. The instructors did not stop him this time. Instead, they all wore expressions of sudden realization. Instructor Wang looked apologetic and turned to Chi Yuan. "My apologies, I thought you were an intruder." "It is fine." Chi Yuan, who usually drew a clear line between himself and unidentified individuals, uncharacteristically chose not to explain this time. The corners of his mouth curled up. It was truly like a long-awaited rain during a drought, just the right timing. He had just been fretting about where to find a subordinate who did not cost him money. And here he was not he. Chi Yuan looked forward to seeing the look on the mysterious man's face when he came knocking at his door. Since the guy had tricked him 3 times, he really ought to collect some interest. The situation on campus was resolved by the arriving instructors. He was summoned back for a meeting again. This attack was not limited to Chengcheng University. People had also infiltrated the combat department of Chengcheng High School, but fortunately, the high school fell within the patrol team's jurisdiction and the situation was quickly brought under control. For the time being, the school had no intention of organizing large-scale military training. That day, Chi Yuan arrived in front of a residential building. His free-of-charge subordinate had not been to class since taking leave after handling things that day. It seemed that using that powerful finishing move was still quite a strain on him. After all, Chi Yuan was not a monster, so he would just have to wait for him to recover from his internal injuries before putting him to work. The documents in the file bag indicated that the missing person, Su Yingxia, lived here. He was accompanied by a property management staff member who was rambling on incessantly. Their daughter was beautiful and she had tons of guys chasing her before she went missing, including some unruly types who liked to get handsy. After she went missing, the patrol team could not find the culprit. They figured some powerful person had taken her and the patrol team was covering for him. So the couple has some hostility toward officials. Please do not take it personally if they offend you later. The property worker was quite kind-hearted, clearly trying to protect this family in his words. He followed the worker to Su Yingxia's home. The doorbell rang a few times. Chi Yuan heard movement inside and gave a slight nod toward the security camera. "Excuse me." A woman's hysterical shouting came from behind the door. "Is it those traitors from the patrol team again? Go away, we are not seeing anyone." The property worker smiled helplessly and whispered, "Mothers just feel things more intensely, let me try instead." Chi Yuan stopped him, "No need." The worker stood silently behind Qi Yuan, thinking to himself, I do not know what this young man is being so stubborn about. There is no way the Su family will open the door for him. With his bearing, he looked exactly like a pampered young rich kid. And that was the type the Su family hated the most. Before Su Yingxia went missing, she had been harassed by a few rich young men and almost got into trouble. If they opened the door for him, he would eat his hat. Just as the worker was thinking this, the door opened. A middle-aged man with graying hair opened the door, his face full of exhaustion, and gestured with his right hand for them to enter. The two of you please come in. The property worker stood rooted to the spot, dumbfounded. How could they open the door for him? They hated rich kids, and this guy was even sent by the authorities. Qi Yuan did not stand on ceremony, put on a pair of slippers and walked into the living room. As soon as he entered, the Su parents eagerly brought out some fruit, their faces filled with sorrow. I beg you please save Huey. The Su parents did not know who the young man was, but knowing he had a high status was enough for them. It meant he had the power to rescue their daughter. He was like a ray of sunlight piercing the abyss, lighting up their desperate hearts. Seeing them about to kneel down while they spoke, Qi Yuan took the lead and signaled for them to sit. Sit down and talk. The parents nodded repeatedly, and only after sitting down did they realize the property worker was there and invited him to sit as well. Once settled, they began to ramble on about what happened to Su Yingxia. One day, Su Yingxia came home acting strangely. No matter how much they asked, she just shook her head. It was not until they helped her inside and made her a snack that she finally came to her senses, hugged her mother, and burst into tears. It turned out that she had been forcibly taken away by a wealthy young man that night and nearly met with disaster, but was fortunately saved by a kind person who claimed to be a subordinate of the Qi family. Qi Yuan's expression turned peculiar as he listened. No wonder the patrol team assigned this case to him, so much for a random draw, it was clearly rigged. Is there a problem? Do you need me to go into more detail? Seeing the change in his expression, the father immediately asked. No, that person is my subordinate. A future subordinate is still a subordinate, and Qi Yuan felt no guilt in his lie. I forgot to introduce myself, I am Qi Yuan. The anxious parents felt as if a shot of adrenaline had been injected into them upon hearing this, their faces lighting up with joy. Thank goodness they had met a benefactor. The father gripped his wife's trembling hand and continued with the rest of the story. After that incident, Su Yingxia became obsessed with awakening her supernatural abilities and started looking for all sorts of ways to do so. Her parents knew she had been traumatized, but they could not help, so they could only let her be. Whenever they found out she joined a group chat about ability awakening, they would join with fake accounts to monitor for any danger. Fortunately, their daughter still had some sense and rarely participated in sketchy offline gatherings, so they gradually felt more at ease. However, fate is unpredictable, and one day Su Yingxia suddenly vanished from her room. The patrol team investigated the scene but could not find any reason for her disappearance. The records were kept in the archives and Qi Yuan still had a copy. To whisk Huey away in the middle of the night, it must be an ability user who did this. The mother's eyes were red, and she sobbed uncontrollably. Qi Yuan watched them calmly and asked in a reassuring, steady tone, monsters could do it too, why are you so sure it was an ability user? Oh that. The parents looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. Right, monsters could do it too, why must it be an ability user? They recalled the comforting words from fellow members of the Ability Awakening group. It must have been an ability user. They always say the fusion realms are dangerous. Are they just afraid we will awaken abilities they cannot control? There are so many ability users in the world, yet they cannot clear out the monsters. I think it is intentional just to keep ordinary people under control. But is not the patrol team supposed to be patrolling? How could monsters appear without them knowing? And if it were monsters, why could not the patrol team find any clues? The father said, stumbling over his words. Sensing that the parents suspected he was trying to shift the blame onto monsters, Qi Yuan said no more and borrowed Su Yingxia's account from them. After successfully getting the account and chat logs, Qi Yuan chatted for a bit, found nothing new and rose to leave. He had originally wanted to let his subordinate rest and recover from his internal injuries for a few days. But now, Forget rest, time to get up and get to work. Inside a small villa, Chi Yuan rang the doorbell and positioned his face in front of the camera. The villa owner, who was lying on the sofa recovering from internal injuries, climbed up to check the monitor when he heard the bell. One look and he jumped up in terror, as if a vengeful ghost had come to collect his soul. What do we do? Did the Chi family track us down? The woman leaning against the window immediately walked over and gripped the villa owner's shoulder. Do not panic yet, he is your classmate. Maybe the teacher asked him to come and check on you on behalf of the whole class. The old man, who had been happily watching a little girl play with a rag doll on the floor, looked up and stroked his beard slowly. As long as our true origins remain undiscovered, what does it matter if the rest is known? That is easy for you to say. The villa owner ruffled his hair and muttered, I have dumped the blame on him 3 times, what if he is here to settle the score? It is 3 times. The old man corrected him, Union also dumped the blame once. I am already so miserable, and you are adding insult to injury. The villa owner was speechless. Can we pretend we are not home? The monk may run, but the temple cannot run away. If he is not actually here to settle scores, will not you just look guilty and ruin everything by acting suspicious? The woman covered her face. You guys are just too unreliable. You all go upstairs and hide, let us see how the situation develops. As the old man took the little girl's hand and walked upstairs, the woman's form gradually became translucent, wreathed in green light, and transformed into patterns that attached themselves to the villa owner. Chi Yuan waited outside for a while, but the door remained closed. If breaking and entering were not against morals and the law, he would have gone straight in. Open up, do not think I do not know you are home. After much hesitation, the door finally opened a crack, revealing Gao Cheng's face. Chi Yuan, is there something you need? Gao Cheng's wore an unnatural smile, trying hard to act as if nothing was wrong. It was very likely that Chi Yuan knew his internal thoughts, so he was projecting his guilt. No matter how Gao Cheng's performed, it felt inherently awkward. Will not you let me in to sit for a while? Gao Cheng's blocked the door gap firmly with his body, clearly guarding against him. Chi Yuan offered a thoughtful request for a private chat. After all, if a subordinate's secret identity was blown, how could he keep them working for him for free? Gao Cheng's, surely you would not want others to know. Chi Yuan cut off his own train of thought. Any further would lead into a horror story. Hearing Chi Yuan's words, Gao Cheng's gave an awkward smile and stepped aside. Come in. As Chi Yuan sat on the sofa, Gao Cheng's picked up the laptop from the cushions, set it aside, and sat down as well. Did the teacher ask you to check on me? My injuries are almost healed, I can go back to class in a few days. Of course, Gao Cheng's did not tell the teacher about his internal injuries. Instead, he submitted a fake certificate claiming he was injured by a monster in the wilderness training ground and needed bed rest. Chi Yuan casually took out a document bag and handed it to Gao Cheng's. Gao Cheng's took the document bag with a puzzled look and opened it to check. As long as he is not here to cause trouble. This thought lasted only an instant before being replaced by a new one. He is definitely here to settle the score. The girl in the photo looked so familiar. It was his middle school classmate Su Yingxia. This girl was also the reason he had tried to sabotage Chi Yuan. He had happened to encounter her being dragged away by a group of rich kids and saved her on a whim. However, he could save her once or twice, but he could not keep an eye on her forever. Not to mention, it was inconvenient to reveal his identity while hiding behind his mask, and even without the mask, he could not intimidate those rich kids. After all, ever since his stepmother married his father, his status as the young master of the Gao family had become empty in name only. He thought this would protect her. It must have been those supernatural heirs who did this. With a hypothesis in mind, Gao Cheng's asked coldly who did this. Su Yingxia had nothing to do with him, but as a person, it is hard not to feel angry at the dark side of things. Chi Yuan answered very bluntly, I do not know, that is your job. My job. Gao Cheng's was filled with question marks, and his anger instantly evaporated. What does this have to do with him? At this moment, an ominous premonition rose in Gao Cheng's heart. Intuition told him that Chi Yuan was about to say something he would find hard to accept. He saw the Chi Yuan next to him reveal a strange smile, his tone rising. You admitted to being a subordinate of the Chi family, and I agreed. Now I am handing the work over to you. He knew it all along. But Gao Chang's looked at him in shock, wanting to check if his head was broken. Bro, I was just dumping some blame. As the dignified young master of the Gao family, why would I agree to be your subordinate? Are you out of your mind? Gao Chang's was just about to righteously refuse Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan only made 2 movements. He pointed upstairs, then pointed at Gao Chang's. Gao Chang's instantly caved. Of course I can do it. Facing Qi Yuan's threatening gaze, Gao Chang's quickly surrendered. Maybe he was the one whose brain was broken. Alright, please leave it to me. Seeing Gao Chang's sensibly accept the task and run upstairs to discuss it with his accomplices, Qi Yuan nodded with satisfaction and took out his phone to scroll through the Awakening Ability discussion group. The things discussed in the group were bizarre and sometimes even contradictory, yet everyone sounded so convincing. Guys, this is a formation I modified based on the Awakening Array. I will try to bypass the blockade to enter the fusion domain, then let you know if it works. Forget the array, any other ideas? I heard that an ability item called the Hanging Garden has appeared abroad recently. It shifts space and appears randomly in corners of the world. If you have the chance to enter, you can not only awaken an ability but perhaps even gain control of this item. I already fail at awakening my ability based on sheer luck, so forget about the Hanging Garden. We seem to have one in our country too. It is a temple. The specific method to enter is... In Qi Yuan's view, most of this was like superstitious gacha rituals, seemingly elaborate but actually useless. Just as he was looking on with curiosity, the sound of running footsteps echoed from the stairs. Soon, a little girl ran toward him, clutching a rag doll in one hand and pointed at Qi Yuan, accusing him in a milky voice. "You big bad guy, it is you." Qi Yuan glanced at her and beckoned for her to come over. The little girl skipped toward him, but before she could reveal a triumphant smile, she let out an ouch. She touched her forehead with both hands and looked at Qi Yuan with teary eyes. Qi Yuan retracted the finger he had used to flick her forehead. "Your little schemes are too easy to guess. If you play tricks again, I will make sure you do not get any snacks today." "Sister Kingren, he is bullying me again." The little girl rolled her eyes, hatching a plan. "If you do not fall for the cuteness, someone else will." Yin Kingren also walked down the stairs, her eyes filled with vigilance as she stared at Qi Yuan, speaking coldly. She is still just a child. A child who proactively schemes against others. When the victim comes to the door, she does not plan to apologize but instead plays the thief crying, "Stop thief." Although he was being treated with hostility by Yin Kingren and the little girl, Qi Yuan's mood remained excellent. No one could stay angry when facing a sucker who was going to work for them for free. Yin Kingren would not back down, her tone remaining icy. "You are not bad yourself. The difficulty of this mission is not low." Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. Of course he knew the difficulty was high, otherwise he would have just called LV Cheng for help. "Who told you guys to show up on my doorstep?" After he finished speaking, he looked down at the little girl. "It must have been you who told them the Qi family has significant influence, right? A gentleman takes revenge, and 10 years is not too late." Yin Kingren was slightly taken aback and looked at the little girl, as clues in her mind quickly connected. Just from one meeting, he figured out that we would use his name to hide our identities. Losing to him is not unfair at all. The little girl widened her black and white eyes, planning to play innocent, but she was shocked by the aura emanating from Yin Kingren. The little girl finally realized. Qi Yuan had no intention of questioning her, but was instead passing the blame onto her. "HMPH, you bad big brother. Do not be scared now. Who says I did not hear you calling me uncle in your head?" Qi Yuan thought to himself while laughing, watching the little girl get scolded. Regarding the Su Yingxia case, the duty team has already investigated everything that needed to be investigated. Gao Chang's closed the file and fell into deep thought. Although his father's remarriage had made life difficult for him, being a second-generation ability user meant he still had access to information faster than the average person. After carefully reading through the files, Gao Chang's realized it had absolutely nothing to do with second-generation ability users. There are plenty of ways to cover things up in that regard, and leaving them as cold cases makes it easier for the higher-ups to step in. Based on the scene investigation and reconstruction, it did not seem to have much to do with monsters either. Even for S-class monsters, there are only a few ways they can establish a connection with humans. And if they want the person involved to remain unaware, the methods are even fewer. It is usually spread privately by humans who worship them, often through forms like baptism with holy water or believing that touching holy relics brings good luck. Or it could be by accidentally wandering into their territory or being parasitized by their avatars. In short, you either come into contact with it directly or indirectly through its territory. So where exactly did things go wrong? Gao Chang's rubbed the surface of the paper, eyes cast downward as he looked at the files in his hands. He could not distinguish the cause of Su Yingxia's disappearance at all. Was it someone playing tricks, or did a monster take her away? No leads. Yin Qingren leaned against the table and asked in a soft voice. Gao Chang shook his head. There is a lot of information, but I cannot tell which part is useful. That does not matter anymore, there are new people missing. Qi Yuan's voice sounded from the doorway. After all, we are in someone else's house. Running around without the host's permission is never a good idea. So Qi Yuan tucked Yunian under one arm, and with the other he knocked on the door to alert the two that he had come upstairs. Yunian, who had been playing with her stuffed bear on the floor, looked a bit bewildered after being suddenly hijacked to the second floor. But since she no longer dared to provoke the demon king Qi Yuan, she lay obediently on his arm. When Yin Qingren and Gao Chang's looked over, Qi Yuan gestured with the phone in his hand. The duty team just messaged me. The new case is very similar to Su Yingxia's. Gao Chang's and Yin Qingren immediately got up to leave, but Qi Yuan called out to them. Are not you planning to leave through another door? Gao Chang's and Yunian shared the same look of confusion. Is there something wrong with using the main entrance? Yin Qingren pondered for a moment and realized, your public identity is his subordinate, not yourself. Gao Chang's realized it instantly. He could not get involved in this matter under his own name, so it should be Qi Yuan's subordinate going out. If he and Qi Yuan walked out the front door together, it would be equivalent to giving themselves away. I want to go too. Yunian raised her hand and shouted from Qi Yuan's arm, I have not been out in a long time. Yin Qingren flatly refused, no. The little girl cast an expectant look toward Qi Yuan. Gao Chang was speechless. She has been totally screwed over by him, and yet she is still looking to Qi Yuan. Is she stupid? He would never admit that the little girl's betrayal had broken his heart. This time, Qi Yuan did not disappoint the little girl's expectations. He nodded and said, it is not impossible. Before Yunian could cheer, Yin Qingren interjected with a refusal. Our current identities are not suitable for walking around outside, especially since Yunian is young and easily recognizable. I mean, we do not have to have only one subordinate. Why do not you let her possess Gao Chang's and then you just tag along? Qi Yuan gestured toward Yin Qingren. Obviously, the more subordinates the better. Yin Qingren. Although she did not really want to agree, seeing Yunian's pathetic expression, she gave in. Not long after, two mysterious figures dressed similarly stood in the villa, staring at each other in silence. Seeing how conspicuous they were, Qi Yuan decided to take the bus himself, leaving them to deal with their own social embarrassment. Change first, we will swap back once we get near the location. Gao Chang's, who had plenty of experience with aliases, quickly pinpointed the problem. And what about Yunian? Yin Qingren pointed at the small cloth doll perched on Gao Chang's head. A grown man wearing a cloth doll on his head is way too weird. You just wear a hat then. They finally resolved their travel issues and rushed to the crime scene. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan had already arrived at the home of the new missing person, Yi Yuan, where her family members were being taken by the duty team to provide statements. He saw someone here he had not expected. Jai Jia was holding a water bottle, speaking softly to the note-taker. It was clear the note-taker was struggling to hear her, constantly tilting his ear and leaning closer to Jai Jia. Whenever Jai Jia noticed him leaning in, she would speak slightly louder and pull back, only to inadvertently return to her original volume shortly after. The note-taker could not hear clearly and had to keep asking her to repeat herself. Even with Qi Yuan's high-level ability user physique, he could barely hear what she was saying as he approached. A few days ago, she and I agreed to meet today. Because she did not show up on time and did not reply to messages, I came to her place to look for her. Was there anything unusual before she disappeared? Jia nervously picked at her fingers, lowering her head to recall. I was at military training, but I heard her say someone in her class was bullying her. The note-taker leaned in even closer. He had not heard the first half clearly, but he caught the second half. Bullying.
Yes.
Jia lowered her head, hiding her eyes behind her bangs, and took her phone out of her pocket. She scrolled to the chat history about the bullying, handed it to the note-taker, and waited quietly. Chi Yuan stood behind the note-taker, just able to see the content on the screen. Yuan Gu Bali said I wanted to seduce her boyfriend and told the whole class not to talk to me. I honestly just glanced at him out of curiosity, I swear. Yuan, they cornered me in the restroom and would not listen no matter how I explained. Yuan, my classmates are treating me like air, refusing to talk to me. I am really about to break down. Yuan, my parents will not help me either. I am so tired. Yuan, if I had powers like you, would they not dare to bully me anymore? The rest of the conversation was Jia comforting her and making plans to meet after military training. Later, the training ended early and Jia immediately invited Yuan to meet. The note-taker recorded the information on the form and returned the phone to Jia. After a few more routine questions, which Jia answered one by one. Jia did not leave after finishing the statement and instead watched quietly from the side. Chi Yuan saw a duty officer step forward to inspect the room.
Ability traces.
Yuan's figure appeared, ethereal and faint, resting on the bed. A moment later, she disappeared into thin air. No matter how much energy the officer exerted, Yuan's phantom kept repeating the process. Man walked over. This is why we think her case is similar to Su Yingxia's. Both of them disappeared into thin air while lying on their beds. Chi Yuan recognized him as the man from the duty team at the meeting. Behind him followed two people in strange attire. Seeing Chi Yuan's focus on them, the man spoke, I noticed your subordinates downstairs, so I brought them up. Sorry for the trouble. The man waved his hand, no need to be so polite with me, I am just a rough guy and cannot handle that stuff. I forgot to introduce myself last time, the name is Yishi. Yishi was just as he had described himself, he did not care much for formalities. A single pleasantry was his limit and he dove straight to the point. If it is confirmed that this case was caused by an S-rank monster, you must tell us. The higher-ups have stated that it must be reported immediately. Should not something like this be kept confidential? Chi Yuan could not understand Yishi's way of doing things. Are you sure it is okay to just say that out in public like this? Yishi did not think much of it. Honestly, how well do you think those rank ability users can keep a secret? They walk out with their faces pulled long, terrified that someone else might not know about it. That was true, and Chi Yuan could not help but agree. After their conversation, the two turned their attention back to Yi Yuan's case. Chi Yuan did not know how to investigate a case. It was impossible for him to go around searching high and low, then adjust his glasses and declare that there is only one truth. But at least he knew how to find common ground. Both missing individuals wanted to awaken their abilities. Investigating in that direction definitely would not be wrong. After learning the course of events, the three of them left the residential building. Seeing that it was getting late, Chi Yuan took pity on them and said, "Let us stop here for today. You two should go back and pay attention to the chat groups that Su Yingxia and Yi Yuan joined." Gao Chang's was confused. Are we not going to ask Gu Bali for information?
That
Yin Qingren said in a flat tone. Gu Bali is just the source of Yi Yuan's desire to awaken her ability, not the reason for her disappearance. Can you guys take me with you? It is at least a lead better than us searching for a needle in a haystack in those chat groups. Gao Chang shrugged, then looked around. Did you hear a sound just now? It is me, classmate Gao. Jia's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, but the tone sounded as if she had used all her strength to call out. Oh, so it was Jia. Gao Chang's was about to greet her as usual, but then he realized something was wrong. How does she know who I am? Chills ran down his spine and he felt numb. Why did his cover keep getting blown today? Or perhaps everyone already knew, they just did not say it out loud. At the mere thought of this possibility, Gao Chang's wanted to find a hole to bury himself in. Yin Qingren was surprised. If Chi Yuan noticing them was within expectations, it surprised her that this girl knew as well. Gao Chang's was a bit reluctant and wanted to struggle a little more, attempting to save his reputation. But Qi Yuan did not give him any face, tearing off the mask directly. How did you know he was Gao Chang's? Jai Jia covered her mouth with her fingers and tugged at her hem, making her already small voice even quieter. Intuition and classmate Gao cannot be possessed by ghosts. Although the sentence was short, it completely sealed Gao Chang's fate. He could not argue with that. Ever since he met Yin Qingren and the others, he had had someone hanging on him every time he went out. Who does not carry a companion when they go out? If a fight broke out, he could not exactly shout, "Wait until I grab my companion before I fight you. Let us go, let us find somewhere else to talk." Even though it was Gao Chang's secret that was revealed, Yin Qingren felt a bit uneasy and suggested changing locations to talk. Jai Jia touched her bangs. "Oh, okay." The four of them found a secluded corner. 8 eyes looked at each other, and surprisingly no one took the initiative to speak. In the end, all eyes focused on Qi Yuan. "Is not this what you wanted to discuss?" Qi Yuan was completely baffled, and staying in this standoff was not a solution. He thought for a moment and said, "You want to investigate Yi Yuan's case?" Seeing Jai Jia nod, Qi Yuan added, "You heard Yishi, the danger level is not low." She nodded again, but the gesture was more pronounced this time, signaling Jai Jia's determination. "Then let us do it together." It would not be of any use if he disagreed anyway, as she would investigate it herself. Since that was the case, he might as well recruit another pair of hands. Qi Yuan did not hesitate. After settling this matter, the atmosphere fell into a deathly silence again. Yin Qingren and Gao Chang's were caught off guard by Jai Jia's sudden use of classmate Gao. They were like an author stuck on a difficult paragraph, unable to find the words, and spent a long time deliberating without speaking. Jai Jia vaguely sensed this, but she was not good at small talk, so she started feeling anxious too. Just as Qi Yuan was about to force an end to their six-eyed stare-down. "Hey, this is our turf." Some thugs were holding steel pipes with cigarettes dangling from their mouths. All they were missing were thick gold chains around their necks. Once they saw the situation in the alley, they could not help but gape, and their cigarettes fell to the ground one after another. In the alley, an imposing young man was protecting a girl, standing in a standoff with 2 mysterious individuals. When the mysterious individuals turned back to look at them, an intense killing intent washed over them. Words like trading, mysterious organization, assassination, and gang war flashed quickly through their minds. "Crap, we are done for. Big brother and big sister, excuse us, we will leave now." It was too late to leave, and after becoming the vent for their frustrations, they soon scrambled into the police station in terror. "Officer, I surrender. There is a ghost." After cooperating to beat up the thugs, the 3 of them stopped worrying. Gao Chang's got straight to the point, asking Jai Jia to help keep their secret. Jai Jia, of course, nodded vigorously in response before speaking with a bashful tone. "My intuition tells me to find her, and my intuition has always been very accurate." In the end, the 4 of them, under Jai Jia's persistence, went to look for Gu Bali. Since they had no other leads, there was no loss in checking it out, so they immediately decided to look for Gu Bali. It was nearly night, and they knocked on the door of Gu Bali's house. The woman who opened the door looked exhausted, and the sound of mahjong tiles clicking together constantly echoed from inside the room. "She is not home, maybe she is out playing somewhere. May I ask where she went?" The woman's expression was impatient, but she softened a bit when she saw Qi Yuan's face. "She has not been back for days, how would I know?" "She has not been back in days, and you are not even asking about her." Qi Yuan wondered if this woman was actually a relative of Gu Bali. It seemed as if whether Gu Bali lived or died had nothing to do with her. "May I ask who you are?" "I am her mother. If there is nothing else, I am going back to play mahjong." "All right." The 4 of them looked at each other, at a loss for words. Gao Chang suggested tentatively, "Should we go to her school tomorrow to look for her?" "I suppose that is all we can do." Yin Qingren stood with her arms crossed, showing little enthusiasm for this matter. Hearing them say this, Qi Yuan deleted the request for help he had half composed. Based on Qi Yuan's rich experience with reporting, he had added Yishi on WeChat that afternoon. Asking someone else to work overtime at night to look for files for him really would not be very decent. Jai Jia raised her hand, keeping it halfway up. "Maybe, I can rely on my intuition to find Gu Bali. They had never seen this way of finding someone, and the three of them were completely stumped. The three of them, harboring a desire to see what would happen, followed Jai Jia as she turned left and right, finally arriving in front of a room in a karaoke club. When they opened the door, Gu Bali was holding a microphone and singing a duet passionately with a boy. Chi Yuan, who had always let others contribute to global warming, took a sharp breath at this moment. You call this intuition? How is this any different from using a cheat code? Suddenly, a few strange people burst in, and the students in the room panicked reflexively. It looked like they had PTSD from being caught by teachers and parents. As much as they were slackers, they were still panicked after getting caught. Once they realized the newcomers had nothing to do with their teachers or parents, they grew cocky and started clamoring all at once. Who are you guys? Why are you barging into other people's space? This is ridiculous. Seeing that these kids were so naive, Chi Yuan could not help but smile. Perhaps the concept of consequences did not exist in their minds at all. They just acted on impulse whenever they felt like it. We're here to see Gu bowling about something. Gao Chang's took it upon himself to handle the external communication, as neither of the two ladies liked to talk much. The students in the private booth burst into laughter, pointing at Gao Chang's attire. How cringy, I stopped acting like that back in elementary school. That outfit looks so ugly. If you cannot afford something decent, you should not even bother. Do people actually think this looks cool? No way, right? Perhaps a few held different opinions, but they did not dare to show it. The remarks made the veins on Gao Chang's forehead throb, and he clenched his fists. What on earth was wrong with his fashion sense? Yin Qingren was incredibly double-standard. She did not have such a good temper when dealing with other people's bratty kids. Make them quiet for a moment. As soon as the words fell, the doll perched on Gao Chang's head emitted a strange, eerie laughter, and thin threads shot out from his fingertips, quickly latching onto the students in the booth. The students panicked and tried to pull at the threads, only to find that the threads seemed to be growing right out of their own bodies. Gao Chang's moved his 10 fingers slightly, and the threads rose and fell with his movements. The group of students finally realized something was wrong. They were shocked and terrified, wanting to scream for help, but found their actions beyond their own control. Behind Gao Chang's, Chi Yuan opened his pale golden eyes. Under his reconstructed vision, the doll state Union and Gao Chang's had their energy cycles linked together, as if they were a symbiotic pair. Union's control ability combined with Gao Chang's multiplier achieved an effect where 1 + 1 was greater than 2. It worked even better than he had imagined. He could not help but smile. Nothing beats having a multifaceted agent. One person can do the work of many. No wonder bosses love versatile talent. Gu Bowling, the only one not being controlled, was so terrified she collapsed to the ground, gripping the microphone in her hand with trembling fingers. What are you here for? Seeing Gao Chang's controlling the students to leave the booth one by one, Yin Qingren crouched down to look Gu Bowling in the eye. She asked in a tone of certainty, "What do you know about Yi Yuan's disappearance?" After Jai Jia brought them to this booth, they placed a bit more trust in her intuition. Even if Jai Jia had investigated beforehand, it did not matter. At least it proved they had not come for nothing. She disappeared. Gu Bowling reacted strongly, leaning forward as if to grab Yin Qingren's hand, only for Yin to dodge it effortlessly. Yes, what do you know? I'm not sure you will save me, right? Gu Bowling switched to asking about her own safety. Her eyes darted around, the unnatural look in her demeanor fleeting, before she gave them an ingratiating smile. She was quite pretty and clearly put effort into her appearance, looking full of youthful vitality. The 4 people on the scene watched her performance with indifference. They read between the lines. She wanted to trade information for her safety. Classic villains are always ugly and loathsome, but reality is often more painful. Bullies usually have a decent social life and good looks to boot. Because of their popularity and appearance, some of them do not even realize they are bullying. Is not it normal for them to take revenge whenever they are in a bad mood? Gu Bowling was clearly very skilled at interpersonal relationships. She scanned the 4 of them with a pleading look, eventually locking onto Jai Jia and Gao Chang's. Yin Qingren, however, did not want to waste any more time. If you do not talk now, I can find another way to make you speak. No, please, I will talk. Gu Bowling threw a pitiful glance at Jai Jia and Gao Chang's, and seeing no reaction, she spoke up, feigning grievance. I was actually on decent terms with her. The day before yesterday, she invited me to watch a live stream about awakening supernatural powers, but I was busy and only caught the second half. Gao Chang's did not know whether to compliment her bravery or curse her for being an idiot. Trying to haggle in front of superpowered individuals, she must have a death wish. Yin Qingren completely lost her patience. She stood up and looked down at Gu Bowling coldly. Then you can go ahead and die.
Wait.
Gu Bowling hurried to cling to Yin Qingren's leg, repenting with tears in her eyes. I had a little falling out with her. That day I caught her watching the live stream, so my friends and I watched it with her too. Yin Qingren could not take it anymore. She lifted Gu Bowling up with one hand, forcing the girl to meet her eyes. Do you think I am some naive little girl that is easy to fool? Generally, professionally trained superpowered individuals would not go around kicking regular people. Unless they just could not help it. The three people led by Qi Yuan pretended that nothing had happened and waited for Yin Qingren to get the answers. During school dismissal the day before yesterday afternoon, Gu Bowling and her gang had found Yi Yuan again to give her trouble, locking her in the restroom to mock and humiliate her. They had been watching Yi Yuan's attempts to awaken her powers these past few days. Besides the fact that Yi Yuan dared to resist them, they also felt a twinge of panic deep down. If Yi Yuan really did awaken her powers, they would all be finished. So they forced Yi Yuan to hand over her phone and successfully found her plan for awakening her powers. Gu Bowling and her friends made Yi Yuan attempt the awakening right in front of them, wanting to ensure it was safe before they tried it themselves. What was the method for that awakening? Under Yin Qingren's pressure, Gu Bowling learned her lesson and answered honestly, it was not anything special. We did not dare try anything too dangerous. The streamer was just talking about some mental awakening method. It was like, imagine there is a door in your mind and the door is locked, representing your untapped potential. After that it was, describing what the door looked like and how to find the key in our hearts to open it. After listening, the four exchanged looks. Their expressions were remarkably synchronized. Their faces clearly screamed, is that all? Because of Gu Bowling's hesitation earlier, they thought she had done something huge. If just watching a live stream could establish a connection, there would not be enough humans on Earth to feed it. Gu Bowling's ability to read the room was master level. She asked hopefully, was it because Yi Yuan met some shady people in private? So I am okay, right? If you were not a civilian, do you think I would not hit you? The three students on the scene watched coldly as Yin Qingren showered Gu Bowling with some physical attention, wishing they could also show this poor girl some care. Before leaving, Qi Yuan did not forget to care for her with his words. Yi Yuan has not met with any strangers in private recently, so no one can say for sure why she disappeared. He only said that to keep Gu Bowling living in a state of anxious delusion. Little did he know it would become a self-fulfilling prophecy. A few days later, Qi Yuan learned from Yi Shi that Gu Bowling and her friends had all gone missing. Yi Shi was still rambling on the other end of the line. Besides them, others have gone missing too, but the way they disappeared is different, so it is hard to judge. The cases taken over by others have also turned up quite a few issues. Looks like I have got my hands full. Before hanging up, Yi Shi repeated a warning, which was rare for him to be so nagging. I will say it again, if you confirm it is an S-rank monster, do not rush in, report it to us first.
Got it.
After hanging up the phone, Qi Yuan sat at his desk in the dorm room and opened the live streaming channel. The channel indicated that the streamer was offline. Gu Bowling's disappearance proved once again that Jai Jia's intuition was accurate. Whether they investigated the case or not had become secondary. Who would not use a cheat code if they had one? It is a pity though. Intuition? It is not exactly intuition. After I manifest as a ghost, I can choose to become a pen spirit. The pen spirit's ability helps me foresee and calculate world events, but it is not very effective when it comes to ability users and monsters. The next day, when Qi Yuan asked her about it, Jai Jia explained herself in a stuttering manner. Jai Jia looked down, worried about seeing a disappointed look in Qi Yuan's eyes. She only said it was intuition to avoid explaining too much. Talking to people she was not close with was more painful than death for her. Qi Yuan, however, did not feel disappointed. He just knew, since when does someone with a cheat code not get banned eventually? Gao Chang's was hugging his laptop, hanging out in the channel Gu Bowling had watched, which still showed as offline. Hearing their conversation, he came to Jai Jia's defense, saying, "Thankfully, even if we do not know the mechanism, at least we know the live channel is behind this. If we keep digging, we will find something." Yin Qingren rested her chin on one hand, her eyes unfocused. "Not necessarily. The authorities are investigating so strictly. If it were me, I would lay low for a while." That is also a very real possibility. Gao Chang's felt a headache coming on. There is also a chance they will double down, make a quick buck, and then leave. The duty team told me the number of cases has increased lately. Qi Yuan's suspicion was not without foundation. Yishi would not have brought up something unrelated to his case. Although this duty officer seemed short-tempered and liable to blurt out anything at first glance, in reality, he would not say a single word about things he was not supposed to. He had warned him twice in a row not to act rashly, so he certainly would not have said that without a good reason. Furthermore, the higher-ups had pulled away the S-level ability users and ordered them to investigate suspected high-level monster cases, which in itself was very strange. It looks like you were right. Gao Chang stared at the computer screen in utter shock. Are they crazy? Qi Yuan noticed his phone screen light up automatically, popping open a live stream. I am stepping forward today to reveal the truth to everyone. Perhaps a few days from now, the waves I have caused will have vanished without a trace, but I choose to stand up regardless. Because I believe that in this life, there should be beliefs and ideals that are worth more than our own lives. The man on the screen spoke eloquently, not bothering to cover his face, standing openly before the camera. Whether forced to watch or watching voluntarily, people began typing in the comment section. What is going on? Why cannot I open anything else on my phone? Great, adding one more to the urgent list. So what do you want to say? I have not finished my work yet. Do you all think it is hard to awaken an ability? Then let me tell you today, the only ones for whom it is hard are us common people. Everyone has the chance to become an ability user. It is just that this opportunity has been suppressed by the duty team and high-level ability users. Speaking with passion, he clenched his fists and cheered, his inciting and seductive language stirring the audience. Do not be so quick to deny it. Think about it. Why do they risk their lives to protect us? One or two might be heroes, people we respect, but are all ability users heroes? If they were all heroes, why do they form cliques and throw their weight around in the city? A-level ability users can live comfortably anywhere they want. Why should they sacrifice their lives for us ordinary people? Why is it so chaotic abroad with ability user factions everywhere, but not here in our Dragon Kingdom? Have you ever thought about that? Qi Yuan noticed the number of comments in the live chat gradually decreasing. Even the trolls and spammers were not flooding the screen as much. He knew it was not because there were fewer viewers, but because they were being swayed by the content of the stream. Bound by the laws and regulations of the Dragon Kingdom, they did not dare to type anything too extreme. Everything is because if everyone were to awaken, they would not be able to maintain their superior status or continue enjoying their privileges. They are afraid, so they have to limit us. I could have been like them, stepping on your heads as a matter of course, sucking your blood and letting monsters harass your peaceful lives from time to time, forcing you to beg for my protection. But I have suffered such pain myself, how could I persecute others without a second thought? I do not ask you to put me on a pedestal, I only ask to live with a clear conscience. Clang! The three of them watching the stream were startled by the noise and looked toward the source. Yin Qingren had kicked the table over, her expression was dark, as if the person on the screen owed her 8 million. The man on the screen kept speaking. Believe it or not, according to tests from several of our companions, as long as you stay in a fusion domain for a long time, the probability of awakening an ability gradually increases. Then the question arises, the fusion domains are controlled by the duty team, so how do we get in? This question puzzled me for a long time, until a few years ago I discovered a fusion domain with special rules. As long as you use meditation to clearly construct the door in this image, and then use the intense intent to enter the domain to open the lock on the door, you can enter the special fusion domain. An image was displayed in the center of the screen, showing a door. The door was pitch black with intricate patterns that looked like an array, and a lock hung in the center. This was different from Gu Bowling's story, but the procedure was similar. Chi Yuan had only taken one look, but the door felt as if it had been etched into his mind. Whenever he thought about it, it could clearly manifest in his mind. After finishing this talk, the man on the screen closed his eyes to meditate, then disappeared from the camera's view. The frame was empty, but the number of viewers in the stream did not change. Is it really possible to awaken an ability? Trying would not hurt, he did it himself, which at least proves it is not dangerous. Did not you guys consider that he might be an invisibility type ability user? What if he is tricking you? He is already an ability user, what would he gain by tricking us? Chi Yuan saw that the majority of the viewers in the chat held the same attitude. It was like saying, he is a rich man, could he possibly be trying to swindle me for money? But no one knew where a rich person's money actually came from. Some even more adventurous ones had already started trying. I tried it once, I could not open the door at all. Is that for real? I'm going to try it too. Oh my god, I thought about it for ages and only got it open a tiny crack. After the stream ended, their electronic devices returned to normal, though Chi Yuan had not even had the chance to make his call. Holy crap guys, look at the news. Gao Chang shouted, holding his phone up to show them with his right hand while pointing at the screen with his left. A mass suicide case occurred at the Shenzhen Central Shopping Plaza. The duty team has already arrived on the scene to investigate. Reporting for Shenzhen News. Scrolling down, there were a few short clips taken by passersby. In the videos, several people were holding banners, crying and wailing about something. I once had a happy and fulfilling family, but all of that came to an abrupt end when some deranged ability user took a fancy to my wife. My husband. The day my brother left. Shortly after the duty squad arrived, the group slammed themselves into the wall of the shopping center, leaving blood splattered everywhere. Chi Yuan scrolled back to the official news post, and the comments below were just as he had expected. Collective suicide lol. Requesting a thorough investigation into this duty squad, give them justice. This happened right as someone was live streaming. I suspect someone is pulling strings behind the scenes. Do not be fooled, everyone. So what if someone is pulling strings? Is not what these people said the truth? I advise everyone not to pin your hopes on others. If you have enough strength, no one will dare to mess with you. Chi Yuan opened his browser and started skimming the news. Endless chaos was erupting all over Shenzhen. The city had turned into a total mess. Sure, where there are people, there is trouble, but this is not exactly how you follow the law. Is this a collective action by the Anti-Spur Association? A text message came through on his phone from the president of the Shenzhen Espur Association, calling for an emergency meeting of A-rank Espurs. Chi Yuan stood up and said to Gao Chang's and the other two, I am heading out for a bit. This situation is no longer something we can get involved in. Yin Qingren reminded him, she did not want Gao Chang's involved in something so dangerous. Even if Chi Yuan threatened them with their secret, she could not possibly agree. Besides, for someone like Chi Yuan, who comes from a prominent family, his relatives would not let him run wild. This is the duty of an A-rank Espur. He had to intervene whether he wanted to or not, and besides, this was an opportunity. Duty well then there is no helping it. Wait, the three of them suddenly whipped their heads around to look at Chi Yuan and said in unison. You are an A-rank Espur. Yeah. Beyond making Chi Yuan feel a bit puffed up, their exaggerated expressions mostly left him feeling confused. Chi Yuan carefully recalled, and indeed he had not told them. This made him surprised by the discipline of the teachers and students at Shenzhen University. The teacher knew and Liao Shiquan knew too. According to high school tradition, it should have been all over the place by now. Plus, this case was obviously not something ordinary students could investigate, yet they followed him to look into it without even asking if he was an A-rank Espur. Should I say you guys are too laid back, or did you imagine something else strange again? Brother Chi, if you had this kind of strength, why did not you say so earlier? Gao Chang's immediately changed his tune. He had been calling him Chi Yuan, but now it had changed directly to Brother Chi. Yin Qingren was uncharacteristically stuttering. Just how powerful is the Chi family? An A-rank Esper this young, and the Chi family actually lets him move about freely. They did not make him inherit the family business, nor did they send him to the duty squad to rack up achievements. Just how deep does the Chi family's background run? To be able to let even an A-rank Esper do as they please, choosing to let Chi Yuan grow up independently. Anyway, it is just different from what you imagine. Chi Yuan said nonchalantly. Who cannot talk big? You think you can run once you have become a member of my team?
Yes.
3 sharp intakes of breath echoed one after another in the room. Jincheng branch of the Esper Association. The conference table was packed, and the rank Espers, who usually had quite the temper, sat quietly waiting without a hint of impatience. Yishi and the president of the Shencheng branch arrived late, and behind them followed someone Chi Yuan recognized. Zhu Shizong sat with dead eyes, looking half asleep, his presence still pathetically low. He noticed Chi Yuan's gaze and nodded to greet him. The 3 took their seats in order. Zhu Shizong stared at the person sitting next to Yishi and patted that Esper on the shoulder. Can you give me your seat? The Esper was startled, looked at Zhu Shizong with eyes full of wariness, stood up, and gave him the seat. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the president of the Shencheng branch signaled the female duty officer to start the meeting. The female officer briefly summarized the events of the past period and focused on what had happened today. A woman in a form-fitting combat suit said, "We all know the situation, just tell us the arrangements from the top." As soon as she said that, the gaze of every Esper in the room converged on Chi Yuan and Zhu Shizong. One was an official who could not be talked about, and the other was someone sent during this special period. The president of the Shencheng branch folded his hands, which were as dry and withered as tree bark, and let out a long sigh. The hearts of the A-rank Espers in the room sank. The president's behavior definitely meant there was no good news. Things have reached this point, and I will not hide it from you all anymore. The 9 seats, along with the dispatched S-rank Espers, cannot return. Similar incidents have occurred in Jeju, and there are no more personnel to spare to assist us. There was an uproar in the hall. Even though they had an inkling, this news was still hard to accept. Someone slapped the table and asked anxiously, why cannot they return? Because the cleanup operation failed and they are trapped in a monster territory. This is also why the higher-ups asked you to investigate suspected high-level monster cases. We need to know if that monster has advanced, and if there is still a chance to open an exit to let the S-rank Espers return. Ishi stood up, his usual irritability gone. Before the group of A-rank Espers could ask, he quickly explained the situation. The good news is that based on the intelligence you have investigated during this time, the monster has not yet advanced. If we can assist in opening the exit and let the S-rank Espers escape the monster territory, then things will be easier to manage. Everyone, if they had not been big shots for so many years and did not have to maintain their image, they would probably have gone up and spat at Yishi. Are you kidding? What level are we? Can we fight? We cannot fight, we do not have the capability, you know. Most of the S-rank Espers are trapped, relying on us A-ranks to solve this. How are we not going to heaven? Someone asked what is beyond S-rank. Ishi looked at Zhu Shizong. Zhu Shizong locked his phone screen and explained in a steady tone. Currently, humanity classifies Espers and monster levels based on the Bitterbuddha standard from E to S. This set of standards was adopted by countries around the world, and we had to adopt it for easy communication. Later, we discovered that there were more powerful entities beyond the S-rank. Initially, we collectively referred to them as S+, representing strength surpassing S-rank. It was not until a year ago when a monster appeared in the Santra region with power far exceeding S+. Since then, we have formally classified these 2 newly discovered levels as SS and SSS. In addition to a massive increase in power, the difference between an SS rank monster and an S rank monster is that its monster territory is no longer immobile. It has completely liberated their field of activity. As for the full extent of the SSS rank's power, it is still unknown. We only know that if left unchecked, there is a possibility that the entire globe could be infected into a monster territory by it. The room fell silent. The massive amount of information hit the brains of the A-rank Espers, leaving them dizzy and confused. Chi the frog in the well, Yuan was equally confused. He thought he was about to hit the level cap and embark on a happy, slacker life, but then the game developers opened up new levels.
Are you serious?
Bad news is piling up, and everyone here is starting to feel overwhelmed. The A-class ability users took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and managed to steady themselves. If it can trap all of our Dragon Kingdom's top experts, is this monster SS class? Yes, it is just one step away from SSS class, so we have no choice but to initiate the cleanup plan ahead of schedule. Yishi nodded solemnly as he patiently explained it to them. According to intelligence, its ability is assimilation. Because it does not possess high lethality abilities, it was originally low on our cleanup list, at least until we discovered it had assimilated multiple S-class monster domains. S-class monster domains that were once stationary have been assimilated by this monster, becoming part of its own domain, which allows them to move along with it. Damn, that is a mobile arsenal right there. Ji Yuan could not help but exclaim. The boss is supposed to stay in its dungeon, but now it is exploiting a bug to drag all these big monsters out. Not to mention its own strength. Even if it tricked or coerced those S-class monsters, the danger level of having so many gathered together is definitely not low. This briefing forced the A-class ability users on the scene to reevaluate the situation. The Dragon Kingdom is already the safest nation in the world. Besides, with SSS-class monsters constantly eroding human living space, where else could they possibly run to? Not to mention that most of them have families, so even if they could survive, they have to consider whether they can protect their loved ones. Before long, they already had the answer in their hearts. Someone spoke up right away. Just tell us straight, what should we do? If you did not have a plan, you would not be wasting time here shooting the breeze with us. I am ready to go. Just as the atmosphere in the room was heating up. Everyone was rolling up their sleeves, eager to give it their all, their hearts burning with courage and ambition. Someone sensed the change and immediately started voicing objections, using a thin veil of rationality to hide their cowardice. What is the point of saving the S-class ability users? They cannot even beat an SS-class monster. Who knows if you are just fear-mongering to trade our lives for theirs? Go yourselves if you want, I am not playing the hero. Yishi stood up and grabbed the naysayer closest to him, his anger boiling over. Everyone else is ready to step up and you are the only smart one. If you are scared, get lost early. The Dragon Kingdom does not need useless cowards like you. Is not what I said the truth? The naysayer stood up as well, yanking his arm away from Yishi's grip, thinking he had caught them in a trap, his face filled with excitement and smugness. If not, why are you so anxious? Yishi pulled his hand back and shot him a cold, dismissive glance. The useless man was not worth wasting his breath on. The naysayer would not let it go. He wanted to rationalize his behavior, so he kept hounding Yishi. Cat got your tongue. If you want us to risk our lives, give us some real substance instead of treating us like idiots. The Shencheng branch president leaned on the table, shakily stood up, his face filled with a murderous intensity. If anyone else here thinks like him, please leave immediately. We are not keeping anyone here. The naysayer's face darkened. He noticed the branch president's unexplained confidence and his heart sank. If the Dragon Kingdom actually had a way to deal with it. His outburst was equivalent to digging his own grave. Those who had been shouting along in the crowd vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only the naysayer standing alone. Then please get out. The branch president's cloudy eyes locked onto the naysayer, and he pointed his cane toward the door. The naysayer clenched his back teeth, and under the intense pressure of the president's gaze, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. In non-crisis times, the official authorities allow them some leeway and small antics. But when a real crisis hits, the Shanghai branch president will not indulge them anymore. If the naysayer does not leave the country, he would better be ready for the aftermath. I am old and my skin is thick with wrinkles, so let me say something shameless as an elder. Yes, I need you to risk your lives to bring back the S-class ability users, but it is not a lie that bringing them back will resolve this. There are SS-class ability users trapped in there. As long as they can escape the monster domain, even if they cannot eliminate the monster, they can at least force it to back off. Hearing the last sentence, the crowd's faces were filled with excitement. After hearing a long stream of bad news, there was finally something decent. Those who had just been shouting with the naysayer also looked relieved, glad they had made the right choice. Kid Zhu, you explain the rest. Seeing that the remaining people had no objections, the branch president handed the floor over to Zhu Shizong. Zhu Shizong was caught slacking off on his phone again. He stood up and placed an object on the table. It was an old weathered bronze key. This key can duplicate one opening, regardless of the method. We need you to take turns entering the monster domain to find the S-class users. Then, use the key to open the domain and exit. I will then enter the space again to assist the S-class users out. Be careful not to stay inside the monster domain for too long. You must get out within 1 hour. Everyone looked around and found that others were just as confused as they were. Whether it is the assimilated S-class or the SS class, these monster domains are no longer in our physical dimension. How are they supposed to enter? How do we get in? The person who asked that voiced everyone's thoughts. A chair was pushed back with a screech, and Yishi signaled toward the outside. Follow me. They followed Yishi to another room. Inside were several glass display cabinets, but the most eye-catching thing was the door in the center. Qi Yuan, like the others, looked around curiously. He saw all kinds of strange items placed in the glass cabinets. Shed skin from unknown creatures, scales with a metallic sheen, red liquid contained in ornate vessels. Seeing his curiosity, Zhu Shizong explained to Qi Yuan, "These are all related evidence seized from the cases you have been investigating." Yishi clapped his hands to focus everyone's attention on him. Our technicians combined various ability-imbued items to create this door. This door can track monsters by leveraging the characteristic links they establish and open a channel to the interior of their domain. However, the landing point behind the door is unpredictable, and there is a chance you will face the monster directly upon entry, so be prepared to run. Of course, the most important point is, even if you die, bring the key and the intelligence back. Xincheng University dormitory area. Peaceful campus life was replaced by chaos. Shortly after Qi Yuan left, the university was attacked again. Gao Chang's kicked an attacker away and complained. Why is it us again? Why not go bother the ability association for a change? A ghost hand emerged from the ground, dragging the attacker down until only their head remained above the surface. Gao, because there is an A-class meeting at the ability association. Skin pale with a grayish-blue tint, 2 trails of blood tears running down her cheeks, bloodshot eyes, and sharp fangs. Jai Jia's voice fluctuated, sounding exactly like a vengeful spirit demanding a life. Gao Chang's looked away nonchalantly. He could not handle a shy, vengeful spirit. Did I really have to say it out loud that we are the soft targets? Oh, sorry. The socially anxious Jai Jia finally realized Gao Chang's was not actually confused, and she was so embarrassed she wanted to crawl into a hole. Literally, she found a hole in the ground and vanished, re-entering the fight. Across the city of Shenzhen, farces of civil unrest are playing out one after another. The arriving patrol squad knocks the rioting citizens to the ground, and the leading woman frowns as she looks down at them. These people are all... Boss, what is wrong? Someone in the patrol squad asks. Get lost, call me captain. It is too strange, they are neither parasites nor awakened, so why would they participate in a riot? You do not need a genius to figure out that a bunch of ordinary citizens are not even a match for one awakened. If they had lost their minds due to deep-seated hatred, they should have turned into parasites. The woman retracts her chains, squats down beside the citizens, and observes them carefully. The person who asked just now exclaims, now that you mention it, it does seem like they have not used any abilities. Could someone be controlling them from behind the scenes? Someone else in the team suggests a theory. The woman shakes her head, I am not sure. Anyway, let us go handle the riots elsewhere first. She takes out her communicator and rubs her temples in frustration. The screen is covered in dense red dots, each representing an unresolved incident. What has gotten into these citizens? Have they gone mad? And also, she looks up toward the direction of the Awakened Association. When will they send someone out to pacify the masses? Captain, something's wrong. Someone in the team shouts in alarm, snapping the patrol leader out of her deep thought. The woman's pupils constrict sharply. She does not need to ask the person who just spoke to know what happened. A massive phantom looms over the sky, blocking out the sun as if it is about to descend upon the ground the next second. Extending outward from a somber, terrifying, and vast forest of black trees, various bizarre landscapes appear within the phantom. An ancient, mysterious castle where vegetation grows wildly in every crack, and silhouettes on the windows look like the figures of women. An endless sea of flames burning in a barren wasteland. A desolate, ruined city where countless broken walls silently recount their history. One look and it feels as if there is no end to it. What is that? People too scared to leave their homes because of the riots gaze at the sky in shock, muttering to themselves. Holy cow, is this a super large fusion domain descending? While terrified, those who do not understand what is happening still try to speculate on the mechanics behind it. People take out their phones to start filming, their expressions filled not only with worry and fear but also excitement. Bizarre phenomenon appears in Xinjiang. The related hashtag quickly hits the national trending list and people in other cities start discussing it, eager to watch the spectacle. Which cultivator is undergoing their heavenly tribulation here? Is this a fusion domain? It looks kind of weird. Envious of the citizens of Shenzhen today, I want to see it too. While they are discussing, the patrol squad members watch the scene before them in astonishment. Phantoms begin to emerge on the bodies of the citizens they had knocked down. Their doors all lock tight. The locked doors slowly swing open and the citizens disappear from where they stood, leaving behind only phantoms that look as if a breeze could blow them away. Inside the doors is nothing but pitch-black darkness, a void that swallows all light. Look up quickly. Hearing someone exclaim, they reflexively look up. The citizens who just disappeared appear within the phantom landscape, lying scattered on the ground. After a few more minutes, they stand up one by one, wandering through the corners of the phantom landscape like walking corpses. The woman presses her lips into a thin line, gripping her communicator tightly. Things have taken a turn for the worse. We need to report this to the superiors immediately. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent knocking startles the group of awakened, who gulp as if granted a reprieve and turn to the source of the sound. Despite their bold talk, they are actually a bit cowardly when it comes to facing an S-class monster. That is an S-class monster. Running around in its domain is no different from seeking death. Come in. Yishi frowns tightly. The chaos in Shenzhen should be handled by the patrol squads. He had specifically ordered no one to disturb them, no matter what happened. Captain Yi, look out the window, something has happened. The person enters, panting for breath, without offering further explanation. Trusting his subordinate, Yishi walks directly toward the window. The others swarm to the window as well, taking in the scene outside. Doors are floating everywhere, the streets are eerily quiet, and residents have drawn their curtains tight. What on earth is going on? Someone asks, their voice full of panic. Just as they realized the situation was serious, things began to spiral even further out of control. Cannot things just go right for once? Wait, are those the S-class awakened? Everyone looks in the direction he is pointing, only to see a strange, empty void in the black forest, looking as unnatural as a pencil sketch erased with a rubber. In this empty space, over a dozen S-class awakened are sitting or standing, along with several wounded ones lying on the ground. Then are we still going in? Yeah, did not you just say we only needed to find the S-class awakened? When their lives are at stake, these people think faster than anyone and they quickly grasp the point. But Yishi does not give them the answer they want, saying firmly, we go in, if we do not, we are just waiting to die. He takes a deep breath and says with difficulty, it might be evolving. As if in response to his words, the phantom floating high in the sky slowly descends, getting closer and closer to them. Evolving. The crowd becomes restless, their heads a complete muddle. The implications behind that word make their skin crawl and their hair stand on end. There is no time left. The laid-back expression on Zhu Shizong's face is gone, replaced by a serious one. The Shenzhen Association president leans on his cane, looking equally grave. An SSS-class monster has also appeared in a densely populated city in Sanju, which is why we have focused our investigation on Shenzhen and Jidu during this time. We thought that with them there, we would have time to prepare, but we did not expect the situation to be this dire. We must make these a class awakened understand the severity of the situation immediately. There is no time to ensure your safety. You need to enter these doors and find out where they lead. Get the S-Class awakened out immediately, or the entire city of Shenzhen will suffer. Only S-Class awakened who are capable of attacking the domain nodes can resolve this. Qi Yuan watches the dozen or so S-Class awakened, focusing his gaze on the wounded lying on the ground. An SS-Class is already troublesome enough, and now it is evolving. He reaches out to take the key and says, as Zhu Shizong's eyes widen slightly, "I will go scout the way for you first." With all eyes on him, Qi Yuan leaped from the window. The others just looked at each other. It should have been a relief that someone was scouting ahead, so why did they feel like something was off? But where exactly? While everyone was still baffled. The moment Qi Yuan entered the phantom door, he suddenly realized he had unconsciously pulled a real stupid stunt. The guild leader had just said to go straight in and stop worrying about their own safety. And he had just taken the only key to leave the illusion with him. Qi Yuan stared at the key in his hand, lost in thought. Would anyone actually believe he did not do it on purpose? The abrupt change in scenery interrupted his wild thoughts. Qi Yuan refocused, ready to face the greatest crisis of his life. On the endless flat land, raging fires burned without ceasing. Flames erupted like weeds from the cracks in the charred earth, and waves of heat hit him head-on. Qi Yuan stared straight ahead with his radiant golden eyes of time, while monsters watched him hungrily from all four directions. They fell for it sure enough. Is it really necessary to be so cautious with a mere inferior? Golden eyes, what is his ability? Data insufficient. Let those two cuties go first. Only one inferior. Their telepathic voices came from all sides. Qi Yuan felt like his luck had just hit rock bottom. He was incredibly depressed. So much for the loneliness of the strong and the solitude of a king. Why are you guys ganging up on me? They are S-rank monsters and they are ambushing an A-rank ability user. They have absolutely no shame. The A-rank ability users outside who were watching him felt the same way, and they were not even worried about the key anymore. The moment they spotted Qi Yuan in the massive projection in the sky, they all gasped. 4 S-rank monsters set an ambush waiting for them to walk right into it. This young man did not look like he would last long. The A-rank ability users could not help but feel lucky that someone had scouted the way for them, otherwise it would have been them dying. Yishi hammered his fist against the windowsill, unable to stop himself from worrying about Qi Yuan. Hurry and use the key to open the door and come back. Unfortunately, the projection had no sound, and the distance was too great to see subtle movements. They had no way of knowing about the conversation between Qi Yuan and the monsters. Tusk miscalculated. The plump female monster with pale purple skin raised an eyebrow. Apart from her skin and double pupils, she looked almost human. A monster wrapped from head to toe in white bandages slowly approached Qi Yuan, chatting as he walked. Even I did not expect an inferior to still be trying to probe things cautiously at a time like this. It seems I do not know them well enough. Haha, an inferior dares to come here to die. Are you all out of people? The flames directly in front of Qi Yuan took the shape of a person, its wild, arrogant laughter revealing its mood. Shall we fight? A 3-meter-tall giant with rock textures on its skin placed its hands behind its head, asking for the others' opinions. They had gathered here to ambush ability users, but having only one human show up was beyond their expectations. Whenever an ability user entered the door, they were always transported to this exact spot. The fake illusion of random transport had not succeeded in fooling the humans, which left the 2 monsters who prided themselves as strategists quite unhappy. Of course, Qi Yuan did not come first based solely on his sloppy trash-talking skills. Nor was it just his deceptive appearance. The eyes of time, which he had not been able to use well due to insufficient energy, could finally function partially now that he had reached a rank. Ability activated, Eyes of Time. With a clear and expansive view, the timelines for himself and the 4 monsters appeared. All 4 monsters were S-rank, so his ability had minimal effect on them. However, his target was not the monsters. Qi Yuan locked his gaze on his own timeline, beginning to glimpse his own future. Although peeking at himself was as exhausting as peeking at an A-rank ability user, at least he would not refuse his own peeking, ensuring a higher success rate. He could predict what would happen to him 10 seconds in the future. Combined with his telepathic perception, he had plenty of time to avoid attacks. Qi Yuan appeared calm while listening to them threaten him, but he was actually constantly calculating his escape route. The plump purple-skinned monster crossed her arms, her voice lazy and alluring, a mere inferior. I do not want to get my hands dirty, you go ahead. This inferior dares to come alone, he must have a trick up his sleeve. Let Dum Dum go and test him first. I will leave the chance to show off to you guys. I am a man of culture. The mummy stood with his hands hanging down, watching from the sidelines. This aura is not ordinary, maybe he has some reliance. Hey, are you all scared already? The fireman was dissatisfied. It was temperamental and enjoyed the pleasure of burning enemies to ashes, but it was not a little cutie. They were blatantly using it as a pawn, and it was not a little cutie like the rock giant. Just as it finished that thought, the rock giant slammed its fist into the ground with a roar, its body suddenly growing several times in size. For the master, its hard body was its best weapon. As the rock giant took a step on the hot, dry ground, countless stone fragments went flying. The earth shook and countless cracks spread out from under the giant's feet. The structural foundation of the ground began to collapse in large sections, as if the entire region was about to shatter. You little cutie, why are you dragging us into this too? The plump purple-skinned monster was forced to elongate her body, growing pairs of legs and transforming into half-human, half-centipede. She moved nimbly across the rugged terrain. The fireman and the mummy floated in the air, keeping their eyes on every move Qi Yuan made. They saw Qi Yuan calmly take 2 steps forward, deconstructing the scattered flying stones, took 1 step left to dodge a ground crack, and finally took a step back to avoid the collapsing ground. He was like a dancer moving on the edge of a blade. His timing for every step was perfect, with no wasted motion. The fireman's mouth curled up, his eyes filled with a fighting spirit. A formidable opponent indeed. No wonder he did not change his expression when facing the 4 of us. The centipede woman, dozens of meters long, narrowed her beautiful eyes, her deep purple lips parting as she muttered, an inferior actually hiding an S-rank ability user. How surprising. Psychic type, increasing mental power to overclock calculations, or is it precognition? Overclocking calculation is more likely. He seemed to use an ability to break the stones earlier, and the mental fluctuations were invisible to the naked eye. That fits. The mummy, wrapped tightly in white bandages with only his eyes showing, gripped the papyrus in his hands a bit tighter. His eyes shifted slightly as he began to take his opponent more seriously, rapidly analyzing the information in his mind. Mental type? No, mental types strengthen the brain, they do not affect the eyes. Still not enough information. Need to try and record his ability to analyze it further. Hey, let us attack together. This human is not to be underestimated. The fireman's gaze was solemn as he suggested it to the other 2. Obviously. I know. The centipede woman and the mummy did not show a hint of carelessness, vigilantly surrounding Qi Yuan. Seeing himself surrounded by the 4 monsters, Qi Yuan remained calm and composed. He looked straight ahead, feigning an air of indifference as if they did not exist at all. Having successfully dodged their first wave of probing attacks, he knew that in the eyes of these monsters his strength was at least S-rank, so he did not believe they would attack him outright without hearing him out. Since ancient times, whether man or beast, respect is only reserved for the strong. 4 at once is exactly what I wanted. Fighting you 1 by 1 is just too easy and fails to pique my interest. With that, Qi Yuan seemed to recall something amusing and chuckled. Of course, 4 times 0 is still 0, so I doubt this will bring me any real joy. Except for the rock giant, the expressions of the other 3 monsters shifted instantly, their murderous glares dissecting Qi Yuan. Being called trash by an inferior being, even a powerful one, did little to improve their mood. The centipede woman wriggled her long body and spat viciously. I will cut out your tongue so you can never speak again. Tusk S-rank monsters really are different from the rest. They only get fueled by rage when threatened. They never stop to wonder if his words imply a hidden, terrifying strength. Most importantly, they are truly hard to kill. S-rank monsters can rely on the power of their domains to resurrect endlessly, something the uninformed Qi Yuan was hearing for the first time. However, S-rank ability users can destroy domain nodes to collapse the area, forcing the S-rank monster to meet a permanent end. That was why the branch president insisted that only an S-rank user could save Shen City. Facing the simultaneous assault of the four monsters, 1,000 waves of tension surged in Qi Yuan's heart. The thrill of walking on the edge of a blade made his heart race, his adrenaline spiking uncontrollably. It is okay, this is still salvageable. Thanks to the Centipede Woman for the mental ability and the S-rank strength trial card. Ability: Mental Manipulation. Bolstered by S-rank power, the Eye of Time could predict events 15 seconds into the future, and when combined with the focus of mental energy, it achieved an overclocked calculation effect. The movements of the four monsters and the environmental chain reactions triggered by their abilities were all within his calculations. It is a pity that because of his increased strength, the Eye of Time only extended the window by 5 seconds, otherwise he would not even need to use overclocked calculation. Moving as if taking a leisurely stroll, Qi Yuan easily dodged the magma and flames erupting from the ground. The Flame Man and the Rock Giant were not surprised that their coordinated attack failed. Successfully sealing off his movement and forcing him toward the Centipede Woman was enough. The Centipede Woman burst from the ground, extending an extra pair of arms from her upper torso, reaching for Qi Yuan with 4 venom-coated claws. Qi Yuan gracefully tilted his head, avoiding the Centipede Woman's strike. Undeterred by the failed strike, the Centipede Woman took a deep breath and exhaled a thick cloud of toxic mist, her long body undulating to trap Qi Yuan within it. Qi Yuan shielded himself with his ability energy to prevent the toxic mist from seeping through his skin and mucous membranes. If he had to rely on his physical body to endure this, he would probably be reduced to ash. Stepping onto a wall of light, Qi Yuan leapt out of the Centipede Woman's encirclement. He looked at the Centipede Woman's head, now inches away, and suppressed his itchy hands. It was not the time yet, he needed more power. First impressions are vital, and this first attack would serve as their benchmark for evaluating his combat power. A move that is not powerful enough is better left unmade. Just as he cleared the encirclement, he ran straight into the mummy's attack. The papyrus in the mummy's hand coalesced into a massive energy orb, locked onto his position. Boom! The energy orb turned into a black storm heading his way. Qi Yuan had anticipated this, but he had to stick to the script, or he would lose the advantage of being a prophet. Besides, beyond just dodging the attacks, he had to make sure his escape was stylish enough to project an image of effortless mastery. In short, he had to be elegant. The black storm swept across the flaming landscape, turning rubble into countless grains of sand, while the magma and flames dyed the storm in streaks of red. The already scarred earth could take no more and shattered once again. The rock giant triggered another earthquake, leaving Qi Yuan with no solid ground to stand on. For a moment, the air was filled with flying rocks and dust, a boundless sandstorm raging in every corner of the land. Qi Yuan closed his eyes and channeled his power. Ability: Restructuring. A sturdy fortress rose from the ground, the dust and sand were instantly restructured into a bulwark, firmly protecting Qi Yuan. Then, the fortress opened up and a throne of sand rose slowly. He rested his chin on one hand, his other hand resting lightly on the armrest, looking down at the four monsters with cold, pale gold eyes. The inorganic gaze pushed the pressure to its absolute peak. Just as I thought 4 times 0 is still 0, I suppressed my strength to S rank, yet you could not even touch a corner of my clothes. How disappointing. This time no monster stepped forward to retort, they stared at Qi Yuan intently, as if facing a mortal threat. They had not expected that their first joint attack would be completely ineffective. Even without going all out, the 4 monsters began to doubt if they really had the ability to kill him here. The Flame Man asked in a stiff, low voice, "Do we know what his ability is yet?" The mummy swapped the papyrus in its hand, held it with its left hand, placed its right hand over the surface and closed its eyes to sense the energy. A terrifying aura of destruction, shattering and reforming. The mummy injected ability energy into the papyrus, which glowed slightly and expelled a surge of power. It aimed the power at a stone near its feet, which turned into sand in an instant, only to be reshaped back into its original form immediately after. Such a powerful ability. Seeing this, all four monsters felt their hearts sink, echoing the same sentiment. This ability was born entirely for destruction. Ability protection could certainly mitigate damage, but if the opponent's power exceeded their defenses, they would vanish into thin air in mere moments. All four monsters saw their own disheveled and terrified reflections in each other's eyes, and they flashed awkward but polite smiles. "You go first. I have recorded his ability. I can use it to fight him on his own terms." The mummy spoke first, resurrecting within the domain consumed power, and it did not want to be sent back to the respawn point. The centipede woman disagreed. "I believe you could fight him to a draw with the recorded ability, and then we can wait for our master to finish his breakthrough and help us." The flame man and the rock giant nodded in agreement. As long as the bad luck did not fall on them, they were quick to consent. Seeing the situation turning against it, the mummy broke into a cold sweat, anxiously searching for a countermeasure. "Did not you hear what he said?" Suddenly an idea struck the mummy, and it immediately spoke. He said he was suppressing his strength to S rank, which means he is definitely stronger than S rank. I cannot beat him with the same ability. Qi Yuan sat on the throne high above, feeling a bit uncomfortable and the wind a bit chilly. He really paid a high price for the sake of putting on a show. Below, the four monsters were still arguing endlessly, but they just would not draw the right conclusion. He had no choice but to step in himself and steer the topic back. "Since you all seem so troubled, I will tell you some good news to cheer you up. Person can possess more than one ability. This is a conclusion I have verified myself." "How is this supposed to be good news?" The four monsters' first reaction was shock, followed by a firm, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." The centipede woman's pupils shrank. Is this a smokescreen meant to confuse them? Yet, no matter how hard it racked its brain, it could not see the point of such a smokescreen. After all, any action would expose the ruse, making this a terribly clumsy way to hide an ability. If it were real. Considering that possibility, the centipede woman desperately denied it, as it clashed violently with its understanding of reality. If he really has multiple abilities, does he have multiple ability domains too? Impossible. Qi Yuan really wanted to retort, "Why is it impossible?" But after seeing the intense psychological turmoil of these four monsters, he kept his mouth shut. Domains repel and consume each other. That is exactly how S-Class ability users destroy the domains of S-Class monsters. Qi Yuan felt that deeply. Ignorance really is a burden no matter where you go. Oops, ended up showing off too much again. Now the problem is, he has to find a way to smooth things over. The more you talk, the more you trip up. Qi Yuan learned his lesson and kicked the problem back to the four monsters. Is not the mummy in the best position to say whether this is true or not? Qi Yuan pointed his finger toward the mummy. Just copy it one more time. The four monsters froze. Recording again was indeed an option, but coming from him, it meant that what he said was 9 times out of 10 true. How is this possible? How on earth did you do that? The mummy acted incredulous, successfully fooling its companions with a performance that was not exactly stellar. Although I do not get how it works, I should probably find a chance to run. Anyway, this is not my domain. The owner of the domain, the fireman and fellow fool, even went along with it. Unless your ability is to create or strip away abilities, how could you possibly possess multiple ones? Exactly, well said. Qi Yuan felt encouraged. He hoped this good teammate would say a few more things. The centipede woman's eyes rolled as it agreed. Exactly, unless your ability is to create abilities. It said that without a second thought, thinking only of running away, there was not a hint of feedback energy from it. But the mummy and the centipede woman did not care about their teammates' feelings at all. The rock giant remained silent. Its brain did not work as fast as its companions, so it usually just followed their lead. The three monsters on the field had reached the same conjecture, so it just followed that line of thought. Creating abilities. Stripping away abilities. What kind of ability domain is that? Such an ability cannot possibly exist. Would not that make him equal to a god? The centipede woman's agreement did not make the fireman happy. Instead, it led it to start doubting itself. A god. The image of an ability domain began to take shape in the rock giant's mind. A sea of clouds, a temple, mist, holy light, a god presiding over the divine realm. The centipede woman and the mummy did not care about what the fireman said. They were busy planning to throw their teammate under the bus, run away, and call for reinforcements. Both were distracted and merely humoring it. Maybe the ability itself is a god. Yeah, maybe the ability is called the creator. Once they finished, they looked around, only to find that the scenery had changed when they were not looking. The centipede woman and the mummy were startled, as if waking from a dream. The scene before them filled them with horror. White clouds filled every corner of their vision, the sea of clouds churning like waves. Mist swirled and lingered, refracting the light in a dreamlike, ethereal way, as if they were trapped in a dream. The golden light of the rising sun shone upon the sea of clouds, gilding them with golden threads. The brilliance was sacred and solemn. Grand, magnificent, and adorned with jade carvings, a towering, majestic celestial palace floated in the void. The palace was grand and imposing, shimmering with five-colored divine light, while layers of smoke and mist added a touch of mystery. There seemed to be celestial music playing, but when one listened carefully, there was nothing at all. The four monsters were speechless with astonishment. They could not move their feet, watching as the layered palace gates slowly opened. When they regained their senses, they found themselves standing on the open ground before the great hall, where long, dragon-shaped stone stairs were carved with exquisite, ornate patterns. Even though they could not see Qi Yuan in their field of vision, seeing only the endless stairs and the grand palace above, a clear image emerged in their minds. Qi Yuan sat upon the high hall, his golden eyes looking down at them like a god, overlooking all living beings with supreme authority. Destroy evil. As those words were spoken, divine light blazed and endless radiance began to erode the monster's domain. Under the illumination of the divine light, the monster domain trembled continuously, on the verge of collapse. It did not hold up for more than a few seconds before the fire-drenched earth shook violently, and the entire monster domain, unable to bear the pressure, shattered into shimmering fragments that drifted away. The fireman did not even have time to scream before it dissipated into the air along with the monster domain. Qi Yuan closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight, and shed 2 crocodile tears. Farewell, my good teammate. Witnessing the tragic death of the fireman, the mummy and the centipede woman finally regained their senses from their trance and fled for their lives. But in the next second, they looked toward the direction of the tree sea in disbelief. Their monster domain had been forcibly desynchronized by that noble lord. The centipede woman could not believe it, roaring in despair. Without my connection ability, how will the master advance get me out of here? Alas, its pleas fell on deaf ears. In no time at all, their monster domain was swallowed by Qi Yuan's divine light, meeting the same end as the fireman. As their enemy, Qi Yuan silently mourned for them. Rest in peace, rock giant centipede woman mum. Go to hell, mummy. It did not do anything, it does not deserve his mourning. As the centipede woman died, the countless gate shadows in Shen City vanished. In Qi Yuan's vision, he saw the nodes connecting the Shen City space being unlinked one by one. From the centipede woman's final thoughts, Qi Yuan learned the conditions for a monster to advance to SSS class. The requirement for an SSS class monster's advancement is to infect a reality domain, and intelligent humans make the best targets for infection. No wonder the citizens of Shen City had been acting so strangely. It was because they were being affected by it. With the loss of the centipede woman's connection ability, the plan of this SS-class monster to take a shortcut and infect Shen City had naturally failed. It looked at Qi Yuan across the mist, tossed out the S-class ability users and humans within its domain, and retreated from Shen City with its domain partially missing. There were still quite a few S-class monsters at the edge of this SS-class monster's domain. Qi Yuan did not pursue them blindly. Starting a battle over Shen City rashly would be equivalent to disregarding the lives of the citizens. Even a simple exchange would be more than ordinary people could withstand. The A-class ability users who had been watching from the window all along were all stunned, and that included Zhu Shizang. Even though his reaction was not as exaggerated as others, his dead fish eyes had widened into circles. The A-class ability users clutched their chests. Their hearts could not handle such a wild roller coaster of a day. First, the patrol team and branch president told them things had gotten serious and they needed to risk their lives. They had finally steeled themselves to fight to the death for their families. Then Chi Yuan suddenly popped up and sent the enemies packing. They remembered Chi Yuan saying he would scout the path for them. Is this how young people scout paths? Being low-key and humble is fine, but can you not be this low-key and humble?